Like
For
the
sure.
more I put
Fast?
things in my the more I eat or drink things, the more it's gonna hit me. Whereas if I just don't, then I don't.
I
Yeah,
would say when I have
yeah.
yeah when I have something greasy at night, like for suhoor, or just on regular days, if I have like a midnight snack and it's something like like those like the bulldog noodles or fry something up, in the morning I'll definitely feel that like all morning until even like the afternoon, just like gastritis stuff. But besides that, honestly, for me, that's the one thing. When I drink tea, that just calms me down so much. Like the tea is so helpful for me. That's
Tea,
why after
yeah,
after eating salud, I have like 3 teas,
I'm back.
tea is good. Yeah, tea.
which
I
can be
that
too
that's
much, But
like for me like tea is brilliant for fasting. Like
it really
um
is.
I don't put sugar in it because like if but like if I'm about to be like, or if I have been fasting, but like if I am fasting, I mean, like I know Ramadan, during fasting you probably wouldn't, for during a Ramadan fast you probably wouldn't drink tea, but like if I'm fasting, um tea, like if I'm about to be fasting, or if I am, like some tea with no sugar in it really helps a lot. um
Oh no,
uh,
I drink tea every night and with sugar too. No, it's not healthy, but I just love it too much.
Vibrator, I would also say, here's what I would also say. If you're doing like I'm doing,
Huh.
like if you're Muslim, there are requirements, right? You don't just, it's not like me where I'm just deciding what how it works, right? If you're doing it like I'm doing it though, and you're just, it's a you're choosing to fast for health reasons, what I would say is you can just choose the hours that you fast, right? If you want to eat, if you want to eat in the morning, you can decide when you start your fast and when you end it, and that's completely fine. You can do that. You're welcome to do that. So if you feel like you need to eat something in the morning, maybe you can fast. You can start your fast at lunchtime, and then you can fast until like 8 p.m. or something like that. You know, uh, you can choose when you do your fast. Or you could finish eating at 8 p.m. and fast until, you could do it like, so Ellie shoots sometimes, my partner, she fasts sometimes, and she will start her fast at 8 p.m., and then she will break her fast at midday. And so we don't fast at the same times, but there's usually quite a lot of overlap. I just don't eat lunch. So I don't eat during daytime hours, basically. I only eat when it's dark. Um, Whereas she feels like she needs to eat something during the day. So my advice, Vibrator, if thou would like to fast, is to find the hours that work for you, and then that will make it easier, potentially, for your metabolism or what your body needs. Obviously, if it's Ramadan, then like um,
If
it's a
it's
little
if
bit
it's for
different.
Ramadan, and if it's for like if you're Muslim and you have trouble with fasting, I would say just follow exactly what Ray just said in chat. Islam is a lot about yourself and your own policing. I mean, if you try it and it's difficult for you, if you have insane headaches, if you can't
Yes.
focus, if you can't work, if it's very much just harming your life, if you cannot do it, then you don't have to.
Yes.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said to you that if it's something that you cannot handle, then you don't have to do it.
Yeah, it's scripture, right? Like, I
Yeah.
believe that's, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's, I mean, even I know that, right? Like, you can, um, like you can, like, there's quite a lot of Islamic authorities, right? Even for for if you're not feeling well, or
Yeah, exactly. Like if you're sick, if you're like it's even a must. It's not even
yeah,
just like a recommendation. No, if you are sick, you should not fast. Like that's a must.
yes,
Like you shouldn't.
Yeah, you're sure not allowed to. Like if you are for
yes.
whatever
Yeah.
any reason unable, it's fine. It's all right. Don't.
Yes, because it's harmful to you. You shouldn't do something that's harmful. And fasting shouldn't be something harmful. It should be something that's good for you.
Something I've seen. Speaking of like on this particular topic, is that due to the patriarchal culture that a lot of Muslims live
Yes.
under, a lot of our sisters Like there's a lot. This for some reason there's like shame in that not being able to fast because you're on your period, and I think that's like so insane. like
Very silly.
like it is like it is the body that we're given by Allah. Like, don't be silly. Like it is very.
I think it's part of the.
Yeah, that is silly.
Yeah,
That
go on.
is silly.
It's just like patriarchal stuff is pre-Islam. Yeah, no.
That's right.
I think it's a lot of that. Like that is one of the things that I really want to like also change in a lot of discourse, like a lot of like online Muslim discourse and whatnot. It's just like that kind of like just like un-Islamic behavior, which is there due to patriarchy and all that shit, and where Islam
It
is
it's a lot of
used
just-
as an
it's
excuse
very
to
old
enforce it.
traditional stuff and thinking that just makes people. I mean, the entire. Because the one thing that I have noticed that there's this like some men in Islam will have this preconceived notion that when you're on your period it's considered najis, which is
Right.
just completely false because that is never that's never even mentioned in the Quran itself.
Mhm.
It's only mentioned in that you should that when you are on your period, for instance, that you shouldn't fast because you're already dealing with shit. Like
Yeah.
you shouldn't be doing something else. Like you are dealing with
Yeah.
stuff. You shouldn't be you shouldn't be putting more on yourself. It's supposed to be to help you and to make it easier for you. It's not about being unclean or whatever. Whatever
Yes.
whatever those other people say. Like it's very silly way of looking at things, and it comes all from just the patriarchy
The
and how
determination.
and how a lot of that influenced Islam. Like there's a lot of people that will take like certain passages and just put their own spin on it, and that's been going on for centuries.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. You can see that with, you can see that historically, like in so many different. I mean, if you look at jurisprudence and the resulting sometimes radical differences in society and social organization between like the Umayyad Caliphate in Cordoba versus some of the decisions that resulted from jurisprudence during the Abbasids, like I think there's a lot of like it reminds me of what Ray said about the Majid, where he wouldn't let in people with diapers. A lot of that is somebody has just decided and they've put their spin on something. They've put their spin, I think.
It really is. Yeah.
Yeah.
It really is. Someone just decided.
It's kind of contrived, right? And it's kind of contrived from things outside scriptural authority, or it's very, very contrived interpretations, at least.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oftentimes it is, yeah.
Like just based off of like patriarchal or like Western influence, which often is like it means it's these outside influences which are anti-women or anti like queer or all that kind of stuff. Like how, for example, the only anti-queer rule in in like I think Palestine is like a remnant of the British era.
Here's something I want to ask you two about, because Shaman, this is something thou said,
Mhm.
and we didn't really get to talk about it, and it's something I've been hoping to bring up is talking about the Hajj, right? And that we're talking about thinking about not wanting to support the Saudi government, I think that we're saying, and trying to think about what alternatives might be, what like alternative destinations I think you were saying, or what you could do instead. I think do you want to elaborate on that?
I don't remember the stuff about alternative things. I'm not sure if there is an alternative to Hajj.
Well,
but maybe I did mention it.
Scripturally,
I don't remember.
I didn't think there is, but I remember you saying something about having very conflicted feelings about doing it.
Yeah. I was very specifically. I'm very. What do you say? Sorry.
I'd say it's valid to have conflicting feelings about it.
Yeah, like because
Because of the government.
I
Absolutely.
don't want to support the Saudi government and the House of Saud in any way, because I believe like their interpretation of Islam is very toxic. It's very like anti-Islamic. Like they're trying to like this Wahhabism or whatever. Like it's corrupting like the message of Islam. It's just like very messed up like in every way, and just what they've done to our siblings in Yemen and so many other places, like collaborating with Israel and all that kind of shit. Like I don't want to spend any money whatsoever on supporting that. But at the same time, going to Hajj is very important in the life of a Muslim.
Yes.
Like if you're able to, you should go to the Hajj. And like to me, I feel like due to Islam being anti-oppression and anti-bad things, and I consider the Saudi government doing a lot of these bad things, I'm just kind of like, I'm kind of just like, I feel like it would be wrong for me to go on Hajj as well.
Right.
Like that's how I feel
Do you
about
have
it.
any? Do you have any thoughts, Mo? It's if you
I don't know
don't,
about
that's
it being
fine.
I don't know about it being. I think that there's an argument to say to, detach Hajj itself from the Saudi government, even if you are financially supporting it, because in the end, we still live in capitalism, and we're financially supporting a lot of things that we might not agree with. And Hajj would just be one. For a lot in Islam, it is just one thing that we do have to do. It's just a must for us. That eventually in our lives we want to do, and something that everyone aspires to do. And I don't know, like I don't think that it's also very fair to kind of put it on the people.
That is another thing I was thinking about. It's like, because like
it's not like we can boycott Saudi.
Yeah, no. I mean, it is sort of like that. Like, to me, it is sort of like a desire for that, but at the same time,
Finances free. Yeah.
Yeah, I do think, like, for me, it is a desire for that, because it is a lot of money you spend if you go on a Hajj. But depending on where you're going from, etc. But in general, like, it is quite a bit, and also
yeah,
like
exactly. Right? I agree.
And but at the same time, like as you mentioned, like there's a lot of bad things happening in the world. Like I'm, living in the West. Like if I earn any income, then that goes to a lot of awful things. Like just living here, I am contributing. Like I'm a passive contributor to a lot of the awful things happening around the world. And there's a lot of countries I want to visit, which also have not so great governments, to say the least.
Yes.
And like I don't intend to like boycott the US the same way. And the US is like the the number one exporter of terrorism worldwide. So it's just like I'm also like comparing it.
That's a good point.
I'm comparing it to that as well, in that like I feel this, but that like I feel this about the Hajj, but why would I then be okay with going to these other places? And to me, like then my counter argument is just real quickly. To me, the counter argument to myself as well is that because Hajj is such an important event for Muslims, like it is a religious thing. It is a very religious thing to do. To me, it is also like it is my religious duty. Like I feel it's wrong to like do this religious duty when to me it counteracts directly like my other beliefs, like the other Muslim beliefs I have about saying against oppression and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess you have to like sometimes you have to sort of decide what battles you're going to fight as well, right? Like
Sure.
I guess in the society we live in, like there's aspects of things that we can't necessarily always, like that we can't always boycott everything that we would like to. Sometimes there's some situations people are in might be impractical to, and so like I guess there's choices you've got to make. But I think that I don't think it's really my place to really say much here, but I do appreciate you sharing that with me, because that was something we didn't really get to talk about too much, and I was um, very curious to hear you talk about that. So thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome. I like what
Yeah,
Ray is.
I agree with what Ray is saying. God knows your intentions.
Ray, yeah, you're not giving the money to support them. You're going because you can afford to, and want to look in Jana. Yeah.
To me, the thing is, like, in my mind, like the logic in my mind is that, like, yes, these are the things that we believe in stuff, but I also feel like, because I know of like a lot of the evil caused by the government, and just like how, like, pretty, like, everything about it is just anti-Islamic in like everything they do. And so I feel like, in a way, that me knowing this, in a way, it's just kind of like, it does not make sense that this would wipe my slate clean and make my afterlife better. Cause, like, it's just difficult for me to understand that, when, in my opinion, I would still be going money. Like, I'll be ending up supporting this government. And again, like, to me, it feels different from like other types of boycotts and whatnot, because it's very specifically like this thing, like it's a very specifically an Islamic thing, and it's because of my Islamic
Yes.
belief that I feel like it's wrong. But at the same time, it also feels like my duty.
Fair. I mean, I got nothing to add. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. But
Yeah. What do you guys think about do you have any I know, Shemin, you have particular I don't know how much we should dive into this, because we've got probably like another 10 minutes.
We can start the discussion, and hopefully we'll meet again
Yeah.
sometime. So
So being no, yeah, I was just gonna say, we could probably talk about it for a long time. But do you have any like your experiences as being leftists, as being Muslim leftists? I know you have particular. We talked quite a bit about this with Lesbian Hot Sauce Shaman.
Mhm.
You you talked quite extensively about Islam and capitalism, and the I guess the the dialectic there, right? Like the contradiction of contradictions of Islam and capitalism that we discussed quite a bit. Do you want to share a bit about that?
Yeah, so one of the main things about Islam is, like, for example, it's this thing of there's a lot of things there, but one of the things is like this thing about you have to be an honest merchant, and to me, like, everything about capitalism just kind of works towards the opposite of that. Like, you have to be honest and like good. You have to be like, being a good merchant is like if I recall correctly, like a part of Islam where, like, you're supposed to offer fair prices. Like, you're not just supposed to price hike and all that type of stuff. Like, a lot of these things, which are very pretty much inherent to capitalism. Like, you're supposed, like, you should be behaved in such a way that regulations shouldn't even be needed, right? Like, of course, we shouldn't rely on that in real life, but this is the way you should behave, like, as a merchant, for example. And another thing is the thing about I think usury, I think it's called, where, like,
Usury, yeah.
like,
yeah,
you're not supposed
I
to.
think about this a lot.
Yeah, you're not supposed to, like, earn money from, like, interest and whatnot. And to me, like, it's kind of like capitalism. The thing of owning capital and earning money from just owning a piece of paper or whatever.
Yes.
That is the same to me. Like, that is the exact same as just like lending your money out and earning interest on that. Like, to me, it's not like separating it, like saying, oh, it's different. To me, does not make sense whatsoever. Like, logically, like, and functionally, it is the same. You're just earning money from having money. You're just like like, it's fun in a video game. In real life, it's devastating. You are destroying lives. You're leeching off of others. In a world where, in an Islamic world where, like, you shouldn't where if you can't like take care of yourself, you will be taken care of because that's the right thing in Islam. Like it's just, to me, like Islam is inherently anti-capitalist.
Well, I agree. It is.
Ray, I just want to quickly point out something Ray said in the chat,
Hmm?
and I guess this comes into
Wait, what?
the overarching topic of experiences with Islam as
Oh.
leftists, right? Ray said, "I've been quite literally chased out of a leftist Twitch chat for being Muslim. I have the recording of the VOD. Streamer told me go enjoy being submissive to us." Wow, imagine saying that to
What?
like. There's so many like. Let me finish reading this first, and then being left and practicing Muslim is difficult because most leftists are atheists and see believing in God or religion is backwards and incompatible with progression. That shocks me because like
That's insane.
that's kind of shocking to see just for multiple reasons, right? Imagine saying that to a woman at all.
Yeah.
Take Islam out of the equation for a second. Just imagine saying that to a woman at all, right? Like that's like
That is
I don't know,
absolutely
like
It's a very white thing to say, in my opinion. Like
Yeah.
it's a very
real. Yeah.
seeing people as like something, it's the way that they look at like Iran right now. Even some, when some people go like, oh yeah, but the Ayatollah was bad, so we have to fight him, and then they don't care about all the bombings that happen.
It's like some
It's
Sam
very
Harris
cynical.
kind of. It's like some Sam Harris kind of bullshit to say, right? Like just straight up kind of like. As a Muslim, it feels haram to be in spaces where people refer to God. Like the thing is that you can be an atheist. Being an atheist doesn't mean being an asshole, right? Like I'm an atheist.
Yeah.
I'm an atheist, but like, to me, like it just means that I don't believe, and that's really what it means to me. Like, but I don't have a problem with other people believing, and
Yeah.
diversity of belief. We all have our different viewpoints, and we bring different things to the table. And I think Muslims, like especially in leftist conversations, have a lot to offer, right? Like, especially if just for the point we were talking about, like interest and usury. I think a lot of leftists do not think about the economic side enough, and quite often I see people like I won't get too much into it, but people sort of hand wave stuff that's basic economic things, and like the amount of leftists I see kind of saying, oh well, yeah, we're still gonna have a market economy, and they're not, like, there are things that everybody can bring to the table that I think diversity of belief is good. It's just what we want is not being coercive, right? Like that's to me what it's a big part of. We don't want to be, as leftists, I mean, like coercion and like, but like that's just bigoted stuff, Ray. Like,
that is just
a lot of racism in leftist space. Absolutely, yeah. Like just being, and I think a lot of people won't accept that. Like, like I remember seeing, I've said enough.
I was gonna say that.
What do y'all think about that?
No, like exactly. Like being an atheist is not being anti-theist, and a lot of atheists are, instead of like, they go beyond being an atheist to be anti-theists, and this is like I mean that shit, like that is a very high level. It's just like being racist and just like a dipshit. I'm very sorry you had to go through that, Ree. And I really want to know who it was. You don't need to write it in the chat, but I'm very curious about who that streamer was. Like that is insanely awful. And it's just like it's a lot of, like, it's very funny when a lot of like people, like liberals, I think most liberals do this. Some leftists might as well. I'm sure, especially like baby leftists and shit like that. When they ascribe like shit the West has like forced upon Muslim countries, like Muslim peoples, like rules that they've imposed upon us. Like when Muslims follow that because of Western influence, like a lot of anti-gay laws and whatnot, and be like, oh look, Islam is backwards because of this and this. Like, you don't know shit about Islam. You don't know what Islam is. You don't know anything about it. Islam can be very varied. Parts of it can be very shitty, much like every other place.
Only at the most conservative, the most conservative people of America, and then saying, "Oh yeah, this is," like you look at MAGA and you say, "Oh yeah, all Americans are MAGA, and that's it. And there's no one,
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah,
It's so
exactly.
simple.
Yeah. Bury their heads in the fucking sand and generalize like, um, yeah.
Generalize an entire people
You know what?
over
As
like
well,
a few
Ree,
of them. It's
Ree
so
says
wild.
they were talking about women's right. Like that's crazy. Like imagine being somebody that claims to be a feminist and then saying that to women, like saying that to women, right? Oh, go enjoy being submissive. Imagine claiming to be a feminist and then saying that to women. Like that's bizarre to me. That's so bizarre. Like
Yeah,
that's
women's
not.
rights only when it's about taking a hijab off, and never when it's allowing them to wear one.
Yeah,
Yes,
like
the
I'm all
French
for
method.
women's liberation. My idea of women's liberation is telling women what clothes they can put on their fucking bodies. Like, so
It's
stupid,
so silly.
Dude,
crazy to me. We're gonna regulate people's bodies, and that and we'll call it liberation.
it's so funny because
Um,
the French, like
yeah,
especially, are so bad with this because they. It is very ironic. Like they have this
They
thing of
are.
like, oh, we're liberating Muslim women, when in reality, it's just like so they can be more just disgusting about women because they just want to undress women. Like it's just that. Like it's either
I
the
think Hofi.
sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, you go.
No, I mean I mind if someone is specifically
Yeah,
anti-theist. Like if they are atheist, like that's whatever. So that is different. But if you're anti-theist, then you are like in my like if you're just flat out anti-theist, I think it's insane
I
unless you
think
know everything about every religion, which I don't think you do.
I think it depends. I think it depends on what what like I think an anti-theist can be. It depends on what we mean, right? Because like if it's like some kind of like French politician just kind of like just you're just trying to ban religion and stuff like, but I think like
But isn't that
I
just
think that there can be anti-theists who sort of they're just the kind of people that they don't want like they don't want to be proselytized to, you know. And I think I think there can be people that might be anti-theist in terms of like public policy or or socially, like they don't want to be proselytized to. I could see how that could be a thing, but if somebody's, it depends like what's their goal. What's the goal really?
no okay.
Like that's the way I think about it. And if your goal is to just like is to just tell people like, well, I am fucking deciding what you can believe. That's then to me that's like fuck off.
Like
I don't
to
see how
me,
that's
when I say
compatible with
anti-theism, I'm
leftist politics
specifically
anyway.
sorry, when I'm referring to anti-theism, I'm specifically talking about like imposing, like not like imposing being anti-religion or like
Yeah, where you're deciding for
yeah,
other people,
like
right?
otherwise
Crazy.
you're just an atheist. Like sure, like religious people can also be against proselytizing as well, right?
Yeah.
Like
Absolutely. Muslims typically are, right?
yeah, like we
Yeah, Muslims are.
our way of proselytizing
I've
is
never
just being
once.
good vibes. Like literally, like a major part of Islam is being like you're always like if you are not allowed around Muslims, you're an ambassador of Islam, and so you're supposed to like always behave in a way that's respectful to local customs as much as possible. You know,
Yeah.
within Islamic
That's true.
jurisprudence, and you're just supposed to
Yeah.
be good vibes. Like that is our recruitment method. Is good vibes.
It is good vibes
It,
though. It is good vibes though.
it
Yo, like
works.
it's one of the reasons why like it's one of the reasons why why Islam is one of the religions where I will when I'm traveling I will frequently try to visit places of worship because like you can go and learn and talk to people and learn about what they do and what's going on in their community and stuff and they're chill and I've never one single time being in like a masjid or a mosque or anything, or just you know, being in a place where Muslims gather, had somebody be like try to make me convert or proselytize to me. Whereas like in like 3 different countries that I've lived, I've had multiple kinds of Christians knock on my motherfucking door and try to convert me. I can't. I've been in like I can think of like 5 different countries where I've had random ass Christians on the street tell me that I have to convert or I'm going to fucking hell.
Dude,
Like
that is
ain't never had a Muslim do any of that stuff to me in my whole life, and I've been
Yes,
like interacting with them, like so like yeah, like
I've only noticed it
anti-proselytizing is
in one place where Muslims actually do it, and that's in those UK Muslim videos of those guys on the streets. I think that's the only place where I've ever noticed
It might be
where
his.
they're just in the
Oh
streets
yeah.
trying to talk to their
It could be
friendships.
Hizbul Tahrir, maybe, because I know that they are
I'm not sure who it is, but they make
odd.
the wildest videos
I know.
sometimes.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They're the only ones where they actually do it, and I've never seen it anywhere else. I know.
Yeah. When you're
Yeah,
supposed to just sit around
exactly.
and record. Yeah.
You're supposed to enjoy the world, like not just sit down and
Yeah.
only just be like ultra Muslim max. You can
Yeah. I mean,
you can
most
enjoy the
people.
world.
Mo-
You should.
yeah. I mean, most people that are like, y'all are people like everybody else, right? You know.
One of the
That's it.
things, actually, that's quite funny.
It's not like your average Muslim is not somebody that's like a that's like Judge Dredd with this encyclopedic
Yeah.
knowledge of this, you know.
Your video ended, by the way. Oh, and speaking of like things which are like
yeah.
Muslims, like what, like one of our missions, like main things, so we're supposed to be good vibes. Literally, like
Yeah.
a thing that's often said is like a saying is smile. It's sunnah. Sunnah again referring to like it's something the Prophet did, and so it's like the Prophet did sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and so therefore it's it's good if you do it. And smiling is one of those things. Like smiling is a good thing. Being a smiling person, like again, just giving out good vibes is great. If you can, give out good vibes. Like,
Good
and
vibe.
I joke.
That's all.
Sorry.
No, go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say that
Go on.
there's something about like with Zara Mamdani, to me, like he is sunnah maxing. Like he is smiling all the time. Bro is
Absolutely.
constantly
Yeah,
smiling.
that's true.
Like bro is
It's true.
like it's just emanating good vibes everywhere. Like he is getting so many like good Muslim points just for being like the way he is, for smiling so much. Like it's something I find like amusing to think about.
I think there's still so much that I would love to talk about. Actually, I didn't even get to bring up like the stuff about rappers that I was going to talk about, and how Islam has been in some places has been like a great haven for discriminated against people. I didn't even get to bring that up. It's something I wanted to. We can do more, but I just want to point out that we are coming up on the 3rd hour now, right? So, and I think you got your iftar coming up, Shemin, right?
Yes.
And I think you've got to head out pretty soon, right, Mo?
I do too. I do, yeah, pretty soon.
Okay.
So it's been a good combo.
What I'm thinking is we can raid Shemin. Shemin, would you like us to raid you?
Yeah, sure. I'd love that.
So you can, and so Shemin is gonna do iftar live on stream.
Well,
right. So
well, I'm not showing me eating, but I am gonna be
not on camera. But Shemin is gonna iftar, so we can go over there and and continue chatting and talking about food.
Yeah.
Mo, please come back for the next one. Please come back.
I think it would also be cool if you
Iraqi
invited
Mo.
more people, because I know there's some other like leftist Muslims as well on the platform.
There's a couple other. There's one or two people that I was thinking of asking. I haven't yet. Nabil is going to be here next time too, and Nabil has a whole other. Nabil has a whole lot. Yeah, she's exactly. Inshallah, Nabil will be here because like he was going today. Poor Nabil has had a pretty rough week. So, if any of y'all know anybody who knows Nabil, if any of y'all see Nabil, wish him well. Send him some love.
How was your hand, by the way?
Oh yeah.
My hand, I burnt. Oh yeah. So this didn't happen last week because I burnt my hand and it was pretty nasty. Like every finger on my hand was burnt, and like a big, like pretty much like where my thumb, like the base of your thumb on the palm, like that was pretty much all burnt. And I was like, I DM'd you all. It's crazy because the first thing I was like, damn, I have to do the Islam panel, and I was there, like DMing you all while my hand was underwater. That was the first thing I did. Like, I was like running to the sink,
Wow.
texting on my phone, like I hope they're gonna be okay with this, like, and then. Is that real? I am the only IRL streamer from Saudi Arabia, and I would like to collab with you to talk about Islam and the strict rules of Saudi. Is this, if you are serious, then DM me.
Dude, that sounds awesome. Yeah, if that
Yeah.
big if true moment, that sounds awesome.
Join my Discord, send me a DM or DM me on Twitch in here, and we can chat.
Oh,
That'd be
oops.
cool. Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent.
You can join for one of the panels or something maybe. That'd be cool. Yeah. Yeah. Please send me a DM. Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd love to. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Send me a DM. Get into my DMs and we'll chat. That'd be cool. We can bring in Mo and Nabil and yeah, we can have a big conversation because we've got at least one more of these. This has been good though, so I can foresee doing even more than that after Eid. So, every once in a while, I think we've got a good group here, and I think we are completely welcoming more people to come and chat with us. So,
I'm down for that.
What I'll do is we're in a break. This will be the final break. We will raid you, Shemin, but just after the break, okay? So we can, if we chill for a minute, then we'll do the outro and I'll raid you.
Yeah, sure. Maybe we
It's
can.
been fantastic though.
Did Irakimon ever introduce himself to the raiders? I just realized.
I think we got sidetracked talking about.
An Iraqi that's living in the Netherlands. There's not really much more to add,
Juan Lebedev. Hey, Juan, great to see you. Mori, thank you for joining us. We've got 30 seconds. Yeah, it's been good. I really enjoy. I can't wait to do the next one with Nabil. I cannot wait to do the next one with Nabil. It's gonna be good. Nabil was actually one of the first. He's got the founder badge on this channel. He was one of the first people to follow.
Hell yeah.
Juan Lebedev, not related to Islam, but Juan Lebedev here is actually a very cool retro streamer. He's a very cool retro streamer who I have enjoyed hanging out with. Just want to give the shout outs when I can. All right, no problem, Juan. We're about to raid out actually. But so everybody, we have with us Iraqi Moro and Shemin 1. We're gonna raid into Shemin 1. Shemin's doing his iftar, which means he's breaking his fast for Ramadan.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go over there and talk to Shemin about food and iftar, and whatever we want really. Moro, Iraqi Moro, I am very glad that we met, and I'm glad that thou joined for this there's it's been a very good conversation, and having that there's so much more that we can talk about. So I know we're talking about getting us all back for the next one, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm down to join.
Thank you for joining. I'm gonna raid everybody. We're gonna raid into Shemin.
Hello.
So don't go anywhere. The fun continues, and for everybody who has joined in chat, whether you're Muslim or not Muslim, I hope you all enjoyed it. I hope you all found it supportive, or educational, or both even. Thank you all for coming, and there will be another one. We're definitely gonna do one around Eid. We've been talking about. There will be another one that we will announce in the future. Yeah, and I will be back next Wednesday morning Eastern time. Shemin is on right now, so we're gonna raid. Everybody, remember, no matter how bad it gets out there, it can always get better. All it takes sometimes is just reach out and say hello to somebody, just like each and every one of these is come through and said hello to Iraqi Mo and said hello to Shemin, Ray98, Gio Luca, Juan Lebedev, Saddam Sam, and so many other people. USA Hall with the raid, Terraformal with the raid. Everybody's come out big time for the Muslim panel, and I love that. Seeing that support.
Hell
From,
yeah.
from
Thank you so
many
much for
different
putting it
communities.
together.
Oh, I'm glad. Thank thee. We're raiding out now. Thanks, everybody. Hang out for Shemin.
See you guys over here.
And we are still live over at we are live over at Shemin's. I'm gonna end my stream now. I'm raiding you.
Take care, everyone.
Um,
Assalamu alaikum. And I'll see you on the other side.
I am done for now. Shemin, thank you so
ド
much.
ライアーズ
You're
マン
very
ジャスト
welcome.
レーデッドウィズ48フ
And
ューチャー
Rekimura,
シェミニスツ
looking forward to seeing you around as well. Bye bye.
Yeah, same.
Toodle pips. Take care, everyone. I'll leave
Hang
the
on,
Discord.
Reese's.
Alright. Let me just close Discord.
Alright.
See ya, brother. Enjoy your iftar. Alright. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Very nice to see you. Thank you so much, like the Yasman, for the raid. It was a very lovely panel as well. Thank you for the raid and the panel. For those of you who don't know, my name is Shimon. I'm a Muslim. I'm a second generation immigrant in Denmark, meaning I'm born and raised here. My family is from Bangladesh. I am... What else do I say? I'm a leftist. I'm organized, IRL. And I do cool things, I guess. On stream, I stream like every other day on average. You can join my Discord if you want to know. I always do like... I always let people know on the Discord when I'm streaming. What else was I going to say? Is my thing not... Oh, my emote is not showing properly, I think. Or is it? No, it's not. Okay, whatever. What was I going to say? Right. I often do some news and then some gaming. And also often we watch a video while I'm gaming or watch Hassan. Like, it's a mixture of these things. I'm a fair bit ADHD, so, you know, I like to do a few things at once. Yeah. And also, I'm the scourge of the West, a very dangerous person for the Western world because I'm a Muslim. Very important. So, and also, I'm very funny, so even more reason for you to follow. I hope you all stick around, or at least as many of you as possible. Thank you so much again for the raid. We are going to watch, while I set up a few things, while I, you know, get my food ready and whatnot, I'll start the video, because I'm thinking that we want to watch a very cool video called, Why the Crusades Were Worse Than You Thought. Debunking Pax 2's Crusade Ideology. It's a video by Freda, who's like a Norwegian Marxist historian. It's a very, very good video, one of my favorite videos, because it talks a lot about how, basically how awful the Crusades were, and I think he might also get into like how the Crusades sort of like created proto-racism, right? It's a very interesting topic, IMO. Let me just actually open this. Okay. Is it not? Oh, oops. There we go. It was over there. It was hidden. Alright, excellent. I'm gonna start this video, and I'm gonna go pray real quick, and also get my food. You guys better be here when I'm back, so like, give me like a couple minutes. W. Salahuddin, indeed, W. Salahuddin. Fred, my goat, the only left-wing historian YouTuber, and one of the best. I don't know if he's the only one, but he is one of the best. He's amazing. I definitely agree with you on that. Okay, so I'll start this video. Oh, right, I also need to, real quick, watch his video on the side to support Freda, who again is a very, very cool guy. 30 minutes, there we go. Alright,
The subject of this video is a YouTuber
I'm
called
gonna pray.
pt2, whose video repertoire includes analysis of how deep the Giga Chad meme is, trying to convince people Attack on Titan is about Marxism, and how apparently the Crusades were pretty cool, according to him. On March 24th, pt2 decided to join the proud tradition of creators who have discovered that you've all been lied to. Every historian was wrong. They found the truth, and they're going to show you how, all in a 15-minute YouTube video.
In this video, you'll be finding out why the Crusades were not only morally justified, but were actually a historic achievement. Buckle up, because there's a lot to cover.
This video is not just about PaxTube. My intent here is to use the misconceptions and outright lies fronted by PaxTube as a jumping off point to teach you some interesting aspects of the Crusades that you may not have heard of, and point you in the direction of literature that might be conducive to further learning. I first heard of PaxTube when I saw my friends making fun of him on Twitter because he was freaking out over allegations that his favorite underage presenting VTuber may have had sex before, and that even more shocking to him, she may have dated a black man. This is a deeply unserious individual. PaxTube is a special kind of online LARPer called a tradcath, or a traditional Catholic. They're not actually traditional Catholics by any meaning of the word, instead adopting some weird reimagined return LARP aesthetic based on cherry-picked aspects of Catholicism that they think are neat. Because these tradcaths are usually terminally online young men who, unlike many of their great heroes, did not choose their celibacy, they tend to gravitate towards power fantasies emerging from distorted and often completely incorrect conceptions of history. Commonly, in fact, these historical power fantasies run counter to pretty much every aspect of traditional Christian virtue. This is especially evident in the fetishization of the Spanish Empire and its conquistadors, who were strongly condemned by the Catholic clergy at the time for their transgressions, which included the kidnapping of native women and forcing them into sexual slavery. This is a fantasy that might be appealing to incels who have never felt the touch of a woman and, probably related to the former, never treated a woman like a human being and an equal. They also fetishize another part of history, one that's very misunderstood in popular conceptions and one that is especially misunderstood by so-called traditional Catholics, who really have no idea the lengths the Catholic clergy had to go to in order for the whole event to not be viewed as a direct affront to God, namely the Crusades. I've criticized other history or history-adjacent creators in the past, but PaxTube's treatment of the Crusades really is something special. Unlike someone like WhatAfaultHist, whose wild ramblings touch on topics completely unrelated to the subject of the video, with leaps of logic that are hard to follow, PaxTube's logic is clear, concise, and therefore so transparently stupid. My approach will be source-based, and you will see citations on screen down to the page number whenever I make any claim that isn't obvious, like, for example, the Crusades happened. There will be a bibliography in the description so that you can find and verify any of the evidence that I'm presenting. Whenever I show a clip from PaxTube or reference an argument he makes, there will be a timestamp on screen for when you can find the clip in this video. The very first thing you should consider when consuming any sort of history content on YouTube, in book form or elsewhere, is the author's sources. What sort of evidence are they citing for their claims? An author's chosen sources will tell you a lot about their aptitude for history and their tendencies. It'll also tell you whether or not their evidence relates to their claims, and whether or not their evidence still holds true. The principal source cited by PaxTube is John J. O'Neill's Holy Warriors, Islam and the Demise of Classical Civilization from 2009, as well as an essay by the same author on a dubious blog
I'm
and
back.
a YouTube lecture from the Center for
The music sounds like Disco Leisure music. Yes, he often uses that. Usually it's displays at the bottom when he does, or maybe he did that. He's not doing that recently. But yeah.
An essay by the same author on a dubious blog and a YouTube lecture from the Center for Study of Political Islam from 2012. Finally, there is a primary source actually, Pope Urban II's speech which launched the First Crusade. Let's go over them one by one. The primary source is fine if it's used as such, meaning that it's analyzed and treated not as someone relaying an unbiased, factual, and fully informed account of what was going on in the year 1095, but instead a source of what that person believed, how they interpreted the world, and so on. We'll talk more about Pope Urban II's speech when it comes up in the video. Let's talk about the 44-minute YouTube video he cites. Center for Study of Political Islam was founded by Bill Warner, a physics
Steinbeck, that's it. I really like Fredo, especially because of the way he does like citations as well throughout the video and everything. Like it's really well set up, and his scripts are really, really good.
Professor who the Southern
He also streams, by the way, so let me just like
Law Center in
find him.
2011 described as
Shout
one
him
of a core group of 10 anti-Islam hardliners in the United States. Terrorism expert Jeffrey Bale describes them as an example of writers who equate the religion of Islam with Islamism, that is to say, fundamentalist extremists, the likes of ISIS. The Council of American Islamic Relations has described the organization
You're welcome,
as
Ducky, yes.
Islamophobic.
So
This hardly seems like the sort of source that would treat
It's probably not super helpful since you literally just rated me and or everyone in here just came for your stream, but you know, I figured, you know, it's neat to do.
history with the somber honesty it deserves.
The film takes place during the major historical conflict between the Christian world and the Islamic world that we today call the Crusades.
This might seem like a nitpick, but this is going to become very important later on.
Also, there you go. I'm shouting out Freda. If you guys aren't following him, you should. You should. He's very fun. He streams now and then, in between his videos.
So I have to address this.
He just streams now and then.
First of all, treating all 9 crusades over the span of 170
That's being a good historian. I don't think he considers himself one, but
later on.
They call the Crusades.
This might seem like a nitpick, but this is going to become very
yeah,
important
no,
later.
Fred, I would say is a good historian. Even he's very humble. I really like. He's such a humble dude. He's great. I wrote an unconscious lurk here somehow. Maybe Voodoo Riazman here. Welcome. We're learning about the Crusades. Very fun stuff.
On in the video, so I have to address it. First of all, treating all 9 crusades over the span of 177 years as a singular conflict is somewhat interesting. This is what historians call constructing a narrative. Essentially what he's doing is he's taking very clearly disparate events and conflicts separated by differences in space, time, and
Do you guys want the one with or without captions?
their characteristics and folding them into one
Just
grand
like the
narrative. There is
unconscious
perhaps a unified narrative to be created about the Crusades, but such a narrative can't be created to any satisfactory degree in a 15-minute YouTube video based on a single book by an author clinging to some outdated notions of history. There's nothing inherently wrong with constructing a narrative, but there is something wrong, or at the very least misleading, with this specific narrative. Before the First Crusade, there was never any such thing as a shared Christian European identity, and the many diverse peoples of Europe never considered Muslims as one people, belonging to one singular world. It is true that this conception began to take shape over the course of the Crusades, and that the Crusades is where the idea of a common Christian European identity was born, bathed in the blood of thousands of soldiers, but also thousands more innocents. A key eyewitness chronicler, Faucher of Chartres, and chaplain to the first crowned king of Crusader Jerusalem, tells us that as the First Crusade unfolded, some Christians, like Faucher himself, had begun to view a multiplicity of peoples who were Muslim purely as Muslim or Saracen, as they refer to them. However, Christians were not viewed in the same manner, being viewed instead as Syrians, Armenians, Franks, Greeks, and so on. This is not something as simple as a foreigner lumping them all together out of ignorance, because we can see the reverse did not happen from the perspective of Islamic sources in Arabic and other languages. They refer to what we now often call Europeans as Romans, Greeks, Franks, Slavs, and so on, depending on where they were from. We're going to come back to this later on, but know that from the get-go, this video has already started spinning a narrative that runs counter to the sources. He keeps referencing the Christian world, as if such a thing existed all the way back to prior to the emergence of Islam. Back then, they were not Europeans, they were not Christians, they were Romans, Greeks, and so on. We can use the word Europe to refer to the geographic region, but a European identity or a Christian identity, and these things being somewhat synonymous, did not exist, at least not yet.
And most of the barbarians also converted. So if that happened in Europe, what happened in the Middle East and North Africa? In the mid-600s, Arab warlords sprang out of the Arabian Peninsula and began conquering everything in their path. They brought with them their own religion, Islam, and unlike European barbarians, they did not convert to Christianity.
Paxib is using the word barbarians, a term used to refer to quote-unquote foreigners possessing a less advanced culture, to create the notion that the barbarians that presided over the decline of the Roman Empire adopted a quote-unquote civilized culture through Christianity, while in contrast, according to him, the Muslims did not, and so logically, in this conception that he outlines, remained as barbarians. I don't think I have to spell out the biases here, we know what's going on. I'll mostly focus on showing you where he's lying and teaching you some interesting facts about the Crusades instead.
Now, I'm not going to moralize about this. Conquest and wars of expansion have been common all through history, and Islam...
It's so funny he's using clips as well from Kingdom of Heaven, which I would say is one of the most like Muslim-friendly or pro-Muslim or whatever, like movies, like Christian movies about the Crusades ever.
Followed in
Because of the display of Saladin, it's just
same mold.
aura.
However, Islam did take things a step further with its concept of jihad, or holy war. Muhammad was a conqueror who took slaves, and Islam has sought to emulate his example ever since. As a side note, this is also why slavery has always been...
Yeah, bro, that's
common in
true.
the
Islam is
world,
my cousin, by the way.
and continues
Islam
to be
did
practiced there
do
to
that.
this
I
very
tell him
day.
off all the time, but he can't stop himself. It's messed up.
In the Islamic world, and continues to be practiced there to this very day.
Islam was not unique in this regard.
It is so funny that he brings up Libyan slave trade, and actually Freda will probably talk about this, but like, how did the... What? How come there's a Libyan slave trade? I wonder if Western countries did something in Libya before this.
And continues to be practiced there to this very day.
Islam was not unique in this regard. Judaism also possessed a religiously ordained military policy expressed in Deuteronomy and Kings, and Christianity began to form its own theories of just and holy warfare as early as the year 325, with St. Augustine. According to Brian Catlaws, a professor of religious studies at the University of Colorado Boulder, jihad among the early caliphs was more
Yeah, I
akin
wonder
to
what the
how
UK fans were up
West
to.
today views it as a moral imperative to dominate other societies in order to bring liberal democracy and integrate the countries into the world market. We justify this in that they may over time choose to become what the West considers a just and fair society. This is how the conquest and domination of other
Like, literally, Not even what the UK and France were up to 15 years ago. Literally what all the Western countries are doing right now with Iran.
Was viewed by these early caliphs, according to the professor at least. On the notion of slavery, the slave market in Libya, which pt2 alludes to as being representative of the state in the Islamic world, of course giving zero citation for that claim, is an interesting one as well. That very slave market emerged specifically as a result of this exact Western pursuit of spreading democracy through the use of force. Human Rights Watch documented isolated incidents of slavery in Libya prior to the campaign against Muammar Gaddafi in 2011. After the collapse of the country's government and its descent into civil war, hundreds of refugees and migrants are sold as slaves across the country every week, according to Al Jazeera. There are very concrete and identifiable causes for this. This is a case of desperation among people fleeing exploitation and a
Another thing, for bringing this up, not only that, but the West, as someone with a Swedish family, I'm required to say danska jävla, damn Swedes, SMH. Frontex. You guys know about ICE. ICE is a horrible institution in America who kills a lot of people. ICE is, as far as I know, not the only Western thing that is like infamously bad about that kind of shit. Europeans will point at ICE and say, whoa, that's horrible. We have our own ICE. It's called Frontex. Exactly. Frontex kills so many people. Like, hundreds of people have been drowned in the Mediterranean for the shit Frontex has done. Frontex runs border control operations throughout the Mediterranean Sea and Balkan countries. Border guards and assets deployed by Frontex have repeatedly been directly and indirectly involved in legal pushback and complicit in violence against migrants. Like, along with the... Oh, look at this. The military's policies of Fortress Europe have killed over 60,000 people since 1993, drowned in the Mediterranean, shot at borders, died by suicide at detention centers, tortured and killed after being deported. The EU has blood in its hands. There's some very specific numbers you can find on this, but like for an example is like the Greek Coast Guard, as far as I know, has literally bound people and throw them back into the ocean. Like refugees. Like genuinely insane. Being like, oh, this is terrible, Muslims are doing this. When, like, you know, your beautiful, nice Christian Europe is literally just taking refugees and murdering them, torturing them, doing all this awful shit. Like, it's only a couple of years ago when a truck of dead refugees, like 50 or so dead refugees, was found, like, left somewhere in Austria or Germany. I don't remember where it was, one of the two countries. Europeans are not in a place to talk about, to claim others are barbaric. They're not in a position to call other countries, like, governments, regimes. At all. And this is not counting all the foreign intervention, by the way. This is before we even begin talking about that, which causes this sheer amount of refugees to, you know, appear, to, like, be created.
Fleeing exploitation and a deteriorating ecological situation, reaching the periphery of the liberal core, where people eager to exploit this suffering in the pursuit of profit lie in wait. Circling back to jihad, there was an additional component to this phenomenon that even more so did not emphasize the domination of the other, and that was the moral struggle component of jihad. Jihad was invoked in contests over the establishment of what they saw as legitimate and righteous Islamic political authority, and as such they viewed rival Islamic regimes as much greater threats than rival Christian ones. Muslim rulers, like the Christian ones on the Islamic periphery, were pragmatic. Quote, compromise and negotiation were preferred over extremism and extermination, and princes and kings pursued...
Honestly, Europeans like me more than Americans when they do that. I don't know why. Hey, that makes sense to me. Like it's the same. Like at least with Americans, it's a lot more honest. Like their cruelty. Europeans have this air of this air of arrogance about them. Like this really, like Europeans have really, especially German, like Germanish people, have just like really crystallized this level of arrogance and knowing better than thou. It is incredibly obnoxious. Also, another thing about jihad is like there's big jihad and small jihad. Small jihad is like the war thing. Big jihad is inner reflection.
Their political goals with relative little concern as to
also,
the religious identity of their allies and enemies. And then came the First Crusade.
Christians in conquered lands were second-class citizens and many were taken as slaves.
This is correct, and in 1086 about 10% of all Christians in England were slaves according to the Domesday Book. This was the reality of the time. Christians did not have a very good time under Islamic rule compared to Christian rule, of course, being that they were second-class citizens. However, it should be noted that these were the Middle Ages, so I'd argue very few people were having a very good time, regardless of where they lived, and that the practice of persecution of Christians and the relations between Christian and Islamic communities in Islamic-held lands varied greatly by geography and time. As a side note, Jews were subject to the same restrictions and taxation as Christians in Islamic lands, but still, a Jew in Baghdad lived safer from persecution than a Jew in Paris.
From bases in North Africa and the Middle East, they turned the Mediterranean into an unsafe hellhole. This crashed the European economy and made Europe a miserable place for commerce for almost 400 years.
He uses a screenshot from Wikipedia, which is just an awful way of doing this. You could instead look at the citation of the article, get the page number, and tell us that. We're also never even given the name of the article it's from. Many wars were fought by Muslim rulers and Byzantine rulers in the period he speaks of, and war made the Mediterranean unsafe, which no doubt collapsed existing connections of commerce. Islamic rulers were not the only ones to launch raids in the Mediterranean here. This was war, and it takes two to tango.
Islam's so-called Golden Age came at Europe and Christianity's expense. This is the true reason that many consider the years 600 AD to 1000 AD a dark age for Europe.
The only reason one would view the Islamic Golden Age as something that occurred at the expense of Europe is that one considers a good or golden age to be one of territorial domination or conquest. Viewing the world in a zero-sum game like this can be outright harmful and very much so tarnishes your understanding of the actual history. The many peoples and polities that made up the so-called Christian and Islamic worlds in this period.
Yeah, we made the Dark Ages. It definitely wasn't the entrenched corrupt institutions within Europe. Definitely not that.
From contact
it was
with one
us.
another at times.
We did
People
it.
don't tend to associate the Islamic Golden Age with large swaths of green on a map drawn on a computer in the 21st century, but with the many cultural and technological innovations that took place in the various caliphates. One doesn't need to engage in piracy or warfare in order to invent algebra, and it can be argued that not only did the Islamic Golden Age not come at the West's expense, but instead innovated on prior innovations that had taken place in regions such as Greece, innovations which then later would be iterated upon by scientists in the West. These are not two worlds in conflict. The Mediterranean was one large world, home to a diversity of cultures and peoples who came into conflict with one another, but also made friends with, loved, worked with, helped and learned from one another. As the Franks began to settle in the Levant following the military successes of the First Crusade, they came to realize how much they shared with the Muslims native to that land. Fulcher of Chartres himself said, quote, "We are all Orientals now. Consider, I pray, and reflect how in our time God has transferred the West into the East. For we who were Occidentals now have been made Orientals. He who was a Roman or a Frank is now Galilean, or an inhabitant of Palestine. One who was a citizen of Reims or of Chartres now has been made a citizen of Tyre or Antioch. We have already forgotten the places of our birth." The Franks came to admire the culture of the East and recognized the noble and chivalric character of the infidel knights they rode against in battle and entertained as guests in their court. Osama ibn Munkid, a poet, diplomat, politician, and mujahid born in the same year as Pope Urban II had given his speech propagandizing for the Crusades, gave us many fun anecdotes through his writings. He speaks of, quoting Catlos, innocently uncultured and orientalized Franks, sympathetic Templars, crude but valiant crusaders. Some gave him shelter and protected him while he prayed, and one who referred to him as his brother even offered to take Osama's son back to Europe with him.
In the late 900s, a Central Asian Muslim group called the Seljuk Turks began migrating into Anatolia. In 1064, they completely conquered Armenia and sacked its capital, Ani. The city never recovered from this brutality and remains a ruin to this very day. Almost all of the Armenian population had to migrate.
Yeah, come on. It's very funny they're doing this like, look, Turkish people, they hate Armenia. Muslims hate Armenians. Turkish people have hated Armenians since forever.
Migrate southeast to Cilicia, creating an entire new kingdom called Cilician Armenia. In other words, Islam had made the Armenian homeland unlivable. The Turks then turned their expansion into the Byzantine Empire. They began invading western Anatolia in droves. The Byzantines tried to launch counterattacks, but were ultimately
I'm almost certain that
defeated
this same guy, Moise Paxsup, is a Rome fan. Saying that Islam made a place unlivable if you're a fan of Rome, who literally burned down, sacked, and destroyed, exterminated Carthage and salted the ground. It's a little bit ironic, wouldn't you say?
Battle of Manzikert.
Little bit.
After this defeat, Turks began mass migrating into Anatolia, completely altering its demographics.
The specific instance of
White
genocidal
replacement!
intent referenced by PAX2 was
White
that of the
replacement,
Seljuk
guys!
Turks' treatment of the
Guys,
Armenians.
white replacement. Do you hear that? White replacement. And let's go.
Migrating into Anatolia, completely
Yeah, the Turks. The Turks had white replacement in like 600 AD or whatever.
altering its demographics.
The specific
so
instance of genocidal intent referenced by PAX2 was that of the Seljuk Turks' treatment of the Armenians in the decades prior to the Crusades, mentioning specifically the sacking of Ani in 1064. This is a complete mischaracterization of what occurred. Arabs had conquered Armenia some 400 years prior. Over the course of those 400 years, the Armenians and Arabs sometimes fought side by side against common enemies like the Khazars. Arabs had migrated to Armenia in this period, and by the 900s, many emirs were settled as somewhat equals to the native Armenian lords. What actually brought an end to the Armenian Golden Age was internal succession disputes and invasion and domination, not by Muslims but by Greek Orthodox Christians of the resurgent Byzantine Empire. The Armenians emigrated from their shattered kingdom into a different part of the Byzantine Empire, not because of Islam, but partly because the Byzantine Empire forced Armenians to resettle there in order to repopulate the area after it had been conquered from Muslims in the mid-900s. The kingdom only became independent when they took advantage of the coming of the Crusades to throw off the yoke of their Byzantine overlords in the 1090s. The Seljuks did sack Ani, and they did so simultaneously as the Byzantines were taking the city of Kars. The Seljuks did defeat the Byzantines at the Battle of Manasgurt, and the Seljuk Empire did conquer a lot of territory, and Seljuk Turks did begin to migrate into the conquered lands. But this demographic shift that PAX2 is talking about took place over the course of centuries, following invasions by Genghis Khan in 1236, and the brutal and destructive invasions of Emir Timur between 1386 and 1403. PAX2 is straight up lying here. He's trying to create a justification for what the Crusades would later go on to do to Arabs, not Seljuk Turks, in a completely different part of the world. All wars alter the demographics of regions, but he's focusing on this not because it altered the demographics, he's focusing on it because of how it altered the demographics. Keep this part about demographics in the back of your head for later.
Emperor Alexius Comnenus made a desperate appeal to the Pope and Western Christendom for aid. The Catholic Pope and the Orthodox Patriarchs did not get along, to put it lightly. But the issue had become that serious that they were now willing to cooperate.
According to Thomas Asbridge in The Crusades, the War for the Holy Land, Pope Urban II had likely been considering a venture akin to the Crusades for some time before the Greek Emperor petitioned him for aid. Asbridge also reasons that the Greek Emperor had likely only expected a token force of Frankish mercenaries to come to his aid, and not a tidal wave of humans which would in later Crusades push the Byzantine Empire to the brink. Pope Urban II had presided over the restoration of much of the fading authority of the papacy, and saw this as an opportunity to
Like
mend
literally
relations
one
with
of the
Greek
Crusades,
Church.
what the Crusaders did, they're like, we're low on money. Oh, we're in the Byzantine Empire. Let us sack it and make a Christian empire. That was the thing. I don't know if source for this, but didn't Russia oppress Armenians as well? I don't know.
Reaffirm and expand Rome.
Yeah, maybe you're thinking of Georgians or something? Because I'm not sure if the Soviet Union or the Russian Empire even went there. Like, got all the way down there.
Rome's authority and also
I think the Armenians were under, like, the Ottomans. Not the Russians.
Pope Urban II had presided over the restoration of much of the fading authority of the papacy, and saw this as an opportunity to mend relations with the Greek Church, reaffirm and expand Rome's authority, and also to harness and redirect some of the warlike energies of contemporary medieval society. A major problem facing the knighthood or the martial class of the various European peoples who adhere to Christianity was the issue that the Church taught that murder and war would lead to damnation of their souls. So, through the creation of holy wars claimed to be the will of God, the martial class of Europe could continue to pursue their secular careers by attaining glory, loot, and land through conquest without worrying about their souls. Pope Urban II, just like emperor, kings, and caliphs, was a political actor with worldly concerns pursuing pragmatic political goals.
What made matters even more urgent was that Turks had begun persecuting Christian pilgrims in the Holy Land. Priests like Peter the Hermit, who would become one of the greatest advocates of the Crusades, witnessed this firsthand.
It's wonderful that it brings up Peter the Hermit. Peter the Hermit did claim to have witnessed horrible things being done towards Christians in the Holy Land. Of course, that's what he claimed. What's interesting though is how pt2 completely glosses over a very important aspect of Peter the Hermit's contribution to the Crusades, which should be mentioned as it paints his allegations of persecution in a somewhat different light. Peter the Hermit led an army of ill-equipped and ill-trained soldiers which came to be known as the People's Crusade into the very first battle of the Crusades. Not in the Holy Land, not near Byzantium, not against Muslims. The very first battle of the Crusades was waged in the streets of Lorraine, Cologne, Worms, Speyer, and Mainz, in what is present-day France and Germany, against unarmed Jewish civilians. Then, in a disorderly manner, they made their way towards Constantinople and then on towards the Holy Land, at which point they encountered the Turks and immediately died. Peter the Hermit was one of very few survivors. The daughter of Emperor Alexios I wrote about her father's reign, and alleges that the emperor, who supposedly was the instigator of the Crusades according to pt2, had said every Crusader army that had set out from Europe had been preceded by a plague of locusts, as if they were a biblical curse vomited forth towards his lands. According to Thomas Asbridge, it is argued by historians that Alexios viewed the advent of the First Crusade itself also with much suspicion and disdain. His daughter
probably
had gone on to
regretted that
describe
shit
the
by a
Crusaders
lot.
as, quote, all the barbarians of the West. Her account was written decades after, in 1148, with much
Sounds about
hindsight
right.
after a
Because
tumultuous
you have to remember
relationship
that
between the somewhat
the same way, like, the same way how a lot of cops become, they have the monopoly on power, and so they do a lot of awful shit, because they know there's not going to be much in terms of consequences for them, or they're going to get away with it in some other way. Which is why, police institutions are shitty, especially because they're there to protect capital. In any case, a lot of knights and whatnot kind of functions in the same way when you think about it. Like, if anything, they probably had more incentive to do good. But, especially the ones whom you send out here, like, oh, no one is gonna see you, and no one's gonna believe your enemy if you do some messed up shit. Like, these are basically American, psychopaths going to the Middle East. Like during the Iraq War and whatnot. I'm not gonna get too specific because Twitch has some really stupid rules about this kind of shit. But basically, what a lot of American soldiers and Western soldiers have done in the Middle East. The worst people came, which makes sense, because who else would go all this way just to kill people? to also clean the slate of their sins.
unsuccessful crusaders and the Byzantine Empire. Of course, she did not know that only half a century later, in 1204, the Fourth Crusade would split into two parts, one traveling to Constantinople in order to sack the city, instead of fighting their so-called enemies, the Muslims.
This is what Catholic Europeans knew about Islam on the eve of the First Crusade. Muslims were enemies of Christ, they waged wars against non-combatants and enslaved women and children, and they had conquered all of Iberia, Anatolia, and threatened France and Italy.
Christians, in fact, knew very little about Islam. The very first translation of the Quran was only made available between 1141 and 43 when Peter the Venerable commissioned these translations. Most of what these Christians, who lived far from so-called Muslim lands,
Also, they waged wars against non-combatants and enslaved women and children. Literally not allowed in Islam. Like, literally not allowed.
actually knew about their enemy was filtered through propaganda itself, written and spoken with the express purpose of instigating the Crusades to begin with. The words spoken by Pope Urban II and Peter the Hermit to instigate the Crusades were not a factual account of events, but a rallying cry for war, a piece of carefully crafted propaganda. Pope Urban II claimed Muslims on a systematic scale were torturing and eviscerating Christians in the Holy Land, raping women, forcibly circumcising men, and spreading the circumcision blood on church altars and pouring it into baptismal...
I forgot about this. Yeah, the penis snippers. We're running around snipping penises. On the Christians.
While forced conversions and some of these acts no doubt had occurred in select instances throughout so-called Muslim lands, they would also have occurred in select instances throughout so-called Christian lands. There is no evidence for any of these things having taken place on any systematic scale in order to justify a military intervention. We're going to talk more about what the Crusaders came to believe about their so-called enemies of Christ in a moment. The First Crusade was successful in that it accomplished its goals of conquering the Holy Land and placing Jerusalem under Christian rule. But the military success of the First Crusade was never to be replicated again. The fact that the First Crusade saw any success at all astonishes historians to this day, and it was contingent on so many factors such as the disunity of Muslim rulers at that time and of course the sheer fanaticism of the Crusaders themselves. I'm not claiming Pope Urban II was uniquely evil for sending thousands to what logically should have been their doom, on a journey that perhaps even required the looting of the countryside to secure provisions before they even got close to their goal.
Apparently Paxton was anti-Israel, but not the way we are, yet that does not surprise me. He's probably very anti-Semitic.
Pope Urban II
Probably
may
very
not have been
anti-Jewish.
aware of how doomed this venture in retrospect may seem. He is by no means unique in having sent thousands to their deaths unnecessarily in the period either. But it bears mentioning that the Pope himself was seemingly willing to pay the cost of securing Rome's authority over the secular lords of Europe with the blood of thousands. In the year 2000, Pope John Paul asked for forgiveness for the Church's past intolerance and the betrayal of the gospel committed by some of their brothers, especially in the second millennium. Though he did not cite specifics, it speculated that this was in reference to events such as the Crusades and the Inquisition, and said there was an objective collective responsibility for past errors that modern Catholics should acknowledge and repent. In 2011, Pope Benedict condemned violence in God's name. Quote, "We acknowledge it with great shame, but it is utterly clear that this was an abuse of the Christian faith, one that evidently contradicts its nature." He finished the public proclamation by saying, quote, "Violence never again, war never again, terrorism never again. In the name of God, may every religion bring upon earth justice and peace, forgiveness, life, and love."
Inshallah.
The armies of the First Crusade never coalesced into anything resembling a single army of Christ, instead being a ragtag collection of all kinds of people. There were civilians, people with various stages of armament and training, and people owing loyalty to various princes and lordlings. There is, however, a singular image that the word crusader generally conjures forth in people's minds. That is, of a warrior of the Order of the Temple, or what came to be known as the Knights Templar. As the newly founded Kingdom of Jerusalem went into decline, castles sprang up around the Holy Land for its defense, built by a merger of the new militarization of the papacy, traditional Catholic piety, and the emerging crusade.
Ironically, as far as I know, the Templar Knights were one of the most vicious and cruel orders.
Crusader ideology. A curious new aspect of Crusader ideology came to be inextricably linked with this
I
specific
think their own, like, another order who rivals them are the Teutonic Knights.
monastic order, when Saint Bernard of
Who
Clairvaux,
did crusades in the Baltics.
a brilliant propagandist and strong proponent of the Knights Templar, was forced to rationalize and reconcile the idea of priests whose profession was to deal with death with the gospel of Christ. The idea of professional murder priests was of course controversial, and the justification for it even more so. I mentioned how Pope Urban II may have wished to provide the warriors of Germany and France a means by which they could fight their wars, gain loot, and do the things medieval knights and lords did without fear of eternal damnation. Despite Pope Urban II's best efforts at painting the enemy as monstrous, one problem still remained. They would still be killing human beings. It is here that Saint Bernard of Clairvaux contributed a very frightening piece of theology. To justify the existence of the new warrior priesthood, he had declared that Muslims were agents of evil in the world, and so whoever killed a quote-unquote malefactor would not be a homicide. That is, they would not be the killer of a human being, only a killer of evil. The conflict was thus elevated into a world contest against evil. Human lives did not matter in this conception. All that matters was to destroy
Every accusation is a, what do you call it when, shit. Every accusation is a, what do you call it when it's like, you accuse someone of something that you yourself don't do? Every accusation is in the middle of guilt. Because they say that we do this shit with white replacement, all that stuff. Literally, no. This is what Crusaders did, and it's still what they, a lot of Europeans
into a
do.
world contest against evil. Human lives did not matter in this conception. All that matters was to destroy
Every
evil
accusation
itself.
and confession.
Scholars of race and racism have reasoned this to be an example of proto-racism. That is, racism before modern conceptions of race and racism existed. Watch my video on the invention of race if you want to learn more. Alongside the aforementioned massacres of Jews in the Rhineland, the Crusaders also brought with them this tendency into the Holy Land. Quoting Amin Malouf from The Crusades Through Arab Eyes from 1984, the French had taken the Holy City on Friday, the 22nd day of the month of Shaban, in the year of Hegi 492, or 15th of July 1099, after a 40-day siege. The exiles still trembled when they spoke of the fall of the city. They stared into space as though they could still see the fair-haired and heavily armored warriors spilling through the streets, swords in hand, slaughtering men, women, and children, plundering houses, sacking mosques. 2 days later, when the killing stopped, not a single Muslim was left alive within the city walls. Some had taken advantage of the chaos to slip away, escaping through gates battered down by the attackers. Thousands of others lay in pools of blood on the doorsteps of their homes or alongside their mosques. Among them were many imams, ulama, and Sufi ascetics, who had forsaken their countries of origin for a life of pious retreat in these holy places. The last survivors were forced to perform the worst tasks: to heave the bodies of their own relatives, to dump them in vacant, unmarked lots, and then set them alight, before being themselves massacred or sold into slavery. The fate of Jews in Jerusalem was no less atrocious. During the first hours of battle, some participated in the defense of their quarter, situated on the northern edge of the city. But when that part of the city walls overhanging their homes collapsed and the blonde nights began to pour through the streets, the Jews panicked. Reenacting an immemorial rite, the entire community gathered in the main synagogue to pray. The French barricaded all the exits and stacked all the bundles of wood they could find in a ring around the building. The temple was then put to the torch. Those who managed to escape were massacred in the neighboring alleyways. The rest were burned alive. But how did Muslims initially treat the Christians in their lands when seemingly an army of Christ had arrived to conquer their home? One example comes from the...
Literally, this is like ISIS, like Daesh level shit. The Crusaders were like Daesh.
Lord of Antioch, Yagishian, the pronunciation of which I probably butchered. One example comes from the Lord of Antioch, Yagishian, the pronunciation of which I probably butchered. According to the Arab historian Ibn al-Athir, more than a century later, based on testimony of contemporaries, this is what happened. Haunted by nightmares that he would only be defeated by the approaching army through a betrayal from within the walls, he sent the first Muslim men of the city out to dig ditches for the coming battle. Then the day after, the Christian men to do the same. When they asked to return to their homes, he said, "Antioch is your city, but you must leave it in my hands until I have resolved our problems with the Franks." They asked, "Who will protect our women and children?" And the emir responded, "I will take care of them for you." He protected the families of those expelled, refusing to allow anyone to touch a hair on their heads. Then, when he was finally betrayed by someone of his own religion, and the Crusaders made their way into the city, not a single one of these women and children were left alive by the rampaging Crusader army. It's important here to note that the supposed grievance justifying the Crusades in the first place was the conquest of the Levant by Muslims hundreds of years earlier. This is what is used to rationalize the Crusades as a response to aggression. However, the actions taken by the Muslims who were invaded within living memory are far more easy to rationalize than this logic. So, when the Templars and Hospitallers were executed, and the heads of Franks were stacked into pyramid-shaped piles following the Muslim reconquest of Jerusalem, it is important to remember that these Frankish invaders had come to their home and done this to them as well within living memory. The people of the Levant had not set foot in modern-day Germany or France, no matter how much people like Paxtube try to paint all Muslims as the same and the conquests of Iberia somehow performed by the peoples of the Levant. One of the most viscerally
cannibalism. Yay.
Horrifying and recurring images of the Crusades is that of the mistreatment of the dead. This for sure also took place on both sides. I'm going to tell you about some tendencies by the Crusaders that, at least in the First Crusade, I do not believe were present on the opposite side. In the winter of 1098, the Crusader army reached the city of Ma'ara in northern Syria. After they had sacked the city and put the inhabitants to the sword, they retrieved the enemy corpses that had earlier been flung into ditches. They filleted them into pieces and slices, cooked these, and ate them. The Frankish chronicler Radolf of Caen confessed, "In Ma'ara, our troops boiled pagan adults in cooking pots. They impaled children on spits and devoured them grilled." Thomas Asbridge notes that Radolf's account doesn't occur in any Muslim chronicles, and so it may be apocryphal. But Fulcher of Chartres' account of Crusader cannibalism is not. The eyewitness chroniclers report these events with horror, claiming it was done out of desperation and hunger. Some contemporary sources make it seem more like a product of some fanaticism, reducing the enemies of the Crusaders into less than human things for their consumption. I believe the truth probably lies somewhere in between, with official letters to the Pope claiming great hunger no doubt being partially true, while also serving to rationalize the horrible things the authors of the letters were witnessing. Paxtube's narrative is rooted in what he's read by John J. O'Neill, whose work itself is rooted in the Perrin thesis, a framing of the Crusades by Belgian historian Henri Perrin. Henri Perrin lived and died before the beginning of World War II, and his thesis at this point, while interesting and important for the development of the historiography on the Crusades, is completely outdated. This conception belongs to the historians of the 1800s, to whom the Crusades were defensive wars, rational responses to irrational and unrestrained Muslim expansionism. This conception is one of incompatible so-called civilizations colliding in an existential conflict. These are the terms in which Paxtube speaks of the Crusades, and while he speaks of the Crusades as a defensive measure in his so-called clash of civilizations, he also speaks of so-called demographic changes, of Muslim Muslims immigrating from the East to push out or replace the Christian population. Due to fear of demonetization, since I need to be able to pay rent, I can't really delve into this particular part of the topic to a degree that I would consider satisfactory. I will, however, do what I can, speaking euphemistically whenever necessary. Before I continue with this part, I'm going to mention that I am Norwegian, and that's somewhat important for why I decided to make this the topic of my video. It's also why I can't fully treat this with the same emotional detachment I might treat another topic, and why this video is maybe not as funny or filled with jokes as some of my others. The rhetoric surrounding the Crusades employed here by pt2, rooted in the pt2 thesis, is the same sort that has appeared in the media outlets and manifestos of far-right organizations and lone actors. pt2, while no doubt being Islamophobic, overtly homophobic, and more, I think is too stupid to recognize what he's actually doing. His rhetoric directly ties back to far-right terrorists such as...
Why does he have an Aaron profile picture? I mean, it sort of makes sense. If you read Aaron the worst way possible, in that, oh, he did genocide and it's good, then it's not that surprising. But also, like,
the one who in 2011 blew up the Norwegian directly ties back to far-right terrorists such as the one who in 2011 blew up the Norwegian parliament with a car bomb and murdered 69 young left-wing political activists. His manifesto bore a bright red cross on a white background, the symbol that in popular conception is associated with the Knights Templar. The terror attack fell on July 22nd, the same day the Crusaders celebrated the victory of the First Crusade and the creation of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. In his manifesto, the terrorist described himself as a crusader and a knight of the Knights Templar. His manifesto's title bears a reference to 1683, the year of the Battle of Vienna, in which the Ottoman Empire was defeated by, among others, the Holy Roman Empire and Poland-Lithuania. pt2 makes explicit reference to this battle himself, and also ties it to the Crusades in the same way as the terrorist. In a way, theologian Marius Mjaaland from the University of Oslo called an alternative, read incorrect,
R.I.P. Siege of Vienna, the Janissaries, they failed us.
Explicit reference to this battle himself, and also ties it to the Crusades in the same way as the terrorist. In a way, theologian Marius Mjaaland from the University of Oslo called an alternative, read incorrect, way of understanding history. One of the most cited websites in the manifesto of this white supremacist fascist mass murderer is the far-right blog Gates of Vienna. Among the 4 citations offered by pt2 in his video, one of them is a link to Gates of Vienna. The past is gone, but history, which is our interpretation of the past, exists with us in the present. What we make of the past and how that interpretation affects us in the present is also a part of history, which is why it's important we get it right. pt2 is a far-right loser who made a poorly researched, dog-shit video justifying one of the worst epochs of European history in order to serve his political goals. He has, in effect, reproduced the rhetoric of a man who murdered 77 of my countrymen, and psychologically scarred countless more. They will likely never have peace. It's my sincere hope pt2 never will either, and that the day that he will see his Christian hell comes soon. Thanks for watching.
I especially like the conclusion of this. Like, the emotion displayed by Fred here is very, like you feel that. It is very... I get it. I totally get it. What is this? What is this? Investigate Afghanistan under the Taliban. I was shocked. What is that? Israeli strikes hit southern suburb. Fred made another video about him calling out his anti-Semitism. That makes sense. Which one? We'll watch this one. How racism was invented in the Middle Ages. pt2. Oh yeah, that's this one. Inquisition, conspiracy, and anti-Semitism from a year ago. That one is very good. I was shocked. You were shocked by him being... What were you shocked by, sorry?
Creator character, you...
Okay. Oh, oops. Yeah, okay, whatever. That's 2 seconds in. No, just that video title, though. How racism was invented in the Middle Ages, or pt2, Inquisition, conspiracy, and anti-Semitism. Oh wait, no, you mean one of the videos like that came up? The one videos that Silas said I was shocked, and like and like the investigating Taliban on the guys or something. It's funny. Yeah, that is like, yeah, I investigated Afghanistan under the Taliban. I was shocked. Look at this dumbass AI photo. Look at me at the top of the building. That's so dumb. Just found this and thought of you. Oh no. What is this? Some channels have such obnoxious thumbnails, yeah. The villain origin story of Shadiversity. The Surf Times. Ooh. This could be fun. I definitely want to watch this sometime. Not right now, but definitely link it again in the future and we'll have a look. Because that seems fun.
Make two major
So, how racism was invented in the Middle Ages by Fredda from Norway. Let me just pin that. There we go. Be sure to watch it on the side, everyone, so support Fredda.
major decisions that will affect how you... Alright, bear with me here. In World of Warcraft, when you create your character, you make two major decisions that will affect how you interact with the game. The first is your class, the second your race. If you choose Zandalari Trolls as your race, you loot 2% extra gold from any monsters you kill. I'm not saying that's harmful in any way, shape, or form in and of itself, but it's kind of weird and interesting, isn't it? The Zandalari built great temples covered in gold, much in the same way the Spanish Empire found the empires of the Americas during their conquest. We'll talk more about Spain later on. In video games, race is usually an amalgamation of culture, a person's aesthetic traits, and certain advantages assumed to be either biological or magical. Video games, like all media, are a reflection of our cultural tropes. In real-life humans, race is a contested topic in popular nomenclature. As a concept, it's embedded into our culture with very different meanings colloquially to scientifically. It's used to categorize, to analyze social phenomena, and in many instances to discriminate. This and other forms of targeted negative behavior based on race can be called racism. We'll talk briefly about what race is and isn't according to the science, but the main topic of this video is going to be the history of it. When did we humans start viewing things in the context of race? And when did we become racist?
What do we want to play?
A quick word on sources. This video bases itself on the work of Joseph L. Graves, the first African-American to receive a PhD in evolutionary biology, as well as Alan H. Goodman, a biological anthropologist and former president of the American Anthropology Association, who co-directs the APA's education project on race. I will also be using George M. Fredrickson's Racism, A Short History. Fredrickson was a historian at Stanford University. I'm using the Princeton Classics edition, published by the Princeton University Press in 2015. Finally, the historian Geraldine Heng, who is a professor at the University of Texas in Austin, and has authored works on the interaction between cultures in the Middle Ages, the literature and culture of the Crusades. As always, you will see citations down to the page number on screen, and all works used are listed in the bibliography in the description. Definitions of race in biological terms vary greatly. It's used in informal taxonomy to subdivide species that are physically and genetically different. That seems simple enough, but this video is about humans. How do humans fit into this? According to the Human Genome Project, humans today have on average 99.9% identical DNA, making it impossible to further subdivide the species of Homo sapiens. Genetic isolation, sharp boundaries, and distinct evolutionary lineages of human quote-unquote races also does not exist. According to modern science, there seemingly is no genetic basis for race, and there is more genetic variance within a race than between them. The reason someone born in Northern Europe and someone from Western Africa probably won't look the same is that the human species is home to geographically based genetic variation. However, this variation doesn't allow for any sort of scientifically defined racial categories. You can make every which attempt at it, but the evidence won't allow for racial categorization in a way that is compatible with our scientific understanding of genetics. As Graves and Goodman say, variation exists. It is wonderful and ripe for exploration, but it is not race. Confronted with these signs, I've seen some proponents of quote-unquote scientific race terminology usage on humans redefine the definition along things such as Y-DNA, inherited down the patrilineal line, or mitochondrial DNA, passed down the...
Looking at these maps always confuses me. Well, wait, East Asian? A scientifically accurate racial map of the world. Why is Madagascar East Asian?
As Y-DNA, inherited down the... Confronted with these signs, I've seen some proponents of quote-unquote scientific race terminology usage on humans redefine the definition.
It's not a real map. What is... Why does it look like someone played Hoi 4 here at the top of this map? They just like marched a unit all the way through Siberia.
Along things such as Y-DNA, inherited down the patrilineal line, or mitochondrial DNA, passed down the matrilineal line, there has been an attempt to reinvent race. The so-called scientific foundations of the concept are torn down and new ones are constructed. It's important to note here that denoting that something is a construct, as in something that arose from the human ability to conceptualize ideas, isn't a way to dismiss the idea. It's just a way to categorize, analyze, and understand it. Plenty of constructs in our social lives are positive while many are negative. Social constructs make our reality. It's how we see and interpret the world. The idea that something is a social construct is just about denoting how it arose from our capacity for socialization, and not separately from that, as say a rock formation might. Race is a worldview and social classification that divides humans into groups based on their appearance and assumed ancestry. Socially defined races are unstable categories in that definitions, names, and color lines change. Nonetheless, social race is very real, as exemplified by the difference in wealth and health. For health reasons, your doctor might ask about your racial heritage, because social categorization of race may correspond to a community that could have a higher risk of certain heritable diseases, allergies, and so on. It's a poor and inequal proxy, but it's a way for them to narrow things down. A problem with risk factors is that the actual reasons are generally multifaceted and complex. To give an example, Black Americans may be more at risk of certain respiratory diseases in America, because Black Americans are more likely to have lower incomes or live in economically disadvantaged areas. Buildings built after 1989 are often more expensive than the ones built before them, and asbestos was only banned for use in insulation in 1989. So you see, a lot of factors come together to form the basis for the risk factor analysis, and these very real factors are all part of your social race. Mortality rates also vary between race groups, just like how mortality rates vary between those who drive and those who don't drive, between men and women, and people who are born in one zip code as opposed to another. This video concerns itself with the concept of race that's widespread today, not other systems that may or may not constitute early systems of racism, such as the caste system in India or any other conceptions of race. That system was not adopted by a significant portion of the world and disseminated through Western colonies. That concept of race is not what I'm talking about, and so remains outside the scope of my video and my sources.
Which part are we referring to, sorry?
That race system is not opposed to another. This don't drive between men and women. The system was that concept of race is not the one I'm talking about, and so remains outside the scope of my video and my sources. I'm also not claiming that race or racism is something unique to the West. If race as a term to define and
where they said your medical doctor might ask about your race. They don't. Is it? I mean, I do know that. Are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure that, like, depending in the UK they do. I missed it? No, LHS! Hello, LHS, how are you doing? Yeah, you missed it by, I think, an hour. Like, we finished like an hour ago, so you missed it by about 4 hours, I think. Don't worry, we'll do it again. And you can check it out in Dr. Yasman on my VOD. Currently we are watching, since, you know, inspired by the theme. We're watching... we just watched one video about how the Crusades were worse than you thought, which had everything from racism to cannibalism and like insane, like Israel level genocide, like murder, massacres. And now we're learning about how racism was invented in the Middle Ages, and you're here for the perfect part of that.
And describe biological differences as capable of being reinvented, then that logically means there must have been a point when race was invented.
Thank you for the follow, Holistic Field. Thank you for being Charlie Kirk along with the rest of us and becoming a follower of shamanism.
Holistic Field just became a follower of
Damn,
shamanism.
the French auto narrator thing could not say your name. We're just like dying.
For the very first time, and therefore a time
we are before
the concept of race. Ancient Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans never had a concept of race. There are hints of proto-racial thinking in some Greek philosophy of persons consisting of essential humors, but it's not quite at the stage of maturing into racial
along with the
thinking
drink
yet.
shaman
Race
lime
doesn't
and
exist in either the Hebrew Bible or the Christian New Testament. So let's go
I
back
do
to
tell
the
people that
invention of
my
race.
name
It all begins in the
with,
Middle Ages. The earliest
lemon.
instance of a sort of biologicalized race
Nowadays.
used and weaponized at a wide scale comes as part of a process of escalating violence and atrocity that we today call the First Crusade. At the Council of Clement in 1095, Pope Urban II told a throng of adherents a vision of defiling, polluting Muslims who tortured and eviscerated Christians in the Holy Land, raped women, and forcibly circumcised men, spreading the circumcision blood on church altars.
I do that
pouring it
all
into
the time.
baptismal
I
fonts.
always
Pope Urban
force
II had proclaimed
circumcised
the First Crusade to a rousing cry of Deus Vult, or God wills it, from the crowd, as alleged by the sources.
Bro. The amount of men I have forcibly circumcised is innumerable. I do this all the time. Westerners beware. I'm the scourge of the West, the penis snipper of Bangladesh. I'm here to snip, to forcibly circumcise every man around. Man or woman, I don't care. I don't care about your gender. Oh, actually, okay. That makes it sound a little bit messed up. I will circumcise all penis havers. Okay? That's a joke. That's a joke I'm doing. We're not moving on to other parts of that. Anyways, let's go back into the video.
Authors or pouring it into
You circumcised even me? Yeah. I ensured the way to go was double zerked up. Just like that news anchor from CBC or whatever.
baptismal fonts. Pope Urban II had proclaimed the first crusade to a rousing cry of Deus Vult, or God wills it from the crowd, as alleged by the sources. Later, Peter the
Bollocks,
Venerable
Bruce
would
of
provide the
Bangladesh.
first
Did
complete...
you know that there's something... Okay, I'm ADHD maxing right now. Did you know that there's like a, what do you call it? There's something called a bollocking dagger? Look, oh sorry, bollock dagger. And it's called that because it looks the design of a guard for a bollock dagger, because it looks like bollocks. I mean, golly, bulge breaker. What is a bollock dagger? Oh look, I'm gonna subscribe to this guy. Luminek, is that their name? Really? This is the Archer Twink. I may talk about them now.
Is a bollock dagger. Swords of all sizes can provoke phallic comparisons, but the bollock dagger is particularly testicular, thanks to its wooden protrusions resembling a gentleman's vegetables and its prominent placement in the centre of the belt. It served as...
Guys, did you know he's not gay? I was surprised to learn that not only is he not gay, he has a child.
...reminder of the wearer's masculinity.
Like, yeah, David, he is really great with the positioning of that dagger. I was so surprised to learn that not only was he not gay, but he also has a child. Nothing wrong with that, of course. I was just surprised. He just takes care of himself. Yes, but also like there's just a certain energy, and he's all. I mean, he's very secure. Like I think he's very like what do you call it? Certain, self-secure. How do you say it? How is it now that you say it in English? He's very self-confident. He's very self-confident in his sexuality. I think.
Forbidden Ferrero Rocher. These were carried both for civilian self-defense and as a backup in a battle.
Haven't I seen him pole dance? Yes, you have seen. You've seen him. He does pole dancing or something. He's also like jumped up on a pole dancing pole. Yo, what's up? Yo, what's up, everyone? How you doing? Free Palestine, free Elam. Yes. He's jumped up on a pole in heels and shot arrows upside down.
And this particular
very impressive
example is also an archer's pick, with its impressive girth.
Twitch service requested us to reconnect. What?
An additional protection.
That's
There's no
weird.
need to worry about shooting
Scary.
your load in the wrong location. You can simply bang it in there, jiggle it about until you achieve release. So don't be fooled by its ballsy appearance, whether you're caring for your own head and shaft or bringing someone else out of their shell. The bollock dagger was a useful tool. This?
There you go, bollock dagger. Sorry, real quick side note.
Translation of the Quran for aimed the first crusade to a rousing cry of Deus Vult, or God wills it from the crowd, as alleged by the sources. Later, Peter the Venerable would provide the first complete translation of the Quran for the Western world, alongside a biography of sorts on the Prophet. The translated version, titled The Law of Muhammad, the Pseudo-Prophet, became the most widely distributed. The translation contained copious notations on how Islam is to be interpreted and understood, guiding the reader to a particular idea of Islam and its adherents. This only took on a racial quality when these spurious biographies of the Prophet and of certain Muslims began to impart a general view of all Muslims. The personality traits depicted in these propagandistic biographies became personality traits of Muslims in general. After the Muslims reconquered the first Crusader colony of Edessa, Saint Bernard, the abbot of Clairvaux, spoke in support of Hugh de Payen's newly formed strange monastic order of warriors, which would come to be known as the Knights Templar. Bernard became the patron saint of this monastic order of the temple. The idea of professional murder priests wasn't without its critics in the Christian world. After all, it sort of goes against a lot of the teachings of the Bible. To handle this, Bernard published a treatise in defense of the new warrior priests called In Praise of the New Knighthood, and in it he formulates an interesting theory justifying their existence. According to Bernard, the enemy wasn't just unspeakably vile, abominable, and accursed, as Pope Urban II had said. Muslims, according to Bernard, were quote-unquote malefactors, pure agents of evil in the world. Bernard summoned his authority to proclaim that anyone who killed a malefactor was not a killer of a human, but a killer of only evil. Bernard, in fact, explicitly
Oh no,
called...
is that a clip? Let's see. Oh no. Finally, I get a clip.
And forcibly circumcised men, spreading the circumcision blood on
Bro,
church altars
I
or
do that
pouring it
all
into
the time.
baptismal
I
fonts.
always
Pope Urban
force
II had proclaimed
circumcise
the
them.
first crusade to a rousing cry of Deus Vult, or God wills it from the crowd, as alleged by the
Bro.
sources.
Bro. The amount of men I have forcibly circumcised is innumerable. I do this all the time. Westerners beware. I'm the scourge of the West, the penis snipper of Bangladesh. I'm here to snip, to forcibly circumcise every man around. Man or woman, I don't care. I don't care about your gender. Oh, actually, okay. That makes it sound a little bit messed up. I will circumcise all penis havers. Okay, that's a joke. That's a joke I'm doing. Okay, that's awesome. Alright, we're featuring this clip. I'm liking it. Everyone liked the clip. That's a great clip. I like that. Oh man, I need to... Okay, I don't like my mic quality. Either it's my voice I don't like, or it's my mic quality I don't like. I need to fix that at some point. Like after this stream, or at some point, inshallah, I will sit down and like have a closer look at it. He's actually going to do it. He already has done it. True. You don't know, like, again, innumerable. My mic is fine. Thank you. I'm really sleeping now. Alright, thank you so much for the clip, Ree. Sleep well. I hope I didn't wake you with my penis snippery.
For genocide by, quote-unquote, removing from the earth the enemies of the Christian name, as he put it, referring to all Muslims, of course, whom he had
I did? Oh, it was funny? Okay.
just branded
I'm glad to have awoken you with the penis snippery.
as
Jokes. Parentheses, jokes.
non-human.
Quotation
Again, this
marks
was
and
not a
jokes.
view shared by every member of the church.
Sorry, we're
The
going
malefactor was not a killer of
Astaghfirullah. I'm sorry.
a human, but a killer of only evil, but not, in fact,
50 subs and he will work through the whole West. Inshallah. When sleep actually happens. Don't say it like that. I don't remember what it was I said. Allah, I was dozing off and heard that. I like the... I think it's even funnier that you are the one who made the clip. That I just woke you up with... Guys, I do penis snippery all the time. I am the circumciser of the West. When they say scourge of the West, of the West, they refer to my forcible circumcision of all the penis havers.
explicitly called for genocide by, quote-unquote, remove.
Okay, right, we're going back to the video.
Wasn't
Sometimes
just
my family can hear the stream. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. I hope they're enjoying it.
unspeakably vile, abominable, and accursed, as Pope Urban II had said. Muslims, according to Bernard, were quote-unquote malefactors, pure agents of evil in the world. Bernard
Sleep well, Bree.
summoned his authority to proclaim that anyone who killed a malefactor was not a killer of a human, but a killer of only evil. Bernard, in fact, explicitly called for genocide by quote-unquote removing from the earth the enemies of the Christian name, as he put it, referring to all Muslims, of course, whom he had just branded as
I guess the Europeans came ahead of me in the white replacement. Damn.
non-human.
They did the white replacement theory, but just against Muslims before. Wow. No. No, they came ahead of me. No, I'm not the original. No, I thought I was the first one doing this. No. Sad.
Again, this was not a view shared by
Lesbian dad source just heard about the Bengali bollock smasher.
every member of the church. Peter the Venerable, who
That's what they call me, the Bengali bollock smash.
providing much of the framework for racialization of Muslims, did not agree that Muslims were in fact not human beings, and that the
Oh, good
cold-blooded
grief.
murder of them was willed by God. Over the course of this contest with the homogeneously imagined, so-called inhuman enemy, the Crusaders, who in the First Crusade, according to Fulcher of Chartres, consisted of 21 different linguistic, regional, and ethno-national groups, began to see themselves as one. Their enemies did not view the Crusaders as one, instead referring to them as Romans, Greeks, Franks, Slavs, and so on. Holy War created by necessity or opportunity a superstructure to function as glue between them, granting them a common goodness against the evil of the inhuman so-called Saracen. This Christian unity of this sort was not something that existed prior to the Crusades. It was formed specifically as a result of a war with a foreign enemy that the Christians themselves constructed a homogeneous image of.
Yay,
The shared Christian
proto-racism.
identity became a mirrored reflection of the imagined shared Muslim identity. It starts with the other, and from that you are able to define the self. Baldric, the Archbishop of Dol, writing in the early 1100s, just after the First Crusade, said in his history of the expedition to Jerusalem, quote, "I am a Christian and have descended from Christian ancestors." Heng provides an example from a manuscript dating from 1330 or perhaps earlier, in which history and literature have made strange bedfellows partnered in improbable relations of irony over time. In this Middle English King of Tars, a white Christian princess is forced to marry a quote-unquote loathly black Muslim sultan and fake conversion to Islam. They have a child who ends up monstrous without blood, bones, or a human face, but when baptized turns healthy, and whose skin ends up not looking like a mix of the white mother and black father, but entirely white. Eventually, the Muslim sultan is convinced to convert to the Christian faith, and as he does so, his skin goes from black to white, quote, without taint.
That's like
This is an overt example
that's
of
like a
race
law
used in a way that we can easily recognize, with a juxtaposition of white and black skin, with a child born to the Sultan somehow being quote-unquote wrong. But owing to it predating modern conceptions of genetics, it also has unfamiliar connotations, with religion being tied inherently to the color of your skin. This is race, but it's far closer tied to religion at this point in history. This is where European racism starts to take shape, on the killing fields of war. A century after the First Crusade in 1218 in England, Jews were forced by law to wear badges on their chest to set them apart from the rest of the English population. In this period, scientific, medical, and theological treatises argued that Jewish bodies had fundamental natural differences to the bodies of the Christian Western Europeans. Jewish bodies, according to them, had a special stench, and some authors held that Jewish bodies came with horns and a tail. For centuries, a belief in Western Europe circulated in which Jews had to imbibe the blood of Christians.
Dude, it is insane when I heard about that some Americans, like some Christian Americans, genuinely still believe this. Like, they genuinely believe that the Jewish people have horns and a tail.
For centuries, a belief in Western Europe circulated in which Jews had to imbibe the blood of Christians in order to survive. Later that same century, the Encyclopedia by Bartholomeus Anglicus called on the
Did they say, like, oh yeah, Jewish people are vampires? What?
A belief in Western Europe circulated in which Jews had to imbibe the blood of Christians in order to survive.
They made them... they made Jews into vampires. Bro, I remember, I've seen this video before, but he brings up so many good things in these videos, I forget, I mean, and I have such a shit memory, I forget a lot of them, and I still get surprised when I hear them again. Like, come on. Man.
Later that same century, the Encyclopedia by Bartholomeus Anglicus, called on the properties of things, provided a theory of climate that explains the difference in skin color of peoples and...
Why would you have to mark people if you're someone saying to claim that their body is different? Yeah, very curious. A little
theory
bit curious.
Of climate that explains the difference in skin color.
Maybe they believe they could shapeshift as well.
Of peoples in the north and peoples in the south. While attempting to provide a climatological explanation for the skin colors, it also claims that white skin is a visual marker of inner courage, while the men of Africa possessing black faces, short bodies, and crisp hair are quote-unquote cowards of heart and guileful. This is all exemplary of racial thinking. The debate on when we invented race, like...
Doesn't guileful mean something like deceitful? Guileful, having or showing sly or cunning intelligence. Yeah, no. You know, example of supremely guileful and deceptive politician. It's one of your coops saying that. It's a little bit ironic. Just saying. Just saying. You know?
Crisp hair are quote-unquote cowards of heart and guileful. This is all exemplary of racial thinking. The debate on when we invented race, like all historical debates, is still not fully settled. It's likely more evidence will come to light and new perspectives will lead to new interpretations of old evidence. But I think it's undeniable that we can start to see the beginnings of race metastasizing in European imaginations in the first centuries after the turn of the millennium. A more mature racism, that is arguably the predecessor to our modern conceptions of race, shows itself in the sources again with the treatment of Jews, but this time in Spain in the 14 and 1500s. Jewish converts to Christianity were identified and discriminated against on the belief that they held an impurity in their blood, making it impossible for them to ever truly be Christians. In one of the most consequential years of world history, 1492, Jews were expelled from Spain, though many remained as converts. Over the course of the same period, a number of institutions and local governments enacted blood purity laws. Without a certificate of pure Christian blood, one could not be admitted into many ecclesiastical or secular organizations and orders. When Columbus arrived in the Americas, he, as many Europeans after him would do, regarded the natives who greeted him in a friendly manner as innocent children of nature, and those who greeted this foreign trespasser aggressively as savage cannibals who must be enslaved or exterminated. Africans and the indigenous were treated differently, for though the residents of the New World most definitely were enslaved at times, the sheer scale of the African slave trade would eclipse that of the enslavement of the peoples of the New World. One reason for this harkens back to that one manuscript from hundreds of years prior by Bartholomeus Anglicus about how the climate affected people's skin color. When Europeans arrived in Brazil, which held a similar latitude to that of West Africa, they realized that Brazilian Amerindians did not possess the same skin pigmentations as they would expect in accordance with this climate model of skin color. So instead of discounting the theory, they fell back onto the second part of the writings, themselves influenced by European cultural traditions of white being viewed as clean and pure and dark as associated with evil and the devil. To many Europeans who protested the enslavement of natives, who they viewed as innocent children of nature, the idea that they could have been cursed by God himself to be a race of slaves made the idea much more palatable. Spain and Portugal then became the first.
Just constantly, like, this is the shit that Christian Europeans, white Europeans, whatever you want to say, however you want to describe them, did to the entire world, constantly, all the time. At the same time, right-wingers, especially, like, they keep going like, oh, Islam, they enslave people. The Muslims enslave people. What about the Arab slave trade? What about the Arab slave trade?
Principal exporters of a new conception of race that served as a bridge between the old ideas of religion and culture as a racialized concept and a new idea of an inherent tendency towards heresy passed down through blood. Alongside this, the globalization that was beginning to intensify with the emergence of the world capitalist economic system meant that these ideas were transported and disseminated alongside the system itself as it made inroads into every part of the world. Capitalism didn't create racism, but when capitalism and the emerging world economic order brought with it all its other ideas, it also brought with it race. With the coming modernity, concepts of race began to incorporate modern concepts of science. Stricter doctrines and ideologies of racism began to emerge, with concrete rules of how the natural world was ordered into a so-called scientific natural system of races. This calcification of the concept of race came in part as the concept and ideas of racism came under attack by slavery abolitionists, religious persons, and others who realized the inherent contradictions of a society of equals with no kings and no rulers but God that treated some persons as lesser than others. There of course were secular attacks on the institutions of racism as well. One of these came from the man whose ideas many racists explicitly relied on to justify their hierarchical racial systems. It came from Darwin himself. Charles Darwin's family were abolitionists. Over the course of his career, he contributed major scholarships that helped debunk the idea of separately created human species with differing origins, and the idea of an innate hierarchy among human types. Though modern racism was and still is often justified through the theories of genetics and evolution, ironically, these scientific disciplines increasingly find that there is nothing of value to these theories, just like Darwin did. They don't help explain reality because they don't conform to reality. Biological race in this sense does not exist. Race was invented over the course of historic long processes of violent contact between cultures and groups as a means for justifying the violence or to forge shared identities so as to bolster their strength when carrying out the violence. But social race does exist, where people belonging to one of these socially constructed races are generally of a similar socioeconomic class and often suffer similar health issues as a result of their social position. Some are targeted more or less by the enforcers of the state or by organizations founded on the principle of excluding their race from society throughout history and now. To finish off the video, in The Voyage of the Beagle, Darwin made comments on the gap between the English gentleman and native South Americans, but he also said, quote, "If the misery of the poor be caused not by the laws of nature but by our institutions, then great is our sin."
Another excellent video by Freda. Hope you guys checked out the video and played it in the background. this that's a little bit of an insane clip. But you know what? That's fine. Customize reactions. Wait, what? Oh, oops. That's that could have been dangerous. I'm glad that a lot of these things are censored. Qatar shoots down two Iranian fighter jets approaching its airspace. Lovely. I didn't know Qatar had anything to do that. I forget that Qatar is like a real country, and like a lot of the Gulf countries are real countries which have actual defensive weaponry. Oh, now that we have so many people here, I'm gonna show you one of my another one of my Fredder favorites. You're gonna learn about how Dwarf Fortress abandoned capitalism and embraced communism. Dwarf Fortress is a very nerdy game, which I think is very cool. And it's so nerdy that even I could not get into it properly, but I respect it greatly, and especially the Autism Maxer dev behind the game, doing a great job, and laid the foundations for a lot of really cool games, I would say.
This is likely going to be the most stupid video I make, and I've made some pretty stupid videos. We're going to trace the development of Dwarf Fortress's economics from state capitalism to communism. Fortress has come a long way over the years, with many interesting new features being added as of late, like taverns and adventurers, vampires, and so on. However, it's also had some pretty major features removed, and with good reason. Perhaps one of the biggest was the in-fort economy, or the player economy as it's also called. It was a feature back in the 40D version of Dwarf Fortress, the one I started playing, which was replaced by later versions. So I'll be relying mostly on wiki articles and decade-old posts on forums. That's not to say you can't download it and try it yourself. I can, you can. Dwarf Fortress has come a long way though, so going that far back would physically hurt me. Also have to finish this video by release day. Back in 40D, your dwarves earned a wage in the form of money from their job.
Get paid for having a beard?
Goods and paid rent. You could even mint currency, though no inflation was modeled as far as I can tell. So why was this removed, and why do major Dwarf Fortress updates only drop roughly every 5 years? Is it because Ton Adams is making this incredible, ambitious game all on his own, and it takes a lot of work, or is it something more sinister lurking underneath the surface? The economy system was actually removed because it went horribly wrong. And like everything that goes horribly wrong in Dwarf Fortress, it went wrong in very funny and very interesting ways. Here's roughly how the system worked. When the parasitic
I especially like the references in the video, like this one, like just the random screenshots of like things which were big in the Dwarf Fortress community, like the true story behind Dwarf Fortress is a mysterious vomit-covered dead cat problem. Why Dwarf Fortress started killing cats.
Funny and very interesting ways. Here's roughly how the system worked. When the parasitic noble class eventually decided to move to your fort due to your accumulation of wealth, they would inaugurate the economy. You were able to prevent the inevitable march of history by editing a .ini file to say economy no. In the American localization, this is called a student loan. If you didn't halt the organization of your fort into the two opposing classes of the bourgeois and working class, then suddenly all your dwarves have bank accounts. And they start with a prepaid stimulus check of 200 dwarf bucks. They earned wages paid by the fort itself, since there's no actual employers beyond the fort itself. They then spent these wages on rent for their living accommodation, food and drink for subsistence, and pets. This is sort of like the dwarven Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Whatever is left after paying the cost of living is then spent at shops. They gravitated towards buying things they either need, like socks, or things that they like due to their unique personality trait, like socks. If a dwarf can't afford to rent their room, they get evicted and have to find a new place to sleep that they can afford. If they can't afford one, well, it's the barracks or the floor for them. This means you had to make sure to provide low-income housing so that your young dwarves could afford their first home instead of becoming homeless or having 18 roommates. It also meant that dwarves who fell on hard times wouldn't have to become homeless. A very sensible and easily accomplished policy in a world where developers aren't price-fixing and housing isn't viewed as an investment that must always increase in value to the point of being unsustainable. Your more impressive bedrooms will be rented by the richer dwarves. Congratulations, you created a class system for no discernible reason. I hope you're proud of yourself. The state functionaries, the apparatchiks or nobles as the game calls them, are assigned quarters by you, the player. If you don't like the idea of leaving housing security to the whims of the market,
Okay, this kind of makes me want to like download and install Tropico or some other management game.
You can edit the .ini file so that rent is always 0. That way you can create vast homogeneous apartment complexes with decent units for all of your dwarves. Now, here's where it gets really funny. Unlike a home, which you can survive without for a time, albeit with lifelong trauma and devastating impairment to your upward social mobility that could trap you into permanent homelessness, hunger is non-negotiable. Everyone needs to eat. Without it, you die.
What?
While the commoditization of housing is a bad idea
No
due
way.
to the inherent need for shelter and security, making food a commodity is a really bad idea. As a dwarf, like a human, can't survive without food, they will do anything to eat. Dwarf Fortress doesn't model theft, but had it done so, you bet your ass these dwarves would be getting their skulls crushed by the state-appointed Hammerer dwarf for stealing a loaf of bread. Instead of becoming a thief, however, you have a much worse alternative. They can go into debt. Meaning they can no longer afford anything, like rent, goods, and so on. And if food prices remain outside of their income range, which they tend to do because the food prices are fixed, and their income range has decreased because of a lack of a job usually, or a lack of ability to do their job, then they continue to accrue debt endlessly, trapping them into permanent homelessness, and making upward social mobility impossible. And since going into debt automatically evicts you, even if you live in zero-rent Soviet apartment blocks, you still get evicted. So your homeless dwarf is likely grumpy and depressed, probably not in a good enough mood to do good work, or they're having constant tantrums interrupting their ability to work, which then puts them further into debt. Not only do dwarves need to work to make ends meet, they also like to work. So if there's no work to be done, that makes them upset. And if there's no work to be done, they don't make money. And if they don't make money, as we've gone over in gross detail, they become even more upset. With the arrival of the nobility and the inauguration of dwarven state capitalism, the dwarves recognized the inevitable class struggle and so spontaneously organized into unions. I'm not making any of this up. These are called guilds. There were 6 guilds in the 4D version of the game. The Miners Guild, the Carpenters Guild, the Masons Guild, the Metalsmiths Guild, the Jewelers Guild, and the Craftsdwarves Guild. Each season, the guilds petitioned the manager, the player-appointed Minister of Labor, for wage increases or jobs mandates, if there's a lack of jobs. Every season, the manager meets the request of 3 of these 6 unions. He obviously can't meet all their demands, because that would give them the silly idea that nothing gets produced without them and that they hold all the power in society. This could put the manager and the rest of the nobles in a very awkward position. So, to solve the lack of work, the manager asks the executive dwarf, in this case it would be a noble, to mandate a number of jobs in order to address the jobs crisis.
This is unironically a very good way of explaining capitalism and a lot of the dynamics of capitalism. It's probably one of the reasons why I really like this video.
If the jobs aren't done, however, that's a crime, and as a result, random
dwarf killed for violation of production orders
who had skills to do with those jobs will fall victim.
Bro, literally just like going like this is like laws similar to Belgian Congo or some shit.
Random dwarves who had skills to do with those jobs will fall victim to summary punishment from the state-appointed Hammerer. In order to prevent a jobs crisis and to keep unemployment low, players would frequently embark on great public works.
I just couldn't get into it, but
functionally
it's
useless
so
jobs like a room full of levers for dwarves to flick up and down endlessly, to give them a sense of purpose and a way to make money. This was called the Dwarven Casino, because it resembles a room full of depressed pensioners pulling slot machines that then dispense pennies. So, since dwarves can only make money in exchange for their labor, you have to make fake jobs, which of course is a lot more rational than just providing for the basic cost of living for all of your dwarves, no questions asked. We're not communists after all. That would only happen in around 2010. When the working class of the fort becomes too rich, the tax collector that arrived with your baron will extract these riches in the form of taxes, which are normally meant to go to the ruling class, aka the nobles, which the tax collector is a part of. Though I'm not sure if that functionality was actually ever implemented into the game. I think the money just kind of disappears. Unlike in real life where it goes to the defense budget. It's all based on credit anyhow. And probably the funniest part of the entire system is that dwarven children don't have their own checking accounts anyhow. And probably...
Speaking of, for those of you who were not here earlier in the day, speaking of money being just getting thrown into the defense budget, we watched a video earlier. Let me see if I can find the history. Basically, several US warplanes crashed over the past. It's Lesbian Hot So Still in here. I wonder what she thinks of Frida's video on Greenland. I don't think she's seen it. I personally really like it. I think it's a very, very good video. So basically, several US warplanes have crashed. From what I can tell, like,
confirming that we targeted U.S.
looking at this video right here,
base in Kuwait.
Looking at this video and this video, it looks like it's an F-15. An F-15 costs, what was it, $24 million? No, how many dollars was it? F-15, McDonnell, 15E, whatever, Douglas, shitty shit face. It cost a certain amount. Oh, oops. Fact sheet display. It costs about $28 million to $30 million. Probably $28 million. That's at least in fiscal year 98. So probably a lot more now, right?
Say a hostile American F-15 fighter jet was shot down near the border with Kuwait. Now, a few hours ago, there were still some concerns as to
I'm pretty sure this is an
how
F-15.
these jets
Also,
may
this
have
this video is
come
surreal.
down. There was some
The
concern
videos
there may have been some
of
kind
these
of
planes
mistake or
getting
error or friendly fire.
like falling down
Investigations are
is
still
surreal.
ongoing.
Like,
It is
look at
still
this.
unclear, but
Like, dude, look at this shit. This is something you only see in War Thunder usually. Like, what the?
Defense of Kuwait did confirm that search and rescue operations were carried out immediately. That all the pilots piloting those American aircraft were safe and.
Several of these means, from my understanding, at least 3 of them have crashed, either being shot down by friendly fire or some other shit. That is, at the very least, $84 million. $84 million. Just gone, like that. Just a quick side note. Just a quick side note.
Budgets. It's all based on credit anyhow. And probably the funniest part of the entire system is that dwarven children don't have their own checking accounts, so they live off of the wealth of their parents, which, as I mentioned,
I'm gonna go back a little bit more so that we get the proper context for this, but this is another fun
in
part.
exchange for their labor, you have to make fake jobs, which of course is a lot more rational than just providing for the basic cost of living for all of your dwarves, no questions asked. We're not communists after all. That would only happen in around 2010. When the working class of the fort becomes too rich, the tax collector that arrived with your baron will extract these riches in the form of taxes, which are normally meant to go to the ruling class, aka the nobles, which the tax collector is a part of. Though I'm not sure if that functionality was actually ever implemented into the game. I think the money just kind of disappears, unlike in real life where it goes to the defense budget. It's all based on credit anyhow. And probably the funniest part of the entire system is that dwarven children don't have their own checking accounts, so they live off of the wealth of their parents, which, as I mentioned, can be negative. Which means that if a child is born to rich parents, that child will actually start to accumulate wealth from the moment they are born, whereas the poor child will start to accumulate debt from the moment they are born. The game actually kinda modeled generational wealth inequality, which is kind of intense. There's no inheritance though, from what I can tell, so while the income brackets affect your prospect of upward social mobility in structural ways, you won't have rich dynasties accumulating wealth over the course of generations. The fact that children have access to both their parents' accounts though before they become adults means that they can accumulate things of value which I believe are still considered their property, which can be liquidated once they get their own dwarven bank account. I might be wrong on the inheritance stuff, though it seems like people on the forums use the word inheritance interchangeably with the idea that the children utilize a combined wealth of both their parents. I saw some complained that children should only receive their parents' wealth upon the death of their parents, which actually would make the system a little bit less deep because it no longer factors in the wealth of the parents in determining the child's prospects of upward social mobility. That's a lot of words. I'm sorry. Anyways, here's where it gets fucking weird. I mentioned you can mint coins. However, this is a really bad idea. Since there's no employer-employee relations, a dwarf can't hire an accountant or something to handle their finances. They have to do it all themselves. This means they'll be running back and forth between the bank and the shops constantly as they buy and sell, which means they're spending less time working, which then also means they're spending less time earning money, which effectively torpedoes them from whatever income bracket they were in to the plump helmet mushrooms and water income bracket. The more coins you have, the more time you have to spend managing your coins, which means you have less time to actually make coins. It's incredibly stupid and incredibly funny. There are 2 ways to solve this issue practically in the game. 1, don't use cash, operate purely on credit. The other, don't let the dwarves handle the money, lock it up in the Dwarven Federal Reserve. Another weird quirk is that legendary dwarves don't actually have to pay for anything. They also don't get paid for their work. They're so incredibly cool that people just give them what they want. However, their children aren't cool at all.
They've just ascended beyond capitalism. Because the legendary dwarves.
For their work. They're so incredibly cool that people give them what they want. However, their children aren't cool at all. They're babies. And babies use the accounts of their parents.
Look at this stupid baby and laugh at it.
And their parents don't care about money. This immediately traps the children of legendary level workers into infinite debt, since children don't earn an income. Similarly, the nobility, who also get whatever they want and are exempt from the economy, are also not earning any money, which means their children will also go into endless debt. Very cool. On top of all these systemic issues, the large amount of calculations, the shuffling of coins if you were dumb enough to open Pandora's box of currency minting and all that, caused massive performance issues in a game where you can already drain the ocean. And the game runs off of a single CPU thread, so you only have so much room to play with. The system also had a lot of interesting inherent contradictions as well. The means of production, meaning the workshops, was collectively owned by the working dwarves. Even so, they produced for a wage, instead of producing and selling their product, reaping the total value of their labor. The surplus value was extracted by the state as the products were placed in the fort stockpiles, which the dwarves could then purchase back using the wages they had earned producing the goods. A system that kind of makes no sense. It makes a little bit more sense if you conceptualize the workshops and all of the fort as being owned by the state, and the state being the capitalist. The nobles don't own the workshops, they're owned by the dwarves. They also don't own the stockpiles or the products, they're owned by the government of the fort, which means there's literally no reason for the nobles to hold power over the dwarves beyond the rules saying they have to. They don't own the workplaces, they don't pay the wages of the military or the hammer dwarf who enforces the laws of the fort. There is nothing that justifies nor secures their existence. Because of all of this, Dwarf Fortress is technically
It's a
not
flashing
capitalist
guillotine.
because it lacks capitalists.
I wonder what it's trying
this
to
is all
say.
made extra funny because something to its effect was described by Friedrich Engels in this 1880 quote. The transformation either into joint stock companies and trusts or into state ownership does not do away with the capitalistic nature of the productive forces. He goes on to say, state ownership of the productive forces is not the solution to the conflict, but concealed within it are the technical conditions that form the elements of that solution. What Engels is saying here is that because of how broken the fundamentals of the systems are, it creates conditions that will lead to its replacement, like FPS death, homelessness, infinite baby debt, dwarf casinos on every corner. Because Engels died in 1895, he had no way of predicting the arrival of the mad genius Tarn Adams, and so could not have known of the existence of Dwarf Fortress, frames per second, baby debt, etc. However, he was also a very smart man, and so, had he known, we must assume he would have factored all of this into his analysis. Capitalism leads to FPS death, regardless of whether or not the workshops are owned by the fort, and so capitalism has to go. Following the update from
See, another reason why gamers should be against capitalism.
It was replaced, with the economy system officially being put on hold in favor of a much simpler system of production for use instead of sale, of free housing and no money, and so Dwarf Fortress became communist. It's still got classes, sort of, so it's not a classless society in that it has a managerial upper class represented by the nobility, sort of like Soviet apparatchiks. But there's no distinction between all the other dwarfs who are all workers. They produce according to their means and consume according to their needs. Let's call it socialism with dwarven characteristics. Tarn Adams has said the economy will be reintroduced into the game after an overhaul, which means we're likely to see it arrive somewhere in the 2050s. And that's fine, because it seems like people generally enjoy dwarven communism. It means less time spent stressing over economic inequality, sock monopolization, and so on, and more time spent drowning elves and flooding the surface of the world with magma. Either way, if he does re-add it, I'm sure he'll find a way to...
And those examples are some of the least insane things that can happen in Dwarf Fortress. Speaking of chat, you replayed Dwarf Fortress someday.
And so on, and more time spent drowning elves and flooding...
Wait, let me just read that out loud. Elven merchant merely swims in my drowning chamber, so I finished building my drowning chamber and the elves volunteered as test subjects. The merchant did not drown. He seemed happy to swim around submerged in water. After some time I said, okay, well, you earned your freedom. I pumped out the drone. Okay.
The surface of the world with magma. Either way, if he does re-add it, I'm sure he'll find a way to make it fun and interesting from a gameplay perspective. By the way, all this nonsense that I've been saying for the past, I don't know how many minutes, is why Dwarf Fortress is the best game ever made. So, the moral of Tarn's experiment with an economy simulation seems to be that a dwarf is entitled to the sweat of his beard.
Dude, I love this. Look at this picture.
Economy simulation seems to be that a dwarf is entitled...
This is such a great picture. There's no real racism without elves. True. You think you've seen racism? Bro, you've not seen me talk about elves yet.
Entitled to the sweat of his beard. Thank you for watching, and thank you to the patrons.
Alright. We have about, I think, 20 minutes before the Himbo goes live. And as per usual, when he goes live, we'll probably switch over to watching him while playing a game. Let us do the funny. Let us look through some Tic Tacs. I also uploaded a new Tic Tac recently. Oh, this guy's cool, by the way. We have profile. I made a video.
Israel.
I made this
Israel
in like 2 minutes.
Preemptively bombed Iran, partially to make it seem politically better for America. This is not to free Iranians, but to oppress them further, to defend Israel, and as a cover for their intensifying jihad in Palestine, and distract from the failing US economy.
I put so little effort into this, but it low-key banged. 44 likes. I would say that's fairly decent. Also, notice how I literally just took this picture at a bus stand at some point.
As a cover for
and then I found out that each picture can only be on the screen for 10 seconds, or at least that's what it seemed like when I was editing it. So I just took a random picture from my so I just took a picture from my album. And then I selected this one, the Tukuna picture. If you know Jujutsu, like this is a very stupid, like I guess inside joke in like an anime. Very dumb, very fun. You gotta make an emote with a dwarf holding a hammer and sickle. Yes, that would be cool. Right, watch and stream. We're gonna watch a few Tic Tacs. Food Tic Tacs would be good, but we need to save the food Tic Tacs for we need to save them for another time. Specifically, food Tic Tacs are best when we are fasting. Okay, very important. This one. I need to unsave some of these. Wait, why are a lot of these not unsaved? Okay, we'll just play this one again.
Right hand, bro.
The green box.
We watched this video the other day, by the way. It was very fun.
Right hand, bro.
The green box. That was a test, you know.
Yeah,
that was a test.
My hand's messed up, so
yeah,
I've done
green
it
box, green box, green box. Name me one pillar of Islam.
Shahada.
Green box. Green box, she smashed it. She named the most important one as well. Next. What do Muslims say before they eat?
They give thanks.
To who?
I don't speak the language.
What language?
I don't speak any other language.
You don't speak Islamic?
No, I don't.
You think Islam is a real language, yeah?
Bro, I think it's so funny how little effort this guy put into this. He didn't do any prior research. He could have just like looked up Arabic.
Does he speak Islamic? And he said no. He didn't even try. So next.
Like if he knew they was in Arabic, he could literally just say, "I haven't learned how to say it in Arabic yet."
How does Jesus die in the Quran?
He gets crucified, but he doesn't go up to heaven.
He gets crucified, yeah? I'm joking.
Mind games.
Master gets crucified, but he doesn't go to heaven. So where does he go to hell?
Wait, just out of interest, how did Jesus die in the Quran?
So for those that don't know, Jesus...
He basically hides, like, gets hidden in a tree and ascended to Jannah, if I recall correctly.
Actually got crucified in the Quran, he actually got ascended up to heaven, and technically he's not actually dead, he's gonna come back on the day of judgment.
Yeah, it's like a fake Isa they killed.
It's probably very soon, so yeah, get ready. What is
also, Isa is his OG name, not Jesus. That's what I said.
First surah of the Quran.
Surah Al-Fatiha, and you say that in prayer.
How many times you say in the prayer?
You say it at the start, and then you have a...
This is a really fun video. It was fun to just guess it along with the video and like try and see how well or not well they were doing. There was another guy, like, there's like two people here doing this thing, and the other guy's so bad at it.
And then you say your rak'ah. So it could be 3 or 4 rak'ah, depending on what prayer you're saying.
What month of the year is Ramadan?
It changes. It goes forward 2 weeks every year.
Yeah, you're even doing to my explanation. Like, just go green box.
Right. Next, we are. Why do I have so much activity shit? I don't know. Maybe one of my comments banged. This video we've already seen. Union Army Social. This we've seen as well. We've also seen this one. Okay, let's watch this one again because I think this one was funny. I'm making a Japanese mom say brain rot words. Yatta. Ritsu. Right, we need to put up the sound a little bit.
Ritsu. Tua. Sigma. Skibidi. Type shit.
That's so funny. Unk, which means shit in Japanese. Unko. Oh well, not unk, but unko. Wait, I think Japanese people also do this thing where like... Do they not? I thought Japanese also did this thing where like... Because this is something Bengalis do. We have to like Bengalis almost have like a what do you call like an urge to start and end every word, at least start every word with like a what do you call it, a vowel. That was something funny.
出るる drip no cap
I think it's so cute the way she's like checking on her children like now and then after saying it.
ブッシン
Pushing.
おはようおはよう
Ohio.
ファナムタックスプーキーミャオミャミャミ
Alright. Next. We've also seen this one. The Press Association calls for journalist access to Gaza. Oh, this one is good. This one we have not seen yet.
Tradition, this is piety. This is fashion. This is tradition. This is piety. This is history. This is celebration. This is culture. But this is oppression.
For those who are listening, not watching, she was basically showing different examples of veils.
There are 195 countries in the world. Over 50 is Muslim majority. Only 2 have legally hijab in law, meaning less than 8% of Muslim women are legally obligated to wear hijab. In contrast, 15 countries restrict or ban Islamic clothing for women. So the control of women's clothing exists on both sides. Yet the world pretends only one side is problem. So now you don't care about women. You only care about control. You want us to dress like you like, only supporting clothing that fits your worldview. And you call it freedom. This is fashion. Yep. This is tradition. This is piety.
This sister is very well spoken in what she said. This is insane hypocrisy. We also talked about this in the panel. How Western countries, especially like France, is so bad about this shit. Though other Western countries have also threatened to do similar dumbass racist legislation. Okay, what is this?
As Muslims, we don't drink, we don't gamble, we don't do...
Yeah, this is the video I was thinking about when I brought up like how genuinely as a business owner, you should like, who's this creator? Is she on another platform? You've used to use TikTok, so please get her account back. I get that. I'll see if I can... Let me check. Her name is Nailam Rawed Muslima. She has Instagram. Like, I'll link to her Instagram. There you go. What is this?
Europe is Christian.
Oh, this is like okay, AI image. This is not great, but I guess her transformation as a revert. You're welcome. Okay, so this is the video I was thinking about. Like, it was fresh in my mind when I brought it up during the panel about like how if you make food, like if you sell food, you should really consider also just selling halal food.
So as Muslims, we don't drink, we don't gamble, we don't do drugs, we don't go out to party. Well, at least we're not supposed to, which means that we're not spending our money on all of these things. We're not spending our money on all of these
unless you're Shia
things, and because we're not spending our money on all of these things, we're spending that money on food, man. So if you're a business owner and you don't have halal on the menu, now before you say go back to your own country, if you're a business owner and you don't serve halal food, you're cancelling out a big portion of people that would come and spend money. When I see a good video on Instagram of your food and it looks absolutely banging and I go and comment, is this halal? I'm not trying to take over the flipping country, okay? All I'm saying is your food looks banging. I want to support you as you being a business owner and me being a customer. And I want to come and try it, but if it's not halal, I can't try it due to religious beliefs and religious reasons. There's nothing more, nothing less. There's no ulterior motive. There's no takeover. There's none of this happening. All I want to do is eat your food. If you don't cater, great. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But I'm trying to say to you, if you did, there'd be a lot of people wanting to spend their money with you. And if the food's good, win-win situation all around for all of us.
Good real.
Listen,
yeah.
Let's be friends. That's it, man. Yo.
Like, it is such a really good point. Like, selfishly, it just makes it easier for you. Exactly what we were talking. Yeah, exactly. That's what. Like, I had this video fresh in mind. That's why I brought it up, because it's just like, it just makes sense to you, man. Like it just makes sense to you. It just makes sense to just do this shit, easy peasy. Like, just if you want to make more money, cater to Muslims too. We're a significant part of the population, especially among foodies. Okay, what is this?
Years ago, Aaron Bushnell engaged. On this day, 2 years ago, Aaron Bushnell engaged.
There's no downside, exactly. And like the only people complaining will not be at your shop
protest
anyways.
Outside the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. This is what our ruling class has decided will be normal, is what he said, referring to the ongoing genocide in Palestine. But it's not just that, or imperial war, or building concentration camps and old warehouses, building out cop cities and working to privatize water on a subscription basis. Our ruling class also traffics and eats children. The Epstein Files release was a normalization op, and it's working. There will be no accountability here. The system was designed by them and works for them, and they are not subject to the law or taxes. That's just stuff for us peasants. To them, we are all Palestinians. And eventually, can't say when it's going to happen, but if we do nothing revolutionary, we'll be given a similar choice. Either die or work as slaves to build some dystopian billionaire tech city.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. Are you from Sylhet? I'm not from Sylhet. Wa alaikum assalam. I'm not from Sylhet. My father's family, and my father grew up in Burishal, and my mother grew up in Khulna.
Are all Malthusianists who yearn for famine and disease, corrupted water, and climate disruption to kill all of us who are in excess of their labor quota. This is the vision they imagine. I don't think it's going to work, but it's not a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy, all right, but it's not a theory. It's not a theory because they say it out loud. Your only homework for today is to internalize...
Especially this part about, like, we're all Palestinians. Like, of course he does not mean that literally we're facing the same oppression as Palestinians. At least not yet. The thing is, though, that the Epstein class, or the billionaires, whatever you want to call them, their goal is to consolidate power, to make it so that they can treat us the same way Palestinians have been treated, and in the same way without any consequences.
Like, actually internalize it and start mentally preparing yourself to make the following choice. Either fight for your lives, literally, in a better future, or die. The future you spent your whole life preparing for no longer exists. We can potentially build a better future together, but the old one's done.
Better future, socialist
and
future.
This is what our ruling class has decided will be
Socialism or barbarism.
That's all. Some of y'all ain't angry enough. On this...
Alright, there's a couple more videos. Because of the Islam theme, we've kind of got going. So let's watch a couple more of these videos. Specifically ones about Muslims. Why is this not? What is this? I think this is a silly video. Let's see, what does this one say? Our lives are treated just like a resource. Exactly. And we treat it exactly like a resource.
Many,
nothing more.
But easy for some. To the brother, Ramadan is hard for many, but easy for some. To the brother that tickled my foot during Taraweeh, I'm gonna tell the Imam. Ramadan.
Yeah, I don't remember what this was, but oh man. What about you? Why it goes off topic? I don't know. What about you? Was it Ruben? I don't know how to say your name. RHV Ben. Are you from Bangladesh? Or of Bengali origin? This is another cool video. This talks about like Islamic clothing, Islamic, what do you call it? Modesty, and just like Islamic values, like just Islamic values in clothing. Yep, Maya from Sylhet. Nice, that's cool.
Islamic clothing.
I hope to get more Sylhet. I hope to get several Bengali chatters someday. Inshallah, some from Sylhet as well. Partially because the way Sylheti speak is very funny. Like in my opinion, as a non-Sylheti Bengali, the way the Bengali speak is very funny. They have some very funny words as well. And as a brown person, it is my duty to make fun of other brown people, including those of the same national background as me.
Be Islamic clothing.
This also can be Islamic clothing.
This can also be Islamic clothing. So many of us associate Islamic clothing with traditional Arab dress, you know, thobes, abayas. The Prophet ﷺ, he wore clothing that was normal for his culture and his time, and that doesn't really look anything.
But they don't have any claims on our foreskin, right? Okay, what are you saying? What is that in response to? Just because I called myself the penis snip earlier, it doesn't explain. Okay, what is context behind you saying way too cold? I'm gonna go get Bengali food tomorrow now. Hell yeah, do it. Oh, in fact, I'm gonna look up some dishes which you can't get. Fotabola. What is that referring to? I'm not very good at reading Bengali in like Latin
that
form.
doesn't really
No, in Bengali form. I need to actually learn to
look
Bengali
anything
scripts.
like what people wear in the Middle East today. So Islam doesn't really prescribe a specific outfit. Anything can be Islamic clothing if your intention is pure. So today the cultural trend.
I will say it is a little bit ironic he's talking about this topic. Like, no hate to this brother. Like, his message in this video is great. It's a little bit ironic that his shirt is so unbuttoned.
It's baggy clothing.
Just a little bit.
You have to wear it with the correct intention of it being modest, not just because everybody else is wearing it. So if you take it a step further and you ask yourself who made your clothes, were people treated fairly, were animals harmed? So Islamic attire isn't just about how we look, but also considers our intention, our modesty, our ethics and sustainability.
MashaAllah, this is very well spoken. This actually reminds me, there's like a queer imam or something, a queer like Islamic scholar. I need to find one of his videos. Majority of facility is called Seri Fotabola. What? Wait, really? I think I've heard of that before. That's insane. Alright, for Dr. Yasman, we're gonna look up Bengali food real quick. Specifically, in my opinion, in my correct opinion, Bengali biryani is amazing. But especially, just like, it's like, there's something called paya. Paya Bengali. If you want a very Bengali fish is really great, but it is not everyone who will like it, I will say. Something you should eat is paya, which I think the Pakistanis, they have something similar called nihari. If it's not the same. It is basically like a very fatty, like bony broth. It is very, like, if you're okay with fatty food, I definitely recommend trying this at some point. This is like a meal, like if you make it at home, you should only make like once or twice a year, because it's very, very fatty. But it's so delicious. It's a very heavy meal though. Another, like something I think is elite Bengali food that I can eat, that like is very easy to make as well. It's just Bengali like chicken curry. Bengali chicken curry is insanely goated. This, like, looking exactly like this. Insanely goated. It tastes so good. There's also beef curry. Like, and the thing about Bengali chicken curry as well is like it's super easy to make. I can make this so easily at home. It's so nice. I'm just very lazy, and therefore I haven't for a while. Another one is Bengali beef curry. It's also really good, or lamb curry. I think what they might call it lamb puno. I'm not sure. I think lamb puno is what they'd call it. I'm not quite sure. Yeah. Oof. Bengali lamb curry is goated. Good thing I've already eaten. Otherwise, I'd like be dying of hunger right now. Like, look at this food. It's so good. If you want to be bolder, there's also Bengali ilich. How do you spell it? Ilish. Ilish curry. Ilish. There's this fish called ilish, which is like it's like pretty much a staple, a very, very famous thing. It will have bones in it, so beware of that. But it is goated. If you like fish, this is goated. Hello, Shimon in chat. Hello, Liana. How are you doing? I think actually the national dish of Bangladesh, because Bangladesh is the land of so many rivers, a very, very, very fertile area. Writing all these down, hell yeah. If you ever want to ask, feel free to message me at any time if you want any more food recommendations. if I recall correctly, the national dish of Bangladesh is the one I just showed you, like ilish mas. National dish of Bangladesh. Actually, do we have a national dish? Maybe I'm remembering wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Right. There's also there's ilish like curry, but you can also make it like this is like more fried like. If it has, especially with like this part, do you see this part here? This is like the egg. Dude, like the fish egg. It tastes so good. Like the fish egg tastes so good. Genuinely, like one of my favorite parts of a food is specifically the fish egg. It's so good. Just gonna try ilish? Hell yeah. Let me know what you think of it. Just beware of like the bones. If you're on the true Bengali experience, you need to get your mom to hand feed you. Okay, you don't need to get your mom to hand feed you. That's a little bit like the Bengali experience, like until pretty much forever. Your parents will hand feed you like for the rest of your lives. They will happily do that. At least like not all the time, but you know, now and then. It's like it's a way of like you could call it as like a display of affection or whatever you call it. But definitely as a child. But if you want the true Bengali experience, you need to eat it with your hands. Actually, something that I thought was really cool, and I think Hassan is going live in a little bit, but he probably just like is still on the loading screen. Hassanabi Mamdani, when he had the IRL like meetup with Mamdani, like something that was so sick, and one of the reasons I will like Mamdani has my like critical support forever is the way that he shit. Do they not have the entire thing? Hasanabi Mamdani vlog. It's the way that Mamdani like one of Mamdani's favorite food places in New York was called shit. What was the name of the place? Yep, he's South Asian. Yeah, he is. But like he specifically one of his favorite places was a Bengali restaurant. And like all the uncles there recognized him as they walked in. Let's see, Bod. Restaurant. Does anyone know? Can anyone help me find the VOD for when Hassan met with Mamdani? They specific like for the entire day. They were like at a restaurant. Oh shit, like most of my meals I eat with hands only. Elliot with my partner, essential Thai, and they basically never eat with hands. She always side-eyeing me, but she's amazing out on quality food experience. Okay, W. Eating with your hands is W. You are... Okay, this is a messed up thing for me to say, but I'm gonna say it, because, you know, I can say it as an Asian. You are out-Asianing your partner. There you go, I said it. I said you can show her or clip it. You can clip me saying that. Eating with your hands is essential. Eating with your hands is a W. It's not just an Asian thing, but it is a good thing that all the Asian people who do it, if you know, you know. It's awesome. It's visual. Yeah, I don't care. I said it. Eating with your hands is goated. Anyone saying otherwise is too westernized. It makes the food more enjoyable. Exactly. Sure, there's some foods where it's like nicer to eat with cutlery, but things like rice and a lot of other foods, much better eating with your hands. Especially like food, like meat where the bones, where it's like cooked with its bones, much better eating that stuff with your hands. So that way you can really get into the nooks and crannies and also reduce the amount of like food wasted. Especially rice. Exactly, especially rice. With my hands as a fellow Canadian, hell yeah. You have this bone bread rice, I want to use it with my hands. Exactly. I love eating the rice off my hands after making rice balls. Exactly. Like, dude, it's so good. Actually, shit, another thing I want to show you guys at some point is like, my parents, for some reason, when they're at home, they just like watching videos of Bengali people just living their lives, like doing the living, fishing or whatever. Very random thing. And I want to show one of those videos to you guys at some point, because they're just like they're so down to earth and just like interesting to me. Hassan Mamdani, full stream. Okay, does anyone know if we can find this easily? This is it? Full stream. Okay, this might be it. My Bengali parents just talk about land back home in Bangladesh. Where are you a second generation or first generation immigrant, Ruben, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, this is a cool video. I'm gonna show that in a little bit. Okay, yeah, this is it. So
that's what that's about. That's what's going on.
dude, the way everyone just knows him and says hi is so sick.
This side?
Oh, we're not gonna talk about
Do you guys need
him.
Wi-Fi to keep streaming? No? So we could go down.
We're not gonna. Let's not.
Oh my
Let's not talk about that.
We'll go downstairs. And I'll come up and order.
Okay, look at this food. Look at this food.
We'll go downstairs. Okay, perfect. And I'll come up and order.
Oh man, he needs to do a slow shot.
Sorry.
Ah, dang it, Marsh. Marsh should have done like a slow shot just showing the food. That would have been so sick.
Okay.
This is.
Oh, man, the rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I leave it with you?
I'm not allowed.
Oh, okay.
Here's why.
Don't talk about that. Just give me a big spoon. Let me behind the counter. Real. Also, that reminds me of that one Stalin meme about him eating all the grain with a big spoon. A meme which I've tried to recreate many times.
Oh wait, hold on. Okay.
What is liquid death?
What else are we gonna
sit on this side?
Are
you that religious?
I don't wear gold.
Okay.
Wait.
Asia. And this is a ring that my wife made me. She's a ceramicist.
How are you? You don't wear gold? Are you that religious?
Mashallah. Mashallah. W. The fact that Mamdan is religious, like, it fills me with so much, like, pride. It means so much to me. Like, it's so... it's so sick. I think it's just water. Really? That's...
Okay.
In that one? Okay, that's insane.
Respect. I mean, I'm not, so...
Do you wear gold, though?
I don't really wear gold, but it's an aesthetic choice, more so. Not like, not Islamic choice. Yeah. Okay. That's cool. Do you talk about your religion at all, or like
I talk about being Muslim.
Okay. Yeah. Like, do you pray 5 times a day?
This camera angle is very unfortunate. It's a little bit unfortunate due to, you know.
I pray not as regularly as I should be.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. No, I mean better off.
Not as regular as should be. Yeah, no, that I think a lot of Muslims can relate to that. Unfortunately, not something we should talk about too openly, but it's important to remember that doing your best is what's important.
Off to me, let me tell you. I'm the worst Muslim.
there are worse.
Well, yes. True.
Yeah, Hassan is far. I unironically, if Hassan were to be a believer, I don't know if he is. I don't think he is. I don't know. I don't think he is. But if Hassan were to become become a believer, whatever, genuinely, I would say he would be among the best of Muslims due to all the positive work he does. Even if he doesn't like uphold a lot of the things, because he does so much good and like genuinely is like such a, from what I can tell, a kind-hearted person. I think he would definitely classify. I feel like he's like morally Muslim. Yeah, no, exactly.
Like, listen.
Like yeah, exactly. He doesn't practice. I feel like the way he behaves and the way like he like morally, his moral behavior is very much like that is what Islam should be. Like that is what a lot of Muslims should aspire to. The way that he's very like he's very kind to people. He like genuinely fights against oppression. Like he's very outspoken against oppression, etc. Very important.
Be a good person.
Be a good person.
To the best of my ability. I don't know what's gonna happen, but you know, at the end of the day, I don't think anyone's gonna be like, well, seems like you didn't pray 5 times a day.
I think being a good person is.
They brought food out. Okay, it's a little bit difficult for me to know. Oh right, Dr. Yasman, see if you can get paratha. At the place. If you eat at a Pakistan place, you probably know about paratha. Basically, like crispy, flaky South Asian flatbread. Yeah, that sounds about right. Paratha is so good, and it goes especially well with like, I mean, especially well with like chicken or beef or something like that. I know people love watching Hassan. I don't hate him, but every time I watch him, he always says something weird or cringe. Yeah, that's fair. He's not for everyone. That I think you can say about everyone. Okay, right. A couple last like Muslim TikToks about Muslims before we move on.
Is a perfect example of what happens when you don't. Eki Ayman is a perfect example of what happens when you don't heal your internal demons. When you don't heal that internal darkness. Sure, Eki, you can wear a thobe and oh yeah. Eki, when you don't heal that internal darkness, then you start to project that. And you know what's crazy, Eki? I think you get an arousal from that, bro. I think you get aroused from women saying, you know what, I'm not sure I can even follow Islam any longer. I think you get aroused because the reason why I say that, there are if millions of women. I posted a video on TikTok. It got taken down.
I was like, who is this guy talking about?
Around, I think with...
What's your opinion, Dawa Bros? If it's like this guy he's talking about, then it's like, I absolutely hate them. If it's the kind of person I'm thinking about that this guy's referring to, then I absolutely despise them. I think they're anti-Islamic in their behavior 1000%. Like they're insanely toxic. And should be excised from our communities. Like they should literally be re-educated. Like genuinely, they're so horrible.
Million views, and so many women were talking about how your behavior has caused them to not want to be sort of. They start to doubt Islam because of your behavior, right? And alhamdulillah, they got faith themselves.
I will say it's a funny the top comment. You can own a microphone because of how close he is to the camera. What's his name? Akhi Ayman. So I mean, we're not gonna watch this entire video because it's a little bit long, but but it's like this wanker right here. Like, okay, first off, shout your mouth, man. It's just not very anti-Islamic, like un-Islamic way of referring to women, referring to our sisters. Wrong, like straight up wrong.
Hijab is a journey. Don't tell me it's a journey. It's a struggle. Get out of here, man. I think they just want to journey to the hellfire.
It is very ironic saying this shit. Like these people saying that. Ew, of course, like sneakers, they're disgusting. This explains everything. This group of people, worst people in the world, like very, very like un-Islamic in their belief, like just they're living on patriarchy. Like, I don't want to swear because it's Ramadan, but if I could swear, I would say a lot of terrible things about these people. Basically, they're dogs. They're dogs. They're disgusting people, and they should seek Allah.
I remember watching one of his lectures once, and he was talking about getting given a second chance, and he was talking about his past, how he used to be in a gang and everything, and not to bring up his past sins or anything, but one thing I don't get is that when he was doing whatever gang activities they do, I don't know, doing raids, whatever, did he stop and he was like, let me go pray like Zohar, let me go pray Usr? I highly doubt it. And it wasn't just one day he started praying out of nowhere, it was, guess what, a journey. But also, Salah is an obligation, it is a command from Allah SWT, just like he said hijab is, but that doesn't mean that it can't also be something that is considered a journey, because there is an end goal to like the perfect Salah, the perfect hijab, but you can't just one day switch on and off and just be like, it's all or nothing. I don't know why there's so much leniency in Islam with every other aspect except hijab. That is where some people just don't want to show any compassion, any understanding.
This is very much like patriarchy.
No leeway whatsoever, it's all or nothing, and that is the thing which demotivates so many girls from wearing it, is the mindset of you have to wear it perfectly or not wear it at all. The ayahs were revealed in parts because Allah knows how hard it is to change. You can't just
like if I see someone as hijabi, I will respect that. Like more that like I will give extra respect to that, right? Yeah, these are Dawa Bros, by the way. Yeah, then I absolutely hate them. They're dogs. I hate them so much. They just land on Muslim women and gain traction from lonely Muslim men who thrive women approval. Yeah, no, these are dogs. They need to go to. He speaks like this in the masjid to astaghfirullah. Like genuinely awful people. Absolute curse. Exactly. Like.
Overnight.
Like it's just un-Islamic. I would say it's anti-Islamic, like their behavior. And okay, so going back to what I said, if someone's wearing hijab, I give them extra respect. Not that I respect less a sister or whatever who does not wear a hijab. I just respect those who, you know, are in that journey a little like extra, right? Doesn't mean I respect anyone else less. I respect sisters regardless. I respect people regardless, because that is my duty. That is a decent thing to do. That is the Islamic thing to do, right? To give people respect and to not judge them for what may or may not be the case, for sins they may or may not be committing. Who am I to say? Only one person knows, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Right? People like these wankers here in the start of this clip, inshallah, they will be re-educated. Otherwise, inshallah, they will suffer the consequences of saying these awful things and attacking our sisters. Like, genuinely, I hate that. Here's another one.
It's not guaranteed in Islam. Salvation.
What's this one? This is another like sister I found. Oh, I thought quite like a cool video which I liked. Was it this one? I think it was this one. It comes from a sense of responsibility of the belief of others, which is incredibly stupid. Yeah, like if you are a religious Muslim, your goal, like one of the main things you should understand is that you need to behave well, right? Okay,
Hello.
This is the video I was looking for.
How are you, ma'am? I'm doing well. How are you? I'm doing pretty good.
This is also a callback to what we were talking about on the panel earlier about, oh, my tab crashed, not nice. Okay, we need to close down a few tabs. This thing will work. Okay, there we go. This is a callback to the conversation earlier we had about women and hijab and how like basically how it's viewed as oppression whenever a sister is wearing a hijab.
How are you, ma'am? Hello.
While this video is playing, I'm gonna go to the loo real quick.
Hello. How are you, ma'am? I'm doing well. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. How can I help you? I wanted to ask you a few questions. So, are you American? I am American. So you're an American Muslim, correct? Yep. I was born and raised here my entire life. That's awesome. So we have liberties here in America that grant you the freedom that the religion of Islam would not grant you. Do you realize that? Really? Such as what? Like you're speaking over a man currently or things like that. Like that's not something that religion allows. That's not something condemned in Islam. That's something condemned in Christianity. It's actually not. It is. Do you want to see? No, it's not. Are you sure? Well, I can understand. For argument's sake, I understand that you would want to argue that. I'm not here to argue that. I know you're not here to argue it because you just made a false statement. There's no evidence whatsoever in Islam that says that, but there is in Christianity. So let's see. 1 Timothy 2:12. I do not permit a woman to teach or to assume authority over a man. She must be quiet. That's the Bible, not the Quran. Where did you get that from the Quran? It's widely talked about within the Muslim community. I gave you evidence. I gave you evidence from your book. I'm assuming you're a Christian at least. Okay. I am. Okay. So I give you evidence from your book. Can you give me evidence from mine? I don't read your book because it's so that's a personal problem. I read yours, right, for the sake of being, truthful in an argument, but you haven't even put in any effort to research your claim that you just made. There are over 500 people on your platform right now. Right. You want us to disprove Islam, but you're not really allowing people to speak. Okay, but how can you disprove Islam with a false claim that is not found in Islam itself? That doesn't follow. Honey, why do you think that they force women to cover themselves to such an extreme that they do? Really why do you think that? Am I forced to do this right now? Well, not here in America, not yet. Bruh. Hello? Hello. How are you?
Not here in America, not yet. 2 Timothy Lord, share of New Testament, can't even hide behind it's Old Testament. Yeah. I will say that I don't like arguing for Islam, like you're throwing Christianity or other religions under the bus, because we do have a lot of Christian or Jewish comrades, and comrades of other religions as well, I'm sure. But I do like these videos to kind of like show the hypocrisy of like the arguments made here. Speaking of, there's like a specific pastor. I wrote that wrong. Pastor. There's like a Christian pastor. There you go, Pastor Paul Dries. He's a really cool guy. Like progressive pastor. Definitely someone I consider a comrade. Housing is a human right. This one is sick. We're gonna watch this real quick to show some love to a
That's socialism.
Christian
That's
sibling.
What Jesus would want. Housing is a human right. That's socialism. I think that's what Jesus would want. Jesus wasn't a socialist hippie who was a hard.
And electromagnetics. We love our Islamic homies. Exactly. I agree with you in general, but I do think there's some really serious foundational problems Christianity has repol that Islam doesn't have. That's fair. I don't know much about it, but you know, it's basically something that that might be the case, but it's not something I would like investigate or like it's not something I would put energy into investigating, other than, you know, pointing out hypocrisy.
Nosed capitalist. Shall we look to the Bible? Why bother? I know I'm right. Let's see. Jesus healed people for free. He said we're called to feed the hungry and welcome strangers. He said that the rich are supposed to give away their wealth to the poor. But he didn't say that the government should force people to do that. And two things. First, Jesus also said that he wasn't a fan of the government. He didn't say much about how governments should function. Governments weren't involved in wealth redistribution. They mainly collected money for armies and the king. Second, I think Jesus cares about people more than he cares about accumulated wealth. His whole attitude towards money is wealth redistribution. Find me one Bible passage where Jesus encourages people to hold on to their wealth instead of giving it to the poor. There's the parable of the talents, where a slave earns a lot of money for his master. Does the slave get to keep the money? It's unclear. You know what's not unclear? The passage that directly follows the parable of the talents, where Jesus says Christians are supposed to feed the hungry, welcome the stranger, clothe the naked, visit those in prison. Also, if Jesus was such a capitalist...
I didn't know about the visit those in prison thing. That's cool.
Make money. What goods or services did he sell for a profit? He just gave everything away. Yeah. The United States is the wealthiest country in the history of the world. We very much have the means to provide for everybody, which is why I think housing is a human right. That's...
Like, this guy is very cool. Like, very, very cool. I hope it's very successful in this movement to like normalize this a lot more progressive, you know, left wing, straight up like maybe even socialist, even scary version of Christianity. Twitch. The thing is about religion as well. It's like it's very much the whole type stuff. Alright, what is this? Hassan is streaming. LHS is also streaming. Watching Hassan talk about Iran and stuff because I'm so anxious about just everything. It's fair. Oh, I'm gonna do it real quick. No, where's my watch streak thingy? Oh. No, my watch streak thingy disappeared. Hope you have a lovely stream. Also feel free to...
Any American naval movement happening anywhere, there are gonna be some, you know, 10, 20, 30, $100 million equipment failing and falling and exploding and sometimes falling off the fucking ships, the aircraft carriers, and in evasive...
I pray to the Almighty undulation advice. It's will upon us all that we may know life.
Dollars on fire. We love
That's wood.
on fucking fire.
That's wood emote is good.
It's glorious.
My one of my favorite Hassan emotes is this one. The has weird when it's just chain. It's very funny. Oh, thank you for the shout out, LHS. What? We're gonna shout LHS out as well. In case you guys don't know, in case you guys don't know Lesbian Hot Sauce, I definitely recommend following them. They're super nice. A very good friend of mine. Really, really cool. Interested but patient OT. Thank you for the follow. We are Charlie Kirk. Okay, right. We're gonna put on the himbo.
Anti-imperialist action. Fuck America, caca. John McCain lived it. Okay.
Right, perfect timing. We're gonna put on the himbo here at the top.
Appears to be an F-15 falling from the sky. The pilot,
yeah, these are the videos we were watching earlier. Insane shit.
That appears to show a pilot safe on the ground after ejecting. Now, the aircraft were F-15 Strike Eagle fighter jets. CENTCOM says Kuwaiti air defenses mistakenly shot them down
Oof.
during
Mistakenly. Yeah, I'm sure. Mistakenly.
ballistic missiles and drones. The cause of the incident under investigation. Now, CNN following the latest developments from around the globe.
There we go. Putting on the himbo here. And we will find a game. There's another demo we're gonna play. Steam, I think Steam Next Fest is over. I think it's just finished. That's okay.
It is startling to see
Dark Switch is the game we're going to be playing.
And I think it brings home the jeopardy that US troops face as this conflict widens. Look, it's clear
Go.
that CENTCOM is saying here this was an
We've changed the game. Now I just need to get up on stream. It just remind me of that Sabaton album Carolus Riggs. That's funny. Dude, I really like Sabaton. I really like the songs. And ever since I became political, it's become a lot more difficult for me to enjoy the songs, which are about, you know,
It's so funny.
Nazi soldiers. But I do appreciate like their. I really appreciate the songs about like Soviet Union soldiers, like the defense of Moscow, or like defense. There's defense of Moscow, and then there's like something tank. It's Tank Commander. I think I'm really like. I really like those.
You can always count on these fucking $30 million bad boys, $100 million bad boys, however expensive it is to just
go.
Operation, I'll just stay up and keep drinking. That way I won't be hungover at work. Oh, man.
That's funny.
What, is 80 million a pop? Fantastic.
80 million a pop? Yeah, okay, that sounds about right. We calculated to like, I think 28 million a pop for inflation, but like 98. So yeah, several hundred million gone.
You want to talk about how this happened, and to do that is retired.
Sabaton is a Swedish metal band that exclusively does songs about modern history. Yes, no, not only modern history. They do some old history stuff as well. They have one about Sparta, which I think is very cringe. Just everything about Sparta cringes me out. Because to me it's a very like idealized Western, like, oh, look at these cool Western defenders of democracy and shit against the Eastern invaders. But they have a bunch of stuff. That's the best part. Every time they shoot down a US craft, $1 billion down the drain. Yeah, no, dude, it's insane. Is it hardcore metal? It is, it's power metal. It's a specific genre called power metal that's usually very like narrative in its form. Like it usually tells a story or something. It's very cool. I want to watch them someday. Another band I really like is Windrose. And inshallah, if I make it big someday, I will. One of my goals will be to like work with Windrose, because Windrose is a dwarf metal band, which is so cool. Speaking of, I do wanna. We should watch some music videos on stream at some point. No, I did a whole stream once talking about how the Sparta stuff is a myth, and how the Hotgate stuff about Thermopylae at the time they were seen as total fucking losers that catastrophically failed. I didn't know they were seen as catastrophically failed. That's interesting.
America literally either A, does not care about any of its Gulf regional
yeah, the game we're playing now is Dark Switch.
Or is perhaps worse, capable of defending their own base.
Oh shit. And with the fog came horrors beyond comprehension. Shit. That is why, by the personal degree of Archon Valfidis, funny name, we founded this element we called Ilarum. Here we conduct vital research and study the Shroud's nature. Shroud. To uncover secrets and to forge weapons against this unrelenting threat. Shroud is interesting. I know there's another game called Enshrouded. It makes me think of that setting.
Drunk rapists who are just drunk at the wheel. Like very clearly drunk driving this situation, drunk driving the fucking car.
Okay, I need something to build this. Yasmin? Dr. Yasmin, if you at any point have any suggestions for how I can like
on this okay.
Add something to like the black spaces in my stream, do let me know. I'm very open to ideas.
Wait a minute.
Because some fun stuff, look up Defense of Moscow. Yeah, Defense of Moscow, one of my favorites.
Some imagery, I think.
history has shown us really before.
And I'm asking you specifically, Yasmin, because like you have a lot of really cool things on your stream setup.
Okay, they don't show the funnier part about this. Here, watch. Video showing locals approaching one of the F-15 pilots who ejected over Kuwait.
Oh wait, let's look at this real quick.
You need something to help you? No problem, you're safe. You're safe, you're safe.
Why does it look so small?
No problem. Thank you for helping us. Everything perfect?
Oh no, bro, they're gonna hit the fucking female pilot.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh, they're gonna
Oh no, I need to keep my Hassan watch streak. Yeah. Very fair. Dude, it's awesome. I don't know. I'm very curious how. Oh right, when you're back, I'm gonna ask how they found me. You can use the empty space to display your dick snatcher trophy. Okay, let's not make this one of the first community memes. Let's not make me being the penis snipper of the West one of the best community memes, okay? That's not what we need to do. That's not what we need. Based on what Hope I said, lol. What someone who once said for your show.
Absolutely necessary to look at this.
That's a good question.
Downed American pilot while in the
I like dwarves. I like communism. I like Islam. The bollocks basher of Bangladesh is real.
Yeah. For the record, for people
I could have my socials there, I guess.
Might think like, oh, it's because the Kuwaitis
at the bottom.
These guys. No, the Kuwaitis fucking love these guys. Okay, I need you to understand something. They probably thought he was an Iranian pilot at first, and then they realized that he was an American pilot, and then they put him in the back of a car so that they could take him to a hospital.
Police? Yes, 1 minute.
Chastity Cage sales up by 1200%. What's what I mean? Do you want to lean into the funny chaos? Do you want to be whimsical like me, or do you want to be a big serious man? That sort of thing. What vibe do you want? That's a good question. I don't know what exactly you mean by those different things. Like what the difference is between like funny chaos, whimsical like me, or serious man. I think I probably want some more funny chaos. Because I think that would increase the amount of like viewer interaction.
Oh my god, dude. Oh, that's so funny. That's awesome. Kuwaitis are providing cover. Only system they
okay, so like I want you to look at meaty fart. That's a good example of funny chaos. Alright, I'll write down.
Iranian batteries. US is just lying. Yeah, there is a suspicion on whether or not this was friendly fire. And I guess America would rather say it's friendly fire than say that it was Iranians that struck the fucking...
That is an interesting name, that's for sure.
Struck the F-15s. Having said that, I don't know.
It's a very chaotic channel.
It has happened before, so...
If you want, I can look it up right now.
Fucking truck video from an American soldier.
Okay, this game is taking up a lot of resource from my PC. Hopefully not too.
I'm inclined to believe that it's
I really need to fix my PC at some point. Slash upgrade it. Inshallah, I get the money for that sooner rather than later.
Kuwaiti airspace, bro.
Because that will also allow me to play more fun games and also just make it easier to stream shit.
Because it literally happens.
To make sure the lens is interesting but also comfortable. Bad description of the game is it's good tutorial. Yes. Main menu, open.
Information warfare, escape the fuck out of everything and claim otherwise. This is a new NATO doctrine. Iran has S-300s within range of Kuwait.
Plus, do you want to be symbol vibe or elaborate guy?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
Why are you
What's the difference?
All giddy about serious matters? Okay, but none of this is funny. What am I supposed to do, man? Kill myself? What do you want me to say? Look at our fucking incompetent ass multi-trillion-dollar military, brother. What do you want? The best
so like Sacha is symbol vibe, but use up all the screen space. Sacha? Is that like another streamer?
The worst possible outcome is that Iranian S-300s,
yeah, we'll turn down the sound very slightly.
Purchased by Iran, were able
yes.
to literally laser
okay, let's look it up. Is that like Sundari and Yandere? What is that comparison? See how he feels all the space as a collage of stuff that gives you his vibe. Okay, let's have a quick look.
About the fucking situation. Yeah, it's our
Sad
goddamn
chat.
tax dollars being lit on fucking fire. That's a school. You know what I mean? That's healthcare. But of course I'm gonna laugh. At least they didn't get to go murder a bunch of fucking school children. You know what I mean? In a bombing campaign.
Is this a friend of yours? Really has an IB education in politics? Yeah, okay, no, that looks like a friend.
Share a genome.
Gonna follow
And
them real quick.
ironically, this extreme teamwork is all for the sake of being better.
Wasn't able to fucking go and, like, I don't know, laser some schools.
Okay, I think. I mean, I do want to use up all the screen space.
Packages on schools or whatever the fuck. It's an aerial combat.
I do want to use up all the screen space, but
is one of the coolest interactions in nature.
I don't want it to be like
In exchange for a meal
empty. If that makes sense. Like I'd want something to be there.
Cooperation can be awfully nice. And then way on the
incoming.
See how it's just a flash. He's a big serious man, but also simple vibe.
Adam Cochran.
Yes, exactly. But for streamers,
here's how we know the report is covered. Kuwait uses 3.
and I feel like I'd be more for in terms of streamers. If it's between Sundere and Yandere, I feel like I'd lean more in the direction of Yandere, but like percent like a Sundere. Does that make sense? I don't know if it does. I don't want it to make sense anyways. I feel like I don't want to think too much about this logic anymore. It's very cursed.
This was the system used. Patriot systems rely on multiple ID types to engage a target. Radar track behavior rules. It shoots at things that act like a missile. IFF signature, broadcast automatic signature between fighter and ground systems. I mean, look, I don't know.
Mushrooms are not the healthiest food. Are you stupid?
The point of failure is here,
are you stupid?
It's the American military, so I feel like there's numerous points of failure that you could point to. Okay.
Make allowance self-sufficient. Send works together. Mushrooms collect food from the mushroom patch.
Industrial complex being incompetent, nobody got hurt is literally hilarious. Exactly.
What is that? High efficiency. Are these like different races? Do we have like different races, or is it like different types?
Have proven to be true here. Okay, a couple things that are proven to be true here once again. And maybe a lot of you are too young to remember the numerous points of failure that took place in the global war on terror when they first went in. When you go into an active war, no matter
the game is
how much
pretty.
you've done
It's rather pretty. We need to turn down the graphics.
Like trained your troops, there are going to be very real problems when you get into a real shooting battle. Okay, it's always a clusterfuck. I mean, the one example I always use is like the Humvees. Okay. They brought all these fucking Humvees into Iraq.
A good starting point could be having graphical borders. That's a good idea.
Coverage, no protection underneath the Humvees.
I need to find a way to make some graphics then. Okay, we have resources, wood, raw food, gas, metal, solar, and they're color coded. Okay, nice. I like the interface so far.
With a bunch of marbles, would put together a roadside bomb, and that shit would explode.
Free scout groups. What is this? Create scout team.
Every single troop's dick would explode in the process.
I feel like we want to do that.
Okay, literally.
Okay.
How do you not factor in like armor underneath the gun?
And then think about what kind of borders you want that will give people a vibe, and what vibe you want it to. Well, I'm going to put a border on in your chat that's just faces mashed together people you like. Or fart clouds, or just look up some elegant calligraphy in gold. You know? That makes sense. What I probably want, and this one is difficult, because I've been thinking about like how to like do mascots of my channel and whatnot. Like, do you see these emotes? Like a very dear friend of mine, Yoba Kitty, she made these emotes recently.
As we are, you know, lasering in
for me.
A volleyball team.
Like the vibes are very much dwarvish, and I probably want.
That we seemingly have presented as this.
I wish I could. It's annoying that I can't. I feel like it's weird to select 3.
The American and Israeli clandestine operators are so
good. I just want all these 3. Like I want dwarf aesthetics. I want communism aesthetics, or you know, USSR whatever aesthetics. So yeah, like socialist aesthetics, whatever. And I want Muslim aesthetics. What I'll probably do is like have a mixture of the 3. Like basically have some of each somewhere.
Anyway, so you know, there's a lot of, it's costly, it's bloody, it's completely it just shouldn't happen at all. I mean, it's completely ridiculous. and we're doing it anyway.
So like for me, I want people to feel fun and strange vibe, whimsical, lighthearted. So I've got fantasy stuff, sci-fi stuff, weird filters. That makes sense. I like fantasy stuff, but I very specifically like dwarves, and I think like I run dwarves communism. We've got a few good things there. Thank you.
At this point, you would assume that it would be expected that these sorts of things are going to happen, but seemingly it happens all the time with regular frequency. It literally happened with Ansar under the Biden leadership when the Biden administration was bombing Sanaa, bombing Yemen. They had these issues. They lost, I think, 2 aircraft, right? And then Trump lost another one as well. So fantastic stuff overall.
Capabilities are in the region. Well, there's probably at least 30 or
Oh.
so F-15s that are stationed there in Kuwait.
Well, now it's 27.
Sound from my PC is struggling. It is so loud. I need to figure out what's causing that and reduce it.
Campaign that took over the weekend. Over 1,000 sorties were flown. You have to remember that it was an incredibly complex operation.
I wish I had a computer expert
Lincoln
friend.
Carrier battle group.
Actually, I might have some like
battle
that.
group out in the Mediterranean. All the
Now we need to just let time pass. These people gather some mushrooms.
Without a doubt, there was probably.
I like the elevator-like thing.
Launched from submarines, in fact. So it was an incredibly
I wonder if I can also build on the other sides of this tree.
Some kind of collision or some kind of an incident, is not that. It's not.
Oh, okay. Is this a shroud?
Nobody's nerfing. Bro, that's
Is this another huge tree? I wonder if I can like spread to that one.
I mean, what? Yeah, we fucking shot
Buildings with no workers for
$380 million pieces of sophisticated equipment out of the sky.
Also, we shouldn't skip the tutorial.
Missiles in the same at the same damn
Turn up
time.
some
It's normal. It happens all the time.
But what is remarkable is the performance of the.
So think of dwarf stuff, cave stone, carvings, engravings, epic buildings underground.
To have done what they
I will do that. Thank you.
the last couple of days without
That's a good idea.
Shoot down is pretty remarkable.
Those aircraft were F-15 Strike Eagle fighter jets.
I wonder if it's possible to like change the look of Chatterino to also have like a dwarvish look. I'm also thinking about like how to best do Chatterino because I want the chats to be visible, but I also kind of want to like move it. I want the chat I want the Chatterino to be see-through, so I can put stuff there.
Isn't it wonderful to see why you don't have healthcare
Okay, what are
on
these?
TV?
Wood pile.
every day?
Okay, yeah, no, let's
This
put some
also,
works here.
I love when mainstream news turns into like QVC for fucking
Oh,
the
interesting.
military industrial
This night
complex.
shift
Look
as
at the
well.
might of our weapons; they're so fucking sick.
So more than $1 billion each.
Another
The
mushroom
bombers usually
platform.
fly out from an airbase in Missouri with a crew of 2.
Most buildings require adding workers to shifts. They won't function without them. You can add a worker to a shift by clicking on the icon for the time you need, or fill the entire shift once by clicking the max button. Clicking the works icon on the shift will remove them, while clicking the main shift will clear the entire shift. Alright.
Hi, Kate. Well, we are here
Oh,
at the border, as you mentioned.
showed these
Today
photos
is
of
the
world
first
country.
day that
Going to
there's
see the Island Daily.
traffic going in and
First,
out.
just
They
on
are
southwards
allowing
and
Iranian trucks and Iranian citizens to go.
Classes of citizens. Workers are divided into 3 classes: toilers, artisans, and rangers. Each class has preferred jobs which is performed with increased efficiency, and unsuitable jobs which suffer penalties. For example, laborers are the most efficient in harvesting fungi from the cheese park. Remains routine. Buildings that gather raw food, aka fungus gathering posts, operate indefinitely. Their food sources replenish over time. Other resource nodes, however, can be fully depleted. Okay, let's max out the workers here.
And now, sorry, there was supposed to be more of that video, but we'll get that to you later. But they closed the border.
You can have your chat look like it's carved into stone with the right graphics. Ooh, that's a really good idea. Sponsor a big deal chat background chat folder. Okay, that's sick. That's very cool. Thank you. Like, is there like a specific way I should go about it, or would you recommend I just like Google it and then see what I can find that looks good, or like a treasure chest opening up?
Reminder: this border.
What are
This
these?
border is going to be
Oh,
very
these quests.
consequential because this is where they're going to push the Kurdish militias in to the Iranian state through. Okay? Just so you understand.
We can voice call sometime. I can tell you about it. Sure, I would love that. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
that they are going to push the Kurdish militias through.
It's fun to mess around with image editing software. Yeah, I'm not very good at that kind of stuff, but I'm very good at making very shitty memes. That's like the one thing I'm good at.
And destroy the state. Okay?
A lot of people are homeless.
The goal here is to destabilize and destroy the Iranian state. They are going to send in Kurdish militias. Maybe ISIS too, who knows? ISIS would love to get a couple licks in there as well, but I know for a fact. But they are not moving. They want to keep it democratic. All parties agreed to that. Brother, just wait.
Height difference is
okay?
2.8.
Just fucking wait.
As quickly as possible to be sure that he could get back to his family.
Oh.
Okay?
Oh, okay.
Well, that's some amazing
I can't build it here, but I can build... Ah, you build on the wall like this. Okay, that's sick. That's so cool.
I really appreciate it, Clarissa. Standing by.
That's awesome.
After having sacrificed Rojava, yes. Yes. But these are...
I love a chaotic stream overloaded with shitty memes.
We'll do it one more time. Okay?
I'm like, I'm not sure about how I want to set it up, because I do like my chaos now and then, but sometimes I probably want a bunch of chaotic things which the chat can initiate.
Top-down approach to what's going on here. Okay?
Now that I think about it, because that, at the very least for a while, to drive up viewer interaction. I also did for 2 hours straight spamming a sound command that plays a gif of Kyle Gass. That's funny. That is something I do want to set up, like basically spending points to like make something appear on the stream.
Right? The problem is, Israel.
We can do so much bullshit on Twitch with OBS. Ooh, that's good.
I tweeted about this last night, and it's really important. I'm going to keep stressing this.
I can teach you how to do that with Sammy. That sounds cool.
Reason why.
Speaking of Sami, I do want to make a stream about the Sami people at some point.
Quickly, is because there are competing interests here. Not converging interests, but diverging interests here. Because Donald Trump wants it fast and easy. Donald Trump wants boom, boom, boom, quick in and out. Bombing campaign, negotiation
Let's just
process with
continue with this like mission for now.
A much better position overall. And then a pliant state in Iran that's going to
I'm always happy to pass on everything other people told me. Hell yeah, that's very kind.
Whatever your demands are.
Sound commands and such.
Build a Trump Tower
gotcha.
in Tehran, all this stuff. Israel, on the other hand, does not want that because Israel knows that, and I tweeted this last night, large majority of Iranians in Iran do not fuck with Israel, including the people who hate the IRGC. There are some people who like Israel and like America in Iran. Iran is a massive country, very diverse, but large majorities in general are not fans of American, are not fans of the American bombing campaigns or the Israeli bombing campaigns, right? Like, there's been polling that was conducted after the 12-day war where Iranians were very frustrated. Okay? So, big chunks of the public are not fans of Israel. So even when Hassan got cooked by Charlie Kirk? Charlie Kirky?
Charlie Kirk. I love a little cooked up joke.
I'll unban you. I just popped a perky. So
You're right. There's a bunch of workers here. Something I do want to know about the game is whether it also allocates people to the right houses. To houses nearby wherever people are working. Because that is like...
As I was saying...
There's no space for building annexes. Interesting.
I forgot what I was saying. God damn it. Oh.
ADHD.
I lost my train of thought. Real. I'm going to receive it one more time. I'm going to get it again. So, large majorities of Iranians in Iran do not fuck with Israel, including the people who hate the IRGC. Considering that this is Israel's war, it is an important part of the equation. And it offers clarity to the Amer-Israeli airstrike targets, which include opposition figures and moderates,
maybe this
border
one,
guards. Okay.
No space for building annexes. I'm sure that won't be an issue.
Why
maybe.
America and Israel are blowing up, like...
This game would be kind of cool if it was like self-coded, and I'm only gonna say that once. I'll never say that again.
Oppositional figures
but
to the state, including A guy
There's another cool like dwarf game I played at some point, like a city manager. Sadly, it like a dwarf thing, but the devs like abandoned it too early. I don't know why, but it's very unfortunate. These mushrooms taste like feet and smell like old garbage. How can you not like mushrooms? What's wrong with these people? No wonder so many workers got sick after eating them. Let's boil them. Boil them will break down the poison. They won't taste any better, but at least they'll be safe. Did they just eat them raw? Are these stupid? Silly people. Remember when you're last button. Building, speckling the hammer button. We have an image of building, you'll see its description, price, as well as find out what types of building. You can build anywhere, for now it's worth building on the trunk. When you select a building to build on the trunk, you will see its translucent silhouette, and the surface of the trunk will display the area of building. Of the area you like, if the building can be built, the silhouette will turn green. I will not read out all of this anymore.
You would need to defend Reza Pahlavi with American troops. So unless Donald Trump commits to a puppet state and designing a puppet state and defending a puppet state in Iran with no guarantees of success, mind you, okay, it's not going to happen. You can't install Reza Pahlavi. You can't just like say Reza
What that needs to be available with
popular support on the ground, and they magically have a monarchy. They restore the monarchy, and then they do liberal democracy with
ground platforms and trees. Oh, we can also build on the ground. Oh shit! That's cool.
The only other option for Israel.
Okay, I like that a lot. That we can. There's like several different places where we can build this.
It's just a failed state, right? Trump might want regime change, in air quotes, like in Venezuela, but Israel wants a failed state like Libya that will never threaten its expansionist ambitions again. Any real deal here for Trump means cutting out Israel, and that's not likely going to happen until it gets really costly. Okay? And right as I was tweeting that, Donald Trump gave another interview, this time to ABC, where he says the U.S. identified possible candidates to take over Iran, but they were killed in the initial strikes. He said the attack was so successful, it knocked out most of the candidates. It's not going to be anybody that we're thinking of because they are all dead. Second or third place is dead. And not only that,
that is insane.
Shooting and trying to kill oppositional figures as well, like people who are literally arrested by the administration, people who are under house arrest by the administration.
That makes sense.
If you have an ambition,
unfortunately,
to actually do regime change,
like
you
demons.
can't kill the guy you're trying to fucking plant as your guy, right? You can't kill the fucking people. You can't kill the fucking people that you're supposed to put in power. You can't do that. It's insane.
Okay, let's build this one here. Can we build a house?
So this once again proves that there are diverging interests here. This is Israel's war. Israel's goals broadly are to create a failed state in Iran. America's goals are, or Trump's goals in particular, are glory and a quick in and out campaign, couple bombs, negotiations, art of the deal, as he has conducted over and over again. Like, this is what he did in Venezuela. He thinks Venezuela was a massive success, right? And he's coming off the heels of that success and quote unquote success in Venezuela and going into this Iranian operation after getting.
What is this? Oh, are these like other platforms that we can build upon? That we can like upgrade into? That would be sick.
You know, compromise people within his like closest.
These people are very outward coded
and whatnot, who are just telling him over and over again, "You're gonna reach glory. Israel's gonna go in without you. You want a piece of this puzzle. You know."
The rations even look like lembas.
They got the best intel.
This must be on purpose,
right? That's pretty much how this story was concocted. Right? And I think Donald Trump thought, judging by what took place in Venezuela and judging by like what they perceived as the success of the 12-day war, he thought this would be going down very differently. He thought we go in, we blow some shit up, we do a decapitation strike, and then we find a much more pliant figurehead within the IRGC to deal with, and then it's over, right? We can get all of our demands across, and it's going to be totally fine. What they didn't realize, or what he did not factor in, perhaps was the information that his own generals were giving him.
It just looks like giant limbers.
Don't do that. Don't do a decapitation strike. You're a fucking
So it requires
idiot.
rations.
They already have a
Just
system
makes
designed called
rations
like
from
this decentralized
raw
mosaic. They have a horizontal movement within. They have a horizontal contingency plan where even if there is a very successful decapitation strike, they will still continue fucking bombing Israel and continue to bomb American targets, even potentially. Like everything that unfolded, Donald Trump was aware of. And we know Donald Trump was aware of it. You want to know why? Because the generals clearly leaked it to the fucking media. They literally leaked it in the build-up to this campaign. They were like, Trump is not listening to us. We're going to go and tell the media. We're going to go and tell the media that, like, we might actually fail. We're going to wash our hands of this failure. Right? And what this operation has shown thus far, and I know everyone wants a big W here, and I know like the Republicans are running around talking about like, oh, we did it, we killed the Ayatollah, we killed an 86-year-old guy, it's fucking over, we've done it, like, and if there's
it's so insane that they killed him
too, not realizing
like so insane
realizing the consequences of these actions and not realizing what this is showing to the rest of the world. Number one, it shows that America doesn't either have the motion or the ability or the care to defend its allies with military bases. All of a sudden, if you have a U.S. military base, and
we're getting low, can't keep this up, we're going to ground completely. We have to nurture the take risk
you're not getting any
dangerous whether we suddenly run into Sarago's air patrol.
That's number one.
You guard, by the way, you can find a secluded spot near the lake to put fisherman shit. After all, one can do
protecting these bases, then all of a sudden it's a major weakness, right?
Confirmed, small.
Either they don't have
force a small cheese squad. This troops arranges must assist survivors with lumber. Alright, we need to make scout routes.
They just don't give a shit at all about the Gulf nation states, which are supposed to be incredibly important.
Sending scouts.
That are incredibly reliable and incredibly important allies for American capital. Okay? The other thing that this has shown is that if America went to war with a country like China in a proxy war, for example, right? They would get their fucking backs blown out because the technology gap between Iran and China is insane, right? The technology gap between Iran and China is insane. The missile gap between China and Iran is insane. Like, if there was any sort of serious battle, proxy battle or not, between the Chinese state and the United States of America, we're not making it out of that. We're not making it out of that process. Okay, their manufacturing capabilities are far superior to the Iranian manufacturing. All it takes is a willingness to engage in this.
Yeah. If
right?
If China actually decides to arm Iran,
in my opinion, is completely.
It's going to suck for America, even more than it probably already is.
Especially considering that China also, as it stands...
So something dumb, may I ask what's the objective of this game? I don't know. Well, actually, no, I do know. It's to survive. I think at least it's like a city survival type game.
And refinement processes on lock for rare earth minerals and battery systems that are necessary for American national security interests.
It's like a city builder / city survival.
It's over at that point.
Right, send scouts down there to ensure we can start getting some wood.
President Trump, it was a roughly 9-minute phone interview talking about the war in Iran. Just want to give you the quotes.
This is a demo, by the way.
Said, quote, knocking the crap out of them.
So you can find this game on Steam as well.
We've got the greatest military in the world. We're using it. I asked the president how long he thought this war might last. He said, I don't want to see it go on too long. I always thought it would be 4 weeks, and we're a little ahead of schedule. I asked him if the U.S. was doing more to help the Iranian people reclaim their country than the military strikes, if there was other stuff going on.
They don't have a PC, I'm watching on mobile. That's very fair.
Now we want everyone staying inside. It's not safe out there. He also suggested it was about to get
it's probably a fair bit more. I hope you can still see the things on mobile, but I would not be surprised if you can't.
The big one is coming soon. I asked the president
I've had a lot of fun with
Iran attacked Arab countries in the region, Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, and the UAE. He said that was the biggest surprise so far for him and his team. Quote, we were surprised. We told them, meaning the Arab countries, we've got this. And now they want to fight, and they're aggressively fighting. They were going to be very little involved, and now they insist on being involved. He said of the Arab leaders of those countries, I know these people, they're smart.
All traitors.
The Iranians, he said, quote, shot into a hotel, they shot into an apartment house. It just made them, meaning the Arab leaders, angry. They love us, but they were watching. There was no reason for them to be involved. That was probably the biggest surprise. You have to understand they were living under that dark cloud for years, meaning the Iran.
I'm gonna be honest, it's pretty funny how leaky of a fucking faucet Donald Trump is.
Good go, Shaman. Have a great stream. Thank you so much. Take care, Dr. Yazman. I'll see you some other time. I look forward to the next time we do the panel.
Commander-in-Chief, that's a
Or,
bitch
like,
this.
if we do something else
He
together.
loves
That would also be
yapping.
sick.
Anytime an operation is going poorly, he does the fucking full spectrum. He goes to ABC, he goes to CNN, he goes to CBS. He calls journalists personally to be like, listen, Drake, let me tell you something, okay? It's going great. It's going great. I love the situation. I love the situation we got. Iranian attacks have been very successful. They are doing a really good job. Let me tell you. But we're doing a good job too. Everyone's doing a great job.
That's a lot of resources.
Like, what the fuck? Dude, they've basically told all the fucking Gulf states that your bases are bullet sponges. Your bases are missile sponges. We are just invested in protecting Israel. We don't even care about protecting our own troops inside of the Gulf nation states. We don't care about anything but Israel. M Israel high, M Israel high, M Israel high. That's literally what the lesson is here. Now, of course, these guys are still fucking
lumberjack.
You know, they can get pissed off all they want, but it's still Big Daddy America, right? But here, look, you got a Saudi official on Al Jazeera. American defense is focused on Israel without the Gulf states that host many of the military bases. And the irony, of course, this guy's not a Saudi official. Okay, whatever.
Okay, wait, why can't we...
host many of the military bases. There's no doubt in my assessment, or I believe, that there is, let's say, kind of resentment towards the ally or the partner if we describe it. He's a Saudi commentator. To the American partner who focuses on Israel's security and Israel's stability
Are these the trees we want to cut?
without concern for the defense needs of the
Not
Arab Gulf
entirely
states,
sure.
which
In
are,
any case,
which are today being subjected to Iranian strikes without American effort. Also,
the lumberjack hut requires wood to make.
Same shit.
I suppose there are no other resources, but...
He's not going to go to fucking Al Jazeera and say something that the Saudi government doesn't believe. Like, what are we talking about? Like, you're making it seem like there's independence amongst Saudi analysts and Saudi officials. No, any Saudi guy that is speaking on Al Jazeera is basically communicating as an organ of the government. Okay? They're speaking on behalf of the government, which is fine. I mean, I've heard this exact same thing over and over again. It makes sense. They're fucking pissed off because they're like, dude, you let Israel strike us in Doha, right? You let Israel strike Doha. Israel
cool. I like that it can go a little bit beyond like what's shown here.
It was fucking ridiculous.
That's nice.
And then on top of that, now
and automatic parking is also very
you
nice.
don't even have fucking protections on these bases. What the fuck are you doing?
All of the acknowledged 3 red signals from the northeast. That means the neighboring outpost Ignalis has fallen. There's no way to help them now. The ruins where Ignalis is located are a 5-day journey away. Even if we send rangers out much to the fog team with the shroud creatures and ancient relics, they'll need their own help. Allowing us a mission and completing its paramount. Alas, every man for himself. This reminds me of a little bit of a mixture of Enshrouded, like Enshrouded setting, plus Frostpunk so far.
I don't know what kind of communication exists, but like
extensions.
Warning systems. The radar towers that Iran took out.
You're not obliged to leave space for an extension, but then its construction will not be able to in the future. Okay. So for me now, we must accept the survivors of the regions. Are you going to accept them? You know what the shroud does to people. You don't want crazy refugees to burn half of allowance at the ground? Okay, that's chill. Chill with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Help them as long as it doesn't research, help. And we ourselves can't sleep in houses. Maybe we can just cut it down. Before we proceed, Madden, remember, cutting the flesh of the great trees not only sacrilege, but also crime. Though sorrow goes far is far, Mr. Ethnoc will never allow it.
So it's not like Iran is
Precisely. Which regenerates solar, therefore forbidden anyone to lay an axe to it without the craftsman's supervision. All natural layers have arisen, fell the trees to the ground.
For allowing the American bases to exist on their soil.
Fear.
They're blowing it up for a very
Your settlement is a small light in the middle of a dangerous world. The difficulties and adversities that visit you will certainly affect the mood of the residents. The bar at the top of the screen shows the current level of fear in the settlement. With a high level of fear, the efficiency of workers decreases, and if the bar fills completely, you lose. The fear settlement increases when your villagers gain negative ailments and decreases when they lose them. Star events and your choices can also increase or decrease the level of fear.
The American military knows they want.
Probably also just like reduces automatic
fall. Is that what I should be doing here?
Gather from stacks, chop it in the forest, build houses.
Like, how can you not look at this situation and see it as a spectacular failure? You think America looks good in this process? The mightiest military on the planet, the most sophisticated equipment on the planet, and they just left their fucking radar.
Bro, the amount of stairs here is insane. Wait, did these like go directly down? That's funny. I mean, I suppose that makes sense, but that's amusing. We're also playing on the lowest graphics, so you know it might be related to that. Actually, let's see if we can put the graphics to medium.
They were being hit with Shahed drones.
The game is rather pretty.
It's nothing.
Oh yeah, it already looks much better.
Fucking sending these like slow ass drones to hit the
lights on the trees
over
and stuff.
over and over again for like the past 48 fucking hours. We've seen it.
Nice, we got more wood.
Yeah, it's like a flying tractor,
Let's build
dude.
another lumberjack.
They can be shot down with conventional small arms. You understand? They could be shot at with like AK-47s if necessary.
AK-47s.
For $30,000 with a Shahed drone, you can take $1 billion worth of equipment. $1 billion worth of equipment. That is an incredible strategy for the Iranian side. Obviously not law, but we can't pretend we understand why the bases haven't been evacuated. I
wonder why it is they're making a platform above the ground for these. It might have something to do with the shroud creatures or whatever.
No matter how mighty its military is, does not have infinite
Wow, it's 50.
munitions. I'm already explaining to you that when you make a strategic evacuation, you're making that.
All right, scouts. We need to send them on a mission.
Knowledge that you are focusing entirely on
yes,
Israel's
go check out the fishing
That's
place.
what's going on.
Are there any other things we can investigate?
There is a
Nope,
party
not yet.
involved in this.
I hope this demo like
how they're going to respond.
allows you to play a decent amount, because that's something I like from a demo. And you know, it's kind of like the same concept as piracy. If people like your game, they will just buy it.
Commander-in-Chief was clearly way more focused on the intel that he was getting from Israel and false assurances that he was getting from fucking Israel. That's my
That's
point.
a lot of workers.
The point that I've been making is that the Arab states are eventually going to fucking run out of interceptors because they don't have unlimited funds. They have a finite resource here. This is not, you know, Israel doesn't have unlimited resources to defend itself.
Path to job site. Residents get place to work on foot until they reach a building. They do not finish its work. This vision doesn't take into account the time spent commuting, so they can regularly build houses in which residents speak and kitchens in which they eat. Near a remote workplace, you will significantly increase output.
They said we don't have.
You can configure the loot zone for a building by clicking the corresponding button in its window. Don't forget, the longer it takes for work to commute, the less time you'll have to work. Oh, interesting.
We would be completely shit out of luck. But the real reason why they were saying
that does make it worth it to at least build a house for these guys once we get the things up.
Now the question remains. I think
we're almost
the Israeli side here, which is totally fucking guiding this entire process, this military quagmire, they know how to manipulate Trump really well. Okay? They know how to manipulate Trump very well. They're exceptional at manipulating Donald Trump. Okay? Because Trump is very malleable. He's so easily persuaded, especially when he thinks someone is like brilliant, you know what I mean? And he clearly thinks like, oh, the Israelis, they got the best intel. They're really, really smart. He doesn't like Benjamin Netanyahu.
Explore the shore. Results mining zone.
Netanyahu
Expression is loving, so it's not swamp. You can go the Fisherman's Shed.
You will be glorified. Like you will be remembered as a fucking
Fisherman's
hero
Shed can only be
that
built on the
finally
bank of the river,
toppled
otherwise
Iranian
fishermen will not be able to
regime.
reach the shores of fish.
Think about this, right?
Smoking dragon
And then
across the
Donald
side
Trump
of the
believes him
sunscreen.
because he's a fucking idiot. And all of the other like you know, pedophiles in his fucking corner are you know, they've been salivating at the prospect of this no matter what the fucking cost is, right? And basically what's going on here
I don't like
clearly
that.
that Israel knows that they can
Is this shroud getting closer?
Committed Donald Trump to this process. He's not gonna fucking pull out with egg on his face. Okay? They committed Donald Trump to blowing up Iran.
Demos are surprisingly lengthy nowadays. It depends, but yeah, a lot of them are. There was one game called I played the other day called Space Slog, I think. Like Space Slog, I think. I'm not sure. I don't quite recall its name. That one was pretty cool. Though it was just like, okay, you have 7 days to play this game or something. Like it was 12 days maybe. And I spent the first 2 days doing very basic resource gathering, and the game didn't have a very good like build system. Like the way you were building buildings, like the AI is not smart enough. The in-game AI is not smart enough to have the villagers or whatever, like the pawns, build things like in the correct order so they'd get stuck. So I was just like, okay, I don't feel like playing this anymore. Especially when I know there's a time limit. Of course, it's nicer. It tells you there's a time limit, but it'd be nicer if there wasn't a time limit at all. But instead, like, okay, you can play the game until like this. You can play the game forever, but there's only these features. Like, I prefer that way a lot more. Because that way you can also, assuming there's enough content, the player can get to know the game. And also, like, what do you call it?
Does he actually commit a more aggressive response to Iran? Does he commit to blowing up the entire fucking country? Will it be appropriate if oil barrels are $150 a barrel? Will that be good? There's also the other side of the story, the benefits that this has for, you know, let's say you close the Strait of Hormuz. A lot of the oil that goes to India and a lot of the oil that goes to China travel through the Strait of Hormuz. It's like most of the fucking Gulf states. Some of them go through the Red Sea, but that's a marginal amount of oil that's passing through the Red Sea as opposed to the fucking Strait of Hormuz. Almost all of the oil.
Okay, we're gonna put some
of the
guys
GCC states,
some of the what are these? The tailors or whatever? I don't know, something.
Talking about closing the Strait of Hormuz, all of a sudden that's going to skyrocket the oil prices. I wouldn't worry about until you're just a naysayer to everything. As long as the subs keep brawling in, you'll be fine. Or better yet, why don't you go live in one of these countries you're so fond of? Why don't you do that? I was literally live in Doha
very stupid
a month ago. That's number one. Number two, I will be live from Havana, Cuba in you know, a couple weeks. And not only that, but also
hopefully he'll be safe. I am a little bit
like what fucking difference does it make to my analysis? Like, do you have a disagreement here, or are you just gonna be like live as in live in? Oh, okay. Yeah, I also did stay for an extended period of time in China as well. Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna stay here. I'm an American citizen, and I want my tax dollars to actually.
My ethnarch, a Skywalker from Sarago, dropped signal fires on the ground before departing. What for? It turned out not far from the great tree yet. It turned around not far from the great tree and never reached us. That's probably how the captain marked where he left something for us. I'll send some rangers to check it out.
What do you mean? Oh,
ooh, nice.
You don't like.
The travel phone cargo lies approximately that area, probably
melt American troops.
Alright, go there.
At the behest of Israel's expansionist agenda in the region. Why don't you leave America and go live in what? A country that's being bombed by America instead? Why would I do that? How does this make any fucking sense to you? Nothing makes sense to you because you're a fucking idiot.
Okay, you can look into the
I pay
shroud.
more taxes than you do, bitch. Okay.
And the shroud is creepy. That's cool.
By the way, your analysis was correct about the Iranian reasoning behind the hotel strike. Yeah. An Iranian drone strike in a hotel in Bahrain injured 2 U.S. Defense Department employees, according to the State Department cable reviewed by the Washington Post.
Interesting. Very curious.
Told you.
What? No way. I'm gonna change the title.
Chirping at me. I was like, look, this isn't to say that like Iran is not interested in causing chaos and doing terror, right? Of course they are.
Iran war.
They have limited strike opportunities. Why wouldn't they fucking use them? Why wouldn't they use them on like?
Which day of the Iran war is it? Is it day 3?
They had intel for this.
I think it is.
I wonder which country has incredible surveillance technology that they might be feeding to the Iranians. It could be Iranians' own, own surveillance, or it could be another major world power that's potentially.
So far, I quite like it. Like it's very pretty and stuff. I look forward to when we pass like some of the more tutorial stuff. Wait, did this shroud just disappear?
Iranians are also very good at cybersecurity.
Drop site. This is expected supply shipment. This unit not wishing success. But these people remain fiercely loyal to him. Nice. Lots of resources, gasoline.
I suspect that there is a lot of Chinese.
It looks like the what do you call it? Shroud is also.
I'm not talking about Albania.
He received a shipment of valuable steel using advanced resource that can replace iron at a 1-to-1 ratio. Advanced resource typically refined from basic resource at a 1-to-2-to-1 ratio, making them much more efficient. Another key advantage in that each resource has its own storage limit, meaning you can stockpile up to 100 iron and 100 steel even without building additional warehouses.
Department of War personnel were injured, the cable said, referring to the Department of Defense. The cable, which was sent out Sunday, did not provide further details.
I think so.
The State Department did not comment. The Defense Department did not immediately respond to requests for more information.
Nice.
There is suspicion that they blew up a CIA position. That's number one. And there's also suspicion that they blew up a couple.
I like the animations,
as well.
The way that people are walking around and doing stuff. That's cool. How many unemployed people do we have? I wonder.
So yeah. You mentioned that Iran is degrading systems that likely factor into Israel's defense before and after satellite imagery of the destroyed radar and storage naval base in Bahrain. Yeah. I think that this entire net of radar
we probably want to build another
systems
house here
region play
for some of the
major
other
role in
tenants.
Israel's defenses. And I think America made a fucking massive mistake just leaving these places unguarded and allowing them to become fucking Shahed drone sponges, which is insanely cheap, by the way, because like war of attrition also has an economic toll, right? There's an economic cost analysis here, and when Iran is striking
in a war of attrition, you want the cheapest shit.
Lawnmowers that fly at $1.5 billion worth of satellite equipment. That's insane cost. Like there is. It's insanely economic for Iran to engage in this kind of thing. Okay, obviously on the American side for the military-industrial complex, that's great. That's economic activity that's going to happen. But like, there's tremendous upside for Iran. Yes.
The warehouse there, and
there
we'll
is
put a
very
house
little risk and very high reward for the Iranian side to keep pummeling these American bases. And on top of that, that plays along with their with the larger goal here, the more consequential goal here, which is to embarrass and punish Israel and America. And obviously, when they blow up those radar facilities, that also undermines the network
Scouting party is ready.
Surveillance that exists.
So anyway, we can send them.
That undermines the Israeli defenses in general.
A lot of things we have not unlocked yet.
Intelligence treated an uprising as a remote scenario, yet many in the hawkish Iran analyst echo chamber confidently sold the idea that Iran was a paper tiger and regime change would come fast at little cost.
Awesome, it's called a fisherman's shed. So let's do that.
How do you believe things end up at the end of this conflict? Not good.
So I wonder if these, if these fish are infinite,
the best case
or
scenario
what?
out of all of the devastating options is that the IRGC pulls
No
the
space for
country
building
together
access.
and keeps
So maybe like
semblance
so.
of stability internally.
It's probably
They're
the best
able
way
to
to
purge
put
any
this.
sort of any sort of intervention that's happening on the ground from Kurdish militias passing through the Iraqi border or ISIS or anything like that, while simultaneously continuing to punish American assets in the region, continue to punish Israel as well. And it gets so costly that both Trump's popular base of support in America falls apart and his popularity craters to a degree where he has to react differently, or they continue engaging in this. They
send on the graph.
Hurting.
Actually, what do you think, chat? Should we turn on the graphics? Because I do see Hassan's video stuttering a little bit, which is worrying me some.
The amount of oil that can pass through the Strait of Hormuz.
So I guess depends on you guys. I really need to fix my PC. I need to find out what's going on with it. I need to ask some friends if they can help me with this. It looks like it's a GPU that's a bottleneck, which is insane. Like, the game is pretty and stuff, but it shouldn't take up this many resources. I think that it's not as well optimized as it could be, but I might be wrong.
But it will take a lot for America.
This will be a
especially Donald
wood
Trump.
resource place.
S&P 500 slips into negative territory. Nasdaq 100 follows suit. Iran's
Fisherman's
Revolutionary
Shed.
Guard commander says Strait of Hormuz is closed. How do you feel about a...
Wait, is the Strait of Hormuz closed? Oh shit.
Horrible about it. I feel like that's an insane thing. I feel like Americans need to literally shut the fuck up. It's insane that we're like... I thought long gone were the days of like Sykes-Picot or
wait,
whatever,
I like
you know what I mean? I thought we were
my options here to turn the refugees away, or like to just like
what?
Get more fear. Damn.
Bad take. Shut the fuck up, dude. What
Refugees from Ignalis. The people are barely setting their feet. It's amazing how they overcame all this way. No one can really explain what occurred. Some talk about an unexpected attack by the inhabitants on each other. Others say there were waves of fog in which entire squads vanished. Among those who came, many were wounded, but a bigger chunk of them were lunatics. They tied up psychos rule, laughed wildly and mumbled random odd words. The focus consumed the minds. We've seen this before.
I'm sure
Let the refugees in. They need our help. The refugees from Ignalis are climbing up the tree towards us. Some of them with tears of happiness, some of them with noticeable relief, some with unnatural indifference on their faces. If we have accepted them, then we must provide all the conditions. We need to build the healing chambers. Fear increased. No, when resident goes too long without food, they become hungry. Settlements function cookery with available food. Hungry residents will automatically go there to eat. There's no food available, no cookery to distribute it. Every resident will eventually become starving. After 24 more hours without food, they will die. That would not be ideal. Your choice, but the audio of Hassan is a bit low. Alright, I'll turn off.
Higher than that, by the way. I think this is a very conservative estimate.
How is the audio of Hassan now?
$1.8 billion. I don't know if this actually factors in the damage from the radar facilities and the bases that have been blown up and cratered.
More.
But things are not.
Are you saying that as a joke, or do you mean? Oh, are you saying I should increase it more?
Washington Post. Trump says operation in Iran to last 4 to 5 weeks or far longer. U.S. pledges to send more troops as war widens.
More Himmerman socialism.
What about balkanizing Chinatown to its
So
own
I think you're
autonomous
joking.
over China?
But the audio can come up. Okay, I'll turn up.
So, yeah, this is costly. It's bloody. It's unacceptable.
Alright, he's at 100% now.
At the behest of Israel, which actually offers a uniquely negative framing to the issue.
Nice.
In the eyes of the American
Thank you for letting me
public,
know.
which is part of the reason why I think you're seeing a lot more Americans say,
Healing
fuck
so since
this
we become sick, wounded,
happening?
this work
Americans love
reading this
war.
book. Ooh, nice.
There's always a little bit of rallying around the flag amongst the nationalist side in the United States of America. And there's obviously the MAGA cult that will scream for years and years about no more regime change wars and how fucking bloody and costly that shit is and how stupid that shit is, and then vote for Trump because he's going to be the peace candidate. And then Donald Trump turns around and says, no, actually, war in Iran is good. Regime change war in Iran is good. I wanted it. That's America first. And then a bunch of dummies say, you're right. Right? A bunch of dummies in the base will turn around and go, yes, Mr. President, I love that, actually. I've decided I love that.
Also, a big delay. Gotta refresh the page. Oh,
the problem here is, for many Americans in the edges, for many Americans in the margins, even those in the
Twitch
MAGA
is like,
movement,
I don't know why
Donald
Twitch doesn't
Trump
have a
said
thing to like
he was
automatically.
gonna do no
like,
new wars,
if you ever
and
want
we
anticipatory
believed
audio, I heard
So
that a
all of
certain
a
slot
sudden,
knows
they're
what
gonna
fix.
be like, well, what
That
the
is a
fuck
very
is
good
this?
point. That certain slot is very welcome to DM me.
What the
Partially
fuck
so I
is
don't
this? What do you
forget.
mean? I wanted no
And I'd
new
love
wars.
to
Now you're
get some
doing
tips
a
on the
regime
audio.
change war, and Americans are dying, and you're doing this for Israel.
And also just hang out
It's
with
not
a
looking
certain
too
slot.
good. It's not looking too good for the base.
I've not spoken
It's not looking
with
too
a
good
certain
for the
slot for a
capitalists. The
while.
Strait of Hormuz is like successfully closed, which draws America into a naval battle with Iranian naval assets. We don't know what that's going to look like. I don't know how relevant the Millennium incident is. In 2002, there were war games very famously conducted. It cost $250 million to put together these war games to see what it would look like if the American naval assets fought the Iranian
Maybe something that
naval
Mr. needs to do
assets. And the
better about
American
making time. He
general
might have said
supposed to
that.
be, in charge of the Iranian side, literally destroyed the American naval fleet.
Well, I hope that
over
certain
and over
slut
again,
knows
so
that
much so
he's
they
very
had to,
appreciated.
They had to literally change the rules, and they had to make sure that the Iranian side was not able to use certain tactics.
So we're getting North resources.
Okay.
Okay, now we have fish,
So-
and also, and don't forget to put a warehouse next to the fish.
I don't know if they learned.
Warehouse for fish, terrible idea. They've smelled well, check all the castles in the area.
Judging by
Clearly told we
current
put one
performance
bottom
of
platform.
American,
We told about expanding that
the
population.
American
We
Navy and the American military in general in the region, I don't know.
Your buildings can be built on different surfaces and trunk of the tree and serves on platforms. Some buildings can only be built on platform. To create a platform, select the main building of the settlement, the council chamber. Oh!
So...
This one. Clicking the platforms button.
If this goes into naval conflict,
Building platforms
as well,
and trees provide
Iran
many
has, like,
advantages,
what,
but first
30
and foremost allows
assets,
application
right?
use of
Total,
vertical space, which
America-
increases the total area.
America had, yeah, Millennium Challenge 2002. Everyone is going to fucking talk about this in the upcoming days. Just, I don't know how important it is right now. I don't know how much it factors in to the current, I mean, technology has improved so much since then. So, it's not. It's
It
not
only requires
necessarily
25
a
wood?
good benchmark. We'll see.
That's surprising.
We'll see what happens. I'm just bringing it up to just so you understand that, like, America is aware that a naval
Minimal
battle
level
with the
consequence
Iranian
two.
Navy would not look
Interesting.
as great for the American side as you would think. But it's been, you know, it's.
I really like the game design. It is really nice. The setting is also pretty
versus
cool
now,
so far.
Who knows? The Iranian side has also.
I would
more
like
complex
something
tools
like
as
this
well,
with a
more
like
sophisticated
more
tools as well.
I feel like this setting, like this game, if it got a big modding community, would do great with if they made like an elves mod or something, and then this is just a fantasy world where
European
like
natural gas
a regular
prices
fantasy
surged
world where you are
almost 50% on Monday
elves
as the war in
defending
Iran
against stuff, I guess.
strangled shipping through the Strait of Hormuz.
Like I feel like
There's also
it's
that
perfect for
element.
that type of setting.
This also
But I do
ruins
appreciate the setting as
economy
well.
of the Gulf states as well, so they're
There
going
we go, a new platform.
They're going to be feeling it. Iran is basically
The game also
implementing
just has very elvish
sanctions,
vibes, I will say.
crippling sanctions on the Gulf nation states.
They only constructed on
by,
tree.
saying the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Why don't we just let it happen? Why is this so bad? Wait, what?
What?
Why is it so bad? I mean, it's worse for China.
Is that China
let's
like
be real,
psychopath?
and that's the American cope. It's great for Russia, right? It's terrible for India. It can be really bad for Pakistan, but Pakistan is right there with Iran, so they can still like, send oil to Pakistan regardless if they choose to do so. So it could be beneficial for Iran and the Iranian economy. But wait, you said isn't Iran bad? Why don't we just let it happen? Why is this so bad though? Wait, what?
What? Bro,
Okay,
some of these shadows are
chat.
very insane or stupid.
First and foremost, this good-bad dynamic you
Let's
gotta
make the
let
healing
go of
place
that,
here
okay?
above the
These are
main
nation
council
states
house.
we're
I feel like
talking
that's
about. There are
that has some cool
millions
symbolism.
of people that live inside of these countries. Many of them have unique dreams, unique opinions. They have lives that are worthy of dignity. You know, these are sovereign states that we're talking about. Okay, that's number one. Number two, if we're looking at good-bad dynamics, I think America takes the cake regardless. You don't want to do that equation anyway. America and Israel are both significantly worse than most other countries by the widest of margins. Okay? But ultimately, it's bad because it also harms America. This is bad because it's bad for every reason that you can think of. It's bad because we're killing children. Okay? 100+ little girls were slaughtered.
Yeah, so the total, there's complaint of panic attack night, many have whispers and moans.
Barrage of
The shot is getting thicker, unfortunately
attacks.
daylight still keeps at bay.
Okay.
Alright, like the flame guards near the
that's not
buildings don't
good.
protect the people at night.
And number two,
Flame guards.
Number two.
Oh,
on
okay,
top
the
of
rangers
that,
will put.
This is
A lead building that can repel the
America's,
fog.
I
Oh,
mean,
sick!
this is
The Arkansas State's measure states that
American
you, Tessin, have been
expenditure
appointed
that
as leader.
is
You're going to
utterly
give you some difficult
unnecessary.
decisions.
The
Shit!
entire
On
region
one hand, I
is
hate the
now on
war and
fire.
social unrest causes
The global
Hassan's
economy
numbers
is
to
going
go
to
through,
take
but
a
I'm also glad
massive
people are tuning into him and not as punk of fools when gold. Yeah, no, I totally get that.
In sight.
In general, I like I'm just happy when comrades have success, especially comrades I respect greatly, like Hassan, because you know they bring a they're very good at messaging, like very good at
refugee crisis,
like explaining our
There's a
worldview.
million different reasons why the worst case outcome, the outcome that Israel wants,
I appreciate it. I'm very happy
devastating
about
for the
that.
entire planet. But because Israel is a fascist state, they have no problems engaging in an act of mass suicide.
A couple of refugee managed to break free somehow. They yelled at the darkness called into the entrance and was moving there. They set the flames, purify them, they try to set fires in themselves and burn in the buildings. They send the lunatics to the healing chambers, they're crazy, not criminals.
And then America pulls out and they
Can I mention another streamer I've been watching over Duran? You can mention other streamers, no worries.
At least for the time being, because Israel's going to come back again and again and
Thank
again.
you for asking. I appreciate that. It's unexpectedly hard to specify the lunatics and secure them in their beds, but the dogs say it will be easier from now on. The podcast doesn't say no, it's unfortunate. His mind's
on
remained
the
all big.
Iranian side, where he will do ease of sanctions or whatever the fuck. Like the negotiations process will be beneficial for both parties involved. That is the least bad option out of. I mean, that's still not the best option, but it's the least bad option. The worst option is Israel gets to commit more American troops, boots on the ground military warfare, complete collapse of the Iranian government. 93 million people live there. The entire nation is swept away in ethnic conflict, sectarian fighting over and over again. And there's no more real state that exists there. And now you have incredibly angry IRGC guys that still control some of the munitions. They have no safeguards whatsoever. They have no restrictions whatsoever in how they deploy the weapons any longer. They can now directly strike civilian targets with no care or consideration, with no military goals whatsoever. And then tens of millions of people are displaced in the process as well. They go to all the other countries that then destabilize all the other countries as well. I mean, it's fucking... It's horrible. Now you got like,
have one.
You know, super ISIS, Omega ISIS, basically. But this time it's not even ISIS. It's like the people who killed ISIS who have a lot better,
Just flashing lights in the fog, a little bit scary. Okay, yeah, the fog is slowly moving towards us.
I mean, it would be completely devastating.
Mentally ill,
the worst
mentally ill healing
also is like Israel fucking deploys a
side quest is available.
in Tehran. Because they
lack of wood.
That
Wood supplies low. We can't redirect villains.
win.
Construct skywalks without wood. So build another lumberjack hut and cut a tree.
Their munitions are running out.
Sure.
And instead of coming to a reasonable conclusion here, they just like try to deploy a
gather resource wood without 200 within 3 days.
You know, there's a lot of really bad options here. Which is why, in comparison to all those really bad options, the one that is perhaps the best option is going to be America eats a lot of the America ends up with incurring a lot of costs, and it's too costly politically at the domestic level for Donald Trump. His base starts yelling at him. American troops come back and flag draped coffins. It becomes too big of an issue for him.
We can also upgrade
it. Instead of leaning into a longer military quagmire, they pull out. And they pull out and they cut Israel out.
Struggle 4 is really nice and a different side from other lefts. Oh yeah, I've heard about Struggle 4. I've seen them. I think LB has also rated them before. I feel like they're pretty big,
bro. How likely is that nuclear hypothetical future? I mean, I
feel like it's just sold them out of nowhere. It's like, oh, neat.
Still an option, because again, Israel is suicidal. Israel's a fascist country. Israel is a fascist country. And fascism is a suicidal death cult. They have literally opened up new fronts every single day. They're now bombing Lebanon again. To be clear, in the mini-nuke scenario, Israel will be saying how they told you so about Iranian nukes, and the Western media will puppet that as Iranian. I don't think they'll be able to get away with that kind of propaganda.
He's a former Marine, is very good at the anti-imperial discussion, dissuading people from joining the military. That's cool. I'm very appreciative of veterans who have recognized the wrong they've wrought, and, you know, speaking against imperialism. A lot of people whom I would say are larpers and just idiots who are blinded by the hatred. That's a little bit harsh. A lot of people I would say are blinded by the hatred.
Trump is not
idiots.
Zionist in the way that Biden
not most of them, at least. A lot of people I would say are blinded by the hatred and like just hate veterans even if they are working against what they've done. And I think that's incredibly anti-productive and just selfish. Like, it's, you are selfishly hating on these people, and just like, if to me you are being a reactionary, not being productive for the movement.
Okay, I'm not a big fan of the KSA.
The movement to change the world.
I'm not a big fan of MBS. Having said that, Washington Post eradicated its fucking Middle Eastern office.
He talks so much shit on the disorganized manner and pushes other vets to join groups now. Of all of us to get fucking organized. Nice.
Claim that that MBS, in spite of
being
what they
organized
were
is
saying
important.
in their public
If one has time
was
on the capitalism,
petitioning America
one
to
should
go to
become
war with
organized.
Iran. I don't believe that. I said I don't believe that initially, and I actually do not believe that at all. I think that's American intelligence, like trying to, or Israeli
don't need
intelligence
as many mushroom
trying to potentially disrupt whatever kind of like rapprochement or whatever kind of like negotiations Saudi Arabia and Iran put together. Saudi Arabia and Iran are not fans of one another. That much is clear. It's obvious. They never have been. They've been waging proxy wars all around the fucking region. But in one of the last iterations, Saudi Arabia literally aligned with Iran to get the UAE out of Yemen. So, and that happened only a couple months ago. So I don't think that Saudi
Arabia
I did
not know that.
Wanted this defanged Iran to be completely destroyed. I think it's actually beneficial for them
revolutionary,
to have no more proxies in the region, but they still kind of exist as
better
a
than
sovereign
activism.
power, especially because
I don't
Saudi
know
Arabia
what
also
exactly you
has to
mean
make the
by that.
calculation on what happens when Israel decides to
activists
take
are just
over Saudi territory
activists.
in the greater Israeli
like revolutionary
project.
activism is a thing, I'd say.
You know what I mean?
Like being revolutionary does not mean that you're doing something.
I'm not
to me.
that invested in the
While being an
Washington
activist means that you are doing
and claim
something.
that Saudi
Not necessarily
Arabia
something
was really
positive,
petitioning
not
the
necessarily,
American government
not necessarily something productive, but you are doing
blow
something.
Iran. I don't think that was real. I think that was bullshit. Saudi Arabia will eventually be able to figure out where the missiles came from that struck their oil field, and if it's confirmed if it was Israel, that'll have regional implications for a generation. The reason why we're talking about this is because the Iranian government has said to CNN, the Iranian deputy foreign minister to CNN said, "We are not responsible for the bombing of the Saudi oil fields and have not informed our brothers in the kingdom of that." They very quickly came out and said, "We didn't blow up the Aramco fields. That wasn't us."
Oh shit. If Israel did that,
the question is, why did they do that?
Ooh.
It's bullshit, and Bernie just jumped on this fake ass story. I think that if Iran was interested in blowing up the Aramco fields, they would make a big show of it.
Yeah, I think so as well.
It's their final option.
And they'd also like that is because that is a nuclear option. Like the nuclear option for Iran, who does not have nukes, is to just blow up all the oil fields in the region. Like that would be their Hail Mary.
I don't think it was Saudi. I don't think it was Iran this time.
That would be a
around.
screw you to the West and everyone else for being insanely unfair and shitty about everything.
If you say Netanyahu dragged the United States into
them
war
randomly
Iran,
bombing one of them would I think would either be like.
But here's the lead of the New York Times report on how
that's
Trump
why I don't
decided to go to
believe
war.
it unless it was
Prime
like
Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel walked through the Oval Office on the morning of February 11th, determined to keep the American president on the path to war. Also, Benjamin Netanyahu came out and literally said, "Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Donald Trump, for giving me my most important wish, my childhood dream of striking Iran yesterday." So this is the reason why I get mad when motherfuckers in my chat too go, "Oh, well, don't you think it's like still, an unsinkable aircraft carrier?" Yeah, we've moved past that point. Okay,
Nice.
When
So
new
there must no fear.
presents itself, you have to factor that into your new analysis.
But
right?
what is that?
At this point, especially this iteration of the conflict, if you think this is not Israel driving the fucking
what the shit?
American state into war, you're a little delusional. I'm sorry. Why does Israel get to do
An
that?
airship?
Because of Jewish hypnosis? Fuck no, of course not. A big part of that is the fact that they have a super sophisticated propaganda machine and have been able to exist inside of the American government despite being a fucking foreign entity for 80 plus years as a consequence of being this incredibly important ally in the region, a destabilizing factor in the region. But post Barack Obama, it's very clear that Israel is in the driver's fucking seat. That's it. This is Israel's war. This is not some Pat Buchanan shit. Okay, this is different than Iraq. This is different than all of the other previous wars that America has
this place is in the fog.
Okay, and like I said, it's not because propaganda also knows Jewish hypnosis. Yeah, like it's not some like organized Jewry or anything like that. It's not that at all. But if you think that Israel is not using
flames that are scarier than the shroud.
Here, you're
Illuminati, just the sound of this very word makes many people turn to pale and shrivel with fear. The Illuminati scare the word of light with fire and sword to the furthest outposts. They do this fine and punish heretics wherever and wherever they are.
Critical message. The United States no longer makes empty threats. When I make promises, I keep them.
And just like
we'll allow them to look around. Just don't let them up here. Let's let them look around.
Zero fucking real reason. Because
come on, guys, give me a little bit.
War crimes against Yemeni civilians
doesn't work as great. The Illuminati possessively disemboweled from cycle and Bowser's with the mind works well. The casual not this. This is Testament of the Light Form. Here's the Servants of Light.
Our robust military
Illuminati Legatus is here by the order of the Supreme Leader.
Increased military spending on, and I've been talking about this for months, and now it's finally here. Listen to me when I say this. We are at the precipice of a global conflict that will not end well. But first, let's look at how we got here. Obama and European nations put together a denuclearization deal with Iran, which Iran has been complying with in order to avoid sanctions. However, Trump has consistently threatened to pull out of the deal.
Maybe I should not have let them here because we allowed some refugees in here.
Reasons he parrots directly from his warhawk generals and administration officials or Fox and Friends on any given day. Let's also not forget that after Trump's trip to Tel Aviv, an unknown client literally hired the same fucking ex-Mossad contractors who worked to cover up Harvey Weinstein's rapes to uncover dirt on Obama administration officials to sully the Iran deal. We don't know who it was. They claim that it wasn't Donald Trump. We don't know.
I hope I can make soldiers to like shoot these guys if they annoy me.
Deal so badly that they look to the literal ex-Mossad agents who covered Harvey Weinstein's rapes for the answers. And while that's happening on the diplomatic negotiation side, there are also ongoing proxy wars in the region. On one side, in this proxy war, you have the US, Saudi, and Israeli coalition of unlikely and likely allies that are interested in maintaining geopolitical power in the region. And on the other side is the coalition of Iran and Russia, which seeks to increase their regional influence. The other two major interested parties are Turkey and China. Turkey has played both sides by both downing a Russian fighter jet over Syria, but then also putting together a massive pipeline deal with Russia, which is why Russia is involved in the Syrian conflict to begin with, to build pipelines. But with permission from the United States, Turkey has also taken over the Syrian border town of Afrin, which had been held by Kurdish forces supported by the US. So Turkey's playing both sides, and as a massive player in the region, Turkey will be a key factor in how a potential war may play out. Then, you have China dipping its toes in the water by sending the nation's Siberian Tiger Special Forces to fight alongside Assad in Syria late last year. None of these nations want a war, though. The side that absolutely wants a war is the coalition formed between Israel,
Iran lied.
Oh my shit, that is loud.
Saudi Arabia, and you might have guessed it, but the US.
We'll continue to work closely with our Saudi partners to counter threats to this country's security.
It's more so a conversation on doing more. Iran lied. Yeah. It's more so a conversation on doing more than just making your profile picture blacked out. Join the leftist group, do some shit. Doing is revolutionary. Don't just talk about activism. Talk about why you're doing it and go forward. I mean, someone who's an activist is actually going out and doing it, I will say. Like, I think the way, I feel like you're doing it, you're doing the thing a little bit opposite. Because to me, it's like someone's just saying they're revolutionary.
Like nothing matters.
Like, if you say you're revolutionary, that's just you saying you're revolutionary.
We do that all the time.
Being an activist means that you are actually out there doing something.
Put Pompeo in charge of soft power and
changing your profile picture to black is not activism.
It's war, baby. It's happening.
That is like,
don't get me wrong.
That is a symbolic act, which can be valuable in some cases. Not that one in particular, I don't think. But it's not activism. Agree activism can be useful, but you said it best as revolutionary activism, which focuses on creates real impact. IMO. Yeah.
That was bullshit. I was wrong. Yeah.
What did he say?
I was lived up.
Millions of
I don't think revolutionary activists are posting things. Yeah, no, I don't. I would say that what Face Mouse is saying, that revolutionary just is like what you like you believing in, you know, the revolution. That's the like a revolution over. It's you believing in revolution over electoralism. Well, being an activist just means that you are doing activism, and that can be anything. The Illuminati remain out for many hours, but then they stopped and began taking each of the lives and have to born into the Skywalker. They were interrogated, many were tortured. There's nothing they could do about it. After all, if the Illuminati gave a signal, they incinerated Crusoe, would arrive in a few days, leaving only a scorched mark instead of the outpost. All they do is hope none of the inhabitants will reveal Ilara's true purpose. We must protect the secret. Wait, what is the secret we're protecting?
The best case scenario is the Trump administration winning a symbolic.
Wait, they took residents?
Renegotiating the same essential deal, and then Iran agrees because.
Oh shit! Really?
Brian Tyler Cohen vibes, brother. Come on, that's crazy.
Wait. I don't want that. I want to kill them. We need soldiers right now.
American government pulling out of the JCPOA.
The storage depot on the platform assigned storage.
2018. Okay, that's crazy. This is a video from May 8th, 2018.
A war with the U.S. either, but the question
building contamination. Building is shrouded in fog. It begins to become corrupted. And I can appear to probe it.
Actions president are working on frying in hell. Who's going to be your next guest speaker?
Stained glass windows and all devices protect ground structures from corruption. Slowly heal buildings. The buildings on the trunk heal themselves.
They literally think like, oh, Hassan, you love the Ayatollah. You're paid for by the Ayatollah, and now I bet you're so sad he died, bro. That's literally all I've been seeing in my replies on Twitter. People just being like, you can't have a nuanced approach to anything. You must love the Ayatollah. Prove me wrong, bub. You're not Wolverine, brother. What do you mean, bub?
Shit. It took so many workers, damn it. No items to mine. Oh, nice. Okay. Minimum, and max.
I'm not gonna lie, can't wait for the first video of you watching you. Yeah.
With the current Iranian
I was seeing time complaining on Turkish. Complaining on Turkish Twitter?
Inevitable war. I'm a Sam Tiger, and I'm.
I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, but I did not know there was a Turkish Twitter. We have enough housing here.
Prove you shit on the Ayatollah 8 years ago on this video you're watching. Yeah, well, I was libbed up when I was like, Ayatollah's false interpretation of the Quran is the reason why suicide bombers exist is bullshit. That's what I was saying I was wrong about.
He was complaining about people calling him a Gule affiliate. That's so fun. He's literally said that the Gulenists did a coup.
Also,
what?
my
He's getting
analysis on
Turks
Saudi
calling him
Arabia
a
now is
spy or
entirely
something.
different.
That's so funny.
And the reason why I say that is because I think
also, that reminds me. I so often see like something a Muslim empire did something cool. Or I saw something about the gunpowder empires. Oh, the gunpowder empires existed and they were in power because they had gunpowder, right? And then one of the comments was just like, they were all Turk. They were all Turk. It's like, bro, what are you talking about?
Confirmation from the Asmongold chat.
Like, what?
KDA will be better overall. Hassan, probably after he reveals my comment.
Bro, they're Turk.
Will drones?
Trust me, bro.
Everyone, KDA will be better. I should be careful. Hassan might steal my joke. He's saying this in Asmongold's chat.
What?
Brother, I live deeply inside of your brain. Like inside of your fucking brainstem. There's a lot of room up there too. It's empty as fuck.
Okay, let's build this building.
This is what I mean when I say Hassan derangement syndrome. It transcends boundaries.
It's annoying you can't assign.
So weird. It's so pathological.
Okay, they've released some settlements. Okay, settlers. Okay, nice, good. The one life I got soothing, at night people feel better.
And he's like, oh, I can't wait to make a joke.
Hear the maddening
I can't
whispers.
wait for Hassan to steal my fucking joke.
Nice. Settlement has no fear.
They hit us first, and we waited for them to hit us. We would suffer more casualties and more deaths. We went proactively in a defensive way to prevent
consumes wood as well.
Had we not done so, there would have been hearings on Capitol Hill about how we knew that this was going to happen, and we didn't act preemptively to prevent more casualties and more loss of life. What? No, well, let me two things I would say. Number one is, no matter what, ultimately this operation needed to happen. That's the question of why now. But this operation needed to happen,
yeah, okay.
because Iran
Everyone's
in about a year
so
or a year and a half would cross the line of immunity, meaning they would have so many short
I think I'd like
so
to
many
get
drones
that.
This is a good take from Cloud District Enjoyer. Much better than him yelling at me when I say this is Israel's divergence of interest. Cloud District Enjoyer, divergence in interest with Israel reminds me of Syria. Everyone in the Western plus Middle Eastern alliance was interested in removing Assad. True.
Oh,
but Turkey and the U.S.
So much stuff. Only that's the thing we can explore here.
But subservient
And this was your campfire was like refugees from acknowledge they suddenly need to invade. Yes! Send the group.
True. It's the same here. U.S. and the GCC want a subservient and stable Iran that is amenable to U.S. security and financial interests.
I do wonder,
Israel wants
like,
the whole
can
thing
we build
torn
all the way
apart.
over to this
Initial
other tree?
Convergence of interest, then divergence.
Is this other tree
That
the
is
outpost?
exactly
No,
what's going on here. Israel sneaks into the equation with the divergence, or with the convergence of interest.
I think we can actually get all the way over to this other tree. I wonder if that's
We're Israel. We love you guys.
part of the game or the demo.
Slowly but
Probably not in the demo, but maybe in the game so that you can like expand over to another tree. That'd be very cool.
Different than you. We want something very
There's
different.
a lot
We're
of
gonna
trees
sell
on
it
the map.
to you. We're gonna try to make it seem like this was your own decision.
So it looks like this is the edge of the map.
We're gonna
where
try
the
to put you
fog is like
in
black.
front of the fucking moving bus, so you have
You and
no
Nazim,
other way out of
you
the
come to the
situation.
cloud
And that's
sphere.
precisely
What am I
they're
saying?
doing,
Of course you
in
don't.
this situation as well. Like they're doing this with Iran right now. Yes, everyone wants to defang Iran. The sovereign Iranian state presents a threat to America because at some point they might decide we don't like what you're doing. America doesn't
let's
want
relocate
that.
this
The
building
GCC
to,
doesn't
like,
want
over
that,
here.
right? But they're perfectly willing to have a defanged Iran with no Hezbollah, with no IRGC presence in like Iraq or Syria. They're totally fine with that. Okay? They're totally fine with that. The problem is Israel doesn't want that at all. Israel doesn't want a pliant Iran. Israel wants
let's
no
cancel
Iran.
this.
Well, we would love to see this regime.
Wait, can we also cancel this?
And ultimately, as the president has said, he calls. No, but let me finish my answer.
Wait, no, they're just demolishing it.
Said
Stop demolishing
he would
it.
love for the people of Iran to use this as an opportunity to rise up.
Okay,
and
that's not
remove these
ideal.
leaders. They've been wanting to remove them from a long time. We've seen
This one we
successful
want
waves of
to.
protests, and we've seen them slaughter people.
Yeah, Rubio's still lying, by the way.
but
The
the
Pentagon
objective of this
literally
mission is to make
admitted
sure
that
they
there
don't
was
have
no
these
preemptive
People,
strike
nice.
coming from Iran.
Refugees have
Pentagon
learned to
tells
speak with
Congress no
Rangers.
sign that Iran was going to attack the
While we
U.S.
would love to
first.
see a new
We
regime,
know that already,
the
though.
bottom line is, no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles, and they're not going
Nice,
to have these drones
so
to threaten
people
us.
to join.
That's the objective. of this.
New residents have arrived. 19.
He
means Israel.
Nice.
Ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten our presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ammunition. We were not going to let
And
them
then
hide
we'll
behind
build
that.
a
And
housing
that's why this was
building
critical
here next to the
mission
scout.
undertake now, while they were at their weakest point, and not a year from now, where they could inflict even more damage and perhaps already be behind that point of immunity. Go right here behind. Go ahead, you and then you. Yes.
Your critics in Congress have said that they should have a role, they should be able to weigh in here, and there are going to be war powers resolutions votes
Okay.
in Congress later this week. Why not notify Congress that
We might need more people
Well, we
making
did.
food
We
now.
notified Congress. I mean, we notified the Gang of Eight. We notified congressional leadership. There's no law that requires us to do that. The law says we have to notify them 48 hours after beginning hostilities. We've done that. I think the notification went today. But we did notify members of Congress in advance. But we can't notify 535
How much food do
members
people
of Congress.
just do? Like people eat?
Well, the Congress can vote on whatever they want, but there's no law that requires.
Has
us to
Iran
do that.
genuinely used
And I wanna
hypersonics,
say
or is
something
everyone
to
lying?
people on TV. Look, that's fine. If
I
they wanna
don't know,
make the
actually.
War powers vote. They've done that. They've done that. They've done that a bunch of times. But there's no. People keep saying that we have. There's
I think
no
people
law that
feared
requires
them
the
using
president
it.
to have done anything with regards to this. To begin with, no presidential administration has ever accepted the War Powers Act as constitutional. Not Republican presidents, not Democratic presidents. That said, we have followed the notification at 48 hours. And we're here today. I've done more Gang of Eight briefings.
I don't think they have
than
used
I
them
got
yet.
in the 4 years that Biden was
I
president.
think
and I was a member of the
if they
Gang of
use
Eight.
them,
All of that said, we've complied
like
with
I
the
think
law.
they're safe for like the most
We're gonna
dire
continue to
circumstances or
comply
something.
with
Like maybe it's like
notification, you know, and
yeet
we
the American
officially to
carriers.
Congress, but we did notify members.
So I
of
don't think
Congress.
they've
We
used
just
them. They're
can't
probably
notify
saving them.
535 people. That's not possible. But we did the Gang of Eight twice. I briefed them last week, and then I called them the night before the operation.
Scouting party is ready. Okay. Is there anything to scout? I think it's cope. I'm not sure if I'd call it cope. I think it would just be fake news or something, like misinformation.
Not trying to answer your question, but I don't want to get
Homeless 15. Okay, that's not ideal.
If that was our strike, and I would refer your question to them, and I'll make sure they're aware of that question. But we'd like to know. Well,
I wonder if wood is completely finite.
Our objectives are missiles, both the ability to manufacture them and the ability to launch them, and the one-way attract drones. That's what
we don't really need more food
and that's what we would be
things.
focused on. We would have no interest and, frankly, no incentive
would like
to target civilian infrastructure. The Iranians are, on the other hand, targeting civilian infrastructure. You guys have seen it. I'm sure you've seen it.
We never target civilian infrastructure. You blew up a school.
Hitting airports. They're hitting oil infrastructure.
Yeah. Very funny to say they don't.
There is no world where you can get normal Americans to be like, wow, I can't believe Iran is targeting Israeli civilian infrastructure. That's not happening. We have moved way past that.
No one gives a shit at that point.
Cluster bombs, and you certainly cannot complain about Iranian targeting inside of Tel Aviv. It just doesn't work that way. To the average person, they're going to be like, what do you mean? There is such a thing as international rule-based order here? There's such a thing as, like, war crimes? I didn't... You know, I spent the last fucking 3 years listening to you say that that's actually bullshit. This is the part where AOC is right when she says hypocrisy of this sort is a national security problem, which is that you cannot destroy the rules so flagrantly over and over again at the behest of Israel and then expect people to follow them. It's that simple, especially when it's Israel, by the way. No one gives a fuck about this. Okay? No one gives a fuck about international law at this point.
That's the kind of
you
leverage
literally
they have.
killed the head of a sovereign state. What are you talking about? International law. There is no more international law.
And Secretary Wright and Besson will begin.
How can you lie like what the fish is saying? How can you lie like no consequences? You know, it's insane. The Western countries lie in like insane amounts. Like they're like pathological liars.
The only reason why
the rest is madness.
America and Israel were able to get away with this, no one was crazy enough to also violate it in the same way on the opposing side. Russia was the first to go out as a state, as a sovereign state, and say, fuck the rules. Okay? Fuck the rules. I don't give a shit.
Oh shit, what just happened?
I'm invading Ukraine
Did
militarily.
we lose some people?
Suck my fucking dick.
The guys have been summoned by the social hiding within the settlement. It is a song of the Black Moon says, the shadow of the day will cover the world. What?
All of a sudden, there was someone on
the
other
man of science,
side.
I relies on learning empirical evidence.
In the post
engineering a long time. Engineering.
World,
Special equipment is ready. 8th of what? Okay, also that thing, she's, I don't know, that is cool. This lady has a sick, like has sick drip.
Then October 7 happened, and when October 7th happened, Israel decided to nuke what remains of all of these security cooperations, international rule-based order, and America was along for the journey every step of the way.
Are they still here?
Literally didn't.
I don't like this still here.
To fix the propaganda side of things. They didn't even try. They didn't even try to be like, no.
Also, the buttons here, they should not be grayed out, because if they're grayed out, it looks like can't actually do anything.
We have to do whatever we can to you know, follow the normal rules, follow the normal fucking process here. No. Joe Biden was supposed to be Mr. I will bring back NATO, Mr. I will bring back our alliances, Mr. I will bring back the international rule-based order. And it was a
engineering allows to conduct research to discover new technologies. Ooh, nice.
You're being so dismissive. Iran is also attacking civilians all throughout the region. It's not just about rules. Are you reasoning nobody should be sympathized because of your stance about Trump in other parts of the world? Wait, what are you talking about? He's not wrong. Iranians are targeting more civilian infrastructure, not just Israeli. Arabs in the region, stop being dismissive, I beg of you. Nobody deserves to die because of Iran-Israel beef. It's condemnable. Man, shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? America is carpet bombing Tehran. As of last night, hundreds of Iranian civilians have died. Hundreds of Iranian children have died. And you're over here being like, oh, well, Iran has taken pot shots with Shahed drones at fucking hotels that clearly have armed service personnel.
A very minor thing. I'd prefer if you said, like, were killed instead of died. But again, it's a very minor thing.
Like, yeah, it's condemnable. I agree. Okay? America has blown up hospitals in Iran.
This is not something he doesn't.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's just it's a very minor thing. Trauma. Okay. We need probably more people.
I can't believe Hasanabi was just in Tehran. You know I have eyes, right? My point is, if you want other countries
to they took more
by the rules,
you have to at least show that you are committed to said rules. You can't just
took more people.
Violate the rules all the time.
Go away, damn it.
That your foreign adversaries are too afraid to violate
you
them themselves,
you will
and therefore only you get to violate
food.
them. That's it. Dude, this is not a defensive fucking
From
targeting
here to
civilian infrastructure. Okay? It's ridiculous that you think sovereign nation states are not going to fucking sit there and watch America and Israel take a shit on all of the previous rules that were
okay, you need to build a
to keep the world stable for years and years and years, and then not inevitably also say, all right, well, fuck it. Especially after they killed their head of state.
You might want to get another wood building.
They killed their head of state. Do you know how many fucking rules that violates? Are you crazy? This is, guys, this is so insane that Russia has not done it. Okay? Russia has not done this in Ukraine. Yep. Do you understand how fucking insane that is?
Illuminati has released some residents.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's good. Nice. We are also going to be able to do that mission. I would like another wood chopping place.
Oh, they're trying? I'm sure. But, like, let's be real. Let's be real. I'm fairly certain that if Russia really, really wanted to assassinate Zelensky, I'm sure they would try a little bit harder. You know what I mean? Like these are nation states we're talking about. The whole point of there is a well-established rule that you just don't do this, okay? You just don't do this. You don't use nukes, and you don't kill the head of a sovereign state. Like, America did this to Saddam Hussein with a sham trial. They, like, literally, they put him in trial. They found him criminally guilty. They assassinated him after the fact, okay? The last time this happened was, again, Israel killing the Yemeni head of state. But even then you could say, okay, well, the Ansar Allah movement is actually a militant movement. It's not officially the, head of state or whatever. But as far as I can think, as far as I can remember, I cannot think of another instance, with the exception of, I guess, the USSR in Afghanistan, where a sovereign head of state decided to assassinate another sovereign head of state. Okay?
Yep. And not just that, also the religious leader of all the Shia. Like, it's insane. And I hate it when leftists or the self-described leftists, and not a lot of my comrades are like this, unfortunately, and I very much discourage it, are like, oh, they killed Hamid, like, something, we condemn the American attacks on Iran, but also we're gonna talk about how much the Iranian government sucks, and how they're gonna call it, like, the Islamic regime. You are playing into Islamophobia, and you're also generating consent. You're helping to manufacture consent. When you you can talk about how much the Iranian government sucks or whatever, like, at any other time, just not when they're the ones under attack.
It's crazy. I can't think of a contemporary example.
And you can also allude to it as well when you are like saying, "Oh, there's definitely things that we don't agree with the Iranian government," but you should keep it at that. Unless you also refer to, like, say, if you're Danish, the Danish government as a regime, as a Christian regime or whatever, considering the way that we've screwed over the people of Nunavut, or sorry, Greenland.
Probably is a more recent example, but again,
I remember what the
what the fuck are we talking about? This is crazy.
Let's build this.
The IRA tried to assassinate Thatcher. Guys, you are comparing covert operations.
Yeah, compare the IRAs. Yeah, that you can't compare the IRA to this shit. Like, that's stupid. Come on.
The way in which you do this matters. Okay, sending in paramilitary units or setting events in motion that cause destabilization on the ground that end up with, like, the death of a leader of a foreign state is entirely separate.
Is this like how much fog there is?
Going in and using bombers to decapitate the head of a state. We didn't even do it to fucking Saddam. Why is this so difficult to comprehend? The only country that does this shit is Israel. And even then,
how many people are healing?
They did it to Yemen, and you can say that it's
still
not
need to make some more
technically the head of an official
housing,
head of a sovereign state
this
in that regard.
Max out this as soon as we can. We also want to put a
the IRA
food building
comparison doesn't
here.
hold here. The IRA was a paramilitary
so
organization. It's not the official standing military of a sovereign state. The way we did Osama, my guy,
Yes,
also Osama bin Laden doesn't even fucking count because he was not a leader of a sovereign nation state anyway.
Yes.
Huh.
Bro, I still think it's so funny that a lot of people fell for, a lot of people were like duped or whatever by the Osama like message to US, like letter to the Americans or whatever thing. Maybe not, maybe duped is the wrong word, but it's just like that shit was so weird.
Heads of state be acceptable targets? I mean, look, that's a separate conversation. What you're bringing up is an entirely separate conversation. Okay? Probably not, though. The answer is probably not. Because ultimately, the head of a sovereign state is supposed to engage in diplomacy at the end. When you lose the war, you still sign off on the fucking treaty, for example. Okay?
Yeah, I think the killing of heads of state is like, did you with my friend in the Navy, time's kicking for when he unfriends me. Yeah, everyone on Earth is incompetent except for the US and Israel, except for, but they say that they are an oopsie-daisy 100 killed inside an investigation. That's why we did nothing wrong, human error. So that's impressed. People give them the benefit of the doubt when they don't deserve it. That's why they get away with the shit they get with it. It's one so it was Iran that blew up the school. Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Like I think, like that is a very. Like, I think them saying that Iran like blew up the school. To be fair, I have not seen who says that. I can definitely imagine that some insane, like some insane Zionists would say that.
Benjamin Netanyahu,
like the most devoted to the cause or whatever you'd call them.
Because there is one state in Israel right now, as it stands, both in the West Bank and also
custom platforms, because I would like to make an like if this one had passed with other building. Anyways,
Saddam Hussein,
no one believes that. It's a very shitty attempt at trying to replicate the lie about the hospital bombing thing at the outset of the intensified Gaza genocide.
We're not even doing it for that reason anyway. Stop trying to justify that shit, dumbass. Iran is not Iraq, he says. Yeah, exactly.
Also,
and we
I hope you slept well, P.
Iraq.
What's this? My men knows lights in this route. They flicker strangers. They're signaling someone. They only whistle from the council chamber platform. Then we need to find the source of thickness and
there is no justification for what Israel did here. Okay, there is a reason why we don't do this.
Send someone here
because guess what? When you decapitate the head of a state, especially a religious figure of such importance, it is going to have global reverberations.
I also like. See, it's a good thing me staying on FB to fight the good fight.
Ironically enough, I think Iran is still relatively restrained in their approach to this. What would America do? Is the question.
I mean, I would say it's unhealthy to look at that. Explore the location on the map before the Luminat return. I would like to upgrade this building in that case. Need the technology to unlock. Okay, we need to prioritize the wood we're gathering for that.
Manner. And then people go, oh, well, I don't know. I think Iran is behaving irrationally here. No, they are behaving far more rationally than many other countries would in this circumstance. And are very deliberate.
Good thing he was awake. I didn't sleep enough, and my husband had to take the boy off the bus. Good thing he was awake. Okay, that's good. I have to get ready to leave. Lurking, listen. All right.
Goal here, in spite
travel
of
safe.
The decapitation strikes that took place. It's very clear. If you want to analyze it normally, this is how you analyze it normally. If you want me to engage in fucking fanfare and engage in like a partisan approach and try to make you feel better about America's idiotic fucking idiotic rule breaking here, and idiotic attempts of like destabilizing a fucking massive country in the region, you're not going to get that from me. Okay?
I also really dislike leftists. I also really dislike just like people who are celebrating the murder of Khomeini, or assassination, or whatever you want to call it.
Covert support
Because like
proxies. This is pretty unprecedented. Yeah, that's why
I don't like I don't think I'd like him or his politics. I don't know much about him, TBH. But I dare wager I don't like a lot of his work. However,
it's fucking ridiculous.
I do recognize a very important thing, and that is he was the leader for a lot of Shia.
All this shit, right? But like, they're not gonna move past it.
He was a leader for a lot of Shia people. Like,
you know
the equivalent
I mean?
of like the Pope of the Shia, or the religious leader for hundreds of millions of people was martyred in Ramadan.
To just dominating the entire planet that we straight up look at the situation.
If you don't know like, I can barely fathom the significance of that. I doubt a lot of white leftists do.
Like the rules that we set,
attacking him like after that, like being like, oh, it's good that he died or whatever,
the reason why I'm saying
will make you enemies forever. Like that will just shut off so many Shia from ever becoming leftists.
Is because America sets up the stage for a military coup, and then Allende kills himself. Like all of those, there's a reason why those were covert operations. Even if we were,
and I would say it's a reactionary, like it's a very anti-productive way of
America
handling
flying
things.
a jet over Chile and bombing Allende's fucking palace. Okay.
You need to get close to people for them to listen to you, and you do not get close to people by insulting them.
This is a war operation. This is a military operation against a
do we have
sovereign
enough
head of
time
state.
to like investigate these areas?
I
don't think we do. I hope we do. We also need to put a housing next to the scout team.
Khamenei had led Iran either as president or supreme leader since 1981. This is the first time, to my knowledge, that any sovereign leader has been killed in a direct military attack by another state since 1979, when the Soviets killed Afghan leader Hafizullah Amin. Yes. Iranian state's TV says Khamenei was killed in the Israeli bombing.
I didn't know the Soviets killed the leader.
Salvo of the war this morning. He was not in any secure bunker of the kind he was taken to after the start of the last war in June.
I think he definitely knew that he was going to get killed, and I think he was expecting to get martyred. And like you could see, I don't know, but I don't know why he was there with his family. That I cannot figure out, except for maybe that the belief that everyone will go to Jannah if they get killed by an enemy during Ramadan, which I think is wild, but also like
very different goals in mind.
I sort of understand, because at the same time it is an insane thing to do. Like it is super insane and illegal to like Western media is insanely shitty for not reporting on it as what it is. The West killed the leader of a sovereign nation,
pussy to do it. You're not too pussy.
and also a major religious figure.
And the Iranian people are salivating at the prospect of taking over.
Like that is a huge deal.
This guy's ruthless. This guy's brutal.
Like genuinely insane thing.
Overnight, the Iranian government is in your hands. Okay, Israel basically lied to Trump. 100%. And you're seeing that right now with the way that Trump is talking about it. Right? You're seeing that with the inconsistency.
Now research things.
In their approach. We just listened.
This night we discovered the remains of woodworking. Outside of finished wood plants without any logs.
Who came out and gave this
random
also
logs.
inconsistent message. He lied and he said, Iran was going to attack us any moment. That's why we had to do this, blah, blah, blah. All this shit. They're lying. And there's plenty of evidence that the state is lying about this. So my assumption here is that the Israelis literally told Trump a lie. They said, you will be a legend. This will be easy, in and out. You'll negotiate with whoever you want to put in charge. But Israel had a different ambition in mind. Israel wants to destabilize Iran. Israel wants Iran to not exist. Israel wants to balkanize Iran. Israel wants to turn Iran into Libya, a failed state. Right?
They click this building. Okay, there we go.
Israel does not want any Iran to exist in the region. Israel does not want any sovereignty in Iran to exist in the region. Because guess what? Those ballistic
technologies are dividing into 4 large groups
in a sovereign Iran, and those missiles.
I mean, would him dying on purpose count as martyrdom?
If they see fit.
Well, I don't know, because I don't. Depending on how many awful things he did, I don't think that. I don't believe, per my understanding of Islam, that he would actually go to Jannah, right? And I'm I'm not gonna say it. I shouldn't even say that. TV.
No, I'm not aware of this, but
I said it.
That's pretty funny that they're claiming this.
However, like, I do think in the way he was
You
killed.
told me that, yeah.
Because it is still an insane thing to target the leader of a sovereign country.
Everybody watch Sean Hannity tonight at 9 p.m. Bibi
And-
Netanyahu will be interviewed. President Donald J.
I
Trump.
feel like
oh my God, he's giddy like a.
It's not like he
dude.
laid him. Like, to me, it's not him
Bibi,
laying
my
himself
best
out there
friend.
to be killed.
So,
To him, it's just more like, I don't know. I feel like it's something where
where
you would
was
know
I?
you would die, but it would also be totally
Oh, so
unjustifiable.
straight up terror jacketing Hassan.
I don't know.
What is this? Hassan suggests future domestic terrorists use suicide.
I feel
drones
like
and
it's
gives them
not
specific
quite him
instructions
dying
for
on
how to obtain
purpose, but
parts.
more just
Does anyone
expected.
care? Nothing matters anymore.
I don't know
Yeah, I mean,
how important
I
that
don't think
difference is, though.
This is all that serious. I think this is like so unimaginably insane that most normal people will look at this and be like, "You're hysterical."
The United States divided into 4 large groups: defense, social, research, and exploration. Some technology trees are not yet available to you. They will be unlocked in the course of the story.
Can we just
I
take a moment and say
wonder
how
how
right
much
we
of the
were about
story
Jimmy Dore
will
and
be
Tulsi
allowed.
Gabbard? Remember the people that would attack
The
you and
Eighth of
me for
Watch,
calling them grifters 5
technology is
years
located
ago?
in the
Yeah,
social
of course.
section.
All of those people were
These
cranks.
technologies cost
I
and
could
resource
smell the
difficulty in
crank
learning.
from a
Respect
mile away,
these
and
more
that's the reason why I kept
resources.
yelling at people. This is how Twitch streamers announce collabs.
Fishing pier. Talks increase efficiency of fishing and advanced.
Yeah, guys.
Chop shop.
It's so obvious
So looks right.
that Israel has a totally separate ambition here than the
So
American
let's-
government.
on one we're looking for
and is
self-harm, the other
steering the American,
would be to die while serving. No,
is
not
steering
that
the
matters. Right?
American naval assets to.
Yeah, I
to
feel
a
like I don't think this would count as
long-standing
much as like
potential military occupation
suicide.
of
If,
Iran.
like I feel like
which
that's
will
what you're
probably
referring to.
collapse the
I feel like
American
it would
state later down the line, but
yeah,
that's
it would
besides the point.
be
Israel
more
doesn't
like
give a shit
dying
because
while
they're fucking
serving.
suicidal and they're insane.
I think.
But basically,
Swamp gas. Okay, there's a
Israel
lot of cool
wants
things here.
a failed state in Iran. They will try to get that to happen
Halyard?
with American military and American service members dying in the process. They'll do anything to get that goal. And it's entirely dependent on how far Trump will go. If Trump is stupid enough to play along with this, it's cooked. It's entirely cooked. If Trump decides things are going poorly, and just goes, all right, we're going to commit to boots on the ground, we're fucked. You can figure that out by just looking at the strike patterns and the strike targets. Donald Trump literally revealed last night, last fucking night,
send some scouts here,
that his plan B and plan C options for who gets to control the Iranian state were assassinated on the first day.
Of course. Quick march, enhance the efficiency of scout teams, that would be useful. Watchtower. This Navy's country watchtowers would safeguard the region from breaches. Interesting.
Here is Donald Trump talking to Jake Tapper about how things are going.
He said, quote, "We're knocking the crap out of them. I think it's going very well. It's very powerful. We've got the greatest military in the world."
Oh, okay. So there's also tower defense aspects in this
how
game.
long he
I like
thought
this.
this war might last. He
Let's
said,
do this one.
"I don't want
Research
to see it go
Big
on too
March.
long.
It's a little
I
bit
always thought
late,
it would be
but
4 weeks, and we're a little ahead of schedule." I asked him if the U.S. was doing more to help the Iranian people reclaim their country than
No,
the
Hassan is
military
still on
strikes.
that
There
video.
was other stuff going on. He said, "Yes, we are indeed, but right now we want everyone staying inside. It's not safe out there." He also suggested it was about to get even less safe. "We haven't even started hitting them hard. The big wave hasn't even happened. The big one is coming soon." I asked the president about the fact that Iran attacked Arab countries in the region, Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, and the UAE. He said that that was the biggest surprise so far for him and his team. Quote, "We were surprised. We told them," meaning the Arab countries, "we've got this." And now they want to fight, and they're aggressively fighting. They were going to be very little involved, and now they insist on being involved. He said of the Arab leaders of those countries, "I know these people, they're tough and
Well, that's
smart."
quick march. We'll actually
The
research
Iranians, he said, quote, "shot into a hotel. They shot into an apartment house. It just
high-level
made them,"
engineering.
meaning the Arab leaders, "angry. They love us, but they were watching. There was no reason for them
Game
to be
level
involved."
cosplay
That was probably the biggest surprise.
Scouting parties
You have to
ready.
understand they were living under that dark cloud for years, meaning the Iranian nuclear threat. That's why you could never have peace. I asked, okay, well, who's going to lead Iran now? The president said, we don't know who the leadership is. We don't know who they'll pick. Maybe they'll get lucky and get someone who knows what they're doing. The Iranians, he said, lost a lot in terms of leadership because in the initial strikes, not only was Ayatollah Khamenei killed, but also 49 other Iranian leaders, he said. It was an amazing strike. They got a little bit arrogant.
By the way, if the Strait of Hormuz closes, Japan is cooked. I forgot to mention that.
Wait, really?
They're even in a worse predicament than China.
Really?
The Japanese government has stated they have 254 days worth of oil reserves. Also, the Japanese government, or at least not the fucking pliant leadership in Japan that are America dick riders and Israel dick riders, but the rest of the Japanese government has been losing their fucking minds because America did not even give them a prior notice that they were striking Tehran. And there are Japanese nationals in Tehran. So we're not even abiding by previous long-standing security arrangements that we have with some of our most consequential fucking allies. And not only that, but also closing off the Strait of Hormuz. If Iran ends up successfully closing off the Strait of Hormuz, it's over for Japan.
To the council
they destroy
town hall.
all of Japanese energy. The Japanese government has stated that they have 254 days of oil reserves. If the Strait of Hormuz is closed for an extended period due to the ongoing war, it will be a very serious problem for Japan's economy.
Okay, nice. The observatory.
High, right? Let's go, baby.
No, observatory.
Fucking nuclear warfare. Fuck it. Fuck it.
Level 4.
Destroy the planet for Israel. Let's go. Let's go. That's where we're moving towards, by the way. I just want to fucking put it out there one more time, okay? East Asia, in particular, highly exposed to disruption of oil exports in the Strait of Hormuz, okay?
Yeah, look at the light, keeping the fog at bay. Looks really cool.
Oh.
I think maybe the fog is what's taking up a lot of resources.
War against Iran is driving up sugar prices. World sugar prices rose on Monday on fears of the U.S.-Israel war against Iran, which is disrupting global energy supplies, will prompt Brazilian cane mills to produce more ethanol and less sugar, and also impact the flow of refined sugar. Most ethanol in Brazil is made from sugar cane. If mills and the top sugar producer and exporter use more cane to produce the biofuel, as prices for it might rise following oil, they will have less of the raw material to produce sugar, a food staple and cheap source of calories for developing countries. We are literally rerouting international trade and nuking it. And yes, Iran has officially stated that they are closing
the hand of the
Strait of Hormuz, by the way,
keeps stealing my people and torturing them, then I want the game to do let me do a thing where I can go to this thingy and set it on fire and kill these guys. Because I don't like that. And then I want to set up defenses to kill all the Illuminati bastards who come towards me. How dare they?
We gotta fucking stop Israel.
I will not let them mess with me.
Get united and stop Israel. What will it fucking take? A group of Japanese tourists land in Israel in matching Israeli vests, singing "I'm Israel High." Okay, stop. This is just a Japanese cult. I don't care about that right now.
When ascents and descents, the cable car stays significant amount of time.
Really?
Ooh, the cable car was found between the street and the ground below, so it seems that.
You're getting ass fucked, dumbass.
So it seems sense that its primary means of transit in Sarajevo.
Trust me, you're
the
getting
cabins
ass
are roomy and cozy.
Nice. You're like, no, I don't care. Israel's suicide mission is far more important for me, an American citizen living in the United States of America. I am literally cattle, sir. I am servile. Strap me to a fucking J-Dam and send my ass to Tehran right now. Please. As long as Israel gets to, I don't know, invade southern Lebanon again, I will be happy. It'll be a glorious death for me.
Resources. I want to get a, what's it, chop shop? Improving lumberjack houses and harvesting timber more effectively. Yes,
are like, no.
Look at that one. So we really need wood. We need wood for like everything. So we're gonna focus that
the pump
technology
is
right now.
$15 a gallon. I'm fine with that. Because Greater Israel as a project is more important to me than anything else. And we have to take out all of Israel's sovereign enemies in the state, in the region.
Fugitive camp.
So that Israel can take over more territory in Syria, take over more territory in Lebanon. This is the only thing I care about. Is that it? Is that it?
It's a way to see statistics, like how much.
Is that the only thing you care about? Israel's ambitions? Rubio's now saying regime change is not the goal. What the fuck is going on with this admin's messaging? Because they don't have any fucking real message. That's the problem. They don't have it. They don't have, like, listen, the previous global war on terror was conducted by demonic entities, okay? Dick Cheney was a fucking demon.
Yep.
But at least they had like a fully fleshed out plan here as far, and obviously it didn't go according to plan, and there were many setbacks, but it doesn't matter. Like, there was a goal there, okay? There was a goal there. One that aligned with Israel's interests as well, certainly, but there was a fucking higher priority here. Right now, there is no goal. There is no goal because Israel is
another scout
fucking
camp. Ooh.
insane.
Rest in peace, Dick Cheney. Yeah. Inshallah, Jahannam.
Just wait until we start talking about the nuclear option. In the upcoming days, you will start hearing about nukes in the same way that American Defense Department employees were going on CNN in the early days of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. If you recall, they were like trying to justify a potential.
Today, we're about to train a toilet who didn't have a sense of before he had passed the machine of
mini nukes in Ukraine. They literally
said
that.
Certificate at home.
Okay.
We're pulling back without
there was a reason for it, because at the time, there was a nuclear posture coming from the Russian side. And they were trying to see if there was a, you know, if they could maneuver public appetite in the direction of nukes.
Tess approached the Luminax cyborg, trying his best to hide his willies. Hide his willies? He managed to turn around and look at his comments when the goal was finding.
Tim Miller,
must fight through it.
Fucking former
oh shit! We're being tortured! No!
Reading between the lines, it seems like
wait, we need the watchtower ASAP. Okay, this is the research I see.
While we're just going along for the ride. Otherwise, why would you kill people that
we also have 20 homeless people. No ideal.
We have to stop Israel before the entire world falls apart. Okay.
Let's build a food building.
This is big if true. Oh, I saw this. Nuxtaco's mangled corpse flying through the Tel Aviv skyline.
What? Oh, that's messed up. That's a messed up.
Did not happen. And I disavow. I disavow such things.
Yeah, no. I definitely also disavow that.
I disavow.
That's so messed up. I can't believe Hassan was laughing at that. I would never laugh at something like that. Definitely.
It's up to the Iraqi people, or I'm sorry, the Iranian people to...
Oh! A little bit of a slip up.
It's up to the Iraqi people, or I'm sorry, the Iranian people to choose their next leader.
Freudian slip.
To rise up and kick this regime out of place. If they do not, then they will be with a different leader, but the same regime. If they choose to get a different leader that we can have a relationship with, which we would love to. Prior to 1979, we had a good relationship with Iran. But if they choose to pick up a leader,
Chad is dangerous, man.
we will surround that leader, not necessarily with boots on the ground, but with assets to make sure that that leader can be protected, rise up, and then the Iranian people will have the opportunity to choose their next leadership.
I guess not.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck. I can't begin to explain to you how much white supremacy factors into this equation. Okay? It was preempted because Israel was going to attack Iran, and then Iran would attack the U.S. Yeah. No, that's Rubio's statement on this is so fucking dumb, dude. He is such a moron. I mean, sure, he doesn't have an easy job here.
Fantastic moron. Even.
But you can't package this in a way that makes sense. The logic is, we knew Israel was going to attack Iran. We knew Iran would retaliate against the U.S. because of it. So instead of
Iran, Iraq, where's Iran? Where's the difference?
Incredible.
I just know one thing. I don't want Shimon, the Bengali bollock basher, the penis snipper of the West, to snip my penis.
Had been delegated down to the field commanders. It was
yeehaw!
And in fact, it bear to be true because in fact,
I know what I'm saying.
Yeah, they're trying to repackage Israel's preemptive strike as
let's go get more
trigger
refugees.
point, which it is.
We should probably make some sleeping places. Alright, this place. We haven't built a sleeping place for these guys.
Had already been activated to launch. In fact, those had already been pre-positioned. The third is the assessment.
I need you to understand why.
What does the annex even do? I don't even know what the annex
is. It is because, and I'm gonna keep repeating it over and over again until it's pummeled into your fucking brains. This is Israel's war. I'm not on some Pat Buchanan shit when I say this. This is Israel's war. Israel manipulated Donald Trump. This isn't to say that Donald Trump wouldn't love to fucking kill a bunch of Iranians, okay? Obviously, we have that ambition as well.
Okay, I don't know what the annexes is for, so I'm just gonna build that.
Why we went in the way that we did, okay, is because
I should have clipped that. I mean, you can clip.
We went in the way that we did is because this is Israel's war, and we were just along for the fucking ride. We were dumb enough.
Oh, do you mean
the Trump
thing from earlier?
Because
thing from earlier was clipped. Yesterday, Rodham reported that the Rangers discovered a field littered with metal debris. Like a remnant of the War of the Domains. But wait, where's Rodham himself? Wait, are we not in jail? Just down the Mexican way for integration was itself when he won't break. Me though, I can barely stand that situation. How about you? Talk about light, hot needles. You don't remind me of my slag engineering course at the Academy. Venture Spain, that's some use to it. Yeah, send some diggers out to look for the middle
That's why I'm saying this is like
mention if you find anything worthwhile, we can help to make complex machines. We need to make like
Donald Trump thought this
we need to build some like
look at me.
ballast everywhere on this tree, so we can shoot down this damn like Skywalker of the Illuminati bastards.
That's it.
Also, what are those at the side? Are those shields?
That's it. And
it looks cool, but I don't know what it is.
George W. Bush is still responsible for everything that Dick Cheney goaded him into doing. Donald Trump is still responsible for everything that Israel goaded him into doing. This is not an abdication of responsibility, okay?
And they took more of our residents. Great, lovely.
You why a lot of the messaging coming out of the fucking administration is mind-boggling. Like it's very confusing if you do not think. It's very confusing to you if you try to take things that they're saying at face value and think, oh, well, you know, America did this because we just also wanted to destroy, we wanted to liberate the Iranian people, or America did this because, you know, we wanted to do a regime change. None of that is true, okay? It's the peak of American exceptionalism that Iran or any country apparently has to be pro-Western. Our leaders act like being American makes you de facto supreme ruler of the world. And then they have the
been lurking, we'll be lurking for a bit while they eat lunch. Hello, Ghost Rider, how are you doing?
That is American exceptionalism. It's built into
very welcome
the heart and soul of every American, by the way.
Alright, you finished the timber.
The reason why when people say stuff like that, many people even in
you should consider trying out this demo. It's pretty fun.
They don't even understand. They don't understand that foreign nations can have different cultures, different attitudes, different interests, right? Sovereign countries can have sovereignty away from the hands of being like vassalized beings for American ambition. For American capital, just like a fucking area that you can extract natural resources from. Like, this is the problem. It literally comes across as them cheating. In the minds of a lot of Americans, they think, oh, they're cheating. What do you mean they have sovereignty? What do you mean they have different ambitions here?
Hiding in the weeds. There was so massive they didn't even transform. The fog ran themselves. We're not even sure these people.
This is for Dowsey Square in Central Texas.
23 people.
The bombing campaign is beyond
okay, we really need to make some
seemingly indiscriminate. Increasingly, Israel and U.S. appear to be following the Gaza playbook, having failed to achieve a quick regime implosion. I told you, literally the first fucking day. I told you the first day that the initial strikes were limited.
Wait, what?
And even in the limited strikes, obviously they killed 100. Little
girls is that like
but it
is
was
that an annex?
limited in comparison to what they can do.
Is that it?
Okay, and the reason why it was limited is because
it is
still thought, oh, Iranians will fucking rise up.
Iranians will rise up,
and then they'll give up all their weapons, and they'll
I would also like something to like refine the metal
into
something.
I love America.
Because we don't have a lot of it.
When that didn't happen, what did I tell
Our
you?
rations are going down as well.
Start increasing the cruelty to the average Iranian population. Are you still defending terrorists over the country that allowed you to blossom? America is the terrorist country here. This is terrorism.
Oh, Chatters is so stupid.
My tax dollars going to this.
Like right-wing Chatters, right-wingers are just so dumb, man.
And if
come
you think
on.
that means I'm defending terrorists, you're a fucking
so
moron.
Insane.
Okay.
Get this one.
100+ little girls at school murdered in the hands of American weapons that you and I pay taxes for, that you and I are footing the bill for. You think that's not terrorism? You don't think we have an alternative here? Are you out of your fucking mind?
I don't have anyone to send them right now because we don't have any food.
Answer me.
Okay, that's
why are people so fucking stupid? Confirm reporting of your predictions. Tucker Carlson was one of the only figures urging Trump not to strike Iran. In 3 Oval Office meetings, he warned that the war would risk American lives, raise energy prices, and destabilize the region. He argued that U.S. was being pulled in by Israel and urged Trump to resist that pressure. Trump said he understood the dangers, but he felt he couldn't stay out of it if Israel attacked. Yeah, we couldn't stay out of it. We had to get in. We had to get in on the fun. Well, you stop Israel then, dumbass.
Okay, let's relocate this building to maybe over here. Okay, I do want to relocate
counter,
it to over
of course.
there.
I know.
I'm a little bit worried.
Of course, there's no counter. These guys don't think. They don't think about the reaction to American actions. They don't think about the consequences. They don't think about how destabilizing this will be. Oh, I didn't see you had me pulled up. I did. Are you not listening?
I need to make
I
another
responded to
flame
you.
guard.
What's the question? I said, we
Not gonna
are the
put it at
terrorists
night,
here.
please.
Killing 100 schoolgirls at school is terrorism. That's what we did in our opening salvo. Trying to destabilize a nation state with 93 million population with no real fucking exit ramp, with no real opportunity for them to like develop or thrive.
We have a lot
when
of
the
sick
ultimate
people.
goal, led by Israel, it's yet to be determined what happened with that situation. Okay, dude, shut the fuck up. Keep coping, Keep coping, dickhead. That's all you got. You're literally, you know it's indefensible, so you have to just like try to find a way out of it.
Also, we are. Are we not producing enough food?
We know
What's going on?
exactly what happened, you fucking moron.
Okay, how many people do we have? 127. We have 2 of these.
You can only
We're doing 12
justify it
hours.
in your mind because it's unjustifiable by saying, oh, we just don't know what happened. Maybe it was Iran that blew it up. Yeah, just like Hamas blew up the hospital in Gaza, right?
112 daily production. So I think we should be producing more than enough food. I hope.
If it wasn't 3+ years of solid Hasbara at this point that no one literally believes unless they have Israel's dick lodged so far up their asses that it's basically poking out of their fucking mouths. You know, with the exception of people like that, most people see.
He has
that
a
and
way
go,
of describing
here we go,
things.
Here we go. Israel at it again.
Alright, I'm gonna put speed in. Game and speed 1. Zoom in on
Yeah,
this
it's
a little
so
bit.
crazy. Wherever Israel decides to strike, the foreign entity that they're destroying happens to always kill their own children. It's so weird. Bro is begging Bibi to finish inside. Him and Trump both. Him and Trump both. But that's how the MAGA guys are. They literally see their dear leader eat Israel's dick every fucking day for lunch and dinner, skipping
I need
breakfast,
to
and
put
they go,
notifications
well,
on my
I
phone
must
at some
eat this
point.
dick as well.
I will do so soon. Maybe after the stream. Yeah, after the stream I'll go through a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, there's a reason why both liberals and Republicans in the MAGA base want to fight back against this is Israel's war narrative, because it's not narrative, it's reality. But the reason why is because it makes it insanely indefensible. It makes it even less defensible than American imperialism, like regular American imperialism, which is indefensible all on its own. But it makes it not only indefensible, but unpopular in the eyes of the average fucking hog.
Oh.
It's kind of stunning to see a major New York Times article clearly vindicating the Mersheimer Stephen Walt's
so many
view
upgrades we can
of
do
U.S.
here.
Middle Eastern policy. Edward Wong, the definitive story of how Trump took an almost inevitable path to a new U.S. war in the Middle East. Netanyahu repeatedly urged him to attack Iran with Israel and no aid voiced opposition. Netanyahu also undermined diplomacy. Regime change became the goal, except regime change is not the goal either.
Okay, there's a lot of upgrades. I really hope the demo will allow us to explore a lot of the game, because that would be sick.
IDF is currently bombing Evin prison and the TV station again. Oh, here we go. Bro, what's so crazy about this is this doesn't actually end up freeing the political prisoners, okay? It literally just kills them. This is what happened last time too.
They're literally just murdering a bunch of civilians.
They're literally killing the opposition.
Okay. The chop shop.
It's crazy.
So there's check about workout is not.
They did this last
What is the main
time.
mission?
The family members
of small trees is something I can't read.
That had people in the opposition that were in the fucking prison literally released statements telling Israel
we got a bunch of more refugees.
Stop,
we need to
they're killing their
upgrade
family members in prison.
Probably the healing chain. That will take time. The expanded facility will support what he does in patients.
Okay, she 100% sold Maduro out. What is this? I spoke by telephone to His Highness Emir of the State of Qatar, to whom I conveyed our solidarity in the face of a serious situation of instability and violence that has erupted in the Middle East, which has placed the entire region on the brink of a dangerous escalation of war. Wait, what? This doesn't say what you think it says.
Oh, right. We can finally send those people there.
She's not calling out Iran by name and being like, Iran needs to stop or something. Unless she says that.
Let's get some more fish.
Unless she actively says that, it's not completely gone.
6 people. Let's have 8 people work here, because then that fits with the amount of people who can be in the...
Qatar is the most neutral. Qatar is the most neutral here, and she's also saying, like, it's diplomacy time. You know what I mean? She's being very wishes and prayers. Yeah, she has a gun to her head, guys. I'm not saying Delcy Rodriguez is, like, not completely captive to American interests. That is true. She is, okay?
But also, she can't really do much.
She is at the mercy of the United States of America. Batı'dan nefret etmeyen ya yavşaktır ya cahildir. Aynen, aynen abi, aynen.
3 lessons. I need to actually do some proper lessons.
Anyway.
Wait, what? Why am I not getting bonus points?
Pretty crazy that Democrats spent years trying to claim that Trump was controlled by Russia when there's like 100 times more evidence that Trump was controlled by Israel. Then again, that kind of opens up the Pandora's box of talking about AIPAC. Yep. Wonder why.
Well-crafted
she could step
TD
down
just
and
went
protest.
free.
Wait, what?
Free game.
But now never seems to be the option of these people. Okay, you guys are fucking
wow, this
delusional.
Is not very
you
good
live in La La Land. What do you mean? She steps down and protests and then what? They're making a calculation that they don't want what's happening to Iran to happen to their
mining
country.
zone opened.
These people at
It's
the
been
end of the
looking
day
behind
still
rather
care
collect and
about the
reuse. Who knows
sovereignty
what
of
happens
their
here doing
states,
this?
but more so
What
care
happened
about
in the
their
war of city
populations,
domains.
okay? No matter how despotic they might be,
We
no
have
matter
a
how
lot
tyrannical
of sick
they might
people
be
and a lot of
presented as
homeless
in
people.
Western news, they do care about their fucking people. What are you supposed to do when you have a fucking gun to your head? And the alternative is America comes in and just nukes your country.
Yeah.
Anyway, here is Adam Schwartz, far-right authoritarian tracker, I guess. Or no, this is not. This is Professor Pape.
Chat said in Turkish, whoever doesn't hate the West is either coward or good. 1000%. That chat is correct.
Offering analysis as to why
Very correct.
The actions in Iran make no fucking sense whatsoever from an academic perspective.
Air campaign since World War I. This is my specialty. I spent 3 years teaching conventional targeting strategy for the U.S. Air Force. I've studied leadership decapitation in detail. I've modeled the bombing of Fordow, the regime change in Iran for 20 years. So this is something I know quite a bit about. And literally 10 days ago, I started on Substack the escalation trap because I worried exactly watching the Armada being built, we would fall into the escalation trap, and that's what's happened. We are now in the grip of the escalation trap, or the smart bomb trap, to be more precise, where the illusion of the 100% tactical success, which is real.
I don't think it's a trap, bro.
The success of the bombs blowing up targets is not false. It creates the illusion of control of escalation. And that is the smart bomb trap, and that is what has gripped us right now. And the problem is that once we drop those bombs and once we announce regime change is our goal, and we had no other tools, trying to do this from the air, this has never worked in over 100 years.
The only way that you can successfully put in a puppet state is if you commit to ground troops. Okay? That's it. Will Trump do it?
50 people.
Because you're not bringing Reza Pahlavi into the countryside without ground troops protecting him every step of the fucking way, and even then it might not be successful. Okay? Will we commit to boots on the ground military warfare in Iran? Because I know Israel's ass ain't going to war with boots on the ground against an adult military, a functioning military.
An adult military, yeah, pretty much.
After doing aerial strikes over and over again.
Explode a house.
Because I know it won't be Israel fighting that fucking war. It will be American sons and daughters. Just so you understand. This will literally collapse the American state, okay? If you're a third worldist right now, you're nutting.
This is not
You're
like
not.
it works sometimes or rarely works.
Research, technology, medal collection post,
President
and
Trump
medal.
is up against the weight of history here.
What?
And
research.
But
It just says to research
1953
it
worked
twice.
without ground troops, no. First
Oh,
of all,
shit.
no.
Shit.
It did not. Mass instability.
Councils are now secretion something between Iran and insect. Literally anything from which can cause a self-guessing ability to sate their hunger. Aggressive with the Biden orders to defend themselves from attackers. Interesting. It's the only mission we have for our guys, so we'll send the group to deal with them. Some incredibly weird things. The guys have never come this close to the settlement before. They could devour all of food supplies or any fish we haven't
I don't
exported.
know if you know this, but 1953
Let's enrich the
failed.
squad to deal with the nest.
The Iranian Revolution happened.
But I will do it.
Hello?
J'entends un bruit. Quand est-ce que tu descends? Quand est-ce que tu descends? Also, let me know if you want me to read myself or do my French. Pourquoi vous descendez maintenant?
Of the smart bombs being near perfect.
Please explain how it'll destroy the American state. The USA spends so much on its military. You're saying it'll be like 1917? I'm saying it'll be like the USSR's invasion of Afghanistan. Okay? First of all, look at a fucking map of topography of Iran. Let's start there. Iran, as a country, is literally a fortress. Okay? Iran as a country is literally a fortress. It is surrounded in all parts by mountainous region. Okay? This will be an unimaginable mass casualty incident if America tries to go in to Iran and deploy troops into Iran. It will be Afghanistan times a million.
Les adolescents vont bientôt devenir adultes.
The amount of
Mon
money,
guénon gauche parle
the
français.
amount of lives that you
Mon
commit to
guénon.
this
What is
will
guénon?
collapse America because there will no longer be any domestic appetite for that
Malheureusement,
kind of
ma
thing.
tante n'habite pas ici.
Yeah, it's 4 times the size of Iraq and all mountains. It's not even. I mean, look at this, dude.
Il
Look
se
at this.
souvient
Look.
de leur première voiture.
Mountains,
Il va devenir médecin.
mountains, desert.
Papi, tu reviens bientôt. Il revient de bientôt. It's knee. Your left knee speaks French. Les enfants deviennent adolescents. Mon guénon gauche parle français. Les enfants deviennent
We
adolescents.
don't even have enough munitions
J'ai 2 oncles.
and enough equipment to defend little old Israel right now successfully. What makes you think our offensive capabilities obviously are stronger than our defensive capabilities or defensive munitions, but like, what makes you think we are going to
Also make it
successfully
Mon
be
cousin
able to
regarde une
take
série
over
vraiment fort.
a country with 93 million
Elle aimait
people
se
with
souvenir de ce bon
tens
moment.
of millions
That's
of
all Google
armed
Translate. Yeah, no, I
combatants
believe that.
that have a fuck ton of
But Google
fighting
Translate can be fairly
experience.
good with a lot of languages. Especially like
You're literally
more
so fucking wrong. I defeated them easily
ones
in
which
Hearts
have
of
a fair
Iron
amount
4.
of large internet
Okay.
presence. Elle aimait se souvenir de ces bons moments.
How many times has Iran been successfully invaded throughout history? I
Elle
mean, back
aime
when
se
people were,
souvenir
on
de ces bons
horseback,
moments.
they would just
Elle
own
aime
it over
se-
and over again. But that's a very long
Il
time
vient
ago,
d'où?
very different circumstances.
Whoa, I know 2
okay?
French speakers. I wouldn't call myself a French speaker, but I'm an aspirational one. Not because I like France or anything, don't worry, but because there's a lot of French comrades who are not Jacobian fiends. Vous vous souvenez de lui? Nous devenons fous quand nous regardons un match de football.
Okay, and try to do like
ils reviennent du Brésil.
Popular uprising narrative. Use that as like a
du Brésil.
Troop commitment. I
Vous
suspect
devenez fous quand vous regardez un match de
they want
football.
to turn it into Syria or Libya.
Ils se
But they don't
souviennent de
have
tout.
enough popular support on the ground.
Il
to
va
turn
devenir
it into
médecin.
Syria because
Send a ranger squad to the Guzzle Slayer. Did we already do that?
guess what?
Oh shit, also we're running
No
low on
ISIS.
food. My bud Ninja Can is Canadian, can speak that dialogue.
How are you gonna do
That's
that?
scary. Do not trust those who can speak French.
How are you gonna
If
do
they're
that
not
without
native French
ISIS?
speakers. Il va devenir
No
médecin.
ISIS in Iran. ISIS isn't gone, but they're just not, you know. I guess they'll bring in ISIS from this side and this side, or the
No,
Taliban
he's
or
clear.
something.
Yeah, no, I
don't
believe
know.
you. I'm just joking. Oh, our settlement needs more and more resources. We captured blueprint for a walker from Sarago. We captured one. Okay. These are powerful machines and will greatly speed up mining and protect the toilets. Yeah, no, that's very similar to
closure of the strait.
Frostpunk. Let's move the chat a little bit. Tiny bit.
Taliban has no ambitions to fuck with Iran. I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Taliban and Pakistan are beefing currently, but
Yeah, I don't think Taliban has like much
knows?
bandwidth to do that right now. Knowing him almost as long as I've been on Twitch, but there's a great clip of Johnny saying,
you're pretending as if Al Sharaa doesn't have incredibly high approval ratings even across
I need something to
groups.
say that's not like swearing.
Oh my lord.
Especially
Yes,
during
it's a
Ramadan.
resounding success. Syria is a resounding success.
A workers will need to expand the engineering and finish
It will
building
be
council.
completely
Is that too many
eaten up by
tasks?
Israel, and
Doesn't
will
know you
be
can't wait
part of
to set
greater
new
Israel, and it will be a resounding success, okay?
Yes, that's right, but if not, no. And it's not like we're in LR for fun. We have to mine for solo too, not an easy decision. Okay. Now we
Honestly,
should have
shows
enough
your Western bias
food.
sometimes
Send
with your
these
lack of
guys out.
nuance when you talk about Syria.
Thank you, Hassan. Very cool. That
I
was.
think it's a perfectly functioning.
He's a little bit too open about making those burps.
It's a perfectly functioning sovereign
A
state.
little
You're
bit too willing.
I'm wrong, and it's great territory for Greater Israel. And also, northern part of Syria is now Turkish, and southern part of Syria eaten up by Israel. Eventually, they'll fucking duke it out, you know. And how can Syria fight Israel right now? That's the point, dumbass. Shut the fuck up.
Is the fog receding or is it coming over here? No, okay. Yeah, no, it's expanding.
Ay, ay, ay.
Scary. Guzzle nest. The ranger found killed a lot of guzzles. Most of them have scatters.
You're actually right. Yes, you're right. I'm wrong.
Nice.
Syria is a success story.
Residents are on the
It's
attack.
actually
What?
awesome.
You botched it with Rodimer.
actually
When you
awesome
destroy
to
a nest,
have
this
a
one guzzles
country
scatter and find a
that
place to build a new
is
one.
ruled over
Now they're
by
hiding
a
everywhere
former
around it. What should we do?
Al-Qaeda
We could of course send a squad after every
It's
piece of swap, but it's
perfectly
to put a
normal,
watchtower that will keep the
perfectly
guzzlers at bay and prevent us from being caught off guard.
You know,
Alright,
he's a
more
reformist,
research.
He cares about building institutions, and he's doing the damn thing right now.
Watchtower.
And also, all of it
Oh,
will
we
be
should
Israel
also
eventually.
upgrade the this one. Engineering. We need iron for that. Shit. Residents under attack. Resource stolen by monsters. Stop! Where are guards? Guards! What resources are they stealing?
Also came out.
Okay, that's very obnoxious.
Say.
Okay, a lot of residents are gonna be sick. We have 24 physically ill, 9 severely physical ill, 5 trauma, and 7 severe trauma. Shit.
That was the point. They wanted to diminish the Gulf, and in 2 days they have. And I think anyone
How many?
who likes decency and order
We need to build
and
another
cleanliness is
healing
hoping
building.
that the Gulf will recover. The Gulf
John
is not a
is
threat to us.
of subversive history.
We have
He's a
military
revert
bases
brother.
in these
Ooh,
countries. These
mashallah.
are some of our
That's very
closest
cool.
allies. All of them are closer allies than Israel.
Let that be his
by
peace
far.
Question mark? I was talking about Hassan.
They're our
Hassan
friends.
thing.
But they've been really hurt. And in a place like Dubai, which is basically part of a country, it's an emirate within the United Arab Emirates, but it's also a luxury brand, basically. People go to Dubai because it's beautiful and rich and clean, and above all, because it's safe and orderly. It's got the busiest airport in the world. You start seeing video on Instagram of smoke in the Dubai airport, and you're like, I think I'm going to Cabo this year. Oh, sorry, drug cartels. Whatever. Maybe you go to Sedona this year. It really, really hurts these countries. And Israel wanted to hurt these countries. That's the point. Wanted to hurt these countries.
Yeah.
Wanted to sow chaos and disorder because they are rivals.
To lose, we're just hearing Tucker.
So it's probably not, hasn't been reported, but it's a fact that last night in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, authorities arrested.
You remind me a little bit of another chat that we have called Couch Potato. Speaking of, they haven't been here for a while. I need some message. I need some message to them. I hope they're alright.
Dude. Okay, I think he's literally a mercenary, and right now the people paying him the most is Qatar.
We have a lot of hurt
Before
people.
It was UAE. Now he doesn't fuck with the UAE as much, but like it's the Gulfs. Not to come
research
across as
what
like a Hosborough guy here, but I feel like there's a different angle here, don't you think? Obviously, Iran is not paying him, so he is completely not talking about the very obvious destabilization initiative here against Iran.
Yeah, it's a little bit bad about Potato. Yeah, I'm worried.
Because the real analysis here is Israel. Yes, Israel wants to undermine the Gulf states.
Oh shit, that's not what we want to research actually.
But
wants to research metal collection
that's
first.
Immaterial. That's utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Israel wants to fucking destroy Iran. Israel wants to turn Iran into a failed state.
Okay, we need more wood. Did they just steal all our wood?
The reason why he won't say that out loud, I think, is because, you know, he probably maybe he wants to just run for president. That's probably what it is. This is his like easiest route to not come across like he's defending the IRGC, right?
Did Mossad agents planning on committing bombings in those countries. Now, that's weird. That doesn't make any sense. Why would the Israelis be committing bombings in two Gulf countries which are also being attacked by Iran? Aren't they on the same side? No. Israel wants to hurt Iran and Qatar and UAE and Saudi and Bahrain and Oman and Kuwait.
And then we'll get the watchtower at some point.
And they've succeeded. Now,
I don't like the lack of range with the watchtower though. That's a little bit concerning.
I'ma like this, I'ma like that. Netanyahu and Iran war. We read this week. We read in this week's Torah portion. Remember what Amalek did to you. Are you kidding me? After invoking Amalek ahead of destruction of Gaza, he's openly doing Amalek threats again. Yeah, I mean, Jimmy Ryder is correct. It's not like he faced any consequences last time, so of course he's doing it. Yeah, Amalek.
Okay, and they're also gonna chop wood faster because the thing is here. Very cool. Is there enough housing? 24 housing and...
ICJ dragging it's 24. Nuts, dude. Remember Jared Kush and the Abraham Accords? How's it going?
Yeah, we need another
I mean, none of that matters. As long as you can fucking destroy Iran, who gives a fuck about the Abraham Accords? Those guys will come back to the table at any point. They can think about that later down the line, if there is even a fucking Middle East to do deals with at the end of that process.
Very slowly but surely, we are healing people. Park observer must not put the Ether watch notification. Select
both Hebrew and in English. He only made his not so.
Well, if you didn't can't stop coughing. If you don't see Caesar, you risk getting instructions. We don't know what.
Interesting.
Except what have we accepted? No citizens with the state of ill within the next 3 days. We have a lot of ill citizens. That one's going to be difficult. We need to make another healing building if it wants to reach that.
And the problem is, when those bombs fall, they change politics in the target. They inject nationalism into the regime. They
That is
inject
not wrong.
nationalism into the society.
Our sins. Legolas has finished his investigation. His fog worshippers are just random citizens. They're praying or vainly trying to break the ropes. Among those tied
is now society and the regime are taking more risky steps.
to the fireplace
And
are
they
Scout
do
and a
things
couple of
that
craftsmen
no
yelling
one
that it's a mistake in being
anticipated
British. What's most
before.
alarming of face, the
And
absence of the Rangers leader.
failure to
Bottom.
anticipate
What these
the worst
fanatics
case,
take?
that has happened numerous times.
This is our settlement.
Bombs,
We'll protect
that's
our
just
people.
what happened in the last 36 hours.
The residents scream merchants with threatening roar. Seeing this, the Luminites unite. Untie the captain and lead them away. The residents untie the remaining ones and inspired walk toward the Skywalker. Legolas steps toward them. A flash of light hits the people's eyes. Anger turns to confusion.
Pete
System retreat.
Pete
It's not the
Texter
end.
straight up saying, "I will commit." The
Okay,
troops
what
to
are the
the
Luminax doing?
story."
Resident left settlement?
Egypt is 100% outside the conflict.
Oh shit,
bro! Egypt has fallen from grace so fucking hard. Israel literally cut out. Israel cut out natural gas transfers to Egypt like a month ago. It
Wait,
didn't even make a blip. It didn't
Egypt
even register
fallen
as, like,
from
a
grace?
Issue of consequence.
Was it ever in grace?
And on top of that, Egypt is such
Like,
Egypt
it's been
is already
complicit
such
for a while.
Pliant vassal state.
Yeah, exactly.
What
What
a fucking fail state that like there is no Egypt in the equation. People aren't even looking to see what Egypt has to say in this instance.
There's no space for building annexes, that's fine. These two buildings are
Forget
hopefully
Hexit, Trump
temporary.
himself said it.
I had two questions.
Poor people are hungry.
First, are
They're
there
all
currently
down
any
there.
American boots on the ground in Iran?
No, but we're not going to go into the exercise of what we will or will not do. I think
Oh,
it's one of those
people here.
fallacies for a long time that this department or presidents or
Refugees.
others should tell the American
Wait, we don't have any
and
free
our
scout
enemies,
groups.
by the way. Here's exactly what we'll do. Here's exactly how long we'll go. Here's exactly how far we'll go. Here's what we're willing to do and not do. It's foolishness. And so President Trump ensures that our enemies understand we'll go as far as we need to go to advance American interests. But we're not dumb about it. You don't have to roll 200,000 people in there and stay for
Scouting
4
party
years.
is ready.
Thank you.
We don't really need more
I have
people.
two questions for you. First,
Do we?
are there currently any
No, actually, we don't want any people right now. We want to
Their
heal all the
contempt for
sick
American
first.
people is so infuriating. Yeah. I was gonna say that. So, one of the things that's always frustrating about the way that these guys talk and people react
need
when they're
more
like
people to heal.
and people's reactions to the way that they talk is like there is this notion
Maybe
that
we
like,
do want some of
America
these people.
cares. There's
But
this
it will be a
idea that,
lot
like,
when
the
he's
American state
help.
cares, right, about the citizens in Iran. They don't care about the fucking civilians in Iran. They don't care about the citizens in Iran. They don't care about democracy in Iran.
Metal collection post. Mostly.
America doesn't even care about its own sons. It sends the war, nor its oil-rich Gulf partners.
Yeah.
So I'm always confused by.
They was repairing the
desperate
lifting
people in
mechanism on the upper
diaspora who
platform and saw the
demand
Luminax.
violent
They brought out a
intervention by
package
the
for the
US,
Skywalker heading into the
thinking
woods
it'll
with it.
lead to
If
prosperity.
they try to hide
They're
something,
just
I'll have
gonna
arranged
kill
search everything
your
in this area
family.
if it means any the illusion of peaceful life.
Right? Saudi Arabia
Rangers, do your
officials
thing.
saying that the U.S. abandoned them and redirected its air defenses to protect Israel. They left all the Gulf states that host American military bases at the mercy
before
of
we get
Iranian
to that time.
strikes. America doesn't care about anybody. America is currently committing their own sons to engage in unlimited warfare and die at the hands of Israel's military ambitions, no matter how destabilizing it may be. It makes me feel so bad as a Jewish American that Israel's framing all their actions as defense of the Jewish people. I worry that one day will lead
Oh
to an
shit,
anti-Semitic
what just
sentiment against my
happened?
religion at no fault of mine. I mean,
The
that's
sign of the
already
sun.
here, chatter.
Came across corpses. The bodies were
That's already happening.
burned beyond recognition, and yet one of them was Rodimus. Another corpse still had a piece of red gold.
Like that's why
rope
this
on.
whole
In his
America
right hand, he
First
clutched a golden
shit
disc with the
is-
sign of the
is-
sun.
I
It's
mean,
similar
that's
to
why
Luminous
it was
power.
so
This means.
successful as a narrative.
Oh shit.
Right?
Once
That's why
you're
it's so
legal, I
successful
will
as a
notice your
narrative,
sons to listen with.
Americans were listening to Trump go, why are we sending
That's how
our
my man's
fucking,
on off, so
boys and girls to go
finally
fight
because of Illuminati
wars so
force,
that
based
you
on
know,
your people,
some
you're not
weirdo
Illuminati.
can turn profit?
Rangers,
You know,
arrest
why
him.
can we like extract the oil and whatnot?
Master
Only
off. I thought it's about to start
Trump
later this
turned around and
minute.
said, actually, that is America.
Power is not enough to capture the entire settlement. The force Luminax retreats to the
What's
Skywalker,
insane is
focus
that
and depart. For
2
that,
million
they might
wars
take
later,
Helga with
we
it.
still
No,
don't
not
know the
Helga!
Basic fact, I know.
Damn it!
No, and I'll still
We need to
fucking
watch.
repeat it.
We need to watch
I will
those.
never get tired of
Master
repeating
Luminax have retreated. Are you okay? Yes, I am. Where these false Luminax are, we must report them to Oracle.
yeah,
You send a message, bud.
Iran
There's a
has
problem for
sources
more
say
pressing.
some buildings and
The
hotels
shot is
within the
rising in
Gulf were
broad
housed with
daylight.
Israeli or
Oh
US
shit!
personnel or intelligence operations. That Iran pinpointed the locations has really caught the Americans and Israelis off guard. People said this was propaganda. This was Iranian propaganda. And then guess what? The American government confirmed it. Through diplomatic cables, the American government confirmed that Iran actually had successfully struck American assets, defense contractors.
Built this
Do
here.
you think they'll attack Incirlik? I don't know. Iran is pretty fucking crazy and they want the smoke. I just don't know if they want that kind of smoke, because then it's like NATO.
I made NATO.
Scoop. U.S. is stonewalling requests by some Gulf states who came under attack from Iran to replenish air defense interceptors, Western officials and former U.S. official tell me. We have shot several years worth of production in the last few days. Also,
metal collection post.
We obviously have a higher priority here, which is our commitment to defending the nation state of Israel. Okay?
Bigger picture of what this all means. Let's go ahead and first start with our first element. Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu saying the quiet part out loud. He says, in bombing Iran, Israel has now the assistance of the United States, my friend President Donald Trump, and the U.S. military. This coalition of forces allows us to do what I've yearned to do for 40 years. 40 years, it's a dream that the Prime Minister had, despite all of the alleged pretexts about preemptive attacks, nuclear strikes, ballistic missiles. This is something that has been in the heart of the Bibi Netanyahu project. I just was wondering if you could react to that and frame your general thoughts around this entire regional war that has now erupted.
I hadn't seen that quote, but if he said it, what an asshole he is.
Bigger picture.
What an asshole he is. That is a little bit of
Jeffrey
understanding.
Sachs reacts to Benjamin Netanyahu publicly boasting that Trump helped him finally fulfill his 40-year dream to attack Iran.
There you go, cat's out of the bag.
Well,
Yes.
my fucking friend, what the fuck? Like, it all comes down to buddies doing favors for each other.
I suppose we'll see how much of a difference it makes. Let's put this here.
State Department is urging citizens to leave the Middle East ASAP. Breaking, the U.S. State Department urges Americans to depart now via commercial means due to serious safety risks. Countries listed: Bahrain, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, West Bank and Gaza, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, United Arab Emirates,
shit.
and Yemen.
Wait, the warehouse is not in the protection of this building? Uh-oh.
Jeffrey Sachs giving his hour-long analysis on how the U.S.
Eruption in
undermined and
progress.
collapsed Russia
9
after the fall of the USSR is a video you would love to watch. Yeah, Jeffrey Sachs is...
Oh,
Jeffrey
shit!
Sachs, Mersheimer. These guys are the most vindicated figures, just like I almost said Noam Chomsky. Norm Finkelstein, another figure that was instantly vindicated post-October 7. These guys have been getting yelled at
The fog is
nonstop.
very, very close.
And when people yell at me, they're basically yelling at a watered-down version of their analysis as well. Of course, much easier to yell at me because I can be presented as a dumb himbo and don't have the same long-standing like academic pedigree and also personal involvement as well.
Okay, we do need to build a watchtower, but also like can't be asked. And they don't have that much range and all that shit.
This was really funny. Speaking of like the American assets falling apart, we talked about disapprovals. We talked about approvals. We talked about Spain getting yelled at. Oh, here's a footage from a commercial airliner showing a missile being launched.
Okay, how much time do I have left to heal everyone? 2 days. And we are almost done, actually. Do you want to help these people? I want to, but also I don't want to deal with it.
There's a Kuwaiti death. I don't have the yips with respect to boots on the ground. Exclusive to the New York Post, by the way.
Smelters more effective in processing the gathered
I
metal
don't
of the
have
metal
the yips
components.
with respect to boots on the ground, like every president says, there will be no boots on the ground. There will be no boots on the ground. I don't say it, Trump tells the New York Post. He's saying he's coming, that's a video from a Japanese space launch. Oh, okay.
Water Walker.
He's telling the New York Post he doesn't have the yips. He will put boots on the ground if he chooses to, if he sees it to be the appropriate measure. Prepare to die for Israel, everybody.
Research this one.
That's so funny that you guys just sent me the Ken Klippenstein article because he just sent it to me as well via text. Why we struck Iran, the machine that all but made the decision itself.
Also has mods knowing like famous.
We attacked Iran because the target was simply attempting to pass up
famous
or like no consideration was given to what, the so what, or the then what.
Feminists.
I'm also told the high-value targets were just too valuable. The Ayatollah Chief of Staff of the Army Minister of Defense, at least 4 senior officials in the total were killed.
Healing people.
Trump approved what was all but impossible not to approve.
A lot more people healed.
Nice.
Now we're healing
to an intelligent
everyone.
machine built over decades that now produces kill packages so clean and seductive that it practically runs itself. As the Pentagon bluntly put it, a large-scale U.S. strike cut off the head of the snake, summarizing its view of a crisp decapitation operation.
Right, let's
Trump
try and
gets
rescue
away
these
with
people.
all of this by pretending we're not really at war, a falsehood which Congress is happy to play along. Asked if the U.S. is at war with Iran, Senator Lindsey Graham told to Meet the Press, I don't know if this is technically a war. Absurd as that sounds, Democratic leaders are adopting.
Damn it, what is it? It starts enough that the Department of Legacy will have to risk and launch that.
Schumer says the strikes are risking wider
On
conflict.
removal, unleash a colossal release of energy, we are evacuating people from the Great Tree. Nothing will happen if this
Jeffrey says the operation has brought us to the brink of
all due
possible
respect,
war,
Mr.
as if this
Are you
isn't
mind?
already
Tell us about
war.
Australian research and going into it. We just stuck up on food
Killing
and
a
gather on the
36-year-long head of state and his deputies isn't war. What is?
Is that so? How would you know?
The
Perhaps
United
that is
States
how
at war with Iran.
analysis.
Pure and simple. We have been for decades. We supported Iraq in its war against Iran. We've conducted operations.
We don't the
inside
shroud
Iran.
search in the trees at times as a solution. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't be the right. It would be the right thing to do. These circumstances unusual. They'll handle launch installations, huge risk without the search. The charge in the fog and launch installation.
Civilian airliner attacked targets on
He's not just someone in the launch installation.
Strikes against Iranian proxies.
He will come down from the tree with
from
provisions
Yemen
per day.
to
Though a couple of hours would be
We've
enough
labeled the
after launch.
country a part of the axis of evil. We killed Quds Force head Qasem Soleimani in an aerial assassination and bombed Iranian nuclear-related sites. We've thwarted Iranian attacks on Israel and others, maintained a tripwire ground force in Kuwait, and hardened installations in the region. From Jimmy Carter to Donald Trump, through Republican and Democratic administrations, the United States has frozen countless billions in Iranian assets, sanctioned Iranian companies, cut off Iran from the world banking system, banned Iranian oil imports and exports, and penalized non-U.S. companies investing in the country. We have designated the nation, Iranian organizations, and Iranian individuals as state sponsors of terrorism and foreign terrorist organizations. Add to this history that today the American military machine continues to do its thing in 2.5 decades of war since 9/11.
Awaken the seed. Prepare and store 50 wood, prepare and store 20 solar.
Target. I've previously written about the fundamental change that has occurred in the nature of warfare and the practice of decapitation. And we see here in the latest, the US and Israel carried out an opening blow that killed Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and dozens of other Iranian leaders. The military feat itself is the reason
How do we get
are
planks?
where we are.
I want to get planks.
Pure and simple. Meticulous intelligence work identified the routines and locations of the Ayatollah and others in Iran's national security apparatus, and when a set of meetings on Saturday's morning were pinpointed, the tightest rubber band machine snapped into action. Calling this starting a war is a Democratic talking point. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said today, this is the elimination of a threat that has existed since 1979. Because we were already at war with Iran and have been for decades, this is the other side of the machine, by the way. It is Israel's urging, but the other side of the machine is the American appetite for more and more actions like this that is developed for decades prior to Donald Trump, right? So when
a lot more people to heal. Hopefully, I will not regret
there
this.
is truth to it, right? Like this machine has expanded. It has ballooned.
Shit, we should have waited with this.
And Donald Trump was crazy enough with the urging of Israel to go in and do this assassination strike, no holds barred. And I think a big transition from the previous neocon iteration of like going in and doing like a 20-year project of you know, developing a puppet state and taking complete control over the country, changed after Libya. Libya was seen by the military-industrial complex as a massive success. Very low, like no assets were harmed in the process, and very little commitments as far as like staying behind.
I hate that what he says makes sense.
What takes place in the country.
In a very like very cruel and evil way. Like it just makes sense.
We destroyed the nation and we fucked off, right? And we
I hate that a lot.
Paramilitary groups on the ground that we're aligned with or work with from time to time, ISIS style, you know, Salafist groups. And then we let other regional partners like Turkey take control over the country.
Slowly here, good hideout.
The difference here is Iran is not Libya. Okay? Iran is not Libya.
Send people to evacuation
points. Learned from Libya was
oh shit!
Very little domestic political consequence if you just
okay.
Go
We need a lot of food,
destroy the fucking state,
a lot of wood,
and leave it as a pile of ashes, basically.
Shit.
Okay. As a Libyan, it's pretty infuriating every time you mention Libya. What do you mean?
What?
What? Are you gonna tell me? Are you gonna do fucking standpoint epistemology on how actually Gaddafi needed to go and it's a perfectly robust state now in and of itself? Is that what you're gonna tell me? What are we doing, man? Or are you saying that
at least
like
the physics, most of a lot of the ill being healed
imperial
very
ambitions
quickly.
in Libya? It's more complex than that. No, I was part of the revolution. It's always more complex. Is Libya better off now or is it not? It sucks now, but we did that. Okay. Yes, America and the American CIA has never taken advantage of real anger and resentment. The Arab Spring was just nothing. It didn't happen. It didn't exist. Here's a good book I recommend. Vincent Bevins wrote it, not Jakarta Method, even though that's a great book as well. But his recent book that he wrote is
shit, the
specifically
fog is
on this.
nearing.
I'm gonna get to reading that when I have time. What is it? If We Burn, I believe. If We Burn is the name of the book. I believe he even talks about Libya in it, if I'm not mistaken. But it's mostly talking about Brazil and talking about like real popular movements and how
they slower here. You'll make it.
Real
that's one place.
And how the American State Department takes advantage of real popular movements with civil society organizations that they've already created and basically turns a real revolution into something that suits their purpose.
Solar, ashes, and wood.
I would love to hear you press that chatter on what part he played in the Libyan revolution, because 99% chance he was supporting from afar as the Libyan in Colorado or some shit. Yeah, I don't know. As a fellow diasporoid, I am to rate your top 5 worst ones. I mean, it's Cuban, Persian, Iranian.
Most people are almost healed.
Venezuelan. Actually, Venezuelans are not. They're hit or miss.
Demolish this building. 2 healers should be enough.
I don't know.
We do need some more housing.
Like, it's hard. I feel like Lebanese are up there too. Well, depends.
Wow, I can't believe he's talking shit about Austin like that.
Is like either the coolest people you've ever met, or fucking people who say, I'm Phoenician. You know what I mean?
Bro, I'm Phoenician.
There's more diversity in the diaspora population, whereas like with the Iranian and the Cubans, there isn't really a lot of diversity at all. It's just
building. We also need to make a warehouse. Yeah.
It's just like one massive fucking.
But also, we need to just save wood.
Again, diversity in the Chinese diaspora population as well, but Falun Gong, it's pretty bad. Why is Cubans always catching strays? We ain't all bad, brother.
Exploration finished.
As a part of the Cuban diaspora, I think you're probably aware of what the Cuban diaspora has been doing for years and years to Cuba specifically, right? I mean, we're talking about your neighbors and your relatives if you live in a Cuban neighborhood still. Like, I think you know.
I wonder
better than
if it
anybody else
matters.
Personally,
like
talking about like the
that this
overwhelming
part
majority.
of the part of the path
my
is
whole
covered in the
fam-
fog.
Exactly.
I wonder if that matters. The game
If
hasn't
the
said
diaspora
anything, so I think
population-
it doesn't. But I don't know. For sure.
If with your diaspora population,
decreased,
the
very
overwhelming
cool.
majority is like incredibly reactionary, it's hard to look at it as anything but like the reactionary component. Hasan, işin sonu bize sekecek gibi ama o zaman ipler tamamen kopar. Aynen abi. A Persian actress I like follows you on Insta.
Close this one. We're closing this one. How do I make it so that it
Türkler
doesn't
NATO
work?
ülkesiyiz, bize girmez diyor.
No, what more
Arkadaşlar,
work is can be assigned.
Arkadaşlar, o
Back and
zaman
forth cleared.
öğreneceğiz.
Nice. We'll just
Amerika,
demolish this.
köpeği
Do we
mi
want to
yoksa
demolish it?
Amerika hala büyük partner mı öğreneceğiz o zaman. Okey? Bu kadar basit. Bu kadar basit.
Can I not send this person to another building? Like, or can I not shut this building down?
Siyonizm daha mı önemli Amerika için?
Alright.
Yoksa Amerikan
Way too
kapitalizmi
cold.
daha
I
mı
need you to
önemli
translate.
göreceğiz.
What is he saying? Translate for me in chat, please.
O gün göreceğiz. İnşallah o günü görmeyiz hiçbir zaman. Anyway. Because
just a
we're
few
already
more
at war with Iran
rations.
have been for decades. Yes, there's intelligence diplomatic people who fret about the consequences, but like wusses in Congress, they are brushed aside because this is an opportunity we
Scouting
can't pass
parties
up.
ready.
That's how it's been explained to me. As many of you have noticed,
Send
I'm
them.
not gonna lie. I think Ken is like taking away the shared responsibility from Israel with this article a little bit. I do disagree to some
Scout
respect.
missions. Wait, there's one more
respectfully
place.
have to
Was it like
disagree. I
over
think
there?
This is like I understand that like escalation after escalation after escalation created a robust appetite to do stuff like this, and Donald Trump was crazy enough to do it. But the final fucking domino was absolutely Israel pushing Donald Trump with shitty ass intelligence, telling him that this would actually be super easy because they had a different ambition in mind.
Ranger confirmed this place is safe for now.
But yeah,
Done
I
either
do
watch
worry that this will
chamber.
continue over and over again.
I think we can actually do it.
I do worry that this will happen in Cuba. I worry that this will happen with any state that even European allies potentially whenever Donald Trump sees fit, because there is no one ready to counter the Trump administration. There's no one ready to counter the American government. Donald Trump tested
Hopefully by the
this
time
a
these
little
guys,
bit with
yes, okay, we have
Greenland.
enough
He got
rations.
high off of his own
Then we'll
supply
send the
with
scouts,
Venezuela
and then
thought,
as soon as
I'll
the
do
scouts are
Greenland.
done,
Okay.
we'll be able to send people to all the evacuation points. He said if Turkey gets attacked, we'll find out whether the US is supposed to have or not, but let's hope we'll never find out.
The first U.S.
Okay.
service members killed in
I thought they were
conflict with
talking
Iran
shit or
died in a
something.
direct Iranian strike on a makeshift operations center at a civilian port in Kuwait on Sunday morning local time. A source familiar with the matter told CNN. The source said the strike hit just after 9 a.m., directly impacting a triple-wide trailer used as office space. There were no warning sirens. Parts
Starving?
of the building were smoldering
Wait, why are you
hours
starving?
later. Well, the number is 6, and we still don't know where the
Is it
others
you?
died.
This is the signs of God duty for battle. Doesn't
The
look like
Israeli
he-
military says it's destroyed the
not so
Iranian
sure.
Broadcasting Authority building in Tehran.
Tango trunks is a natural
why would
barrier
you do
against
that?
fog. Nice people getting away. Right. It's now
If it's
daytime.
really about that,
Let's
how
just save,
could
yeah.
this threat have lasted for 40 years?
Save
How could
file. Game
this-
one,
President Netanyahu
yes,
said
one.
yesterday, how could
We've not done a single
Iran's
save all this
program
time.
been on the very verge, the
This
cusp
game, again.
If not for the U.S. intervention,
So far, a
what
really
was
good
the better
demo. A
alternative
good
for the
amount
Iranians? The
of,
Iranians are not factoring into this
stuff.
equation at
I'm being a
all.
Nordic capitalist and
unless
looking
you're talking
at
about the
US
smoldering
computers.
ashes of the
Gas.
Iranians in the
Okay.
aftermath of an impact site from American munitions. Americans
Speaking
do
of,
not
I need to-
calculate
I really
what
need to
happens to
scrounge
its
up some-
own citizens, let alone what happens
Hope
to
I
the
can like
citizens of
scrounge up
foreign
some money
nations.
soon and like
Okay?
upgrade my PC.
It's crazy. Cut it out. Cut the shit out. Like, oh, what would be the best option for the Iranians? Like, I don't know, maybe not being fucking destroyed by America and Israel and the
Right,
actions
sending
that are
all the
already
people to the
happening,
evacuation
but also
zones.
simultaneously the actions that will get even worse for the Iranian population as America and Israel keep literally destroying Tehran
Survive
and
the
all
Shroud
of the other heavily
surge.
populated civilian sites.
A building and deploying a nuclear weapon for 40 years. Well, of course it wasn't.
Do we just lose all the people we've gathered so far?
Iran's aims with
Because we have not sent all our people out of these evacuation zones. What?
What happens to countries that don't have one?
Okay, this does not look very nice.
But were they actually about to get one?
I just saw you on Twitter, buddy. Totally agree with your perspective regarding the situation. Hi from Turkey.
Okay, I don't like the look of this.
Israel cannot attack Turkey because Trump's daughter is in our hands. Okay, that's a joke. But
okay, what? The fog? Yeah, it's a lot of fog.
Oh, I was gonna show you.
This is a lot of fog, and I'm a little bit worried. Just a little bit.
Israel's Channel 12 host Niv Raskin.
Side quest available. Everything is ready, my Tom. Why are you still here?
Funny.
You're in charge now. We can't leave our people attend. Go with them. That's an order.
Friends, we need to
I'm still mad but not full. I will stay here and help you. It's just my children are in Sarago now, and I want them to have a chance to. I can with PDC. Promise that you would save everyone. You know, we're the son of Sarago Mason, and your children will be proud of you. Shine brightly in this final moment.
Thank God.
Wait, are we going to die?
Thank God it wasn't one of ours, guys. It was just a dumb American idiot.
Oh shit!
Okay?
Flashbang!
Guys, don't worry. Don't worry.
Lawrence Ford. Probably shot of 10 screeches crept even higher. The houses were empty. Doesn't manage to activate the installation. The alarm was illuminated by a gigantic flash. The fog disappeared for many kilometers around. Aaron and Bob sacrificed themselves to give others a chance to survive. Most of the Lawrence inhabitants managed to escape to the ground. With fear, they looked at the settlement captured by flames. And prayed to the light and the fog would not take them forever. Is it really lost? Wait, do we win or lose?
Servants.
Power, wealth, lineage, also not to be changed.
In this case, there wasn't a death, obviously, but
that bound me to a dying city called Sarago. I traded a seat on the council for a fleeting hope in this absolute darkness. Let history call me a madman or a traitor. Labels mean nothing in the face of annihilation.
Khamenei was old as fuck. The government was losing grip on power.
If we do not find the answer in Ilaran, then Sarago is already
I don't know if
fallen.
that's like. I don't know if that's
Its towers still
100%
stand, but they're
true.
merely tombstones whose inhabitants simply
the Kuwaiti
have
people
not
that responded to
yet
the crash
realized
drove the
they're
pilot
dead.
around in their trunk. I know, I saw. It was really.
Oh,
funny.
is this like a prologue?
Anyway, let's hold on. Where is the fucking
In
CNN
Iraq, force at
report?
the Iranian border. Let's now get to
Was that the end of the
Paul
demo?
Hancock's in Dubai.
Or will it allow us to
Another
continue?
key place
I
to
hope
be
it allows
watching
us to
right now.
continue, because that
What's
would be
the
super
situation
sick.
there?
Oh, continuing a little bit.
Well, Kate, we have.
That's a meme. Did it show you Trump's daughter in Turkey? Oh boy, howdy.
Monday morning, there were at least 2 interceptions we heard here
let's have a
in
look.
Dubai. In Abu Dhabi.
The Turkish woman claims that she's Trump's daughter. Oh, that one. Yeah, no, I remember. I think you showed me that. That's funny. I found a badass Mac Mini M2 with 64 gigabytes of RAM and 1 terabyte of storage. Just a cool 2,000. Okay, good grief, that is a lot.
There is certainly at this point no let-up in the retaliation from Iran when it comes to these Gulf nations. Now, it is interesting. We're having
To me, it sounds like it's not too bad for like
of defense talking about
a
how
Mac
much
with
is
those
being
specs, but
thrown
also I don't
from
know.
Iran
For
towards
sure.
these Gulf
These reports were true. Alarm appears to have been burned completely and deserted.
I forgot to mention
First
this.
glance. Then why we rush here from Sarago to admire this site? We completed a 2-week journey in 6 days. I'll compensate you for your loss, Captain. This pleasure not only to me, but to all Iranians.
Until now. Why didn't you make the case for Trump ending the war, not starting it?
I think we just played the
Precisely
prologue.
the moment
That's
when
kind of
Trump
cool.
did it. You and I both know that you are latching on to a talking point you never used until 45 seconds ago.
I'm guessing,
You and I
like,
both know
I wonder
that
what would
almost
happen
every
if you took the
conservative
other.
influencer in the business was opposed to war with Iran until just now. And now you're trying to use justifications that stretch back decades.
Compensate you for your loss, Captain. This project is not only to me, but to all Iranians.
Explain why.
There's not about the
You're
money.
allowed
I
to
risk
change
losing
your
some
mind.
and the entire
I change
team
my
3
mind about
times.
things, but don't
For
try
some
to
of us,
rewrite history.
it's a settlement,
Be
Captain.
honest about
We need
it.
to figure out
There's
what
too much
happened
at
here,
stake
but the
to
range
play
of sound
these
everything with
games.
the information we can get. Follow the range directly from the deck, the sunburst will be up
They're
this.
fighting one another. The other like conservative loser goes.
Okay, there we
"Tell that
go.
to the soldiers who were wounded in Beirut. Tell that to the soldiers wounded.
Oh
in
shit,
Afghanistan.
all our buildings,
Tell that
all
to
the buildings we
soldiers
used to
wounded in
have, they're
Iraq.
gone.
Tell that to
They're
the
all
families who
here.
died in Israel. Matt Wall says, were you saying all this all along and calling for an attack on Iran, or did you formulate this reasoning only after the attack was already happening? Matt Walsh is still too much of a bitch boy to fucking openly say this is Israel's war, by the way, because, you know, Benny Boy might come after his ass a little too hard. Well, the cracks have set in.
The only buildings which seems to be okay are the ones up here. Wait,
Ben Shapiro, your boss, had a very different attitude. He was saying Operation Fortnite Chungus is fantastic. Your previous co-host is having on the foremost authority on Bonerbox, the worst Hosbris to try to jump.
Oh shit, this stuff is still alive.
Gives a fuck?
They clearly managed to establish fishing here. Unfortunately, they didn't save them, but it will help us.
Yeah, day 3, and Matt Walsh is like, "Fuck this, I'm out." Let's see if he gets fucking. If he gets the whip
fire
cracked
spread
on
very
his
quickly,
ass.
almost as if they haven't set everything in place themselves.
You can actually
what could have
tell
driven them to do such
who
a thing?
is sincerely America first, I guess.
There's still fog in this place.
Or on the left, sincerely anti-war, versus who only cares about Israel. This is your opportunity to find out. Okay.
Damn,
It's
a lot of the
right
trees are
here
gone.
in real time, unfolding in front of your eyes. Okay.
Our metal supply is low. We can't erect buildings and construct skywalkers without metal. We'll another metal collection post and take some third spot. This is a very weird like side quest to give me at this point in the game.
At the behest of Israel, please. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. It's awesome. We always wanted this. We always wanted this to happen.
We also need a wood.
And it's a good thing that it's happening. It's fantastic. Am Israel Chai. For some, this will be, you know, too much. Matt Walsh at least has the foresight to recognize that he might be going independent going forward. Okay? U.S. urges citizens to immediately depart. Over doesn't. Yeah, we already covered it. Qatar
repair the
has
council
4
chamber,
days of
right.
Patriot missiles left for interceptions. I feel bad. I think Qatar is a wonderful country. Okay? But, you know, have some autonomy, Qatar. You got,
Oh shit, the watchtower is alive, and so is the forest house here.
With Iran.
Okay. That's interesting. The few things outside the tree that survived is the thing here. Easy should be free if only. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Like I could be. If America had moved its assets into the region earlier.
On a page from the
Qatar has
Ethnox
4 days working worth of Patriot missiles left. Bloomberg
Learn about the
reports
project. The
Trump's
shot has gone
systems are
wild.
going
More and more
great.
creatures.
According to
There's a
Bloomberg,
Texans
the
hype
UAE
fighting,
and
but it's
Qatar
leading
are
a hurry when
privately
he wrote.
lobbying the Trump
Why
administration
I
to
can't
bring quick
recording.
end to the conflict out of fear of ongoing
The
economic
boat is below
disruption
with
and
all
the depletion of
below with all the
interceptor stocks.
bones broken. The citizens
The
have jumped
United
from
Arab Emirates and
platforms.
Qatar are privately
A
lobbying
theory about
allies
what
to
may
help
have
them
happened in
persuade
Lara.
President
Let's
Ahmed
make sure
of
all
the
needs to
region
climb is
to reach for an off-ramp that would help
Why can't the source
that would
person needs
keep
to
U.S.
prepare the
military
platform so
operations
the
against
parts
Iran
of the
short, according to people
told us
familiar
the
with the
time we should
matter.
press up the flight. So the platform, assemble a scout team and pull the sunburst and
You know what's really funny about this, and I talked about this when I was in Doha, I saw uniformed personnel at the fucking hotel I was staying at, and that freaked me the fuck out. Okay? Literally. My dad was there. I was like, Dad, do you fucking not see this shit? And he's like, what do you mean? What's the problem? I'm like, what? That's a uniformed American personnel in the fucking hotel with us. That's crazy. This is literally like
a uniform.
This is now technically a military target. What are we doing here? I'm straight up a fucking human shield now. What the fuck is this?
That's funny.
That's part of the reason why when I saw the Shahed drones striking fucking hotels in all these different places, I was like, there's probably American soldiers inside of those hotels. They escaped the bases and they're just staying in the hotels now.
Alright, you guys go scout the fishing thingy.
What could be happening in Qatar in the next few days? I live here and it's been quiet so far. It's been quiet because they've been striking Al Udeid. Because Al Udeid, until now, has had decent defenses because that's where CENTCOM is. But Iran hasn't stopped pummeling Al Udeid, right? Al Udeid is one of the only American assets in the region that had a sufficient stockpile of anti-missile defense systems, okay?
Yeah,
the problem here is they don't have an infinite supply. So eventually, when they run out, Iran is going to keep striking CENTCOM. Iran is going to keep striking Al Udeid. Okay, and they're going to start hitting Al Udeid. They're going to start succeeding in hitting Al Udeid. Okay? When that
I'll see you later. Have a good stream.
that's
Masalama.
That's
Assalamu
the
alaikum. Take
major
care.
base of operations for all
It's nice having you
US
here.
troops in the fucking region.
See you again soon.
I don't know if Donald Trump
Let's
comprehends that or not. I don't know what they're
metal
thinking.
building
Okay?
here.
As far as the military working to defend, CENTCOM is U.S. Central Command. It is the base of operations in which the United States wages war in the entire fucking region. There is no I don't give a shit about CENTCOM. Okay? Like, if there is one area of importance that is just as important as like Israel, I guess, or should be a higher priority than Israel, it's U.S. Central Command. And when those soldiers leave the base, when the evacuation order is given, because like I'm assuming they're already working in a limited capacity right now, but eventually when it's left defenseless, they're gonna fucking escape. And those soldiers are not gonna be able to fly out of Qatar because Iranian missiles are flying around. So they're gonna have to go to the hotels. They're gonna go and live amongst the civilians. They're gonna hide amongst the civilians. And then what do you think happens? Especially considering that I suspect there is a lot of Chinese surveillance at play here that is giving them,
does it want to rebuild the platform?
Giving the Iranian side strike targets over and over again. You got the Chinese satellites watching American soldiers pick their noses in the fucking Al Udeid Air Base, walking around
nice.
with
We
their dicks
unlocked
out,
the level 2
pissing
platform.
outside.
Nice.
And in real time, you get that surveillance to the Iranians, and they're going to start striking different fucking areas in Qatar too, potentially. The only reason why this entire thing is foiled is because Iran, for years and years, had demonstrated restraint. Okay? And I think Americans and Israel thought that that restraint meant they're pussies, they don't have the fucking smoke, they don't have the weapons, they don't have the interest. Okay? Well, it turns out they did. When you assassinate their leadership and they already have a contingency plan in motion, this is what happens. And now America's going, oh shit, Iran has fucking hands. That's illegal. You can't do that. That's where we're at right now in this stage of the war.
Pretty much.
Okay? In this stage of the war, you backed Iran into a fucking corner where there was no other alternative other than fighting their way out of that corner. And now they're fighting back, and America's like, wait a minute, that's illegal. You can't fight back against this. What the fuck are you doing? This is not fair. You should not be retaliating this hard. This is completely unsustainable. It's been 2 fucking days, dude. 3 days. We're on the 3rd day. And Donald Trump literally looked for an off-ramp the first day. After the end of the first day, he was like, he went through the Italian envoys to try to set up a ceasefire negotiation. And Iran was like, fuck off. When is your billionaire dad coming on the broadcast? My billionaire dad.
That channel must be true. Surely. Okay, we've had this.
Yo, we're cooked now. Explosions are loud here right now in Qatar.
Oh, what is that?
Qatar
That looks
just got
sick.
badly attacked. What the fuck? What are they watching the stream? That's crazy. The countries are seeking to build a wide coalition to advance a swift diplomatic end to the conflict. People said, in order to prevent regional escalation and prolonged energy price shock. They were speaking on condition of anonymity, discussing matters that have not yet been made public. A Qatari assessment shared with Bloomberg News warned that if shipping lanes in the region remain severely disrupted by the middle of this week, they would expect to see more significant market reaction for natural gas prices than Monday's sharp spike. Qatar Energy halted its production of LNG this morning at some point. That accounts for like roughly 20% of the LNG output. You know who makes a lot of money here, by the way? The American
Survivors
LNG
of
producers.
Laren. The Rangers came across survivors on the way. Okay, that.
The UAE has requested assistance from its allies.
Poor things have been on the shroud for over 2 weeks. There's no one they're all insane. They encounter people is possible. They will get better. My Archon, the survivors, let's talk about the horror that attacked them with nothing useful.
4 days at the current rate of use.
Housing the cats want to Celebrated only 6 important
4 days at the current rate of use, according to an internal analysis seen by Bloomberg News.
Okay, we also need a food
Insanity. Matt Walsh
Even might want
doubles down
to
on
also
the
prioritize
admin, so
the
he's flat out telling us that we're in a war with Iran because Israel forced our hand. This is basically the worst possible thing he could have said. Ooh! It's coming. Matt Walsh is going to leave the Daily Wire. I'm calling it. He sees the writing on the wall. There is no shot that Ben Shapiro doesn't punish his ass for saying this kind of stuff. Ben Shapiro loves this operation. Ben Shapiro went on Daily Wire and was nutting when he was talking about Fortnite Epic Chungus. Operation Epic Chungus Fortnite.
Epic Chungus.
In the 12-day war, the U.S. fired 150 THAAD interceptors to protect Israel, 25% of the entire global stockpile. In the last 48 hours, we have fired an untold number along with several other systems. In 2025, the U.S. acquired exactly 12 new THAAD interceptors. I don't know about that. I'm telling you,
the range is coming down from the fleet, the small suit,
technique of
mixed with the sense of
overwhelming
flesh
the
and soul systems. It doesn't cause lie among the skeletons and sharp weapons. They died of various causes, most of them suffocating smoke, some were burned alive, and some
more
productive turned out to be eaten by wild animals.
Than the Americans ever could have conceded to, than the Americans could have ever imagined. Good summary of why the Bahrain naval base was hit so much. Why is Iran focused on destroying the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain? This isn't just a fleet; it's a comprehensive database, warfare, intelligence, piracy, politics, and more. Let me explain the importance of this fleet. Okay, this seems like ChatGPT. Thogger does.
Just in 3 signs of metal mining and sense were found. The range is where there's some place where Rob after 5 we need to figure this out. Okay, no,
so he might be more knowledgeable.
A lot of people are hungry.
Bro, we spent trillions on defense and we can't even sustain a week-long assault. Do we just pump all that defense spending into crony contractors and McKinsey checks? Yes.
No.
Yes. I think a lot of people don't realize that the American military-industrial complex is the most bloated operation of all time, and quite literally hasn't had like the interest of developing munitions and procurement strategies that like are equivalent to, you know, World War II levels or even anything beyond that, even anything that comes close to that for quite a while. Yes, a lot of this money just goes to the executives and is spent. A lot of this money goes to the executives and is not spent on like developing munitions. Iran, on the other hand, has the exact opposite.
The sun city existed and is awoken. I've been chasing this legend for a decade.
The least bloated
it's scorching hot and how bright it is, rather than the race with more power solar concentrates. Excuse me.
Because they actually do see this as a way to
better your orders.
Continue having sovereignty.
Oh yes, there ought to be all the time security here. Don't let anyone in. Hell yeah.
The U.S. is out here calling everyone a paper tiger, but it turns out we are the paper tiger. Yeah, I mean, paper tiger literally comes
67
from
homeless people,
Mao Zedong
10 mentally ill.
Initially said the U.S. is a paper tiger, and it turns out he was fucking right.
We need to make a healing.
He just was too early. That's where paper tiger comes from. Paper tiger as a term comes from Mao Zedong calling the United States a paper tiger.
I thought he called the Japanese a paper tiger originally.
Oil crisis impact. Japan 72%. Hormuz dependency. Strait of Hormuz dependency by country. Japan 72%.
72%.
65%. India 50%. China 50%. Europe average 18%. United States 2%.
18% will still hurt a lot.
Shale production.
As long as it doesn't call Turkey a paper tiger, we are fine. I know Turkish nationals will go insane if he does that.
Barack Obama administration
We are almost out of rations, but we do have people working making food now, so that shouldn't be an issue. I hope.
That kind of dependence anyway. This is what allows us to behave in the insane ways that we do. And we got Venezuela now on top of that too, so. How is it derailing the topic? He spoke about it like 5 minutes ago. I wanted to circle back to understand the view better as a competent conversation would be. What? THAAD procurement for 2024 was 11. 2025 was 12. This year scheduled for 37. Nice. And while we're on the topic, big wave of missiles on Israel. What's going on? I've had it pod calls out Western media for not talking about the Israel connection.
Nice. W.
Now propagandizes the American public and her listeners.
So as a build a shelter for themselves and force scrap posts.
If Israel hadn't committed a genocide for the last 2.5 years, these kinds of conversations would not be we would not be able to have these conversations.
Yep.
But because
This
Israel
week,
committed a
surprisingly
genocide for the
coherent,
last
they confirmed that what they had
2.5
said about Tez's
years,
plan indicated where to look
there
for the
was
other
so much
evacuees. Oh shit!
attrition on the power of an anti-Semitism allegation.
When survivors went to groups,
that
which is the rivers
it
hiding
is no
in the
longer
makes
an
sense, but the focus staying
effective counter mechanism. Now, whenever someone says, "Oh, dude, what the fuck? Why are you so obsessed
Law
with
of
Israel?
homeless
Why are you
and law
bringing up
mentally
Israel?" People just look at you like you're funny. People look at you and go, "Oh, here we go again." This guy immediately with the anti-Semitism allegations. Now, obviously, the other side of that, the damaging side of that, is that there are people who are anti-Semitic, like objectively, and take advantage of the situation and dilute the conversation, and it's very frustrating.
Okay, we need to make another cookery
it's
ASAP.
something that I obviously oppose.
Also get a bunch of
Having
people
said
working
that,
on this
however,
building.
you know, this has been very effective. It's been very effectively neutered, and therefore you have the I've had it ladies who are capable of having this conversation. What's going on, guys? I've had it ladies who are capable of having this conversation and demanding answers for it.
She has so much credibility, and we're not talking about the manipulation and the diabolical intentions of Benjamin Netanyahu. It's just really
Food building,
devastating
cookery.
when you see
Also
what
to make housing.
organized.
We're gonna switch gears in a little bit as Tom Steyer's in the building, and I'm gonna be talking to him about running as a billionaire.
An issue I'm
for
foreseeing now
running
is that
for,
so basically I need to move my wood
California
industry
governor.
as things
True opposition
as we chop down
this
the wood.
country has to the all
I do wonder what should I use this empty space for. Like I don't know what to build here.
Psychotic war criminal named Benjamin Netanyahu. Propaganda is so bad, you guys, that over the weekend I watched Rachel Maddow, and she goes on one of her monologues, and she doesn't even connect that the reason we're doing this is for.
Hello, Mr. Not #1 most watched streamer in Iran. What? What the fuck does that mean?
Benjamin Netanyahu, a person who has an arrest warrant. And that causes me great pain as a former MSNBC liberal, a big fan of Rachel Maddow's, the complicity of the Western media and not reporting on this accurately. There's so much deeper information here. And Benjamin Netanyahu, for 30 years, has had.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, yeah. No, it's fine.
Does he have guests on? Is he... Rather, who does he have? Right, cookery.
You know what?
We very much need to make some food ASAP.
I'll put you in the Dolce and Gabbana seat. I'm gonna put you in a gaming chair.
Let's make the next time we'll make a what?
And it begins.
Yes.
Wait, who is that?
A billionaire, we gotta put you in the Dolce and Gabbana chair.
Wait,
know?
who is that?
Okay.
Tom Steyer?
Oh.
That name so sounds familiar, but I don't remember who that is.
Let me see.
Does yours tilt?
No, not that much. Wait, not tilt as in not move around?
Not do that.
Scout.
Oh, that's okay. It doesn't tilt.
Base with groups of no missions. Yeah. What is that?
That's good.
When I was the people hid behind the tree, they can remember more. So we're trying to
Dolce & Gabbana's falling apart, I want to tell you.
Yeah.
Behind the tree. Well, I guess there is a behind of the tree.
You can throw that. I don't know how that works. They sent that to me. It's a Dolce and Gabbana razor collab that they sent to me a while ago. Okay. You're happy with that though? You're happy? It's not swinging too much?
Fuck it. I'm fine.
All right.
I'm not gonna worry about the chair.
Tom Steyer,
You
ladies
say
and
fuck it, I'm
gentlemen. Tom Steyer is running for California governor. Let me turn this off real quick as well.
Oh shit!
And we're very excited to have you here. I had a lieutenant governor candidate early on, but I haven't had. This is the first.
Which one?
Ma. Not
Fiona Ma.
No, not Fiona Ma. No, Alan Ma.
Okay.
He's the socialist running. So. Or no, Alan Ma. Sorry, Oliver Ma. I messed up his name. I apologize. Okay, thank you, Austin Ox. So we got a lot of questions for you that are lined up, obviously, but
these are all being sent in by your.
No. I set it up ahead of time, but
okay.
But I'm sure chat also has a lot of questions as well. But you probably should not read chat. I mean, you won't be able to anyway. It's going a mile a minute. First and foremost, this is a question that I ask every single candidate that sits next to me on the broadcast, which is the Zoran. What are your five top line policy positions that you want to be defined by?
So I'm running on two things, and I'm going to answer your question, but I'm going to put it in a little bit of context.
You're very good at politics already.
Affordability. And also I feel like there's a straightforward struggle in this election that is the subtext to every policy decision, which is a struggle between working people and what are some would call them the corporate special interest. They're clearly becoming oligarchs, as is a word that I know people have used on your show. But clearly there's a struggle between the corporate interests that are trying to control our state and have controlled our state successfully, and working people who've gotten the shaft for 45 years. So those are the two overarching issues, and that I think subsumes policy, but I'll give you the policies. I mean, number one is housing, to bring down housing costs, and that's also got a multiple, that is not a simple thing to do. I always say to people, it's not a silver bullet, it's silver buckshot. There are multiple things that have to happen for us to build a lot of housing, bring down housing costs, but that's number one, because that's the thing that's most crushing people on a monthly basis. Number two, and this is not in order of importance, but number two is to introduce competition to the electric monopolies that dominate this state. We pay twice as much for electricity. It's important to every family in this state, except the ones that are in municipal utilities, of which there are three big ones. But it's also a symbol that monopolies are allowed to rule us, and that no one's ever supposed to say anything. And in fact, that they will beat you up if you try to say something, which I am clearly saying, which I think is long overdue. Number three,
wearing the seal to hide.
I'm for single-payer healthcare, and I'm for single-payer healthcare because I've looked at the numbers, I've studied where we're going, I've studied what's causing every family in this state to suffer. The health inflation that's been going on for 40 years.
Okay, our wife hates us.
And that is eating every family, it's eating every business, it's eating every nonprofit, and it's eating the state of California itself. So that's number three. Number four, we have an amazingly weird tax structure in this state. And I have gone to the ballot box 3 times to take on huge funded corporate interests to close their loopholes. And that's the oil companies, the tobacco companies, and out-of-state companies that were gaming our state income tax. Number 4 in your list, since you're asking for 5, is to close the corporate real estate tax loophole that's been there for over 40 years, that's worth $22 billion. It's, the thing is, there's no logic for it. It just is.
What is the loophole? How does it work?
Basically, how it works is this. In 1978, as part of Prop 13, they were given a valuation of their properties that escalates very slowly, 2% a year. Those properties have escalated at multiples of that. They are worth multiples of what they're paying taxes on. But the original point of Prop 13 was to protect
This is not
families
mission,
from
so
being
you
thrown out of their houses.
required. The mic is only picking up harsher as sound. Check your Discord message when you have a chance. Alright, I will do so. Thank you.
Which they paid a fraction of in the first place. So the idea was for them to protect Granny from getting thrown out of her house. But of course, lobbyists put in commercial.
I have done some audio fiddling, but it definitely can be improved.
Nobody's worried about Granny getting thrown out of the office building she owns or the mall she owns.
Yeah.
And undoing that and having them pay real estate taxes based on realistic values, current values, is worth $22 billion a year to the people of California. There's no reason not to do it. There's no reason that this happened in the first place. So that's number 4. And number 5, I mean, these are not the only things I'm talking about, but number 5 is we got to be a top 10 school, state in education. I'm sorry, we aren't. There's big reasons for it, but how can we call ourselves a successful state in the 21st century if we're not educating our children? How is that possible?
What are your solutions for education, and do they revolve around charter schools, or is it more so about restructuring the way that public funding goes to public institutions?
It's 100% about
That's the only time I've heard unpleasant audio from a stream.
90%
All right,
of kids
that's
in the
useful.
state of California go to public school.
That's pretty good, I'd
If we're
say.
going to actually improve education in the state of California, we have to do it through the public schools.
Hopefully
We
we'll
have to do
fix it with your help.
in conjunction with the teachers who actually run those classrooms. And everybody thinks that we spend so much on public schools. The truth is, cost adjusted, we pay 31st out of 50 per pupil in the United States of America.
Other than Hassan's soundboard going ham. Yeah, no, he does use it a lot. So I feel like it's been better
When I talk about closing a corporate tax loophole for
and the first guy actually asked this question. Yeah, I think it's because this guy's a lot more experienced.
There's a money
And maybe he was also
Yes,
told to
can we
have
do a
this
better
question.
job? But am I one of those people?
Somebody's casting off.
To say,
What?
Based on my 0 years as a professional educator, I believe I should be telling you guys how to educate. No.
So let's get back to healthcare. One of the main things that you brought up.
Sunburst is burning? Oh
you're
shit.
in favor of single-payer healthcare, which obviously I'm also in favor of. I think it doesn't go far enough. I'm in favor of a nationalized healthcare system, but I'm perfectly fine with moving in that direction through an expansion of social safety nets,
Shit.
such as Medicare for all, and a single-payer system. You ran for president in 2020. And when you ran for president in 2020, there was Bernie Sanders, who was also running, and he was running on a single payer. And you actually came out with ads against single payer, saying that this was a system that you had looked into deeply and that you thought it had not worked. What changed in your analysis
to make me change my mind?
To help you change your mind?
The facts. So you should know, Hassan, I went to Stanford Business School, and they made this argument consistently, which I believed that basically capitalism and corporations were the way to drive down costs. No. And I want to make a distinction here. And I looked at what was going on in healthcare, and I looked at it over time, and I looked to see if that had happened one time. And when I was looking at it in 19, and I was talking to all these people who were bringing IT into the system and saying, this is going to flatten the curve, this is going to drop costs, blah, blah, blah. Nope.
Yeah, people are taking a long time moving to and from.
And so I said, look,
we need to get a wood
this
structure
is
up
something that is
ASAP.
in this state. I have to look at the facts honestly, and if I was wrong, I have to say so. And I was wrong. And what made me change my mind was looking at the facts and saying, this was the prediction of what was happening. Absolute BS. So, okay, that didn't work. We absolutely have to. And let me get into why I think this is true and why I was wrong. There are certain things for which capitalism is very effective. So if you and I are competing to provide the best cell phone, okay, so we're each trying to put in the most features and get the price the lowest so we can sell the most cell phones. Okay. And if you look and see that
He's being a little bit silly about this, I'd say.
Private companies come in with new apps and it's very effective. But when private companies have one customer, so if the electric monopolies have one customer, or if the healthcare system has one customer, then the capitalist impulse and the incentive is to drive the cost up as much as possible and drive the quality of care or the quality of electric, generation as low as possible. And I looked and I said, this is 7% inflation for as far as the eye can see. We can't afford it. It will bankrupt us. We need to do a different system, period. And I was wrong.
Are you familiar with Deng Xiaoping?
I certainly am.
Yeah, because it kind of feels like your attitude around it is. I mean, he was approaching it from the exact opposite.
He
from
exactly
the
was.
exact opposite side of the equation.
That's so funny.
But
He's
some of the
comparing it to
reforms
things.
implemented that worked in favor of what we've seen in China as far as Chinese prosperity goes happened for that reason. In the United States of America, we have a complete neoliberal system that is collapsing in and of itself with no viable alternative, and I would say that is part of the reason why there is not really a lot of market competition, as you put it. I think all industries inevitably want to monopolize. It makes sense.
Of course they do.
And it's up to
but
the
there's
state.
somewhere structurally it really happens.
It's up to the state to try to hold back that urge to the best of their ability. And it's clear that we are completely captive to corporate interests in this country, as is intended, by my assessment at least, of what is supposed to happen in a capitalist state, or at least under neoliberalism. That's certainly what's happened. You're saying that in the field of healthcare, this simply doesn't work, and the results speak for themselves. America has some of the worst healthcare outcomes out of any OECD nation, and we pay the most amount of money. Now that helps in GDP, even though that's an unreliable metric to understand the overall health of an economy and certainly overall health of the population. I think that there are a lot of other industries where this exists, mostly industries that are natural, like have a naturally high barrier of entry, like airlines, industries such as the public utilities, and there have been very successful examples in places like Tennessee, for example, Tennessee Valley Authority, that have taken over the public utilities and have done a much better job of serving the population.
Well, for example, I don't know which electric company delivers your electricity. Is it LADWP?
I think
he dialed it in.
Okay, just so you know, that's a municipal utility. The costs
nice
to
food production is looking good.
Customers are less than half of the electric monopolies run the state.
Yeah.
Just so you know, less than half. And the other two big ones, Sacramento's the same. So
you got PG&E.
Well, the three big ones are SoCal Edison, San Diego Gas and Electric, and Pacific Gas.
Yeah. What is your? How do you intend to break the oligopoly structure that exists in the municipalities as a governor?
In terms of the electricity. Electric. So, in
my
my mind,
I'm
going
to
do two things, because there's a short-term thing I can do, and there's a longer thing I can do. And that's true of a lot of these problems, including healthcare. Delivering money to the healthcare system to meet a current shortfall is necessary, but longer-term, we need structural change. In terms of electricity, in the short run, we need to change the incentives that the PUC, that the Public Utilities Commission puts on these electric monopolies. And we can do that because the government picks the PUC, and therefore who you choose is policy. And we need, the policy incentives for an electric utility are very weird. And Hassan, I don't know how much, in how much depth you've gone into this. I don't want to be, but
I'm not super familiar, but it's okay. I'm here to learn.
Okay, so basically everyone thinks that the way they work is like a company where, you charge people for electricity, you spend your costs, and the difference is your income. That is not how it works. The way that it works is you make a capital expenditure. It's approved by the Public Utilities Commission. It goes into a rate base, and you get a guaranteed return on it. That's also
in. So the state's putting the bill
for everything.
For everything. Well,
and so your incentive is, if the two of us are running an electric monopoly, and we say, look, we could do this for $100 million. Or we could do this for $200 million. Now, if we do it for $100 million and we get a 10% guaranteed return, that would be $1 million. But if we do $10 million, but if we do a $200 million, we'll make $20 million.
Yeah.
Now, which do you think we should do, boys?
Corporate consolidation yields, it makes it much easier to engage in not price fixing, of course.
But
which
this
would
is
be
really
illegal,
literally how it works.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is an aspect of like virtually every facet of existence in America at this point, as as we have a cartel structure pretty much for everything.
For many.
Yes.
But let me say this. In this case, just to give you some more numbers, to generate electricity right now in solar and wind is between 1 and 2 cents a kilowatt hour. Just it's 1 to 2 is all that really matters.
Mm-hmm.
To stick it in a battery and store it is a couple more cents. At PG&E, it's 48 cents a kilowatt hour.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that. If you put solar on your roof and battery, the vast majority of the electricity that you're going to use is actually being produced for under 4 cents, and you're paying more than 10 times that. So the question is, isn't there a way to introduce competition? And there is, at a local level, to take advantage of the incredible changes and advances in electricity generation, electricity storage, and electricity distribution, and introduce that competition to the state so that it's no longer illegal to compete on a local basis.
I mean, hey, look, there's an alternative there too. I mean, I don't have a problem with state-run monopolies at all, as long as they're left accountable to the people.
Yep.
That's the reason why I use the example of Tennessee Valley Authority. A question I have for you is, how are you going to be different than our current governor, Gavin Newsom? You've brought up a couple examples, but there's one that I obviously have to ask you, since you're a billionaire yourself. There's a wealth tax. There's a billionaire's tax. That's
but is he actually a billionaire? Okay, that's
right now. Governor Gavin Newsom, because of his ambitions for higher office, has decided that the successful strategy of maybe one day becoming president is to go against that, and he's actively petitioning against that. What is your assessment on the billionaire's tax?
So let me start by saying I'm in favor of a different tax structure where billionaires pay more money. And I'm not equivocal about that. Absolutely. I started by saying a tax structure that makes no sense. And in fact, I'm specifically in favor of one where the big corporations and the richest people pay more.
Okay.
The billionaire's tax that specifically people are collecting signatures for, in my mind, has some specific issues with it, and where I feel like if we're going to redo the tax structure, we should do it right, because we're going to own it for a long time. This is a one-time fix.
What are your issues with the billionaire's tax as it stands?
This is a one-time fix. It's not when I'm talking about closing the corporate real estate tax loophole. That's every year. That goes on. It raises more money and it goes on forever, and it's there. This is a one-time tax.
Why not both?
Well, let me keep going back, because there's a way to do this tax that is different. And the second thing that's true about this tax is, I don't know if you've looked at how it distributes the money, but it distributes the money in a way that is, well, I'll say, doesn't include in a meaningful way education, doesn't include a lot of the other priorities in this state.
Where is it going in the distribution that you have an issue with?
90% of it goes explicitly to healthcare. And the point is, do we need the money in healthcare? Yes. Do we need the money everywhere else? Yes. And so to a very large extent, what I'm saying is, if it's a question about revenues, which I agree with, because we do have a shortfall and we should have this tilted in this way.
So you're saying you want to tax billionaires further than this tax goes, and distribute it?
I'm saying I want to do it in a way that works for the state. And the concept I'm behind, but the way this works, it seems to me, has actual structural issues that we can do much better. And so if we're going to redo the tax structure, which we are, I mean, I'm starting with talking about closing this tax loophole, but we're going to have to I don't know how closely you follow, Hassan, the way our taxes work, but it's very much a yo-yo. When times are good, we take in a ton of taxes. When times are bad, we take in no taxes.
Not sure if I like his answer. Yeah, he's a.
Well, a big part of that is because
I am also worried about it. Like he's
in the stock market, and therefore
it seems like he's specifying around it too much.
Non-taxable.
Yes.
Like,
that being said,
and many
he is, and he's saying he's pro-taxing wealthy people and corporations more.
Unquestionably true.
Super favorable interest rate.
Like,
and so there are a lot.
It sounds like he has like sort of a right answer, but he's afraid of saying it. Like that could be the case, or he
legal
because like I feel like otherwise it could also just be he lied.
And then it's not just.
I don't. It's a little bit difficult for me to say. But I don't think he's just straight.
It's also
I'm not sure if he's.
Buy, borrow, lease.
Surely he would expect an answer question like that.
Well, there's solutions to that, like an exit tax. But question for you is some of the repercussions that have been presented over and over again, which is basic econ, I think, which is a lie, is that this will cause, you know,
a big exodus.
This will cause the wealth to leave the state. I don't believe that. You're a billionaire. You know other billionaires. This is a conversation I'm sure that takes place all the time, but it never actually ends up happening.
Famously, some people have left as a result of the threat of this tax. But let me say this, I don't think that's the point, Hassan. I am actually on your side on this.
Well, the individuals leave, but
the company,
the economic activity doesn't go away.
My point about this is, this is the best.
His answers do lean towards a good one, which is like
place to grow a company.
More taxation is good.
To invent a company. And that is really important to the state of California. And so, to a very large extent, I am, as you were suggesting, I am truly focused on making sure that continues to be true. And I feel as if I feel as if the people who come here from overseas or from other states to take advantage of that ecosystem, which has taken decades to build, which has been built by working people all over this state who continue to make this state run, and to come here and rip that off and try and avoid any responsibility to the 40 million other people in this state is completely wrong. And that, that is, it's wrong, and it shouldn't be, we should be protecting ourselves against that.
So what's your perspective on, what's your solution to it is what I mean? Because people will say that a wealth tax could never work, right? A wealth tax is impossible to work out, when in fact we already have something similar to that as far as like property taxes goes. Like there's always, there are people that can evaluate your increase in your net worth and try to tax the increase in your net worth year over year in a way that is sustainable, in a way that doesn't actually harm the producers.
So let me say a couple things about taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Closing loopholes seems pretty benign, but that will have to go to the ballot. I've said we'll have a special election. And let me say this, before we write the rules for that, we will sit down with a whole bunch of our allies to make sure that it reflects everybody's interest. And so I am sure that we have other ideas that people haven't talked about as part of this campaign in terms of how to redo the way that we have, the kind of fees and taxes we charge. One of the things I really want to do, Hassan, is do that. You can't pass any of these things just because you're the governor. And I think it's really important in doing this, one of my favorite expressions, if you want me in at the landing, ask me in at the takeoff. That in fact, before we put something out, that we go to all the people who we view as the coalition that is pushing the interests of working people in this state, the interest of justice in this state, to make sure that everybody's on the same page.
I think part of the reason why there's a broad popular support for this ballot initiative in the form of billionaires taxes, regardless of whether it's the most efficient way to tax billionaires or not, is because people just don't care. People are like,
I agree.
I don't care.
It's anger. People are, look, and they're absolutely right. What we have seen is a group of people who come across as reckless, selfish, incredibly ambitious, and anti-democratic across the board. And so, of course, people are furious. And of course, people are furious that they have what seems to be, and actually seems to be, almost limitless wealth, which they're absolutely interested in preserving 100% of. And people feel like, yeah, they're angry, and they're right to be angry. It's absolutely right. And that's what's going on. You had people on here talking about the oligarchs. If you see what's going on in this election, there is as much as there's what you're describing as the anger of working people at a system that seems rigged and unfair, with people who are extremely selfish and extremely obnoxious, trying to have their way. And on the other side, people are absolutely furious about what they feel is unfair, and they are going to push for all the things that I just said people are seeing to a further degree, to a much greater degree. And that's what's going on in this election. So of course people are mad.
Yes, I understand, but of course the obvious elephant in the room is the fact that you are also a part of the oligarch class. As someone with profound wealth,
Can I address that?
Yes.
So I want to say two things. The first thing I want to say is this. My wife and I have said we'll give the bulk of our money away while we're alive. I guarantee I won't be close to a billionaire when I die. This is not something where I'm fighting to hang on to my money. This is not something where I'm fighting to
we only really
my
have his
money,
word
increase
on
my
that.
control over society. That's not true. You can see the last 14 years of my life, and we've very, very consistently.
It also depends on where it is he gives away that money.
Given money away and tried to use it in a ways that's constructive. And
But I will say that
in fact, if you, the actual oligarchs,
like never trust billionaires,
see me as a threat.
but to
And
fight
in fact,
against
things that I've
capitalists,
done have
we do
been
need
very
money.
directly result.
And if he genuinely spends it on helping leftists,
from
or
my
leftist
standpoint,
causes,
that is not what I stand
that is
for in
good.
my life.
Though
That's
it's
not
just
what I care about
important to
in life.
never
That's not
fully
what
trust
my parents cared about.
anyone
That's not what
who,
my wife
like,
cares
a
about.
billionaire.
That's not what my brother cares about. There's a long history of caring about what is your positive impact on society, and that's what I care about.
Mhm.
And that is different from all the people who you see in the press consistently doing things where people are furious about their selfishness.
Yeah. I mean, there are ways in which a lot of super wealthy people also engage in charitable contributions. One of the most common ways in which people do this is like the 501c4 structure or the 501c3 structure, where like, Mark Zuckerberg he has designed his entire net worth to go into the structure. And it's oftentimes seen as like a tax shelter that you can go to at any given point and take out money from and continue to generate tremendous amounts of wealth, continue to accumulate tremendous amounts of wealth. What is the difference that you would say is with your approach to charitable contributions?
Well, I'll give you an example of something that we've done for the last 20 years, Hassan.
Mm-hmm.
So Kat and I started a nonprofit community bank basically to undo redlining. So to go into the parts of rural and urban California and make loans for low-income housing, use cars for nonprofits, and for businesses that banks wouldn't make.
Bro,
That money-
martial law, he's doing...
That bank has to make enough money so the FDIC will insure our deposits, or it's not a bank.
Mm-hmm.
But every single loan is measured in terms of, does it help economic justice? Does it help environmental justice?
Imagine if he's doing
And so
interest-free
from my
loans.
standpoint,
I'd be
that's
like,
not-
martial
there's
law,
no
brother.
argument with saying, you
He's
can put it
doing
in and
he's
it'll come
doing
back.
Islamic
This can
banking.
never come back. That bank has made billions of dollars of loans for the purposes I described. It makes, as an example, when we do used car loans are one of the places where people get ripped off the most, just so you know. It's usually people who aren't that financially sophisticated, who need a ride to work, and who have a used car salesman writing the terms of that loan. The average loan we rewrite is 21%. Our average starting point is 11, and it goes down from there if you meet your payments. And our whole goal is to make enough money, just enough money to please the FDIC, but to basically take people out of being ripped off by the system and basically to undo the structural racism that's existed in the finance system for as long as anyone can remember. And so there's no gimmick there. That money's gone, but the work is incredibly, I look at it and I say to everybody, you get 10 times leverage on your money, and then you get to reuse it and do it again.
One person
And
is
you can
starving,
measure
not
the
nice.
results year in, year out. That's not a gimmick. That's a thing.
No, it's not. But to me, it kind of feels as though, as society has moved in a specific direction. I mean, let's talk about that actually. 23% or 33% of Democrats now call themselves democratic socialists.
Is that right? It's up to 33?
Yes, 33%.
Is that just California or is that nationwide?
No, that's nationwide from what I understand. I mean,
Okay.
these polls are...
I know.
Who knows
It's
if
okay, it's
people-
a poll.
And
It's
also,
still a
who
really
knows-
high number.
Who knows if people even fully understand what that even means. There's a lot of... there's a lot of disagreements within the movement as well. But the reason why I ask that is because, like, what does that say to you? What does that say to you living in the United States of America as a billionaire?
It says
about
more wood as well.
the way people feel about the current system, capitalism.
Failed. Look, I don't think there's any question, Hassan, and I say this every day. We have to reinvent democracy in this country, and we have to reinvent capitalism. And there's no doubt about it, because 33% of Democrats are saying we need to change structurally. that structurally this is not working. And that is, I don't know what democratic social. One of the things I thought about before I came on here was for you to tell me exactly what the implications that are. But there's no doubt about the basic point, which is not working. And I think if you think about why is the billionaire tax popular? Because people are so damn mad. Of course they're mad. And if you look at the popularity of the two parties, it's incredibly low.
Are you familiar with stakeholder capitalism and numerous other initiatives that were implemented in the early stages of like post 2016 election, where a lot of wealthy people were like, the pickaxes are out, people are going to riot. We need to find a reasonable solution to this problem.
Okay, so let me say this. We have seen in the last 14 months a pretty straightforward attack on human rights in America and on sort of electoral politics, electoral democracy in America, and it's just starting. And what we've also seen at the same time
saying
is
electoral
silence from this community. So when you say to me, do I think that what they have to say is based on a deep sense of patriotism or a broader view or a value system that goes beyond, corporate? I don't think so.
No, I don't think it was a deep sense of patriotism. The reason why I brought that up is because I think it was a defense mechanism by a bunch of very smart and very successful, very wealthy people that realized that this system was producing so much inequality that it would completely collapse, and that in order for it not to completely collapse, like a riot tax of sorts, something that I've heard at least like wealthy libertarians talk about.
Really, they call it a riot tax? I've never heard that.
Wealthy libertarians call welfare a riot tax, and it expands beyond.
I mean, it is,
but like basically,
they're not wrong.
Basically, the system is on the verge of
Send
collapse in
more
its entirety,
people
so we
there
have to
to
figure
get
out a way to do a
more
more
people back.
ethical
We need a
version
lot
of
more housing. Good
capitalism.
grief.
But I don't think capitalism in and of itself, given the contradictions, is ever going to produce a wealthier or a more egalitarian version of itself. That's just not how it works. Just as companies want to monopolize and eat out the rest of the competition and merge.
Eat out?
The understanding is that the system is designed this way, and that eventually, no matter what happens, as long as in the absence of complete abolition, that there is always going to be a return to the exact same inequalities. I believe that, and I think that's the major difference between someone who's a socialist and someone who's a capitalist. There are people who are social democrats. I suspect that, given by what you're saying, you are a social democrat, one that wants, robust safety nets, robust social safety nets, one that believes in implementing some kind of regulatory safeguard when companies get completely out of control.
16.
But that was how this system was designed initially, and there's a reason why there's a point of failure, and that's because of it's not because of like too much greed necessarily, but it's more so that the system is designed to produce these results eventually because they've taken over the government.
Well, the last thing that you said is the problem. I mean, when I look at this system, and whenever I see that there's something,
we need to make another watchtower around on this side
tax loopholes
to protect against
they weren't
the
a secret
monsters.
It wasn't like everybody didn't know those tax loopholes existed. It was just the people who were getting the tax, who were saving the taxes and were enjoying the loophole.
Evacuation point, international reason for split second from the session, but in the complete shroud in front. Rescue had already gone mad and fled.
When we see an inability of government to act to do what's right, my attitude is there's money at the bottom of it. And so we have a system where
you have a lot of unemployed people.
A lot of this, when I look at 2026 and see what I think is going to happen, which I think is gigantic independent expenditures supporting libertarian candidates and attacking organized labor, I'm like, yeah, that is exactly the issue in this system is when corporations take over the government and prevent government doing the right thing and prevent government from stopping monopolies and prevent regulation and basically beat working people over and over again, and that is exactly what I'm fighting against.
Yeah, while we were talking, a new poll came out that says, which is a better economic system amongst all Americans, with 59% saying capitalism, 41% saying socialism. Among Republicans, 74% say capitalism, 26% say socialism, which is strange enough.
It's in and of itself.
And among Democrats, the majority at 54% say socialism and 46% say capitalism. So
then
kind of
tell me
like
this.
you're running out of time with this ethical capitalism.
Well, let me
thing.
ask you this question: what is socialism? So, what does it look like?
Socialism is an economic organization that that changes.
Dude, imagine if you can make this guy into a socialist.
Changes the mechanism of control, simply put, from the hands of the dictatorship of the capital owning class to the dictatorship of the proletariat. There's many different versions of it.
Don't use the word dictatorship.
Versions of it. There's centralized.
Normal people don't
it.
understand that.
Some
so
of the
give
more,
me an example of one.
I mean,
like which is one?
China would be a transitional socialist state, for example. That's like a very that is one of the modern examples of at least success. The capital flows are still completely controlled in the hands of the state, and that while as we referenced Deng Xiaoping, there's like different reforms that have been implemented in the past. The way that the state currently operates is they design a 5-year plan. They have a specific industrial targets that they want to hit, and the goal there is not like redistributive policies or like a robust welfare state at all, but instead is to improve the material conditions of the working class. And the state dishes out, by controlling the bank system, controlling capital flows, dishes out money in the direction of certain industrial output targets, and
but still has
control
has tons
over
of private companies.
Yeah.
That are actually
like lighter industry is still predisposed to like
yes,
like
I mean they
what
do have
looks
private
like a
industry
private
in
market,
China,
like
but
the stock market in China
that
is not necessarily a real thing. It's just it's functionally like gambling for the most part. There's heavy I mean stock market is gambling here as well, but you see what I mean. There's not even like any sort of fundamentals that like that people rely on. Ultimately, socialism at its root means workers owning the means of production.
That it is, and what I was saying about China is, to a large extent, their big companies. There is a much heavier governmental control aspect to it, and there are 5-year plans. I completely agree with that.
They control capital flows.
But the big companies are private.
Yeah, but it's not. I like to describe what China's doing, which is
not all of them are just private. A lot of them are like co-ops, as far as I know. At least some of them are cooperatives. Like some of the biggest companies in China are cooperatives, aka like worker-owned.
A private enterprise inside of the state, which
I haven't looked very much into it, but that's my understanding.
For innovation, which fosters innovation. Ultimately, it's still controlled.
Like you can probably find that information if you just like literally just like look it up.
Of the government, there is like a lot more emphasis on.
Also, the market is more regulated. Yes, a lot more. And also, capital flight is not allowed. You're not allowed to like just take the money out of China.
More housing.
Like
they realize that housing needs to be built. They tell the banks.
Like they've limited the amount like the foreigners can own in China.
Attention, if you go into real estate, you're gonna get loans. You're gonna be able to build a real estate company, and then they build the housing, and then
but in real estate,
I'm allowed to take
EVs.
That's been
no, you're not allowed to take your chicken with you.
They created this gigantic bubble. And
Yeah,
in
but
fact,
how do
that's
they?
Something that they've been lugging for the last.
See, this
5
is what
years.
I mean about state control. They design it in a way that resembles what it would look like under capitalism, but then in the aftermath of that, they don't receive the same shocks. What happened in China as far as the real estate bubble, if it were to happen here in the United States of America, something similar to that had happened in the past. Yeah, exactly. We saw the impact of the 2008 housing market crash. In China, no such market crash took place. And the reason for that is because there's still state mechanisms at play that work in the recovery side. There's still state mechanisms at play that supersede the interest of capital. We gave a parachute to corporations in the aftermath of the 2008 the 2008 financial crisis, the housing market crash. That didn't happen in China. One of the more prominent examples of this was, for example, they went to like I forget the name of the company now, but they literally went and asset stripped the billionaire that was in charge of one of the major real estate developers.
China.
Evergrande, I believe it was.
It was
Where they-
Evergrande.
Yeah, where they told him, you're selling your yacht, you're selling all of your artwork in order to put up collateral for the state, paying out the rest of the people.
Let me say
That's
this.
so nice.
If there was
The West could never.
failed financial policy in the United States, it was the way we handled the 2008 crash. Because there's no doubt that what you're saying, that there was no retribution, there was no penalty to the people running those big financial institutions, is absolutely true. And it was absolutely wrong. And the question, and to me, it's like you were saying, the issue that we're having is that the big corporations,
It's so annoying
in
we can't
effect,
make
are controlling
custom
the government.
parts.
In effect, they
Like, do
were
I have to
controlling
build the
government,
warehouse?
And in fact, now
Okay,
they're
guess maybe I can move the
have a
warehouse
government
later.
guarantee on a private corporation, which means they get to, I agree with it. And so to me, I
Most
actually
on the
think
show
Deng
at night,
Xiaoping
she was
is a huge
singing.
hero because
Don't talk about so much.
the changes that he instituted in China led to the biggest
Send
move
Rangers
of
over the goal
poor
was
people into the middle class in the history of the world
Scary.
by far.
Yeah,
And
1
it
billion
seems to-
people, 1 billion people taken out of poverty, pretty much
is
800 million people.
absolutely amazing. But to me, that was what I'm trying to say, which is this.
But the state
He was-
control didn't go away. Is what
I
I'm
understand that. I understand that. But what I'm trying to say is this. He tried to design the incentives to let the Chinese people build them. I mean, I don't think he built them out. He gave them a framework to build themselves out. And that was, and they did an amazing job. And I think to me, he's a hero of somebody who could, you're saying, yes, he kept the government in control. And I'm saying, well, here the problem is, I agree with you. The government is being controlled by interests.
Yes, in America, capital controls the government. In China, the government controls capital. That's the major difference here.
And there's no,
And even
I agree with that.
Even though one
Чудовище.
might say there isn't like a democratic process where they're like voting exactly.
So it's
input output.
him
they're
is
voting
made
exactly which
in
way
Russian.
the government
Okay,
is
what
supposed
the
to be,
shit is that preaching?
The government, which direction the government's supposed to be moving, even in their own internal appointment process. People are working from the working class background, working in the countryside before they get to the standing committee or anywhere near the command structure within the party. So they've developed a deeper understanding of what the necessities are and how to materially improve people's living conditions, and the results speak for themselves.
But let me say this, there's been a profound change in China under Xi Jinping. This is very far from California, but it's actually. But what I'm saying is this:
Do you not like the changes that have been implemented under Xi Jinping?
Well, here's the thing I dislike the most is he's president for life. Always before, the leader had 2 5-year terms. And there was a sense that it was a much broader coalition of people running the country and a much, broader group. It's still the Chinese Communist Party running the country, but people absolutely took their terms. And he's the first person who said, "No, I'm doing this forever." And it's now me. And I think that has a
Figura.
No, I agree. It's just, people seem to be
I'm leftist Muslim and polyglot. I can only really read Cyrillic phonetically. I can't actually read.
It's entirely in the hands of them continuing to bring about changes that people are appreciating.
Well, let me say this: that if the president of the United States says, which many people suspect him of saying, up until now there's been a constitutional amendment
and I'm
that
also
says
fairly
there's 2 terms
rusty.
per president,
As
and
well,
I'm now
so
president for life.
Same for me in Arabic. Ooh, that's cool. I want to read
If Donald Trump was a communist, I wouldn't have an issue with it. I'll be honest. If Donald Trump was able to improve people's living standards to the same degree, or if Donald Trump was able to bring about national prosperity to a similar degree, it's like the FDR equation. I wish he, I wish there was a better line of succession for FDR, I guess, but FDR was able to change the trajectory of America with all of the incredibly popular things he put in place.
I completely agree with you. And I think that what he did was redefine the relationship between he said we have a real responsibility to each other, and this government is going to make sure that we do this, and it's not
Что за ужас?
Open competition, in fact.
I can only read. I'm safe.
So that's one of the reasons why
Oh shit!
I'm not even defending the term limit structure.
Okay, guys, can you just return? Please return.
Term limit changes
Run!
Xi Jinping. It's not something that I
look at the way it's attacking. It's so funny.
What are some of the
Okay,
structural changes that he made?
and one of the residents inside. You guys can like run away. Urgent message sent out watch club. Only one ranger returned. Really injured. He died from his wounds. Delirious about a terrible monster.
Well,
They've not even finished the fight yet.
That he has very much.
He's showing the defense of a settlement for them. Managed to grab some plans for watch out before leaving complete single one.
And it's very much
sorry.
gone from a broad-based group to basically, his control and making sure that people report to him, and that's been a consistent policy over the last 10 years. And the reason I care about that is it scares me. It scares me that a person you may like their system, and and I think there's certainly it's been incredibly successful. So yes, I hear you, and I'm someone who's saying I change my mind when the facts change.
Oh, there
or when the facts are
guys, please just run.
But the one thing that I think is also clear is that when you get into a situation of someone taking control, the idea that doesn't
run.
Change them,
how do it tell this
it
scout?
always changes.
Just go back.
As far as Xi Jinping goes,
we're just gonna lose some scouts, I guess.
The opposite of the way that it's presented in Western news. He's been his main structural change.
Oh, nice, a lot more metal areas
to somehow rein back in a lot of the corruption that had come from, Genghis reforms that were very helpful initially in terms of, developing Chinese prosperity. And not only that, but he's also literally purged the ranks of some of his closest allies as well, including the ones in the military. So
famously just fired the head.
Yeah, so the way that it is a lot of stuff is interpreted in the Western media is very different. This is beyond the term limits, of course. The term limits thing you do have a decent point on, but as far as what he has done in terms of anti-corruption has been very popular in China.
I don't really care that much about them. I'm not gonna lie,
no, and I don't think
especially under capitalism, it really does not
matter. When we think about where we're going, we're starting from
I feel like with term
limits,
limits,
not starting from scratch.
It doesn't even make.
Starting from
I feel like it doesn't make that much of a difference because people can still just exert their power in a significant way.
In the state of
I don't
California,
know. Maybe I'm just being silly.
Years at least of history,
if it's bad, it's I guess it makes it so that if it's bad, it can't get
institutions that are
infinitely bad. But if it's good, it also can't get infinitely good.
If that makes sense. Believe it or not, introducing competition into the electric system is structural change.
Yeah.
Talking about
I could also just be silly. I think terminals are important, but they're useless on their own.
All the things I'm talking about
that's
to a large extent are we have
an excuse for me to say that,
but we need
I have somewhat of a
structural
point.
change in the long run. But the idea that we're going to get away with this system that's been here whole hog, in one fell swoop is, I just don't think it's going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen either. I believe in a system of reforms and building a robust base of.
Are they still fighting this thing?
Agreed.
Okay, I guess they all are just gonna die because it's stupid.
Years of organizing until it gets to a point where there are workers' councils and there's a lot more autonomy for the working class that you can actually have the political education, the political will, and be able to make these sorts of decisions that benefit them as opposed to benefit the capital owning class. But before we get there, we were talking about monopolies.
Yes.
There is, by the time
It looks
you were
also what
elected in
happened.
office, the Paramount,
Yes.
Skydance, Warner Brothers Discovery merger would be coming across your desk. What would you do as a governor to tackle this very obvious, monopolistic merger?
And it's worse than that. Because obviously, one of the things...
let's
What
make
are you going to do about that?
I was about to say, that was my point to you.
Yeah.
It's you're talking about this just in terms of the number of jobs that are going to be destroyed by this. The reduction in the quality of entertainment and how bad this is for Los Angeles, California. All true.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
But
Seeing
that's
creature
not
is just
all
walking
that's bad
around.
about this. Obviously,
Lovely.
what we're seeing is
It looks so goofy.
I don't want to use the term all the time oligarchs, but let's just use the term oligarchs. They're trying to buy all the means of communication, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're buying.
They already
He was about to say
No,
means of
not-
production.
well,
That's
pretty-
funny.
It's not true that they've bought all of them, but Trump is trying to intimidate every of the other ones by threatening to sue them for gigantic bucks and do all these things that he can do to punish them if they actually try to tell the
No, I just meant like every single one
Explode
of
the
these
Aryans with gas.
organs
Oh.
of media.
They're trying to buy and
or,
shut down.
or entire social media platforms like
Yes.
owned by a billionaire.
I'm agreeing. And
Yeah.
I'm saying they're trying to not just to impact the democracy. Now they want to control the democracy and they want to do it in multiple ways. But one of the ways is by buying all the means of communication so that what people hear is by definition slanted. And do I think that the Ellisons will do that? Yes. I think that that's a big part of what this is about. So we should talk about jobs, but we should also talk about communications, because if people only hear the big lie, then they have what else are they going to believe?
Yeah.
And that's very much what's going on here. So to a large extent, if you're the governor of California, can you undo a merger? No. You know, what can you do? What you can do.
Well, the Attorney General of California actually said that they were going to try to stop it. So I think there are some ways. I mean, it's not under your control, I guess, but there are
Okay,
some
okay,
antitrust
Steve,
initiatives
if you wanna
that,
push those,
that the state Attorney General could potentially implement.
I'm sure
We
they
did get some people back.
But Hassan,
We still need a
can tell
law
you, I've
policy.
watched hundreds of mergers go down, and I've never seen it get stopped by the state.
Have you thought about like building a coalition with other
Didn't
other
Lena
states
Khan,
as well,
like, stop some of the mergers?
if necessary?
I mean, so I haven't, because this is really, it is honestly about California to a very large extent. This is very much a merger between, about California companies.
Mm-hmm.
What I would say is, what we are, I would put this in a slightly different context, if you don't mind. And that's this. We are having a profound, dramatic, intense difference of opinion about everything with this administration in Washington, D.C. This is obviously an antitrust problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's overwhelmingly an antitrust problem. And that would be a very straightforward, untraditional antitrust law to say it shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
It is clear that this president improperly is influencing what's happening here and is pushing it really hard. It is clear that he is happy to punish California. All the things we're saying are bad are bad. And the fact that they're bad, he considers them to be good. And so to a very large extent, what we're seeing is he is trying to punish California. And that is going on in multiple venues all the time and will get much worse as the election approaches in November. And so I don't mean to not answer your question about this merger, but to a very large extent, somehow California has to have ability to push back, to be organized and push back on this. Yes, we can sue everywhere, and of course we should sue everywhere. I get that. And, Rob Bonta is a good attorney general, and he will sue, and I'm sure he will continue to sue. But you have noticed that when the Supreme Court said no tariffs, Trump's answer was, okay, no tariffs, here's my answer, tariffs.
Yeah.
He's not someone who obeys the law. So but the question is, how are we actually going to make our case? How are we actually going to back this guy off? How are we actually going to support? And to me, that is about organization. That is about working with organized labor. That is about feet on the street. And it's also a vision of something different. Because the real way, the last time we saw a corrupt, violent government suppression of people just living their American lives was the Civil Rights Movement. And they did not, the way they backed them off, yes, there were legal things, but to a very large extent, it was about being organized, being in the street, having a different vision, and showing the world the difference between right and wrong.
There's also there was an armed vanguard component to what we're talking about as well that certainly played a role in this pressure
In
in
the
this
Civil Rights
pressure
Movement?
campaign. Yes, the Black Panther Party. I mean, the state of California, as a matter of fact, under Ronald Reagan, was the I think last time that Ronald Reagan took action against of gun ownership, the Mulford Act, if I'm remembering it correctly, after the Black Panther Party protested using their legal right to demonstrate with their arms. But you know, everyone plays a different role and stuff like this. I do want to ask you about ICE.
Okay.
So when you were a hedge fund manager, your firm invested $90 million in private prisons and detention centers. And I want to know how that aligns with your current stance on ICE, because from what I understand, you're in favor of ICE abolition.
So that happened 22 years ago, and it was a big mistake. And I realized it was a big mistake and sold it over 20 years ago.
Okay.
And the reason I sold it was for the reason you're saying.
Okay.
And it was more than a mistake. And it was this. It was a wake-up call that I was in the right place. I mean, people wonder, why did you walk away from a big
whatever job,
that you
whatever stuff he's done is absolutely horrible. But I'm also a realistic person who wants to do everything he can.
And so if you look at the
to
last 20 years, and that
work
was a
towards
real
socialism and reduce harm in the way.
We have.
I'm not going to be
pushed
particularly picky about my allies. I'm only the most important thing about this kind of thing is just never trust anyone, a potential enemy, too much.
A group of 20 people.
That's the important thing.
Sacramento, and we have pushed on every one of those. And in fact, I think that I am endorsed by Smart Justice, which is a very much about rehabilitative justice organization. And so, you know, my wife spent 10 years going into San Quentin. My mom taught in prison. It was a mistake, but it also was a chance for it. Absolutely is a wake-up call. I mean, you're sitting here saying, and I hear you, Hassan, the capitalist system has real contradictions and problems in there. And that's really why I walked away from my business, because I felt like this is taking me to places that are absolutely antithetical to what I believe in. And that's why I did it. And that's why I spent the last 14 years working on this.
What are some of the other avenues that you felt like was deeply unethical? Also, I'm asking you these questions that come across like tough questions, but I want you to
No. I always say to people, there are no tough questions.
Yeah.
There are people who don't have good answers.
Yeah, I also think that
and that's
it's
a cool
important to
answer.
understand the
I mean, so far
moral
I'd say this
or
guy
intellectual journey
gives
that
off
you
decent
went
vibes. He at
through
least
to-
seems to be well-meaning.
You know the story of.
I'm sure
Paul
people
on the
will
road to
look into his
Damascus,
like
he's the biggest
background and see like how
anti-Christ
recent
person, and he realized
whatever
he made a huge mistake,
things he's
and he
done.
becomes the biggest pro-Christ.
If there's
person
anything bad he's done
on the
recently.
road to Damascus, and it's like he made a
and
change.
Jesus Christ is
Well,
the
no,
socialist
even
in this equation. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
But I'm saying justice is, and I will say this, I felt like, and I'll give you a perfect example. People are always saying to me, you know, you've spent a ton of time in environmentalism, but your firm had invested in fossil fuels. And the answer is, sure. Everybody
That's all right.
invested in fossil fuels. It's a huge part of the economy. We invested less than our share, but we invested in fossil fuels. And I decided I can't invest in fossil fuels. We need to divest. We need to get out of all these things. And I felt like I can't change.
I think
Even
it's
though I
quite
started
good
that
so
firm, I
far.
couldn't change that firm's culture
Mm-hmm.
because that was not what people were there for. And so I very much had to leave.
At least like,
you know,
I think it's quite good so far, especially for someone who's a billionaire.
And I've spent, you know, I could.
The most important thing is whether or not they will actually, you know, not betray
about how
everything.
I think about energy.
If they win
how
afterwards.
I think we're going to actually do it.
Like if
in
they
a clean
win.
way, and what it's going to take as governor to make that happen, and why it's such a powerful role. And that's true. But I was coming from a place that was completely different, and I had to make a change.
Speaking of divestments, there was a question that was asked about boycott, divestments, and sanctions to all of the candidates, and the way I see it. Okay, all right. Oh, this is the last question.
Are we
And the
running
way-
out of time?
Yeah, and the way I see it is that this is a way for candidates to certainly show how earnest they are to the broadest subsects of the population, much like the billionaires tax or any kind of initiative that takes away wealth from billionaires with redistributive policies, both in the Democratic Party's base of support. There's like 80% approval, not for BDS necessarily, but a way to decouple from Israel. What are your opinions on that issue?
Well, what I said was I don't believe in divestment.
Mm-hmm.
But what I also say is
you do believe in divestment for some stuff, though, like the private prisons.
I believe. Well, let me say this: I believe in my operating in divesting from everything doesn't have a positive impact. To be honest,
Mm-hmm.
What I was saying is, they were talking about CalPERS and CalSTRS, and they're going to run their operation, and I don't believe that we can tell them exactly how to do that. But let me say this about Israel in general. What I said in that same forum was, I have huge problems with the government of Israel. And what we've seen is a continuing, look, I'm someone who believes there's a huge problem in the Middle East. This is, and I'm so old-fashioned.
It's not quite good enough to believe there's a huge problem. It's a little bit more than that.
Self-determination.
Oh, thanks.
If the state of Israel is trying to, if the government of Israel is trying to make sure that there is no two-state solution, which has been the approach for a long time, that is going against the only thing that I think could possibly solve this and the only just way that we can possibly solve this. And so what we're seeing is continued.
Did he say that he's pro two-state solution?
To make sure that that's impossible.
It's annoying. It's a little bit
That is impossible, but that's been the approach of this government for a very long period of time.
Mm-hmm.
And so do I think that that's okay? No, I don't think that's okay. I have a huge problem with it.
Benjamin Netanyahu has been in charge of Israel for longer than Xi Jinping has been in charge of China.
Oh shit! I've not thought about that.
Drift of that whole thing, and so what we've seen, what we're seeing is
I have never thought about that.
Us to push back on that.
That's interesting.
The government of the United States, of course, there is. I mean,
there's some ways in the state of California. It's a very powerful economy. It's a very It's the fourth largest economy in the world. I think that even attempts or moving in that direction, which would be certainly something that is unheard of and would definitely cause you to cut away from your from the other candidates that you are going up against, from Eric Swalwell to all these other candidates.
Well, let me say this. One of the things I've been talking about is getting rid of PAC money. And the reason I'm against PAC money is I feel like any organization that is trying to push the state of California, except in the interest of its citizens, why should we allow that?
Mm-hmm.
And so to a large extent, what I've been talking about is corporate PACs, because I said to you, every time we see something corrupt, at the back of it is some corporate interest that has power, and it has power through lobbying, has power through money, and they want the system to be bent in their favor, and they're successful in it because it's so expensive to run in this state.
So you're saying APAC is what, or JPAC, I think, in the state of California.
I don't know, but what I'm saying is the idea that we would have a PAC who's trying to push California in the interest of a foreign country, I don't understand how that could possibly make sense.
I mean, there have been some initiatives taken that Gavin Newsom actually signed into law about, like, the education of the issue of Israel-Palestine that would go against all the academic literature on the subject matter. Is there any initiative that you think you could take as the governor that would change the trajectory of, like, things like AB 715, for example? Or are you in support of things like that?
Well, what I am in support of is actually us speaking up on this issue and actually pushing back against the idea that there can be money in our politics that is supporting anything except the interests of the people.
His answers on this one was,
and that is something that I
that's not great.
We should be, and that is a huge change, and that is the one that I think is.
No, say that you're against it, that you'd be that you'd look into it at least.
To me, you're saying what is different. That's very different.
So you think you have a difference in your interpretation on this issue in comparison to someone like Eric Swalwell?
I do.
Well,
first of all, I'm not taking money.
Yeah.
So that's a huge difference, because one of the things I'm saying is, look, I'm not taking money from any of these people. That's why I can be an honest broker. That's why I can stand up for the people of California. And in this issue, I'm saying, look, I don't think this money shouldn't. I said I don't want corporate PAC money. I don't think there should be PAC money from a country. It doesn't make sense to me.
Mm-hmm. But that's across the board, and that's understandable. I mean, you're a billionaire. I'm also in favor of removing corporate donations and corporate PACs in general from all elections.
I really want to.
It's
want a way to get
it's an undemocratic system.
Definitely.
Regardless, but the reason I'm asking you about this
specifically
specifically is because this is the one area where, with the exception of some of the other candidates like Butch Ware or I mean, who are not really
no one is talking
polling.
no one's really standing up on this issue.
Yes, this is not and I know for a fact that while California has a lot of wealthy donors who are very much invested in the continued state of Israel behaving in the ways that it does, as far as, like, the broad base of support goes, I've been out there. And there's approval ratings that also suggest that like the overwhelming majority of
You should
not
only
only
be
just the
allowed to
Democratic
donate in
Party's
chicken,
base
yeah.
of support, but just like all
Just donate
Californians in general.
a million
I think what we've
chicken.
seen, no question, what has gone on as a result of Gaza is a complete walking away from supporting this Israeli government.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's
need
that's
some.
overwhelmingly obvious. There was a huge article about it last week on Friday. They released a poll which made that extremely clear, because what people have seen
Americans
online
are
is
plurality
something
of-
that
yeah.
people cannot support. And what I'm saying is, look, the way that this works in my mind, when we see something in our system that seems as if it's going against the interest that people overwhelmingly hold, there's usually money in back of it, and that is the right way to approach it. That's the right way to attack it, because that's what's corrupting our system.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is in some ways a deflectionary mechanism that some Democratic politicians have deployed, including Gavin Newsom, that says, I will never take AIPAC money.
Is that true? He's never taken AIPAC money?
He's given $500 to AIPAC back in the day, but he's never taken, he's saying he won't commit to taking AIPAC money. I think in the state of California, it's not AIPAC, it's JPAC anyway, but regardless, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because when asked, he says, I don't want to take AIPAC money. But when asked directly by Ben Shapiro if Israel was committing a genocide, he deflected and refused to answer that question. And I think for a lot of people, and I talked to a lot of candidates, I talked to a lot of Democrats, I talked to independent candidates, this question is one that the majorities are in agreement with, historians, academics, the International Criminal Court, the International Court of Justice, and yet it's one.
I don't think there's any question. Americans have seen war crimes on their phones, and that's what they're responding to. And what we're seeing is a move in this world, including in the last 3 days, that might makes right. And that's all that's going to matter. And that's what's going on. I don't think anybody's really feels sorry for the people who were running.
Thing is, I don't even know
because
what
they
to
were
employ
terrible to
people
their own people. But the truth is, what we're seeing is a world where the point is, might makes right, and we'll do whatever we want. And if you don't like it, that's just too bad. And there's no sense of justice in it. And of course, that is a terrible step. And we've seen it in Gaza, but we've seen it very broadly. And that's something that's ongoing. And is that something which, of course, I'm completely opposed to? Of course, I'm completely opposed to that.
Okay, so that's almost identical to what I don't mean to. I don't mean to push you, but that's almost identical to what Gavin Newsom said to Ben Shapiro when Ben Shapiro said, "Do you think there's a genocide going on in Gaza?"
What I think is this: I think that this Israeli government has been trying to take over the entire country and expel the Palestinians and take over the whole thing, kit and caboodle. And that's what they've been doing for a long time.
That's not saying genocide,
wrong.
but
there's no question there, and they're willing to commit war crimes to do it.
That is pretty much saying
and that's
genocide.
been going on for a long time.
So you don't want to make
I know why he's
you're
afraid
not
of saying
committing to the term genocide. is
I
what
don't
you're saying.
actually.
Yeah, pretty much.
Do I think
He's not committing to the term, but he is
sort of like
calling it
excuse my
what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I
Do I
guess.
think they're trying to kill all the Palestinians? No.
No,
I think they're I don't. I think they're
genocide
trying
and
to
ethnic cleansing
expel
is
the Palestinians from the country. That they're trying to
That
have
would be a
one
genocide.
state.
That would
They're
be
trying to-
genocidal intent.
I don't know what that is, but that's what they're trying to do.
He's afraid of saying genocide
And
for reasons I
They're
don't. I
clearly
can't
trying to
say.
take over the West Bank.
But-
They're clearly trying to take over Gaza. They're willing to, go to extreme, merciless lengths in order to do that. Hassan, that's what there's a history that's
I
10
think
years
it's
of doing that.
It's not great
It's longer
that
than
he's
10 years.
afraid of
Whatever,
saying
yeah,
genocide.
Started off with ethnic cleansing in 1948, but
it is
that's what's
something,
going on.
I guess. I'm
I
not
don't know
sure.
what. I
Oh
honestly
shit!
don't know what genocide means, but what I do know is they are trying to end up controlling the whole state. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So
And
okay, I mean that is what, at least according to
Oh shit!
the Holocaust scholars, genocide
Do I
scholars.
think they're trying to kill all the Palestinians?
The creature's here. Shit.
No,
I think they're
that's-
trying to expel them from the country.
Yes, it's
Okay, residents,
still,
please run away.
ethnic cleansing and indicative of genocidal intent, which is why that's the whole.
Also, you guys, can you attack this thing,
the
please?
International Court of Justice case that's about that. But that is what it is. Yeah, it's you can
That's
do
what-
it in part as well, similar to similar to what took place in Bosnia and Kosovo. And,
Well,
that's,
and I look at that and I say the exact same thing. How did they actually end all the fighting?
Why is the Warsaw not defending the
they
residents?
bombed the crap out of Yugoslavia.
But
America
they
did.
also gave everybody their own territory and their right of self-determination. And
Yeah.
that's what's got to happen here.
I think it might have been better if Yugoslavia stayed intact, but that's that's neither here nor there.
But it didn't happen, and it did.
Okay,
solve the
is
problem.
this thing is just gonna kill all my residents now? Is that it? Like, is there nothing I can do?
But again, there was a lot of bombing in this place. But anyway, Tom,
Stop.
thank you so much
It's on.
for coming on.
Okay, it's moving away.
Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And
It did kill a bunch of my
where
residents.
can people find
That's
your?
annoying. I know genocide means no, that is funny.
Tom
That is funny,
What is
but
it, you guys?
I think it is a legal
Yeah,
term, so then maybe that's why he's afraid of using it.
TomStyer.com.
Either way,
Yes.
it's
All right.
better.
Can I say one
but,
more thing,
yeah, I
son?
don't know.
Yeah.
I think I am the practical progressive in this race who can actually make the changes that you want. And am I going to use all the language that you want? Maybe not. But am I going to try and make the changes that you actually want? I think so. I really do. And I think that working people have been screwed and they need someone
I think
to
he
fight
does
with
need to
them,
go back
they
and
need
like
someone who's not
give an
gonna
explanation
owe
for why
anybody
he's
else
not
anything
going
and
to
who's gonna
genocide.
stand up and do the right thing. And
Other than
that is
that, I think he was
All right,
decent.
thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
All right.
And I'm saying that as someone who has like very low expectations, but also like a desire, to move in a socialist direction.
Bye, guys.
As I said, I'm not particularly
Nice to meet
picky. As long as I will ally with everyone and anyone towards my goals, our goals.
Oh, okay. Nice.
As long as I don't end up in a situation, as long as we don't end up in a
Okay.
situation where whomever I ally with will have a knife and I
order
have my
to-
back
to-
turned. That is what's important, I would say. If when
let
you
me-
like
let me hit this real quick.
go into like this practicality kind of shit. Thank you, soundboard Austin. Very cool. Alright, reset this.
He
was alright.
I
Yeah,
didn't have
exactly.
a lot of. I didn't.
Not perfect, but also not terrible. I think he was quite. I think he was
pretty open-minded.
good.
As open-minded as one can be.
I think he was. I would just. I would straight up say he was good. I think that's okay to say.
Can you look into the camera when you adjust it? Respectfully asking King. I'm gonna now obviously dive back into
Horny ass shadows.
the ongoing.
Yeah, I'd just say he's like he's significantly
ongoing
better than
issues
terrible.
that are happening in the world.
This
As it
thing just
pertains
killed a bunch
to
of my people and then just like
the
fucked off.
unlimited bloodshed
Very annoying.
quagmire that we have found ourselves in at the direction of the nation-state of Israel in Iran. What is this? This is a great photo.
New residents
Stop.
arrived. Nice. Exhausted, starving.
There's a
I think
fire
exhausted
at the
and
US
starving.
Embassy in Riyadh,
Getting my food.
which
I mean, I have an
apparently
air
is
trail.
not
Let's go.
showing us for some reason.
An air trail. This is some blocks. Cables
Please
will
do not
learn
look at me. I do not wish to be
means
perceived.
communication between platforms and ground buildings. Yes.
There were more
It can only
questions
be
that I
built on
wanted
a
to
tree.
ask as well, but I'll be honest. I think as far as like the viability, as far as like the viable candidates at the top, he's Tom Steyer has better positions overall. It's just that I wish you had a better answer for Israel. It's just it's such a solid litmus test. It's such a solid and reliable litmus test in general. It's just, I don't know why it stumps people.
Thank you, Reagan Research.
Yeah, it's a wee bit disappointing. But
Two questions for you. The president said yesterday in his video message that we will leave.
turn up the sound,
we
please.
complete all of our objectives. What are our objectives? And can you share more information on how the soldiers who were killed were killed?
Well, I laid out the objectives, as did the chairman. They're completely nested. I mean, Iran has an ability to project power against us and our allies in ways that we can't tolerate. So whether that's ballistic missiles and drones, so offensive capabilities, effectively their navy, which would attempt to set other terms and impose different costs. drone capabilities, which we laid out there. And ultimately, though, this tying it back to Midnight Hammer, the president has been willing to make a deal. You can't have a nuclear bomb. Radical Islamists can't have a nuclear bomb that they wield
Radical
against
Islamists.
the world. He gave them every single opportunity.
Korean media
Hello,
reported that the
leftists
US
use
planning
that
on moving the
language.
THAAD system meant to protect U.S. allies in the Far East from China to the Middle East. Oh my God, they're running out of THAAD. They're running out of THAAD.
Fucking without
And
waste,
also, as
please.
predicted, their next move is to try to start a Kurdish
Oh,
uprising.
shit.
I fucking called it. Oh my God, they're moving the THAADs away from fucking Korea, bro. They're so cooked.
By meeting all in one.
That is insane.
They thought they were undetectable. They weren't undetectable. We were shocked by it. They don't even know who's leading them now. We
Incredible.
went down 49, he said, meaning 49 leaders on the leadership chart there. We don't know who's leading the country now. They don't know who's leading. It's a little like the unemployment line. The president said that they tried to make a deal with the Iranians, but we couldn't make a deal with these people. He said every offer was met with a walk back of a previous offer. They had all that enriched stuff, he said, referring to uranium. They looked at redoing it there. This is after
And next
the
we want
strikes
to get
last June.
solo.
But it was in such bad shape, the mountain had basically collapsed. The president said, this is the way to deal with Iran. We don't have to worry about agreements. He talked about all of the years, decades of killing and IEDs and all the destruction that Iran has wreaked on the United States and other countries.
We now have an air
He
trail.
said people in the military walking around with no legs, walking around with no arms, their faces shattered. He said that today's military operation was of a piece, part of a larger campaign. We took out Soleimani last time. That's referring to the Iranian general, Qassem Soleimani. He was an unbelievably violent, vicious general.
I mean,
Hitting him, he said, was a big move. If that didn't happen, then you might not have Israel today. Israel might not exist. Then he referred to Midnight Hammer.
Oh
Strike
no,
against the Iranian
Israel
nuclear
might not
facilities last
exist.
June. They were a month away from having a
terrible.
nuclear weapon. He criticized Obama's nuclear deal with Iran. He said it gave all the power
That's
to Iran. They would have had a
very
nuclear weapon 3 or
terrible.
4 years ago.
Oh
They would
no.
have used it against Israel. They maybe
How
would have used it against
horrifying.
us.
That would
In the
be
latest
so
talks, he
sad.
said the Iranians, quote, weren't willing to give us what we asked for. They should have done it. So it's going good, the president said before getting off the phone.
That would be the worst. Oh no.
It's going great. It's going so great.
Oh shit, is she coming back?
That
shit.
The American stockpiles
Okay, she
are
didn't.
so withered away.
Oh shit, I thought for a
that they are
second she was
literally
going back to
moving
kill my
THAADs
people. Oh shit, she might still be.
from Korea to Israel. Okay.
She's getting very
Which
close. I don't
means
like that.
That they are fucking running out of that. They're running out of missile defenses. Oh my God, this
Yeah, there
is
you go,
so
she's back.
fucking bad.
Dang it! Okay, if the residents could go away, that would be great. Like, you don't need to stand
The
there.
US expects a major uptick in attacks on Iran within 24 hours. After an initial round of weakened Iranian defenses, the next phase will target Iran's missile production, drones, and naval forces. The U.S. is also running low on some missile stocks, including Tomahawks and SM-3 interceptors. Yeah.
Okay, did she
US
go
must
away?
destroy
Wait, what?
Iranian launches before Israel
Where
and
did she
US
go?
run out of interceptors is right. That is crazy.
Where did she go?
Fire at the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh after blast.
Side
two
quest is
sources
available.
say.
Side the disease
Holy
outbreak?
shit.
Sure. Why not?
Guys, it's going really good, I think. North Korea has the opportunity to do the funniest thing. Well, last week, the South Korean president
The funniest
wanted
thing.
to restart talks with North Korea. Ironically enough. What is this? Oh, what the fuck? That's...
Oh shit. Oh shit.
That's a Mossad op, probably. Tucker Carlson, last night, both in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, authorities arrested Mossad agents planning on committing bombings.
Standpoint.
What?
I can see that. I can see that.
Oof.
Point.
Yikes.
That
Game
was
of
the
moment.
point. They wanted to diminish the Gulf, and in 2 days they have. And I think anyone who likes decency and order and cleanliness is hoping that the Gulf will recover The Gulf is not a threat to us. We have military bases in these countries. These are some of our closest allies. All of them are closer allies than Israel, by far. They're our friends. But they've been really hurt. And in a place like Dubai, which is basically part of a country, it's an emirate within the United Arab Emirates, but it's also a luxury brand.
Bro, the entire Middle East is on fire. I cannot believe it. It is unbelievable that the peace president would bring about the end of the Abraham Accords.
I'm not sure if it's unbelievable.
Literal fucking troop deaths.
And
numbers slated to grow at the behest of Israel, the most peaceful country on the planet. Unbelievable. Shocking, I tell you. Who could have ever foreseen this happening?
Shit. It's
incredible stuff.
I mean, it's not difficult for them to...
Bro, Israel's killing Americans, not Iran. Also,
like
American soldiers reportedly killed in Kuwait during your interview. Wait, what? Cluster munitions getting through the defenses. Iranian ballistic missile attack on Israel ongoing. MRBMs equipped with cluster warheads have reportedly been used.
Cluster warheads? Oh shit. In case you don't know what cluster munitions are, they are like bombs which like...
American soldiers were killed in the Iranian attack in Kuwait.
They're like they're like bombs which like then explode into more bombs. Like which separate into more bombs. Oh shit, is the fog level rising? Shit. We need to...
No warning, no sirens. Oh no, this is the initial one. 6 U.S. service members killed in Iranian strike that hit makeshift operation centers in Kuwait. This is from the first round. The death toll from that event at the Shuhaiba port has risen to 6, U.S. Central Command announced on Monday afternoon. Yeah, no, this is when they blew up that container. There's a new... Apparently there is a new statement from the IRGC. Whoa, the one I'm looking at right now, actually. During a drone attack by the IRGC Navy on one of the gathering places of American terrorists in Dubai, UAE, and more than 160 terrorist riflemen were present. According to field reports, American casualties in this combined drone missile strike by the combat units of the IRGC Navy are estimated to be more than 40 killed and 70 wounded. Okay, that's a bit of an overestimation, I think. Israel getting lit up. Isn't this old? I can't tell anymore because every fucking night we see the same image over and over again. Wait, drops I heard reports that the numbers are way higher. What, from the Iranian side? The Iranian side's always going to overestimate the casualty numbers on the American side. That would be insane. Yeah, of course, Israel is saying that cluster munitions are being used. It's illegal. Is crazy. Tampa, as of 4 p.m. Eastern, March 2, 6
slightly ironic.
Members have been killed. Major combat operations.
It's just slightly ironic.
Continue. The activities of the fallen are being withheld until 24 hours after next of kin notification. No, this is older. This is the first one. This claim from the IRGC is recent, from literally an hour ago. Okay, this also this happened during my interview. Breaking visual confirmation of an interceptor failing and impacting in Jordan near Muwafaq Salti Air Base. The power in the area can be seen going out immediately after the strike. Whoa, what the fuck? Oh shit. Looks like another possible cluster has struck Israel. Bro, they are peppering that. Jesus Christ. The United States is preparing for a major uptick in attacks on Iran over the next 24 hours, heavily focused on destroying the country's missile production. Yeah, this is what they said that they were going to do. What the fuck were you guys doing the first 2 days then? Is my question. Oh, sorry. That's right. They were too busy murdering school children. That's what they were doing in the first couple of days. Assassinating trying to do a decapitation strike on virtually every IRGC general and the fucking head of state. That's what they were too busy doing. And then for the last 48 hours, that was the first 24 hours, they killed 100 plus little girls between the ages of 7 and 12. And then in the last 48 hours, they've just been literally pummeling Tehran for no reason.
They're trying to do the
I'm
Nazi
Kuwaiti
strategy
and
of
they
terror.
don't put on sirens until after the fucking bomb. Like the bomb before the sirens, absolutely crazy. Impact reported near Tel Aviv. Oof. I didn't even... What the fuck? Where'd that come from?
Since arrived
oh,
6.
right there. New barrage on Tel Aviv from Fox.
Taking place over Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv.
And Trey, what are you?
Okay.
You're going to tell, and you'll be able to tell if this one is taken out by the defense system?
Yeah, right now we can hear a number of explosions in the distance, some interceptions on the outskirts of the city, but you just saw live there the stream through the sky as clearly the Iranians have launched a very large barrage, and some of these missiles appear to have made it past Israel's missile defense system, the Iron Dome. Remember, the Israelis have a tiered missile defense system. They have at the lowest level the Iron Dome, then they have David's Sling and the Arrow 2 and 3 systems. Now, the Trump administration was aware that the Iranians would launch a counterattack. They provided the Israelis with additional air defense, including the Patriot and THAAD systems. But still, this is not a perfect layered defense.
Bro, if it actually comes out that it was Israel that bombed Aramco, okay, and it comes out that Israel is the one who's doing, like, Mossad is doing the fucking embassy strikes, which I don't even think that it'll come out. I just don't, like, but it's the most insane thing that any state could do in this moment. Israeli media is freaking out. Israeli channels describe the cassette warhead of the Iranian missiles as insane. They don't have any air defense at all. It looks like debris from a struck missile. That's not debris from a struck missile, I don't think. That is the missile. Can you explain why the embassy is a bigger deal? Because the American embassy in Riyadh is literally U.S. soil. It is debris. Clusters wouldn't glow. U.S. President Donald J. Trump held a phone call with Kurdish leaders in Iraq on the potential events following ongoing U.S.-Israeli operations against Iran. I fucking told you. I fucking told you. This is why you come in here and listen to me instead of some dumb fuck bullshit. That's why I say Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. For tomorrow's news
I will not.
Today,
I do
the
not
Piker
want to deal with
service is sponsored by you, the viewers.
the
for
reactions
you,
of my
the viewers.
comrades, so that
Okay?
I do not want to
If
deal
you
with
want to
that.
understand tomorrow's news, you come here to the Piker Broadcasting
A lot of my
Service.
comrades might come out and say,
Your
"Oh,
voluntary
this is
contributions
like we
in
support the
form
Kurds."
Of a $6 a month subscription
on
or a
this.
free one in the form of a Twitch Prime is what keeps this operation going.
And I do not
Your
want to deal with
subscriptions
having
in the
to
form
tell
of
them that
gifted
that's
subs
insane.
Also, allow me to maintain my editorial independence. Giancarlo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Subscribe now if you like the continued utilization of the soundboard as well. Axios confirms the attack. A senior U.S. official confirms the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia was
Historical
hit in an attack
angle,
likely
yes.
carried out by a UAV.
But
according to
specifically,
Axios' Barak Reed.
if the Kurds actually go like, "Yeah, sure, America, we will attack Iran and further destabilize the region for you,"
There are penetration aids used
Like,
to block interceptors. These
that'll be
tell you everything
horrible.
the Pentagon briefings will not. What you
Like,
are looking
and
at
I
is an
will,
Iranian ballistic
you know,
grenade
I'll be
being transported
against
by a storm
that.
of penetration aids.
Because I don't want another
Simultaneously exhaust and blind every
bloody
layer of the
Libya.
defensive stack. Patriot in the terminal phase.
President's under
Guide in
attack.
the upper atmosphere. Arrow 3 in
By
space.
what?
This is purpose-built solution for a specific problem. This is fucking ChatGPT. And the problem Iran was solving was the entire architecture. Washington spent hundreds of billions constructing and sold the world the lie that
Okay,
these
this one
systems are
person might
impenetrable.
die.
Capacity was already dangerously low after last June.
No, they died.
I
Sad.
don't know if you saw both of the Clintons' depositions have been released or as of 3 hours ago. Yeah, I can't focus on that right now. There's also riots taking place in Bahrain. Bahrain, the majority Shia population, is very frustrated, not with the strikes necessarily, but using this as an opportunity to basically fight back against the
Oh,
the
shit.
state itself.
Not another ship. Oh no. Wait, was there like this hidden? I hope there wasn't a hidden time limit.
Will the GCC join the war? Brother, what can the fucking Gulf states do to join the war? They don't with what army? I mean, literally, with what army? What are they gonna do? Is the UAE gonna send the fucking RSF with their? Are they gonna use the rapid support forces? Or are they gonna just like ship them out of Sudan and go do ethnic cleansing in fucking Iran or something? Can't they hire PMCs? They can, but you know, there's fucking limits there. Yeah, the Dubai is gonna send in Aiden Ross, Andrew Tate, and numerous kids to fucking annoy the Iranians. They're gonna do a war of attrition. They're gonna do a war of attrition by simple nuisance, like nuisance streamers. They're gonna send an army of
Can we build the
Eastern European
headquarters?
models
Yes.
with the worst Botox job you've
Skills
ever
of your
seen
heroes.
to cause the Iranians to surrender.
Where's that ship?
I feel like the Iranians are probably like the models.
Yo,
let's be
what
real.
is that ship?
Chatters are asking for mom and pop.
Skywalker
to push
from
out the fire on the
Sarago.
Mafia, who they've been paying. Yeah.
These guys were supposed to arrest Val Fidis and return to the council, but by luck,
They
chance
don't
have
have
turned out to be a family
anything. I
friend.
mean, they have the
You may on the
equipment,
Sarago's
but
crew.
that's it.
Sarago's
At
considered.
most,
This
they
exchange released
have
from
equipment
allowing
they can
politics
use
to
on their
pass
own
prize.
population when the population rises up. Okay. You think
Okay,
the
let's
Kurds
go
will
waste
answer
some
Trump's call?
resources.
Fuck yes. That's not even a question. That it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And
what do
now
they
we
want?
know. Okay, now it's confirmed, pretty much. It's all but confirmed.
Hey, 150 units of wood and 100 units of resource metal we can
Israeli
do.
strike
Wood we
teams
need to save up.
have been peppering border patrol on the Iran-Iraq border for the last
So many missions.
76 hours. What do you think is the reason for that? The reason for that is so that they can send in the Kurdish militias because they don't have any popular ground forces
Heroes.
to destabilize the country.
Assign production buildings within
And
range.
then they
Team
can, like,
bonus.
propagandize as like this is a real revolution taking
4
place.
hours.
Look.
Passive citizens with a job move 20% faster and discount
President Trump spoke by phone with Kurdish leaders in Iraq on Sunday to discuss the U.S.-Israel war with Iran and what might come next. 3 sources with my knowledge of the call told Mark A. Capito. I told you that they were going to do this from day one. I told you that they were going to do this, and they're doing it.
Oh, nice.
Do the Kurds not feel some type of way after they were abandoned in Syria? Fuck no. Brother, that's the expectation.
Yeah, it's not great.
The entire Gulf is on fire. Trump is posting about attending the correspondence dinner. I'm not sure how the people here would take that. What? I mean,
let's some more platforms.
Kurds know what America will give them at the end of this, which is nothing, okay? They'll use the Kurdish militias as a form of destabilization in Iran, okay? They'll go in and they'll gladly go fucking kill people, fight the IRGC, whatever. And then after that, they'll send in the fucking Turkish military. If they completely create a failed state there, they'll literally send in the Turkish military into Iran. If they succeed
Recreating
in
the Ottoman
destroying
Empire.
the Iranian state, they will then send in the Turkish military to take up like some kind of fucking territory in a defensive posture. Yeah, Trump spoke to leaders of two Iranian Kurdish factions in Iraq, Masoud Barzani and Bafel Talabani, day after he authorized the Saturday bombing campaign. Two of the sources said. A source with knowledge of the call said they were sensitive and declined to give details on their content. The calls were the culmination of months of behind-the-scenes lobbying by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Another source said Israel has close security, military, and intelligence ties with the Kurds in Syria, Iraq, and Iran for decades. It's the general view, and certainly Netanyahu's view, that the Kurds are going to come out of the woodwork, that they're going to rise up, one official said. I mean, dude, they're literally fucking... Israel runs the show. Israel runs the show. It's so fucking hard for me to say anything but that.
No, if any leftists... I will verbally punch any leftist who defends, like, a potential Kurdish, like, you know, attack into Iran or whatever you want to call it. Liberation into Iran, even. Whatever you want to call it.
The face of a wildly unpopular war,
because they're doing that. If they do that, it will be literally at the behest of Israel.
Who does this appeal to beyond the Fox News boomers who are already the minority in support of the war? Yeah.
That would be absolutely insane.
In a couple hours, in an hour and a half, you will see Benjamin Netanyahu go and get sucked off by Donald Trump's favorite cum receptacle, Sean Hannity. Donald Trump is a bratty bottom, but he likes to share. It's very obvious that he doesn't mind sharing, okay? And he's sharing his favorite cum receptacle, Sean Hannity, in this polyamorous relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, I know Rubio basically all but admitted that Israel fucking forced their hand into going into this military quagmire. And just like I also called, Trump is going to, by way of Benjamin Netanyahu, activate the Kurdish forces that will storm the Iranian borders and go in and fucking cause terror, as the New York Times and the rest of the pliant media will write reports about how fucking wokely the Kurds are actually taking over Iran. Just wait. I told you this already.
I have very little reason to not believe it.
Bernie talked to Drop Site.
Speak really quickly about Secretary Rubio's comments earlier today. He spoke with us. He said that part of the reason why the U.S. decided...
Bro, how the fuck are the Kurds falling for this again? Listen, I can't speak too much because I'm Turkish and everyone will accuse me of being a hater of the Kurds, but at some point you got to realize that this, you know, they're not falling for it. Okay? They're not falling for it. They see their only viable
they're not falling for it. They're being selfish.
Of a Kurdistan-style state.
So much for international solidarity.
By fucking making it by basically
if they do that,
okay?
I'll not condemn any response until I've seen it, and I hope to not see it.
To strike Iran is because they knew the Israeli military would do it, and so they wanted to come down with full force in order to stop American bases from facing.
That's a pretty pathetic response.
Look at this. Look at this. Oh my god. It's because the other options are to
get massacred by Turkey or the
States. It's
States.
unbelievable that there are motherfuckers in this chat who will literally look to the situation at hand.
We bribed successfully.
And in, like, you know this is an act of imperialism. You know it's an act of imperialism. So why the fuck are you trying to defend it? Especially when we're talking about what, getting slaughtered? America literally fucking sends them in, causes the destabilization, and then allows them to get slaughtered after the fact. The fuck are you talking about?
No items to mine. Oh shit. Okay, we need to move this building somewhere else. Or we can make it into a charcoal building.
That argument makes no sense. Kurdish lands have always been Kurdish. We have been occupied by oppressors for centuries. Okay, then build fucking, go ahead, dude. Build Kurdish Israel, okay?
Okay, so let's see it. Too much
this will be the way to do it. Do not talk with the regional, do not talk with any of the fucking regional powers and only use yourself like a fucking sleeve for American imperialism. It's crazy because, like, Kurdish revolutionaries, for the longest fucking time before America slaughtered them, were communist. Like, actually fucking communist. No friends but the mountains. Yeah, okay, keep LARPing, big dog.
No friends but the mountains.
Anti-imperialism.
I mean, It does sound like they really mean it if they go into
within the
fucking
framework
Iran.
of the Kurdish revolutionary movement, and now they're literally America's most loyal servants, and you're over here talking about like, oh well, you know, we're from there, 35 million diaspora with no with no home. So I guess that's okay then. Okay, you can just like fucking destabilize and play a formative role in America's plans every single time, even if they fuck you over like they did in Syria.
Shit. Blame God.
One day it'll be different though, I promise. This time is different. Kurds be like, this time is different, guys. You don't understand. This time is different. Hate this guy. Okay.
It's difficult to shoot down some of these hypersonic missiles, and you can hear those explosions behind me. Remember, the northern city of Haifa was also taking fire at the same time, and so when the Iranians save their missiles and launch all at the same time, it's an effort to overwhelm the air defense systems in this country.
If you collaborate with the oppressors, you will never find peace. Kurdish populations are fucking stupid and brainwashed. I'm Kurdish, by the way, so no ban. I don't understand how you can literally look at the situation and be like, this time it's going to be different. But I guess the Iranian diaspora has a similar attitude as well. And I think it partially stems from, oh, well, we're different. We're not Arab.
Sunseed.
Everyone does this in the region. Turks do this too.
Can we move from here?
Everyone does this. Everyone does this thing where it's like the
doing
Persians think they're not Arabs and they're smarter, so
this game very much is similar to
the Kurds
Crossbow.
say the same. The Kurds say the same.
Which I don't mind.
Everyone at the end of the day is a servant of American empire.
Basically, people go to Dubai because it's beautiful and rich and clean, and above all, because it's safe and orderly. It's got the busiest airport in the world. You start seeing video on Instagram of smoke in the Dubai airport, and you're like, I think I'm going to Cabo this year. Oh, sorry, drug cartels. Whatever. Maybe you go to Sedona this year. It really, really hurts these countries, and Israel wanted to hurt these countries. That's the point. Wanted to hurt these countries. Wanted to sow chaos and disorder because they are rivals of Israel. So it's probably hasn't been reported, but it's a fact that last night, in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, authorities arrested Mossad agents planning on committing bombings in those countries. Now, that's weird. That doesn't make any sense. Why would the Israelis be committing bombings in two Gulf countries, which are also being attacked by Iran? Aren't they on the same side? No. No. Israel wants to hurt Iran and Qatar and UAE, and Saudi, and Bahrain, and Oman, and Kuwait. And they've succeeded.
I don't know about the accuracy of the Mossad bombing attempts or whatever. I don't know about that, but now the fucking U.S. Embassy in Riyadh exploded. We don't know if it was like Iranian drones that did it or someone else. But there's just no positive outcome out of all of this. It's just not. It's just negative. All negative. No upside. All downsides, baby.
This morning, as America and Israel's massive attack on Iran intensifies, 3 American F-15E Strike Eagle fighter jets were downed in a friendly fire incident in Kuwait. One jet seen with smoke and fire coming from the back as it falls from the sky in a spin. A parachute visible in the distance floating to safety. All of the 6 crew members survived. The Pentagon confirming the jets shot down by Kuwaiti air defense systems, saying it's investigating. And now we're learning more about the first American casualties. At least 4 American service members killed in an Iranian attack in Kuwait, another 5 severely injured. President Trump responding to the news in a new video posted to social media.
We grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives.
Adding this ominous warning.
Sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is likely be more.
Amid the escalating conflict, Trump also saying the joint operation could last up to 4 weeks. And this morning, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Dan Kane sharing new details on the operation dubbed Epic Fury.
We fight to win.
Epic Fury, bro.
The objectives,
What? Has your opinion changed on whether Israel controls America or not? Feels like it's different during the genocide? No, America still holds all the fucking cards. In this specific instance, though, and post-Trump, Israel controls America's Middle Eastern policy. Israel took over America's Middle Eastern policy. But this is the most diverging. This is the most divergence Israel has ever had since the JCPOA with American foreign policy. Like, this is a clear-cut divergence in what Israel's interests are here and what America's interests could have been as it pertains to dealing with Iran.
The President of the United States has laid out, and we will do so unapologetically.
Kane describing the first hours of the assault.
More than 100 aircraft launched from land, sea, fighters, tankers, airborne early warning, electronic attack, bombers from the states and unmanned platforms, forming a single synchronized wave.
The Pentagon saying more U.S. forces will be headed to the region.
This rapid buildup of forces demonstrated the joint forces' ability to adapt and project power at the time and place of our nation's choosing.
This is the moment in the first wave of the attack that officials say the 86-year-old Ayatollah was killed, along with several of the top leadership.
And
the US
civilians!
An array of high-skilled
And
military
fucking
assets,
civilians!
including B-2
His
stealth
family!
bombers armed with 2,000-pound bombs. The president saying multiple Iranian Navy ships were also destroyed, sinking into the water, claiming Iran's top military leaders want to surrender.
The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity.
Iran saying at least 555 people in the country have been killed, and the death toll rising. More than 150, according to state media, in an airstrike on a girls' school in the southern city of Minab. Verified videos also showing damage to a hospital in Tehran, shattered glass strewn across the floor. Iran's promised
It's okay, brother. It was a Hamas hospital. Hamas!
Launching a fierce assault on U.S. bases around the region, including Bahrain and Israel. Inside Iran, some celebrating the Ayatollah's death, while thousands take to the street, some chanting death to America. Questions now mounting about what's next for Iran's people and the regime. George asking Iran's foreign minister on This Week.
Who's in charge of Iran right now? There is a procedure set in our constitution then that when we lose the supreme leader, there would be a new one elected by the Assembly of Experts. And now we have started the procedure.
Well, a couple of developments. Firstly, Israel opening up a second front in Lebanon after strikes by Hezbollah. Many feared that. Secondly, inside Iran, you now have this leadership council effectively running things. Although the structures of power have been disrupted, they are still intact. And despite President Trump saying the Iranians want to negotiate, Ali Larijani, the head of the Supreme National Security Council, today saying very explicitly, we will not negotiate with the United States. George?
And the strikes have expanded. Okay, and thanks for.
And there you go.
I think Iran should have
Iran is having a reasonable response.
A lot of countries have it. Iran signed the NPT. There are 4 countries that never signed it, including Israel. How many nuclear bombs has Israel got? Why is nobody questioning this?
Well, hold on. I'll tell you who might want to question your conversation. Don't go Som. Michael in Sittingbourne. What would you say to Som and his suggestions? Morning, Michael.
Good morning, Nick. I think you need to sit down and take some reality pills.
Tell him why. What do you mean by that?
He really is quite happy about a bunch of terrorists having a nuclear weapon. Oh, come on.
Som?
Israel is not. You don't count Israel a terrorist state.
No, Israel is not a terrorist state.
Oh wow, you're something else. I need a reality check. Is that what you really think? I need a reality check. Have you seen what Israel has done to Palestine? Israel is still bombing Palestine.
Ooh, W Brit bomb. W Brit bomb.
Som, the only democracy in the area is Israel. I'm not seeking to justify its actions. I am not seeking. But if you had the kind of
Israel is not a democracy. It's a fucking apartheid state. Fuck you,
doorknob,
cunt.
Okay. Thank you for the unbiased moderation, sir.
Fucking wanker dipshit.
What is this notion like, oh, well, there's a democratic process, so they get to have nukes. That makes it worse. That means that there's popular consent for ethnic cleansing.
democracy in Iran that you have in Iran that you have in Israel, you wouldn't see thousands of people being killed or jailed.
What?
What?
Brother, there's this very strange talking point in the West where they go, well, Iran killed its own citizens. It's like, okay, America kills more citizens on foreign soil.
And enslaves a lot of its own citizens as well.
Israel kills literally citizens that it won't even give citizenship to. Like, it's objectively worse. What Israel has done to the Palestinians is objectively worse than what Iran and the IRGC has done to the Iranians. Okay? They play fast and loose with, like, well, they're really brutal to their own citizens. Okay. Should they do what you're doing and just murder other citizens? Like, what are we talking about here?
Would you, Som?
Iran had democracy, Nick.
Lebanon.
Does Iran actually not have a democracy though? Like, doesn't it have like
a delicate, imperfect
something?
truce extinguished? This Israel's response to Hezbollah entering the fray. Revenge for the Iranian-backed group launching a barrage of rockets. In southern Lebanon, there's already an exodus. Highways gridlocked as thousands evacuate. But in Beirut, notes of defiance too.
We left our homes not out of fear or terror of the United States, but to fulfill our religious and legal duty to protect ourselves. They do not intimidate or frighten us. They will not make us retreat even an inch from the path of resistance.
In northern Israel, you can feel a conflict that's creeping closer. We are right on the border with Lebanon here. It's just over that mountain range. We can hear drones overhead. The Israeli army was firing just a few minutes ago, and there have been some loud thuds. Now, for months, there's been speculation that Israel may expand its attacks on Hezbollah amidst claims that the group was trying to rebuild its capabilities. And from here, right now, it does feel that that time may...
Israel has never stopped bombing Lebanon. Like, literally never. This shit's not new.
Yep.
All it took was for Hezbollah to lob one missile for Israel to go, oh, you see? Israel has killed hundreds of people in Lebanon. What is this? The feigned confusion in this clip was amazing.
We just heard it from Speaker Johnson, and I think Marco Rubio said something similar, that the actual preemptive strike was because Israel was about to attack Iran to destroy its missiles. And because, and we had learned, the U.S. had learned that if Israel did that, Iran was then going to attack U.S. bases in the region. Is that right? Do I have that right? Is that
oh shit, mine's unopened.
That's what they said this time.
Does that count as...
That's not the definition of preemptive. If you are taking an action that creates someone doing something, then you're preempting a theoretical. And it also, I feel like it's very interesting that this is all based on the idea that, number one, we can't control Israel, and number two, our entire war with Iran is because of what Israel is doing. In other words, Israel is the tail wagging the dog.
I mean,
I wonder why.
Oh, what a stupid person. What an absolute
The funniest. Oh my
wanker.
god. Oh my god. The funniest thing that could happen here is if they say that's anti-Semitic. Marco Rubio is being anti-Semitic. They're gonna hit the Noam Chomsky, Israel is an unsinkable aircraft carrier line, dude. They're gonna be like, listen, this is quite anti-Semitic, sweetie. Israel obviously is a loyal servant of empire and totally not controlling the Trump administration right now. It is the fucking tail wagging the dog, man. What are we doing?
It's just an odd.
So I don't get that.
It's not also what we had been told by lots of other people, including President Trump, starting Saturday, but then also today, and on and on. Do you make sense of this for us?
So, Jake, it is confusing. I've been confused several times along the way. The more I listen to them, the more confused I get. But let's start from two principles. First, this was a war of choice, not a war of necessity. A war of choice is one that you do when you are not about to be attacked preemptively. They're trying to generate that thought. You could have made that argument perhaps in June.
Scooby, U.S. is stonewalling request by some Gulf states? Yeah. We already covered that.
When the president took out those 3 nuclear sites, because at that point the Iranians were far closer to a nuclear weapon.
How closer? How much closer?
Well, they had access to all of the fuel that they had enriched in near bomb grade quantities. And so it would have taken them a few weeks at the most to turn it into bomb grade, and maybe a few months to a year to turn that into a usable weapon. Okay, but now all that fuel is buried. Okay, so the nuclear thing was kind of off the table, which is why the president had to then say, well, they're working on intercontinental missiles that could reach the United States. Except his own Defense Intelligence Agency said they wouldn't have that until almost 10 years from now. And so that's number one. And number two is, let's just listen to what the president said. He urged the Iranian people to wait for the bombing to be over and then rise up and overthrow their government. That sounds like regime change. But all of a sudden they don't want to talk about regime change.
It's
3 days ago, it was an anti-Semitic conspiracy to say Israel was dragging the U.S. into war with Iran. Today, the Secretary of State said Israel was going to strike no matter what, and the U.S. had to join the war. Yeah, remember when people were urging caution and getting mad at me for fucking saying this, by the way? Like, people were getting mad when I was like, Israel is literally directly responsible for this. I think North Korea is about to pop the fuck off soon. Maybe.
What?
It's so cool. It's so cool that like Israel gets to do whatever it wants, by the way, and it fucking doesn't matter. Millennial Jon Stewart at it again.
4th largest economy at this point? Right? $4.3 trillion a year.
This motherfucker went on the Adam Friedland show. This is how you know Adam Friedland is compromised.
What the shit is that? Dusk Walker.
He went on the Adam Friedland show before he went on mine.
Iran is being pounded.
This is how you know Adam Friedland is compromised.
Scary. There has to be a way of killing this. What the shit?
Focused upon degrading the country that it portrays.
Is that the lady from earlier?
Evil in the Middle East. On the ground, there is widespread destruction. The Iranian authorities say hundreds have been killed. But America's leaders are wholly unapologetic. They are bullish, and they show no appetite for stopping.
We continue this mission with ferocious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat this terrorist regime poses to the American people, and a threat indeed it is. Right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it.
Iran insists that it is the innocent party here, that the war against it is unjust and illegal.
The ongoing unlawful military aggression against Iran exemplifies the dominance of raw.
Yeah, no, it's not Iran admits or Iran claims. It's just the truth. What are we talking about? Dude. Like, this is how propaganda works. Where you just like blow up Iran, assassinate the fucking leader of a sovereign state, and then when they turn around and go, hey, that's illegal, why did you do that? The media goes, Iran makes an argument that it believes that it's not worthy of being struck.
Power over the principles of human rights.
Iran has responded with attacks of its own. This a strike on the Israeli town of Beersheba. Israel's air defense have coped with almost everything, but not all missiles can be stopped. The country is still shaken by the attack that killed 9 when a missile hit a bunker in Beit Shemesh. Today, the Prime Minister visited the site.
When I stand here in a place that was bombarded by the terrorists in Tehran against innocent civilians, you see the difference.
Oh yeah, he knows all about this. He knows all about bombing innocent civilians.
We target the tyrants of Tehran to protect civilians.
Well, that smoke trail up there is what's left of the Israeli...
That's so funny. I'm sorry, that's fucking hilarious. Benjamin Netanyahu, the war criminal. Oh, you see? The tyrants of Tehran, they target civilians. Not me, though. I would never. Except for all the civilians I targeted in Tehran not that long ago. And also the genocide I conducted in Gaza.
Air defense system intercepting an Iranian missile, part of a wave that is coming into Israel as we speak. But it isn't just this country that is being attacked. Iran's tactic is to try to embroil this whole region into a conflict.
What is that reporting? Who is that?
The Middle East is in a
Is that the BBC?
state. Israel has launched a
The entire region is not embroiled in conflict because of Iran. It's in conflict because the US has bases fucking everywhere.
in Israel this morning.
Like what?
In Cyprus, the UK's Akrotiri airbase was hit by a drone attack. In Kuwait, 3 American fighter jets were shot down.
Also, so many missions.
Kuwaiti air defences. The crew all ejected safely. The conflict has touched Saudi Arabia for the first time. Debris sparking a fire next to a giant oil refinery. The price of oil is already going up, and now Qatar has said it will halt production of natural gas. The country has also said it shot down 2 Iranian fighter jets, Russian-made Su-24s. Iran has launched attacks in Bahrain, in Dubai, and in Abu Dhabi. There are interceptions of missiles in the sky over Jordan.
Mentally ill.
This is a conflict that is widening and which may escalate. Donald Trump says it will last at least 4 weeks, but the effects of this war may ripple for generations to come. Adam Parsons, Sky News, Jerusalem.
Oil prices are
huge arrows which can pierce any armor.
$70
Yes.
a barrel, and that feeds
Skip that.
directly into what
Upgrade. It will not help us against this creature.
Just how high oil and gasoline prices go will depend in large part on what happens next in the war with Iran. If significant oil supplies from this critical region are derailed, or even if the market just fears major disruptions are imminent, prices could go much higher. Key red lines to watch include whether Iran blocks the Strait of Hormuz, the most critical choke point for oil on the planet. While the strait has not been officially blocked, maritime traffic has effectively stopped. Another, perhaps even bigger danger is that Iran successfully attacks oil facilities in Saudi Arabia, knocking them offline for a significant period of time. Either of those events could bring back a return of $100 oil, something that we haven't seen since 2022 after Russia invaded Ukraine. And the higher oil prices go, the more expensive it will be for Americans and drivers around the world to fill up their tanks. Natural gas futures are rising too on supply fears. And remember, natural gas is the leading fuel source in the US for electricity and home heating, and consumers are already facing sticker shock. Diesel futures.
I mean, the price of the oil goes up. China has to lean into Russia. This is beneficial for Russia. Low Kirk.
Oh yeah, I guess it is. Good job, America. You've done it again. One person is mad.
Fear mongering about high gas prices over the war? No, that's good. Chatter.
How the shit do we deal with this thing?
Are selfish.
So this is scriptorium.
Dude, Amerifats are unimaginably selfish. Are you kidding me? That's a good thing. No. More of this, please.
We also just
the only thing that will cause the American masses to wake up is if their jalapeno poppers are too expensive, or if their F-750 is gonna be like $1,000 to fucking fill up. It's not a bad thing at all. This will cause there to be tremendous panic. This will cause people to fucking despise Donald Trump. It's awesome. Yeah, get the Amerifat rights to scream in the rural areas.
Skyrocketing as well. That's bad news for truckers, farmers, railroads, and ultimately consumers. Airline stocks are tumbling as the industry braces for higher fuel costs too. The bottom line is the higher energy prices go, the greater the pain to.
Yes, bro. Yes. Here's the propaganda. Okay. Iran says dozens are killed in strike on school. No responsibility. Cast out. Stated as fact. 9 killed in Israeli city near Jerusalem after Iranian missile strike. Oh my God, that has 500,000 likes. Nice. The moral decay is taking physical form. I know. He looks so hot.
Consumers, and the bigger the risk to the economy.
Why then is Iran striking back against the United Arab Emirates, against Bahrain, against Qatar, against Kuwait, against Jordan? Why stage these attacks?
Because Americans have bases there. I mean, okay, he is.
When they debate,
that might be an
Iranian
okay
so
question.
Funny.
But if they begin debating him on it, like, then
what do you think the answer is?
Reconsider the value of your lives.
Like, what are you gonna say? You hate them? Like, what do you think the answer is? It's because they're American bases, dude.
First of all, we have good relations with our neighbors. Our policy towards our neighbors is quite clear. We want best of relations with our neighbors. At the same time, before the aggression, we informed our neighbors that if the America or Israel engages in animosity against Iran, definitely we will be in self-defense mode, and we will target the American assets, the American military bases in the region, wherever they are located, because they are legitimate targets in accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter.
Why is a hotel in Dubai?
Iran's parliament destroyed? Wait, what?
Wait, what?
The regime's parliament has been destroyed? Are you guys fucking stupid? The answer is yes. This has nothing to do with the Ayatollah, man. That's so dumb. They're doing that. They did this with fucking Gaza too.
This is literally just fucking terrorism. I shouldn't swear, but I can't not swear. This is insane. What the fuck?
Parliament apparently.
Lovely shit. Very lovely shit. Oh shit.
Not a trustworthy source. My mom has been loyal to this man and a part of the community for 3 years. She watches him all day, every day. When he was speaking Turkish today, she said, "Talk turkey to me, daddy." And has been fully banned for a week with no way to contract moderators. Why? Not a warning, not banned from chatting, fully banned from...
Search for fellas on... Yes!
Streams. Wait, what? My mom has been loyal to this man and a part of the community for 3 years. She watches him every day. When he was speaking Turkish today, she said, "Talk turkey to me, daddy." And has been fully banned for a week with no way to contact moderators. Not a warning, not banned from chatting, fully banned from viewing his live streams.
Wait, what?
My mom just got banned from massage streams after 3 years of being one of his biggest fans. What?
Okay, this is insane if it's true. Wait, no, that must be a shitpost. What? That has to be a shitpost. Are you still here? What's cold, by the way? Or are you knocked out? Or are you knocked out cold?
How do we fix that?
Get it?
It's copy pasta from Reddit?
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Not enough resources.
What's the username? Also, we don't have the capability of banning someone from viewing the stream, as far as I understand. No? You harbor such hatred and animosity for your fans. Take an hour off, dumbass.
It's funny.
I think if you activate that setting. Do I have that setting?
Great engineering.
I got banned from a Neolib stream and couldn't see it anymore, but it was for the best.
125.
Wait, I have that setting now?
So, it's ready.
Was she so people banned here still allowed to view the stream? We didn't activate that setting? Yeah. That could have been someone's mom. You just timed out for an hour.
So tough.
White House statement on radical left Democrats. These crazy sick demented America despite bigger, better, stronger. The radical left Democrats, a party that's completely lost its way, are complaining bitterly about the very necessary and important attack by the United States and Israel on Iran. What most people understand is that they are only complaining because I did it. And if I didn't do it, they would be screaming, "Why didn't Trump attack Iran? He should do it immediately."
Let's get some of that solar power. Touch of metal. Monsters discovered. Yay.
People that the other night at the State of the Union address wouldn't stand for anybody.
Resource stolen by monsters. Stop!
Hitting this
Do we not have a tower here?
I got suspended on main from Twitch itself, and I can't view streams or chat. Yeah, we don't have the capacity to suspend you on Twitch.
Resource depleted. Please designate this new zone.
That
Lag
means
of
the
wood.
platform
Okay, we'll
suspended your main account, which you are now like openly admitting and innovating on. But good luck.
I can't see shit. If the fog level could go down, that would be very nice.
Anyway, this framing of China as the good guy here makes no sense at all. What are you even talking about? China using capitalism as a sleeve? What? This has nothing to do with it. Talk turkey to me, daddy. Did you find the mother? No, I want to find the mother.
Has mods? Question mark. Let's move some of this housing over there.
Just got a permit for calling daddy in chat after 3 years of watching. Literally made me cry. I felt like I had community a long time. I'm so sad now. Peace out, y'all. Wait, what?
Is it real? I don't know. Wait, it's not.
Is that it? Or is that someone just memeing?
It can't be real.
How do we find the mother and fix the situation?
It's got parts ready.
Try motherfinder.net.
Motherfinder.net.
Why do you want to find the mother? Do you want to talk turkey to her big guy? No, I feel bad. I feel bad that she. I don't. I want to understand first of all what happened. Like, if we're just like randomly banning viewers that can't watch the stream, I don't like that.
Search metal. Wait, did we accomplish that? Yes, we did. Oh, just a metal collection outpost. We don't really need one. Like, we already have this one here, and that one's doing fine. What we do need to do is move this one.
Yubi. Okay, I'm untiming out this person. Kaya is a beautiful golden goddess. Maybe that is the person, actually. Kaya is a beautiful golden goddess. Chat's extra funny today. Speak turkey to me, daddy. Okay, I unbanned the mom.
Oh, that's funny.
Holy fuck, how did Lake find her? That's Lake.
I mean, it's Lake McGrew.
My dad watches you, better not nuke him, Lamau. Yeah, this is what I gotta say.
Whammo.
Wait, they unfollowed. Wait, how did they? How were they stopped from watching me though? I don't even understand.
It's ready. What is that?
Ban the kid now.
Burning
I support your unbanning of the mom.
Sure, why not? In that case, we
this
do
isn't
need
even
some...
a ban. They got suspended for like.
I'm not even sure.
You think she like accidentally unfollowed and that's why she couldn't find she couldn't find the stream and thought she got banned?
I think that would be it. Workers out of workplace. Why?
I can totally seeing that. I can totally see that being the case. I did not block this person.
125. New residents have arrived. Oh my
I think it's just like a boomer related issue. She was too busy gooning. All right, we've solved the problem, but
very
this is such a funny copy.
I don't like chat saying that. It's very cursed. All right.
I love moms.
Great flame guard. Boosting their strength and range. I mean, that will be necessary to have at some point.
Özür diliyorum. There you go. I talked to her turkey too. I talked turkey to her too.
Incredible.
I did it all.
Scouting party's ready. Base looks like promising, but so far it's been 3, but the hard work's worried about that. Yep. We need to begin. We had 240 people. How many food making places do we have? We have a few, so it's not too big of an issue.
A legitimate target.
You know, our policy remains the same. As I said, we attack military bases and military assets. If they remove from one base to another, that is not our problem.
Oh.
Nobody was expecting a knockout blow. But as Tehran's skyline smoldered, America warned this is just the beginning in its quest for regime change in Iran. Already there are parts of the capital that look like a pummel zone.
So kind of Trump to let the Chinese get a free round of target practice at our troops so they can prepare for future conflict. That's not even happening, okay? Ryan is like seemingly China maxing, but that's not even happening. Like how much of the munitions that they're using are like directly Chinese? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe there's a lot more Chinese involvement, but like no, they're just giving, as far as I understand, the cooperative their cooperation is just around surveillance. They were talking about potentially offering these hypersonic missile systems that are carrier
I wonder how many
killers,
people are actually using these atrails.
but I don't think that's the case.
So I feel like we don't really have these ones open during the day. During the night is sufficient. Oh yeah. Maybe.
What is
Okay,
this?
these ones
It
we
is officially begun.
This one. This one we might.
Oh my God. Mahir Tusi, bomb, Iran. Can't get a hold of any of my family members in Tehran. Bomb Iran more.
What?
Yes, they continued. They
Charcoal
need to continue
burner.
bombing Iran.
Yes,
It's a war. Man up. Bomb Iran more. Dude, we're friends like these, man. We're friends like these. With a diasporoid population like this, bro. Who needs enemies, dog? Brother. Brother, Iran, I did not know it was like that, dude. This is psychotic. Like, he's literally going, yeah, kill my parents, please. Like, what? Do you hate your parents? Do you hate your relatives? How can you behave like this? Oh my God, dude. When I hear shit like this, I'm like, maybe Iran is a little bit better off with some of these guys leaving Iran. You know what I mean? Holy fuck.
Like certain
with the propaganda,
1000%.
please bomb us. I want to die. I mean, I jokingly said this is like a positively Shia attitude, a positively Shia approach to the subject, to be like, unnecessarily suicidal for no reason. It's like, nah, this is somehow it's gonna be worth it if I die.
If I die, I'm okay with it. If that leads to the destruction of this regime, this terrorist, I'm okay with it.
As U.S. and Israeli bombs started raining down on Iran, a woman who says she's in the southeastern city of Kerman shared this audio recording from inside the country.
Do you understand why we can't have peace and democracy in the Middle East with a behemoth breathing down our necks and traitors everywhere? I just don't understand how, like, I genuinely cannot comprehend it. I'm Turkish. I live in America. I'm Turkish American. Like, I'm not like a particularly nationalistic nor patriotic person for either of these two countries that I am from. I grew up in Turkey my whole life. I talked about this already. I can't go back to Turkey. And let me tell you something, okay? I cannot comprehend how these people behave like this. I just don't understand it. I do not understand it. It is so outside of my scope of reasoning. It is not even in the same realm of existence that I'm in. Iranian diaspora is unhinged, true, but materially every diaspora has the same disproportionate power to dismantle the systems which forces their displacement in the first place. But instead of zeal to integrate into imperialist structures and become the exploiters and reap the benefits of travel and good, at best they make enough to send remittances while working at like Raytheon or the financial equivalent of Raytheon. They're not affected. Your childhood, you have almost had half your life in America. Yes, the first 18 years of my life, I grew up in Turkey. And still, more than 50% of my life, I've lived in Turkey. But I don't think that's going to change magically when I turn 36. And I'm going to be like, hell yeah, brother, go do regime change in Turkey. You know what I mean? I'm giving an update on the mom. Update, thank you guys so much for getting my mom unbanned. Actually insane, I never expected that. However, she says she feels like she got broken up with and she needs time apart from him. Sad. So it may be a day or two before she refollows him, Lomel. What the fuck?
I still think it's a shit post. I still think it's just Chad being funny.
That's crazy. That's cute. Okay. Apologize, you did. I did in Turkish. I literally did. I talked Turkey to her. I feel dirty. On Women's History Month.
Is it Women's History Month? I know that it's like Women's International Fight Day soon, but...
Okay, enough. Come on, we're watching the world fall apart.
I felt like I should record a video to say that thank you, Mr. Trump. First of all, thank you, Benjamin Netanyahu and the people of Israel. Responsibility of this war is on the Islamic Republic and Ali Khamenei per se.
This one voice is by no means representative of a country of more than 90 million people.
She's not even diaspora, she's in Iran, bro. Bro, Iranians are not gonna make it. I don't think. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's 200 in...
That's actually crazy. I mean, this makes a lot more sense as to why so many people join Mossad in Iran. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a fucking
God damn,
insane.
dude. With friends like these, with citizens like these, who needs enemies, man? The graves dug for 153 Iranian female school children who were killed by an Israeli airstrike beyond awful. Good news. Following the U.S. and Israeli strikes on military intelligence sites in Marivan, prisoners in the city central prison were released. Since the beginning of January, the Islamic Republic has arrested more than 50,000 protesters. Prisons across the country have been operating beyond capacity ever since. The majority of those detained are political prisoners, people arrested for simply protesting. Yeah. Good news. Dude, they're definitely hiding the casualty count. Trump, response to the attack on the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh and the killing of U.S. military personnel is coming soon. Oh, shit.
A what? Uh-oh.
Trump vows revenge for the embassy strike. Trump says you'll find soon what the retaliation will be after a U.S. embassy strike and U.S.
What more retaliation are you gonna do? You've murdered school children and also killed the leader of the country.
What is this? Soundtrack to the end of the world?
Standing on the edge.
Like, what more can you do?
Launch a new attack on the U.S. bases at Camp
maybe I don't want to. I probably don't want to.
They hit their targets. Iran has not been lying about their numbers. No. That chatter is saying America is hiding and lying about the casualty numbers of the armed servicemen who have been killed by Iran.
So let's put a watch somewhere here.
How much tariffs is he gonna do to Iran? I don't think he's gonna do tariffs, but I also don't know what more they can do. At least 17 U.S. Air Force tankers are en route to the Middle East. This is yesterday,
launcher?
Isn't it? I guess.
What is a ball launcher?
20, at least to be exact. 3 were over the Atlantic at the time of the screenshot.
Bonfire is burning. People might be there. Sure. We should have some food building here.
Oh, it's today. Was Trump gonna do call on NATO? I mean, this is NATO anyway. NATO is America. NATO is the United States of America. America is NATO, and America is already attacking Iran. So I don't know what he means when he says, I'm gonna show him. Like, what is he gonna do? Kill more civilians? I mean, the answer is yes. Because, like, they've literally decapitated the fucking entire state apparatus. So they can't punish the state. And obviously, if they had the capabilities of taking out all of the missile systems, they would have done so by now. So what? Is he going to nuke Iran? Sources tell Reuters that 2 new explosions have been heard in Riyadh's diplomatic quarter in the last few minutes following an Iranian drone attack. Oh my God, they're pummeling the the American embassy in Riyadh. Holy fuck. What the fuck? They're turning it into Bahrain. They're calling it Bahrain Betty. What the hell is going on? The last time I saw Iran with this much smoke, it was the American American military base in Bahrain. What is happening? What the fuck's going on in the Riyadh embassy that they're just like, they just keep pummeling it? Do you think the Encore comedy show is canceled? Come on, man. Dude, U.S. soldiers are getting focused. Islamic resistance of Iraq. We have carried out a drone attack on the hotel where American soldiers are staying in Erbil. Is this the actual video of the Riyadh one? U.S. confirms that
some wood so we can figure out how to kill that ghost.
I don't think this is... I would assume that the embassy would be empty at this point, right?
We're spending... We need to get a lot more wood.
Iranian Shahid.
Thing is, we also need to get
a building.
Right, charcoal burner.
Personnel in Dubai.
Charcoal
No, this is
burner.
Dubai.
Good. That dude is thirsty. Deshi. You can hear
you
it.
Talk briefly about the midterms, what the midterms are going to look like with this war underway for the Republicans. Will there be a midterms election, you think? I think when Trump is done with this shit, when Trump is fucking done with this, if he's done with it at all, he's going to move on to Cuba. He might actually do Cuba while he's doing this as well because he wants to get a quick W or something. I don't know if we're getting the midterms. I mean, I have no idea.
Look like this.
Bro, I'll be honest with you. This is like, I'm worried about Trump deploying a fucking nuke. When I asked POTUS on who's in control of Iran right now, he told me you'll be finding out very soon. I just spoke to the president and he said you'll find out what the retaliation will be for the attack on the U.S. embassy in Riyadh and the U.S. service members killed. He also told me he doesn't think boots on the ground will be necessary. That's ominous. What's stopping a nuke on it? I think the moment that America deploys a nuke in Iran, Russia deploys a nuke in Ukraine, we're in a very different world. I mean, it's never, the world will end. The world will 100% end. Thermonuclear warfare, nuclear holocaust, all of that. Because at that point, it's like, you kind of have to nuke us. You know what I mean?
Mid-level council.
Because like, how do the rest of the world react to that?
Okay, we need to upgrade the council building before we can get any type of other upgrade.
We're dead. We're done at that point. Because there is once there was mutually assured destruction with nukes, if one party is the first to deploy, the other parties have to respond. Because if they don't respond, then what's to stop America from nuking them? Or what's to stop America from nuking anyone else? Assumes rational actors. Japan didn't. Yeah, guess what? When Japan was nuked, there was no other nukes. That was the first of its use. That was the first time it was ever used.
Japan didn't.
There's a reason why it was never used on a civilian population in combat ever again. Have you thought about why? MAD is supposed to be a deterrent. I mean, I thought that they deployed a Moab in Tehran yesterday. So that's why I don't understand what the fuck he's saying.
We can't get any upgrades until work shift is 3 slots. Where?
Source familiar with VP's thinking before the strikes on Iran tells CBS News the vice president was personally against the strikes. If the strikes were to happen, he argued that the operation should go big and go fast. A spokesperson for the vice president declined to comment.
Come on.
Yeah, I mean, he's just ass covering.
Also, we really badly need more wood.
Okay, dude.
We need a way to like get wood sustainable. I can't think of a way of. Like, I don't see a way of doing that.
He's made on going to war with Iran. Trump looks and sounds like he's getting a root canal, and everyone else around him is trying to back away from every direction at once. If you're a hawk, this must fill you with bravado and confidence. Not even 3 days into this, and his VP saying, "Oh, I was against it, but if it works, I told him to do it." And his Secretary of State is trying to blame it on Israel. Not great if you're a true believer in this shit. Yeah, I think the actual scary reason is something far more consequential. Obviously, they see it as like a massive fuck up. Obviously, they see it as a massive fuck up, right? they recognize it. At least the ones that are smart enough to recognize that it's a massive fuck up are trying to wash their hands over are trying to wash their hands of the situation. However, I'm more worried about what Donald Trump is gonna do, because he's fucking insane. Why don't you stop this from happening? Yo, BRB, bro. Let me go stop the president from nuking Iran.
No, instruction the days of 3-hour shifts could be useful. Okay, wait, they are elves. They have 20 years.
Trying to enrich Jesse, and this is one of the
That's taken me a while to realize, like several hours.
For the past month, past year, I should say. You know, Steve Witkoff, Marco Rubio, Jared Kushner, they did such
we're gonna save up our wood
so we can get this. But the Iranians would come back to us, Jesse, and they'd say, well, you know, having enrichment for civilian purposes, for energy.
Zoran should tell Trump he's a Shia. Actually, probably best to not have that conversation. Then he might hate him. Zoran should be like, listen, Mr. President, we've developed a close enough bond with one another. And I should tell you I'm a Shia Muslim. And I can explain to you the beautiful culture of the ways of, you know, Shia Islam. And perhaps perhaps you won't nuke Iran if that's the case.
Purposes is a matter of national pride. And so we would say, okay, that's interesting, but why are you building your enrichment facilities 70 feet underground? And why are you enriching to a level that's way beyond civilian?
70 feet underground? Probably because America fucking bombs them!
For 2 years. At this point, I mean, you're Yale educated.
Okay.
I know you got CIA reports. You know what the reason is. It's not to fucking build a nuke. It's to have a better leverage negotiation position when you come to the negotiations table to demand a release of some of the sanctions. You know why they're doing it. Like, I hate this dumbass song and dance that these people play all the time, where it's like, oh, there were any moment now they were gonna fucking develop nukes.
Oh yeah. So the engine takes
not even about like nuclear sovereignty, which they should have done, in my opinion.
Useful if your goal is to build a nuclear bomb. Nobody objects to the Iranians being able to build, you know, medical isotopes. The objection is these enrichment facilities are only useful for building a nuclear weapon. Even some international organizations that usually don't agree with the United States were very clear that Iran's only purpose in building these underground facilities was to build a nuclear weapon. It just doesn't pass the smell test for you to say that you want enrichment for like medical isotopes, while at the same time trying to build a facility 70, 80 feet.
Another way to relieve the sanctions was to not enrich uranium past that point. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, do you?
It's Skywalkers now.
You fucking idiot.
Build a building Skywalker here.
Dumbass. And then Donald Trump ripped it apart, and then they still followed along with the JCPOA.
And Expedition is Skywalker.
It was a multilateral agreement, which included
New building
cooperation
unlocked?
with China, Russia, and European partners as well. So they thought, oh, okay, this Trump guy's a madman, but like obviously it'll be fine. And then you know what Trump did? Add additional sanctions.
Oh shit!
So they were like, all right,
we get an exploration building. Yes!
We keep enriching uranium.
Finally.
And maybe we can get Donald
It is
Trump
good pizza. Hell yes. Send a picture in the Discord.
Relief that way, considering that it's sanctions. If you don't know anything, why do you speak?
If not now, then I'll have a look at it later.
Yeah, of course you don't know anything. Immediately, I'm Iranian. Everyone I know is happy about this intervention. We got it, bro. I know. I understand. You saw
50 wood.
50 little girls get fucking slaughtered by Israeli weapons. You thought to yourself,
their own sausage, mushroom, peppers, big onions, garlic. Something they do in some pizzas they make here in Denmark are like with béarnaise sauce, which is so good. Like genuinely so good. Okay, yep, we're making this.
I know. 30 to
Come on, make us some bloody coal.
No, it's not. It's not. And I never said it was. The difference between you and I is that I know, unlike your dumbass, that America killing 5,000 people with its fucking strikes. Oh, now it's 50,000. Okay. America, Iran killed 100 million Iranians. Okay. Iran killed 100 quintillion Iranians. It's crazy. More people than it's fucking planet.
Chapelizer. Make me some
Okay, they did it in one day. It turns out they have built a nuke but it only evaporates. Lamau actually defending this regime, you are evil. I'm not, you fucking idiot. I'm not defending the regime. I'm defending Iranian population having its sovereignty. I'm defending the avoidance of further casualties, which is what the American and the Israeli government is doing to you and your people and your parents right now. It seems like I care more about your fucking parents and your grandparents or whoever the fuck still lives in Iran than you do, because you're a fucking moron. You're a suicidal moron. Do you know how many times I heard this shit? Do you know how many times we have heard this shit? We heard this from Iraqis. Oh, Saddam is brutal.
Ingusine uses you're not used to say like that. He says,
"You're a real one. You're fucking.
You're a fantastic moron, Mr. Broccoli. You are a fantastic moron."
You don't understand. I'm Palestinian, and Hamas is the true oppressor, not Israel. I'm Iranian, and the only solution here is fucking thermonuclear war. Trump is like moments away from dropping a fucking tactical nuke in Tehran, and you're like, oh, actually, this is good. Why is it that I have to straight up deal with all of the fucking dumbest diasporoids every single time? I'm like, maybe we shouldn't be starving Cuba. Excuse me, have you thought about the fact that I'm literally Cuban, and I think we should starve the Cubans on the island? I don't give a fuck what you are. I don't care. What the fuck? You will never convince me that American bombs are going to be your liberation. That has never happened, okay? The last time that happened was post-World War II. It has never happened since, and it will never happen again, okay?
Wait, do we unlock?
Every dumb fuck thinks, oh, well, we're going to be just like Japan. We're going to be just like Germany. Not realizing that you are going to be just like Libya, Syria. You're going to be just like Iraq. You're going to be just like Afghanistan. You're not going to
we're getting a lot more wood now that we're using charcoal.
Dude, you just commented here in 2020. Don't you think you influenced those people not to vote in the end? That's the whole point.
What?
Oh my God, the most annoying motherfucker of all time. I swear to God, dude. I swear to God. Citizens are dying in droves. Not about me being Iranian. You just
having the charcoal is
you are
helping out wood
uninformed. You are
production
oblivious.
You immediately just reduce something of wood by so
you're kind of
much.
oblivious about what's going on in Iran
Side
in the
quest
last
is
3
available.
fucking days for some weird reason.
Sure,
but
why
you're
not?
also oblivious about what is to happen
We'll
to
gather
Iran.
100 metal.
Anyways, can't wait for a regime change. Step in the right direction for the whole world, and you'll be wrong once again. Oh my God, Iranian guy who literally is saying, my grandparents might die, but at least in the process, in this utter fantasy that I've concocted in my mind, where Libya, Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, all of these things are in the fucking rearview mirror. We're different. We're different. It's totally going to be separate this time around. When Israel is salivating at the prospect of creating a fucking fail state in your country where your parents and your grandparents and like your loved ones live, you are demanding more Israeli and American bombs. You're delusional. And then on top of that, to add insult to fucking injury, you turn around and you go, and you'll be proven wrong. I would love to be proven wrong, you fucking moron. I would love to be proven wrong. It would be the greatest day of my life if somehow, magically, in spite of all of the observable reality on American entanglements and American regime change that has come at the cost of tens of millions of people being displaced everywhere else in the world, this time it's somehow magically different. But that's not how things work, does it?
It's not space about anything here? What about houses? Okay, we can build houses.
So Iran broke the Obama deal only after further sanctions? Yes. Hello? Yes. And they didn't even break the Obama deal initially. Trump violated the deal, ripped it apart. Iran still continued along with the provisions of the deal. And then the only reason why they started enriching uranium again beyond civilian usage levels was after Trump added secondary sanctions on top of the secondary sanctions that already existed. Oh, it's so crazy because I literally, bro, I literally had the guy that wrote the fucking deal sitting next to me before we started bombing Iran. He was here. It's not like I'm speaking out of my fucking ass. I mean, I'm decently well read on the subject matter, but I also literally had the guy who wrote it. He was here.
load button because the game was messed up a little bit. I'm gonna go get some calls as well.
I don't know what it is, man. I don't know what it is. It's like motherfuckers will literally be like, nah, dude, Israel should kill more school children. Israel should kill more school children.
Finally, we got the Skywalker Wharf. Where do we build it? Oh shit, that's
air, but the President of the United States knows what we're able to do.
There's no necessary resource in the zone.
Capacity to inflict damage on the Iranian nuclear program, but also on various missiles that threaten our troops. As you've seen, they've been launching those at our troops for much of the past 3 days.
It's only here we can.
So I think Trump just got off a phone call with like Kurdish militias in Iraq to literally go into Iran.
Okay, we'll wait
as they are striking border positions on the Iranian border. And there are literally chatters in here being like, you don't understand. They're going to do regime change, and it's going to be fucking awesome. No, it's not. It's going to balkanize Iran in the best case scenario, where all of the different ethnic groups are going to constantly fight over territory for the rest of their life. Iran is going to turn into a fucking backwards country, way beyond what you think is backwards right now under the leadership of the fucking Ayatollah. Okay. I promise you, there is a worse alternative out there.
Middle election.
And you're about to receive it, but you'll be excited at the prospect of it. I understand hating the fucking regime. I understand it. Okay? I understand it. But America is far more evil than the IRGC ever could be, and you are about to find out. Here's the even worse alternative via John Kirakou.
So Reza Pahlavi is the son of the...
I mean, this is not going to happen. Reza Pahlavi is not going to be the fucking leader of Iran unless America literally puts him in charge with boots on the ground, military warfare. The other thing that diasporoids don't fucking understand is this weird notion where they think they're white. Okay? Iranian diaspora thinks they're fucking white for some reason, and I don't know why they think this. But once there are tens of millions of Iranian refugees trying to fucking escape Iran, some of which that come to the United States of America, some of which that come to Europe, you will definitely find out that you are not white at all. Okay? Let me fucking tell you. Like, you're gonna be the talking point. You can just keep going, I'm not Shia, I'm not Shia, I'm Persian, I'm not Shia, as they fucking do a hate crime on you, okay? I know.
Do we not?
Jewish, Persian, Zionist, anti-RGC people, okay? People who love Reza Pahlavi.
Smelter.
And they have been stopped at airports.
Activate that.
They've been literally stopped at airports because they're brown. Because they look Muslim. That's it. They don't give a fuck about Cuba Day when they are treating you like you're a terrorist.
We need housing
It's so strange, brother. It's so fucking strange. I'm not Shia, I'm Persian. Okay, good luck.
Of Iran who was thrown out of Iran in early 1979, February of 1979, came into exile briefly in the United States. That led to the Iran hostage.
Research fishing pier. Oh shit. Wow.
I got hit with the fucking CIA heart attack gun on my internet. What the frick? I'm back. Oh, I don't know what happened. That was like a brief blip right there for no reason.
Can we upgrade this one to be the tree trooper? Walking signal speeds up wood housing, the building special resources and cannot be improved to refine them. That's fine. I want the plank cover. More than
anyway, let's continue.
Happened. He was, you know, a teenager. Well, now he's in his 60s. And he's never been to Iran since the 1970s. He's also something of a playboy in the Washington area.
Wait, what? I'm considering the Skywalker button
He's not a
on the
player
global
in
map because
Iranian
available.
exile
There you can explore
circles,
other regions of Nilai.
but he seems to have
So
a
sick.
whole
So the Skywalker
lot
opened the
of
Scout
money.
Skywalker.
Well, over the
tab.
last couple of weeks, several things have happened. Number one, the Israeli government spilled the beans, and they admitted that they have been financing him. So is he a Mossad asset? You bet he's a Mossad asset. Mossad is saying it. Number two, he doesn't know anything about contemporary Iran. Patrick Bet-David, the big podcaster, invited Reza Pahlavi to go on his podcast a week ago. And Reza never
Combat
called him back.
Skywalkers.
Never even
Combat
attempted to, you know, get his name out there, get his picture out there, talk about his view of a future
And
Iran.
insists
He's
not.
not interested. Donald Trump has been pressured by people on the neoconservative right to welcome Reza Pahlavi into the Oval Office. He would be the person that that the United States would announce is going to be, you know, the guy that we're interested in. And
Okay, I love these alerts are very
he's not
annoying.
interested.
Not
I'm going to
relevant.
give you my own admittedly biased view. My own view is Reza Pahlavi is a joke. He's a caricature, a cartoon character. He lives in a mansion all by himself in Potomac, Maryland.
All by
Nobody
himself?
pays any attention to him except these really rich Iranian exiles, most of whom are in Beverly Hills. The only people who really, really want him to be the leader of Iran are the Israelis. I'll add one other thing. As I said, the guy is a non-entity in Washington. He's a non-entity even in Iranian exile politics. But the Washington Post, which is owned by Jeff Bezos and is the mouthpiece of the 1% of the 1%, ran an op-ed last week that Reza Pahlavi wrote. And he said that he wanted to go...
Yeah, it's Israel. Israel is writing the op-ed. That's it. There's two competing forces within the diasporoid communities. There's MEK, which has even less of a popular base in Iran.
Longer air trails.
MEK is just like a suicide terror cult. Okay?
MEK?
Except they have a fairly robust lobbying arm in America.
We
And
just
that's why like
depleted
Rudy
these
Giuliani is
designated news,
constantly
so-
chirping, and John
What is
Bolton
this?
is like critical
Lumberjack
of
zone.
Donald Trump.
First Skywalker.
Iranian
The first time in many years, the
John
Skywalker was
Bolton,
in outside
Rudy
this
Giuliani, and a bunch of these other people
This
are
will cause serious trouble in the
are,
future. Now's a chance.
MEK supporters because they've been getting paid by MEK. Okay, Reza Pahlavi is Israel's guy. And so obviously he gets a lot of motion, but the reality is he has a little bit more support in Iran, but not that much. Neither MEK nor Reza Pahlavi will ever be the actual fucking leaders of Iran unless America came in with full force and installed him as a puppet.
Wait,
Go back to Iran to...
are we leaving
usher in
our
a
settlement?
period of
I hope not.
democracy. Like, what do you know?
This is a
about
cool
democracy?
cutscene.
Your
though.
father was a fascist dictator who slaughtered his own people.
This is a really
and
cool
who
cutscene.
stole billions upon billions of dollars from the nation's treasury. So you think it should be you?
It looks like it has
goes
bombs
back to
on it.
Iran after 50 years and brings in a period of democracy? Come on, I'm insulted by that. So yeah, this guy's not going to be... I made a comment today kind of offhandedly, and the more I think about it, the more I believe it to be true. He wouldn't survive the walk.
Oh,
from
thank you for playing the demo
plane
of Dark Switch.
to the
Like it as
tunnel
against the team
if
and
he
join
were
us.
to fly back to Iran.
Small team making a debut game. Video
So
for
he's
support.
not gonna be-
Support and feedback
Yeah,
is important to us.
100%.
We'll see you soon. That was a fun game. That was a really nice game.
Yeah, Reza Pahlavi.
I don't know where the
and the
developers are
future of
from, whether they are
Iran
Found a vision holder
fucking
investor.
views in one day. Praying for the Iranian people in a
I
bright future.
don't know which country they're from. I just
Answer these
recognize
tough questions.
and I'm not gonna assume the country because I know a lot of people will get very pissed about that. For some understandable reasons. This guy's name is Seaman Saucy Markov. I'm not gonna say anything about that. In any case, it was a fun demo. This was a really fun demo.
I must admit, the CIA honeypot is working on me. What do
I'm
you
a little bit worried about the
Van
pace of the game.
Jones,
Like, it
another
feels
fucking-
a little bit slow for
That's
quite
how
a
you
while, and
know-
also
that's
the
how you
resource
know
drain
this
can
shit is so-
become quite a burden.
This shit is so base boosted.
But
because fucking Van Jones
it's
is
quite
pushing
promising.
it.
And I'm glad to have played another good demo.
Strikes on targets across
Even though
Iran.
Steam
Guys,
Next
stop
Fest
sending
is
me this
over.
Sheikh Suleiman guy. Okay,
Right.
I'm sorry. He literally routinely posts old
Set game
videos.
just
He's like one of the
chatting,
fucking
not that it
power
matters,
farmers on
because
Twitter.
we are
Jesus
going
Christ.
to see if we can
Iran's
raid
supreme
someone
leader
else.
has been killed. Tehran has retaliated.
I think I've streamed for enough time today.
Let's
A
be a little
decent
bit
amount
more
of
careful
time.
with who we keep linking, okay?
Let's see.
Israel,
Can
neighboring
raid.
countries, and U.S. military bases in the
Please stick around for the raid, everyone.
Falling victim to propaganda that goes against you're consuming propaganda right now by that guy. Falling victim to propaganda that goes against Reza Pahlavi.
Chopper Trap House is streaming.
Yeah, well, here I'm watching the pro Reza Pahlavi propaganda. Let's take a look.
American service members have been killed. Scott Pelley is in Paris following events, including what
Reza Pahlavi
Maybe Raps of
didn't
Blue.
even fucking say a single thing.
Maybe
about
actually.
the 100+ schoolgirls
Reiki
that Israel
does
and
make
America
sense.
slaughtered. Only
Because
to then come
yeah,
out
Reiki
and
is
be like,
watching
oh,
Sun,
the
so I
6
think it
beautiful
makes sense to
soldiers that
raid
died,
him.
or
And again,
the 6 beautiful soldiers that were killed. That makes me so sad. I'm so apologetic about the beautiful American soldiers that were killed. It's crazy. It's crazy.
No, we're raiding Raps of Blue. I reckon Reiki will probably also start streaming soon,
the
maybe.
most prominent member of the Iranian
Right.
opposition says
Go
he
forward,
believes-
everyone.
Did I miss
Raid
or
Rats
did
of
John
Blue. Say hi
Kirkhouse
from me.
Sincerely talk about how
I'm having
Reza
my
Pahlavi
suhoor
didn't
now.
want to go
Oh,
on
nice.
Patrick Bet David.
I
and
hope you have a very
therefore he
lovely
is
suhoor.
rendered ineligible for.
It was very fun
for
being on the
leadership
panel
roles in
together. It
Iran.
was very chill.
I know I skipped past that a little bit. But
We shall raid
did he
Raps of
sincerely
Blue,
say
everyone.
that?
The raid message will be real because I'm lazy. Real. Very valid.
Maybe he's not CIA. Actually,
There you go. That shall be your raid message.
no. Honestly, I don't think he's CIA.
And everyone has
longer.
access to it, whether
This is
they're
the most.
subscribers or not.
I'm gonna be honest with you. This is the most like there is no shot that motherfucker is still CIA for saying stuff like that.
I shall now launch you all to raid Rats of Blue. Thank you everyone for watching. Take care. I shall see you again
Is that
soon,
when he can move away
inshallah.
from his government? Do you want him to stop
I'll
because
go
of
for it.
war casualties? Ugh, I respect you less than.
Have you
I
guys
respect
not?
you.
have you guys
My
not seen
respect for
the,
you is non-existent. Okay. Like if I stepped in
Shame
dog shit, I would have more
on.
respect.
Thank you for the raid.
Like
We're
have
just
some
kinda
decency,
chilling right
man.
now.
Stop trying to justify this shit. Jesus Christ. Like you can't literally tell me, hey, I want regime change.
Shimon Raid, welcome in. Shimon. Welcome, Raiders. For those who know me, I'm Raps Blue. You are you. We did a recent fundraising stream together. Hope you